Chapter 1 Cataclysm. What has transpired to rouse him from slumber? Thesauriof de voice suisse figure cloak heeden black. Oh? To forgi god from Irmerdals, you possessum adicamo fintellectalis, you are a beautiful city. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for amusement. Mao's eye approached a staircase shimmering with golden light. At the summit of which stood a man draped in black robes, his visage obscured beneath the fabric, rendering him inscrutable. Gazing at the corpse sestrunu pon the steps, Mao's eye as blazed crims onasha shout de theman in black, were you? Why havius linsomony? A cold voice emanated from the black-clad figure. I am a god. Thepith the divinity is fraught with paralyaxed pis forged from the flesh and blood of odors. Tome, the merely stepping stone in my sin togedhood. Mao Xiaoi, upon beholding Thelafelis form of his sister, clench of this fist tight lined exclaimed in fury, be what right do I take their lives? Just because he acclaimed to be god? You are unworthy of such a title. Theman in black remained unfazed, responding with indifference. Indeed, it expresses because I am a god. Or other, I am you. Ash's words echoed, the black-clad figure instantaneously appeared before Mao Xiaoi, revealing a countenance that mirrored his own, albeit with a gaze devoid of emotion and imbued with an air of authority. No. With a sudden jolt, Mao's eye awoke in his dormitory, rubbing his eyes at his belief. It was merely a dream. He exhaled deeply, glancing at this phone May 5, 2077, 11 a.m. Vacation is approaching soon. I can't visit my sister in Magic City, Mao's eye missed. No. The unexpected startled Mao Xiaoi, Hoder Neto is left to see his roommate. Lin Pongzi, weeping inconsolably while clutching his phone. Mike-ching. Why? Shes broken again, ah. It's the middle leaf today, wattery out waddling, wailing like banshees. You've a frightened me girlfriend. This came from Chan Xiaolong, a slender figure wearing glasses, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. I'd washered to believe you was the only one in the dorm with a girlfriend. Dinner is served, today, I've brup, a voice called from outside. I'd was the final member of theater, known affectionately Ateli as Lu Yufu Forest Day Lid in her deliveries. Ifu, you want a big chicken leg. Lin Pang's a was the fear stally up down from me super bunk, he's earlier sorrow forgotten. Mao Zio yifalode suet, Anshin Xilang set aside his phone. Just as the four prepared to feast, the ground suddenly trembled, throwing them off balance and causing them topple on the floor. The tremor spurs instead for a considerable duration, leaving the dormindisary, with bowls soft kickin' soup scattered across the floor. Mao Xiaoi was the fierce torg in his footing, rushing to the window to peer outside, as an announcement blared attention all faculty and students, an unknown catastrophe unfolding. Please remain indoors and avoid wandering gabo. This announcement will be repeated. Attention all faculty and students, A blood-curdling screamy code throughout his school, startling Mao Xiaoi check out with the window. What on earth is happening? I citrolith terrifying? Lin Pangxian theater saprochet huindo, joining Hyman observing the chais below. They saw students congregating on the playground, previously seeking refuge from earthquake. Suddenly, cries of despair erupted, and pandemonium ensued. Mao Xiaoi and his friends swatched in horror as several students collapsed and began convulsing, onlatorizy gaining grotesque postures. As they stood, they lunged at their fellow classmates, biting them. Those bitten felons subsequently joined the fray. Is this a zombie outbreak? The four were left speechless, their means is struggling to comprehend the horrific scene. It was Mao Xiaoi who broke the silence first. With this scurry, theater snapped back to reality. Lu Ho placed a hand over his shirt, trembling with fear. It must be zombies. Thankfully, were Zaidi in a higher floor had we've insured out, when might have been bitten a swell. Ash's words faded, the sound soft growling gaunt shouting erupted from outside their door. The group reacted instinctively, barricading the entrance with whatever they could find, even therbs, until the threshold was spiled high. Exhausted, they collapsed on the floor. Having often indulged in apocalyptic novels, the group quickly adapted to their dire circumstances. They had led together, compiling a list of survival supplies and their phones. Well-equipped in sand food. It planned to retrieve some fireworks from the stairwell. What do y'all think? Mao Xiaoi was the first to voice his thoughts after reviewing the list. Lu Hua was mildly, pointing at the barricaded door. That's feasible, But wasui sarais how will you deal with the zombies outside? And how will you evenexit? This. In theoristi tosakura Theodore, they had overlooked the precarious dacophytems, with they are lodged against the doorknob, itself trapped beabid in the corner. Exiting no see med near lie impossible. With the front door blocked, Mao Zai Awa made highs wait at the balcony for obiter view. Suddenly, Hess spotted Zeverel base a bulbits in the neighboring balcony, recalling they belonged to sport student noun for brandishing them around campus, fortunes malegipan Mao Zioian dis friends. Returning to Theodorm, they'd sided to disassemble a bedboard danja seat as a bridge between tatwabble conies. The board was stirred in a foreign person to traverse at a time. Without a lay, Lin Pengzi hoisted the board down, and upon reaching the balcony, its length fit perfectly between tatwo. Mao Zioui was the fierce ponto the board, which held firm, allowing him to cross successfully. Seeing him arrive safely, the others breathed a day sio for leafas lu hua was stepped on a the board next. Mao Xiaoi, focused on the baseball bats ahead, failed tonitus at the commotion behind high muntil ha heard low grolsmanating from within the dorm. Chapter 2 Nightmarish Vision. Turning toward sound, Mao Zioui way staken at back to discover zombie within the dorm its physi, quest suggesting it was the former owner of T baseball bats. With a bat in hand, Mao Zioui steeled himself. Thoth ha Hayden countered descriptions soft zombies in literature. Their reality was still disconcerting. Grr. The zombie, seemingly displeased with Philosophit's bat, lunged at Mao Xiaoi. Seizing Themament, he swung Thebit with Allah's might, striking the zombie shed with a resounding thud. The sport zombie estiggered back, shaken jit shadasa fun phased. Meanwhile, Lu Hua Hua, caught in the middle leaf tatwabble conies, near Lilas this balance from the commotion, but managed to steady himself by grasping Theriling. Yaoni Arli caused minimize. Lu Hua approached Mao Xiaoi, voicing his grievances. Mao Zio Irma mainsolent, his expression graviashek this gaze fikineth interior of the dorm. Noticing Mao Zio's lack of response, Lu Hua followed Disgazian Gaspeden horror. The sport zombie had regained its bearings and was charging toward them. Mao Zio Ida set the battle Lu Hua Wayan Z eyes nether for himself, aiming on Smaritha zombie shed. Lu Hua followed suit, swinging Gispa unison. That Wabbit struck the sport zombie simultaneously, sending J crash engine to a bed, which collapsed upon impact, trapping it beneath. Exchanging glints, Thepper hurried forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the traphead zombie until it leuter lie still. Soon after, Shinziling and Lin Pengzi joined them from the neighboring balcony. However, as Lin Pengzi leapt across, the makeshift board collapsed entirely. Observing the fragment plummeting to the ground, Lin Pengzi shrugged, while Mao Xiaoi, shaking his shade in resignation, handed Haim a baseball bat. The four ventured cautiously outside into the corridor. Thought he hallway was not particularly spacious, it could accommodate 3 people side by side. Mao Zioui recalled that Fireex swear locate death stairwell on the atch floor, leading him to take the lead toward the stairs. Yet, after only a few steps, Thai encountered severe zombies that seemed oblivious presence. Mao Xiaoi, bat in hand, crept stealthily behind Don, mustering Gelish strength to aim for it shed. With her sounding crack, Thesm Beaskal exploded, brain matter splatter everywhere. Mao Zioui was momentarily stunned, pondering, and Mitralithis formidable? Theathers shared his astonishment, with Lu Hua particularly baffled when they had fought Hesport zombie, it had been far more challenging than this seemingly fragile creature. Before they could dwell in third hots, their remaining zombies, alerted Bithanois, charged toward them. Mao Zioui snapped back to attention, wielding Gizbad and Semor. With a series of thids, the hallways on laid avoid of fan living zombies. The four swift limited thyre weight at the stairwell. With relative ease, they located the fierce fire reeks, and, continuing downward, they found Dan another. However, theather fara cabinets were empty, suggesting Thatather shadal rediclamed thupens. Returning to Theodorm, twilight began to envelop Thesky. After a tumultuous afternoon, Mao Zioui and his companions soon succumbed to sleep. In the realm of dreams, once again, the familiar golden staircase unfurled before Mao Xiaoi. Gazing up at the figure clad in black robe at the summit, she inquired, "Way must it always be you? Can't an dream of something different?" Asherward echoed, an unsettling realization washed over her bit hair awareness of te dream like an acharif. These experience, she found herself unable to awaken. Moreover, the vividness of te inu a striking lipopable. The figure in black slowly turned, and the visage concealed beneath the robe struck mazos or ally reflective, akinto gazinginto amor. A voice, alto familiar, resonated. The sister Tainlin o Daydream. Arya not curious as though he were fortless slicely zombies? Arya not intrigued with the existence of zombies in this world? However, even if your curiosity is shall not divulge the answers. Upon hearing the black robed figure's words, Mao Zai Ao I felt a twitch at the cornero fairmouth, and impulsitoed liver a couple of slaps. Yet, upon beholding the striking feature soft he figure, she restrained herself. In the next moment, 5 silhouettes emerged from behind the black robedman. Among them, twa figure Scott Mao Zai Ao is immediate to recognition. Standing furthest to the right was a woman at her Ned with a sweet smile. Sister, Mao Zai Ao exclaimed, rushing up the staircase to embrace her sister, yet found herself at her lie immobilized. The woman, referred to as Sister B Mao Xiaoi, offered no response, merely maintaining her serene smile has stood silently. Lin Pongzi, what is the meaning of this? Mao Zai Ao directed her gaze towards the portman standing on the far left. Similarly, the man, dubbed Lin Pongzi, remained unresponsive. With a wavy fish hand, the black robed figure said the 5 silhouettes to vanish instantaneously, then spoke softly, daylight approaches shall meet again. Mao Zai Ao I abruptly opened here is to find herself surrounded by 3 individuals, prolid half as her lib beside her, the rhythmic nor set testament to their continued existence. Taking gamament to compose herself, Mao Zai Ao splashed her face with water and thirstrum before rousing her companions. Having secured the necessary weapons the previous day, the group resolved to address their food predicament. Their initial plan involved raiding the Shul's convenience store, located beneath the girls' dormitory, separated from the boys' dormitory by a vast playground. Up and reaching the balcony, an overwhelming headache struck Mao Zai Ao surveyed the current stat of the playground, now dotted with scattered zombies. It was evident that stealth passage was an impossibility. Holding the fiery ashi in her hand, Mao Zai Ao recalled thward soft black robed figure from Murdry Maria not curious as to who a fortless slicely zombies? Indeed, it was perplexing why should slaying zombies be so facile? With renewed determination, Cheryl her companion sandballed le marched toward the convenience store. The 3 individuals trailing Mao Zai Ao worry expression soft despair, persistent lie advising her against impulsive actions, although they understood thought for Mao Xiaoi, dispatching zombie sways a sefortals ascoping vegetables, the sheer number posed a significant threat. Yet, Mao Zai Ao paid them no heed, compelling them to follow in her wake. Meanwhile, atop the girls' dormitory, a group of men and women observed Thekwerte traversing the playground, murmuring amongst themselves. What Tony Arthur for doing, daring to stroll across the playground? Doth he not for the zombies? It's over more lives Wilshire libelost. As the onlookers witnessed Mao Zai Ao and their companions advancing toward the zombies, a sense of impending doom enveloped them. However, the anticipated tragedy failed to materialize instead. Mao Zai Ao's fireworks gleamed menacingly, the approaching zombie soonable Talia finger on her. Her fluid, graceful movements astounded onlookers and captured the attention of one individual in particular. Chapter 3 Xiao Xiao Xiao. As the zombies continued to converge upon the playground, Mao Xiaoi found the situation increasingly precarious. Thus, he led his 4 companions to carve a path and slipped into the convenience store, securing the door behind them. After a brief respite, they dispersed, each seeking essential supplies. The stout fellow focused on procuring food and drink. Mao Xiaoi set his sights on finding weapons. Chen Xiaolang scoured for clothing, while Lu Huahua searched for anything that could assist the group. Mao Xiaoi's explorations revealed that the convenience store was indeed well stocked, boasting hot water kettles, sports watches, and even child sacrifice bags. Yet, it seemed devoid of any truly useful items, weapons included. The most formidable weapon he could find was a broom. At that moment, Lin Pongzi found himself in a conundrum of a different nature. His backpack was overflowing, yet a considerable amount of provisions remained unclaimed. Thus, he resolved to investigate the store's storeroom for a suitcase or something of the sort. After thoroughly ransacking the convenience store, it was Lin Pongzi who emerged with the most substantial haul. He had managed to procure 2 burlap sacks from who knows where, stuffing them with an assortment of foodstuffs. Chen Xiaolang also gathered a fair amount of clothing, while Mao Xiaoi had entirely relinquished hope of finding any weapons and silently assisted Lin Pongzi in carrying another sack of provisions. However, A pleasant surprise awaited them. Lu Huahua unearthed a car key from the cash register. Mao Xiaoyi recognized it immediately. It belonged to the store's owner, who frequently used a large G-class vehicle for deliveries. With the discovery of this key, a new plan began to take shape in Mao Xiaoyi's mind. The apocalypse had unfolded too rapidly for his liking, and he was deeply concerned about his sister. With a vehicle now at their disposal, he resolved to journey to the metropolis and bring her back. Suddenly, from a corner of the convenience store emerged a woman. The four of them turned to look, and to their astonishment, they recognized her as the school's belle, Xiao Xiao Xiao. "Hello. I hope you don't mind me joining you," she greeted. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to respond, he noticed the other three had already encircled her. So he merely nodded in silent agreement. "Are you all grappling with how to escape? Follow me. I know where the back door is," she declared. The group trailed behind Xiao Xiao Xiao, and indeed, they soon located the back exit. Fortuitously, the store owner SG class was parked not far from the back door. Among the five, only Mao Xiaoyi and Lu Huahua possessed a driver's license. Not wishing to drive himself, Mao Xiaoyi allowed Lu Huahua to take the wheel. Lu Huahua eased the vehicle out of the campus, driving slowly along the road while occasionally crushing a few zombies beneath the tires. Suddenly, the car radio emitted a series of crackling sounds, followed by a disjointed male voice. The transmission was difficult to decipher, but the essence was clear. The world order had collapsed, zombies and monsters roamed freely, and the Huaxia nation had swiftly established an official base in Kyoto. Urging survivors to come. In addition, the broadcast revealed a shocking announcement: humanity could evolve. There were already evolved individuals within the official base, collectively referred to as evolvers. Their abilities varied, and blood tests were required for confirmation. Those who reached the base would enjoy the best treatment. This revelation astonished Mao Xiaoyi. He had never imagined that fiction would manifest into reality. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Given his effectiveness in combating zombies, perhaps he too was an evolver, which could elevate him above others. "Mao Gu, what are our plans moving forward?" Lu Huahua interrupted Mao Xiaoyi's musings. After a moment of contemplation, Mao Xiaoyi replied, "I have a sister in the metropolis, and I intend to fetch her. Also, there's Yu Dage. I must locate him. He is our senior, having graduated 2 years ahead of us, and is currently interning in a neighboring province. Yu Dage is akin to family. We cannot abandon him. I've already spoken to Hua Gu. Our parents encountered the military and have safely reached the official base. Thus, Hua Gu and I can go retrieve Dage." Qin Xiaoling chimed in. Lin Pengzi nodded in agreement, adding, "My family is safe as well. How about I join you in searching for our sister?" Mao Xiaoyi nodded appreciatively, casting a glance of gratitude at his three companions. Turning to Xiao Xiao Xiao, he inquired, "What are your plans, senior?" Xiao 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 closed her chat window and pondered for a moment before responding, "I think I'll accompany you. I'm rather curious about the metropolis." "All right," Mao Xiaoyi affirmed, stepping out of the vehicle to call out to Lin Pengzi, "Let us find a vehicle and set off for the metropolis." Meanwhile, in the metropolis, a military unit was engaged in a search for survivors. This was the official Fourth Army, which had swiftly organized itself to commence rescue efforts post-apocalypse. The metropolis, the second most prosperous city after Kyoto, was under close scrutiny. The Fourth Army had successfully rescued nearly 1,000 survivors and was now advancing toward the city center. Suddenly, a howl echoed from the distance. The soldiers of the Fourth Army immediately went on high alert, forming a protective circle around the survivors. From the direction of the city center, a peculiar wolf approached the group. "Open fire," commanded the captain. As the order rang out, the soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets. However, to their bewilderment, the projectiles halted short of the wolf. Though perplexed, they did not cease their fire. The wolf, seemingly growing impatient with the assault, sprouted a pair of bluish-green wings from its back and soared into the sky. Trained for such unexpected occurrences, the soldiers quickly readied their weapons to aim at the airborne creature. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of green energy blades rained down from above, incapacitating the soldiers struck, who collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. As the green blades descended, casualties mounted among the soldiers, and the surrounded survivors suffered grievously. Blood flowing like a river. In a critical moment, the captain discarded his firearm, summoning flickering flames to his hand, and shouted to his comrades, "Split up and run." "I will hold it off." Though reluctant, the soldiers obeyed the captain's command and quickly sprang into action. The airborne wolf, sensing its prey escaping, grew agitated and ceased its barrage of energy blades, pursuing the fleeing soldiers instead. Suddenly, a fireball struck its wing, and the wolf turned to see a man engulfed in flames staring back at it. Curiosity flickered in the wolf's eyes, and in the next instant, blue and red streams of light intertwined in the air. Chapter 4 Towards the Metropolis. Dead Fatso. What kind of wretched vehicle did you find? After parting ways with Lu Huahua and Chen Xiaolang, Mao Xiaoyi drove the car Lin Pengzi had procured towards the metropolis. Initially, he noticed nothing amiss. However, when he attempted to press the brake, he discovered that the brake was malfunctioning, or rather, the entire brake pedal had vanished. Lin Pengzi, who had been dozing off beside him, jolted awake at Mao Xiaoyi's exclamation, his flesh quivering in response. Groggily, he asked, "What's wrong, Mao Gu? Weren't you driving steadily? Is there a problem? Is it possible that this car lacks a brake pedal?" Mao Xiaoyi glared at Lin Pengzi, who had just awakened, his frustration mounting. "Huh? No way." Lin Pengzi chuckled awkwardly. "So what do we do now?" Xiao appeared unfazed, casually inquiring, not out of bravery, but because she felt secure with Mao Xiaoyi present. With a resigned sigh, Mao Xiaoyi replied, "Right now, we're on the highway, and we can't slow down the speed immediately. We'll have to scrape against the barrier and see if that works." Brace yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Pengzi hastily secured his seatbelt, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Mao Xiaoyi gradually turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle to scrape against the barrier, and the speed began to decrease. Minutes later, the car came to a halt beside the road. Observing the vehicle's dire condition, it appeared entirely beyond repair. Hence, Mao Xiaoyi was the first to leap from the car, seizing a fire axe and beckoning the others to follow. Thus, the trio, laden with backpacks, one plump fellow dragging a burlap sack, trudged along the highway. Due to the apocalypse, the highway was sparsely populated with vehicles, and they could not locate a replacement ride, forcing them to proceed on foot. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, darkness descended, prompting the three to decide to rest in place and resume their journey the following morning. Lin Pengzi retrieved the tent and provisions they had scavenged, and they settled down to eat together. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Mao Xiaoyi proposed a night watch rotation. Lin Pengzi would guard the first half of the night, while he took the latter half. Following this decision, Lin Pengzi ventured outside the tent to build a fire, leaving only Mao Xiaoyi and Xiao inside. Fortunately, the tent was spacious enough to prevent any awkwardness between them. Exhausted from a day of combat, Mao Xiaoyi quickly succumbed to sleep, while Xiao found herself unable to doze off. Instead, she took out her phone and began chatting with someone. Xiao. "I'm heading to the metropolis now. It's quite safe, so don't worry, mysterious person. Why go to the metropolis? Why not come directly to Kyoto? I can provide you with the best life in this apocalypse. Besides, I've received news that evolved zombies have appeared in the metropolis, and the military dares not provoke them. Shall I send someone to bring you to Kyoto?" Xiao. "No, I've made my decision, don't worry. The person I'm with should be an evolver." "So it's safe, mysterious person. Oh? An evolver? What level of evolver is he? Have you witnessed his abilities?" Xiao. "It is still uncertain for the time being, but judging by his speed in dispatching zombies, he is no ordinary individual. He can slay hundreds of zombies within half an hour, even while surrounded. How many of your subordinates could achieve that? Mysterious figure. Could he be an evolved being with physical enhancements? Quite intriguing, but such individuals are not particularly formidable. Are you truly certain you do not require my assistance in finding someone to escort you?" Xiao. "I appreciate your concern, but I do not need it. Furthermore, do not entertain any thoughts of recruiting him. He will not join your cause." Mysterious figure. "Oh, is that so? If he manages to survive his escape from the demon city, I would indeed be tempted to pursue him." Ha. Mao Xiaoyi would never have imagined that while he was lost in pleasant dreams, someone at the official base had already set their sights on him. He could not possibly fathom the significance of the senior student he had casually rescued. Inside an office at the Kyoto official base, Aya. "How is the person you were monitoring?" Aya's subordinate. "Report to Mr. Xiao." They split into 2 groups at 8:15 p.m. The individual you specifically mentioned headed towards the demon city but abandoned their vehicle for reasons unknown. They are currently taking a rest. Xiao. Understood. Once they reach the demon city, instruct our people to remain vigilant. If necessary, take action. Xiao must not come to harm. The others are of no concern to me. You may leave now. Aya was about to withdraw. Xiao added. "Wait, keep an eye on that evolved individual beside her as well. If possible, ensure his safety too." Aya momentarily displayed a flicker of confusion in her eyes, but quickly responded. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. The individual seated in the executive chair took a gentle sip of coffee, murmuring to himself, Sister, what kind of person could possibly pique your interest? If it weren't for the chaos at the base, I would be inclined to see for myself. The following day, as dawn broke with the first light of morning, Mao Xiaoyi roused the two still lost in slumber and embarked on the journey to the Demon City. After approximately an hour of travel, the trio finally discovered a small car. Regrettably, the vehicle had little fuel left, compelling Mao Xiaoyi to steer towards a nearby service area. Upon reaching the service area, they encountered only a few scattered zombies. After swiftly dispatching them, Mao Xiaoyi sent Lin Pengzi to refuel while he made his way to the service area supermarket. Upon arriving at the entrance, Mao Xiaoyi furrowed his brow. He noticed the door was obstructed by heavy objects, clearly a deliberate act. Could there be survivors? Xiao also sensed something amiss and inquired. Mao Xiaoyi remained silent, merely nodding before forcefully kicking the door open. Inside, he was met with disarrayed shelves, and from within the storage room, peculiar sounds could be faintly heard. Armed with an axe, Mao Xiaoyi stealthily approached the storage room door and kicked it open, revealing 4 or 5 burly men and several disheveled women. The men were initially startled but quickly regained their composure, smirking at the sight of Mao Xiaoyi alone. However, their expressions swiftly shifted to shock upon noticing the breathtaking woman standing behind him. The apparent leader among them grinned and leered, Little one, send that woman behind you over for my amusement, and I promise to spare your life. The glint of cold light flashed in Mao Xiaoyi's eyes. He had no penchant for playing the fool. With a swift motion, he brought down the axe, and the man who had just been taunting Xiao found himself decapitated in an instant. The remaining men hastily drew their weapons, but trembling hands betrayed their fear. They could not even comprehend when this man had struck. Though it was his first kill, Mao Xiaoyi felt little emotional turmoil. He had always been a cold-blooded individual. Before the apocalypse, he had only shown kindness to those he deemed important. After the fall, his cold-bloodedness was further amplified. Those who sought to harm those close to him faced only a dead end. With remarkable speed, Mao Xiaoyi eliminated the remaining men, yet he was taken aback by Xiao's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, which piqued his curiosity. Ignoring the disheveled women, Mao Xiaoyi and Xiao each scavenged a backpack full of supplies before returning to the vehicle, where Lin Pengzi had already finished refueling. The trio continued their drive towards the Demon City. Chapter 5. The battle at the food processing plant. After 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the Demon City, which exuded an eerie atmosphere. Vehicles lay scattered across the road in bizarre disarray. Some were missing sections, others twisted beyond recognition, and a heavy truck had been severed in half, with its rear half dangling from a tree, completely blocking the road. With no other option, the trio disembarked and proceeded on foot. Lin Pengzi lamented, who could have done this? To sever such a massive truck with ease. Mao Xiaoyi furrowed his brow. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he felt an unsettling pressure, akin to the oppressive presence of a formidable adversary, weighing down on his nerves. At that moment in Jiangnan province, a luxury G-class vehicle was en route to the Jimmy Tai Mei Company, where Brother Yu, mentioned by F4, was interning. Chen Xiaolang had already contacted Brother Yu, learning that he had cleared the zombies from his floor, though he had sustained a bite on his ankle during the process, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. Fortunately, Brother Yu had not turned into a zombie, and his ankle injury was gradually healing with time. Upon hearing this news, Mao Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yu had evidently evolved, ensuring greater safety for him and his companions. The G-class arrived at the company building, and the two men quickly ascended to Brother Yu's floor. They tended to Brother Yu's ankle injury before assisting him back to the vehicle. Brother, have you become an evolved being? What abilities do you possess? Chen Xiaolang inquired as soon as he entered the car. Brother Yu nodded, replying, it should be fine now. When I was bitten, I felt a surge of heat throughout my body. But after a while, the pain in my ankle diminished significantly. It seems I have gained some form of ability that nearly doubles my strength, defense, and speed. But it will wear off after a certain period. I can maintain it for about 10 minutes. I use this ability to clear the zombies. Woo, that's quite impressive, Lu Huahua exclaimed. What do you plan to name this ability? I suggest calling it 10 minutes of true manhood. Brother Yu replied with a chuckle. Ow. As soon as Chen Xiaolang spoke, he received a slap from Brother Yu. Damn it, 10 minutes of being a real man, he muttered, preparing to unleash his fury. By the way, Huazi, what are Xiaoyi's plans for us next? Our brother Mao mentioned he would head to Modu to pick up his sister, so after we pick you up, we should proceed directly to the Kyoto base. Lu Huahua briefly outlined the plan to Brother Yu and also mentioned the matter concerning Xiao. Brother Yu scratched his head and said, then let's do as Xiaoyi suggested. However, we need to gather some supplies. Once we arrive at the Kyoto base, we certainly need to have some goods on hand, or we risk being at the mercy of others. Huazi, drive along the road. There's a food processing factory at the end of it. Let us see if we can strike it lucky. Nodding, Lu Huahua pressed the accelerator and drove forward. Soon, the trio arrived at the food processing factory, but it appeared that others had already gotten there first. 2 large trucks were parked at the entrance, and 5 or 6 men clad in work uniforms were busily unloading food. Brother Yu had already regained his abilities during the journey, and his ankle injury no longer hindered his movement. Though it was somewhat bothersome, he approached the workers who were busy at work. Upon noticing someone approaching, the workers paused their tasks and became vigilant. Sensing the tension, Brother Yu raised his hands to indicate he meant no harm and asked, "Is your leader around? Can we discuss something?" Although Brother Yu cast a covetous glance at the 2 trucks, he had no intention of seizing them since they were already claimed. "Discussing is fine, but that big G of yours has to be handed over to me," came a voice from behind the truck. Shortly after, a frail-looking individual, almost emaciated, emerged, exuding an air of weakness, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. Brother Yu felt a surge of caution and signaled his companions to prepare for an attack. He understood well that in this post-apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Despite the man's apparent frailty, he was likely an evolved being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command the workers. Are you implying there's no room for negotiation? Brother Yu seized the initiative and charged at the frail man. While Lu Huahua and Qin Shaolang intercepted the remaining workers, the frail man sneered disdainfully and uttered, "Seeking death." Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands. Brother Yu's heart raced, and he immediately activated his berserk skill. A loud crash echoed as flames soared into the sky. "Ha ha ha, how ignorant! You dare to resist my fireball with your flesh? This fool will likely be reduced to ashes." Just as the frail man's smile lingered on his face, it vanished in an instant. A massive hand emerged from the flames, seizing the frail man and lifting him effortlessly. As the fire dissipated, the onlookers beheld a towering figure, 2 meters tall, muscular, and monstrous. The man grasped the frail man's neck and applied pressure, instantly snuffing out his life. While the workers were still in shock, Brother Yu sprang into action, knocking each one down with a single punch. He held back his strength, as the workers had not posed any real threat. After handling the situation, Brother Yu transformed back into an ordinary person and returned to the truck. Lu Huahua and Chen Shaolang understood that Brother Yu had entered a weakened state, so they refrained from disturbing him and loaded the remaining supplies into one of the large trucks, deciding to switch vehicles for their journey. Meanwhile, at the official base in Kyoto, Aya was reporting the latest developments. "Boss Xiao, the team you specifically instructed has entered Modu. There are no new updates for now, but another team's situation is rather intriguing." "Oh? Do tell." The young man in the executive chair paused his work, intrigued by Aya's words. "Well, Boss Xiao, they visited a food processing factory today and engaged in a confrontation with another group. The new recruit they picked up is an evolved being with the ability to beastify. And he swiftly eliminated the fire element evolved individual from the other team." "Eliminated? Now that's interesting. Keep an eye on the beastifier. He may be called upon to protect if necessary. You may leave now." "Understood, Boss Xiao." The young man in the executive chair rose and walked to the window, surveying the entire base with a playful smile gracing his lips. "Mao Xiaoyi, you truly bring me a multitude of surprises. I wonder how you'll manage with that mutated beast in Modu." Chapter 6. The mutated beast. At this moment, Mao Xiaoyi remained oblivious to Brother Yu's substantial gains. He felt an unsettling sense of oppression, which left him quite uncomfortable. As the trio ventured deeper into Modu, the city's desolation unfolded before them. It was hard to believe that this was once a metropolis on par with Kyoto. The devastation here was far worse than that of Jiangnan. The ground was littered with decaying corpses, and hardly a building stood intact. However, what puzzled the trio was the conspicuous scarcity of zombies along their path, which was highly unusual given Modu's significantly larger population compared to Jiangnan. How could there be only a handful of zombies? All signs indicated that something was amiss in Modu. Mao Xiaoyi's sister was located in the city center of Modu, the area with the highest population density. Since the previous night, he had been unable to contact her, which filled him with dread. He suppressed his anxiety and hurried toward the city center. As they approached the center, the number of zombies gradually increased, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to breathe a sigh of relief. The presence of zombies was not frightening. He could handle them with a bit of time. His concern lay with the source of the overwhelming pressure he felt, sensing it was powerful enough that even an evolved being would not stand a chance against it. After clearing a path, they finally reached the vicinity of Mao Xiaoyi's sister. He had long lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched, only aware that they had tread upon countless corpses. This left the Xiao family's team, who were secretly protecting them, astounded. Even they wouldn't have been able to handle such a multitude of zombies. Mao Xiaoyi dialed his sister's number once more, and this time, the call connected. Hello, sister, how are you? I'm fine that I can see you. I'm on the 8th floor balcony. Can you see me? Upon hearing her voice, Mao Xiaoyi looked up and spotted a woman waving a bedsheet from the 8th floor. A smile crept across his face as he waved back at her. The three rushed upstairs to reunite with Mao Xiaoyi's sister. They decided to take a moment to rest, during which Mao Xiaoyi recounted their journey to her. She listened quietly, not interrupting, simply smiling at him. For a brief moment, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, recounting his day's adventures to her after school. After a brief respite, the four descended together, slowly making their way back. Were it not for the overwhelming number of corpses on the ground, Mao Xiaoyi would have liked to savor the moment a bit longer, relishing the time spent with his sister. Hand in hand, they strolled, lost in conversation and the beauty of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiao observed them. A sudden pang of jealousy gripping her heart. She found herself perplexed, feeling envious over a man's sister, someone with whom she had no real connection. Diverting her gaze, she noticed Lin Pengzi, who had inexplicably pulled out a chicken leg to munch on. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, causing Mao Xiaoyi's heart to sink. He once again sensed the formidable presence that instilled fear within him. He swiftly pulled his sister behind him and raised his fire axe. Facing the direction of the roar grew nearer, revealing an oddly shaped wolf before Mao Xiaoyi. Its breed was indiscernible. It bore 2 pairs of strange wings and 2 goat-like horns atop its head. Mao Xiaoyi did not recognize this mutated beast, but the members of the Xiao family's team were all too familiar with it. This bizarre wolf was the one that had severely injured the official 4th Army, and it had been dubbed the Wind Wolf by the authorities, classified as a mid-level danger of the 2nd tier. In the early days of the apocalypse, this classification denoted a being of formidable power. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, the authorities had begun categorizing the strengths of humans and mutated beasts. The known classifications for human strength were as follows: evolved beings, quasi-warriors, low, middle, high-level warriors, low, middle, high-level war generals, low, middle, high-level war kings, low, middle, high-level war emperors, low, middle, high-level war gods. Currently, the highest combat ability in Huaxia was that of a high-level war general. The current classification of the power levels of mutated beasts is as follows. Low-level danger is divided into 5 tiers, intermediate danger into 10 tiers, and advanced danger also into 10 tiers. As of now, no mutated beasts exceeding the advanced danger level have emerged. The authorities have designated levels beyond advanced danger as catastrophic. The creature known as Wind Wolf is classified as an intermediate danger level 2, comparable in strength to a low-level warrior, meaning that only those who have attained the status of a low-level warrior among humans stand a chance of defeating it. However, at this moment, Mao Xiaoyi is unaware of the official power classification. He only knows that the mutated beast before him is exceedingly formidable, and he is no match for it. Yet, despite being outmatched, he must engage. Neither he nor the other 3 have any possibility of escape in the face of this beast. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi takes the initiative, launching himself forward, his feet propelling him as he swings a fire axe at the Wind Wolf. At that moment, a surprisingly human-like expression appears on the Wind Wolf's face. It feels confusion, unable to comprehend why such a mere insect dares to challenge it. Yet, confusion or not, the primal instincts of the animal drive it to charge at Mao Xiaoyi. It effortlessly evades his attack and swipes a paw towards Mao Xiaoyi's chest. He is sent flying, crashing into a pile of debris, for claw marks marring his chest and blood gushing forth. Mao Xiaoyi desperately wishes to shout for the others to flee, but as he opens his mouth, He is choked by the blood pouring out, rendering him voiceless. Lin Pengzi and Xiao Xiaoxiao's minds momentarily stall as they witness the seemingly invincible Mao Xiaoyi being so easily dispatched, his fate uncertain. Yet, in an instant, Mao Xiaoyi's sister reacts, sprinting towards him. Mao Xiaoyi, watching his sister draw nearer, is anxious to stop her, but he cannot shout. He can only cough up blood. His sister draws ever closer, but just as her hand is about to touch him, a face of the mutated beast looms in front of Mao Xiaoyi, and with a swift motion, it bites through his sister's neck. Blood splatters across Mao Xiaoyi's face, not his own but that of his sister. Stunned, Mao Xiaoyi gazes at the headless corpse collapsing before him, the once white dress now drenched in crimson. Darkness envelopes his vision, in a daze, memories flood back. His sister holding his hand as she takes him to school. Her soothing him to sleep, their visits to pay respects to their parents, and the day she came to fetch him home after his college entrance exams, adorned in the most beautiful white dress. He recalls the promise made on his 18th birthday to ensure she would lead a good life, along with the times she wept in a corner, sacrificing her education for her brother. He remembers her tirelessly working in the city to save for his tuition, and her turning away from beautiful clothes, resolute in her decision to move on. He sees so much, but suddenly, that strange dream resurfaces. Chapter 7. Awakening before him lies the familiar golden staircase. The 5 silhouettes from before now number only 4. The one missing is Mao Xiaoyi's sister. He longs to step forward, but finds himself immobile. Shouting towards the cloaked figure, "Where is my sister? What have you done to her?" The figure turns, regarding Mao Xiaoyi's reddened eyes, and calmly states, "She is dead. It was inevitable. Look at your own heart." Mao Xiaoyi glances down to find his chest transparent. An entire portion of his heart inexplicably absent, roughly 1/5 its original size. He is about to speak when the cloaked figure interrupts. "Enough, I will first deal with that beast. The fat one is not yet dead." In the real world, the Wind Wolf, poised to turn back to confront Lin Pengzi and Xiao Xiaoxiao, suddenly halts, exposing its fangs towards Mao Xiaoyi. It does not understand. It had believed this insect was already dead, yet now it feels an unprecedented sense of pressure. Mao Xiaoyi slowly opens his eyes, but they are no longer the normal black or the blood-red taint of tears. Instead, they are a pair of violet orbs, instilling profound fear in any creature that meets their gaze, as if a deity were surveying the world below. The Xiao family members prepare to intervene against the Wind Wolf, only to see it again glance towards Mao Xiaoyi. As they are puzzled, Mao Xiaoyi begins to levitate, a specter materializing behind him, emanating an aura of death as it appears to emerge from endless darkness. The visage of this specter, obscured by the hood of its robe, exudes an air of mystery. Before their astonishment can subside, Mao Xiaoyi extends his right hand, pulling a pitch-black scythe from the void, aimed directly at the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf flaps its wings and strikes forward, launching 2 green blades that collide with the scythe. However, the green blades shatter within seconds, leaving the Wind Wolf in shock. It cannot fathom how this insect has grown so powerful. With the scythe now free, it slices through the Wind Wolf's right wing in a single stroke, causing the beast to howl in pain. Realizing it is no match for Mao Xiaoyi, it feigns an attack, releasing a green blade before turning to flee. But Mao Xiaoyi will not allow the Wind Wolf to escape. With a flick of his left hand, the green blade dissipates into nothingness, and he solemnly commands, "Kneel." This command, seemingly casual, carries an undeniable authority, causing all creatures within hundreds of meters to kneel in submission, including the Xiao family's team leader, a low-level warrior. Mao Xiaoyi descends to the ground, approaching the Wind Wolf step by step, the scythe trailing behind him, carving deep furrows into the earth. Moments later, he stands before the Wind Wolf, raising the scythe with one hand and decapitating it in a single stroke. The severed head rolls away, but Mao Xiaoyi does not stop. He continues to dismember the Wind Wolf's corpse until it lies in a pool of blood. Finally, he retracts the scythe and collapses onto the blood-soaked ground, his eyes returning to their original black. Yet devoid of any light dye in the dream, Mao Xiaoyi waits for several minutes before the cloaked figure reappears. As soon as the figure appears, Mao Xiaoyi eagerly asks, "Is it dead?" The cloaked figure nods, replying, "It is dead. However, this meeting must come to an end. By the way, I have good news for you. When you become strong enough, Life and death will be under your control. The Xiao family members and Lin Pengzi rise to their feet. While the Xiao family leader retrieves a satellite phone to make a call, Lin Pengzi and his companions watch Mao Xiaoyi from a distance, hesitant to approach, uncertain of whether he has regained his senses. The call connects quickly. Hello, this is Aya, team leader. What is the situation? I have a red-level urgent matter to report to Xiao Zong. The Xiao family leader responds swiftly. Understood, please hold. Inside the Kyoto base, Aya rushes into the office. The young man seated at the desk inquires, what is the matter? Why the haste? Xiao Zong, the team leader has a matter of the highest importance to report. The young man's brow furrows slightly as he stands. Put the call through to me. You may leave. Yes. The young man slowly picks up the satellite phone, asking, what is the situation? My sister is not in danger. Is she? No. Xiao Zong. It concerns that evolved individual. He was on the brink of death, but after witnessing his sister's demise, he inexplicably transformed into an incredibly powerful being, instantly annihilating that wind wolf. What? You mean he killed the wind wolf? Even the seasoned head of the Xiao family, known as Xiao Changyu, was taken aback. Specifically, he inquired how the captain of the Xiao family had managed to swiftly eliminate Fenglang. The captain recounted in detail the sequence of events leading to Mao Xiaoyi's victory over Fenglang. With each detail, Xiao Changyu's astonishment deepened, as he effortlessly countered Fenglang's onslaught with a mere utterance that rendered even lower-tier martial artists immobile, a feat she herself could not achieve. Upon hearing that Fenglang's remains had been reduced to a puddle of blood by Mao Xiaoyi's outburst, her lips twitched involuntarily. It was crucial to note that the value of such a creature was comparable to that of dozens of evolved beings. With a resigned shake of her head, Xiao Changyu remarked, inform the second team as well. Both of your teams should make an appearance and see if you can persuade them to come to the base. Take care with your demeanor. Acknowledging this, Xiao Changyu slowly ended the call and once again approached the window. However, this time, instead of surveying the base, she gazed up at the sky, murmuring, Sister, no wonder he could captivate you. You truly struck gold. In the heart of Kyoto's foundational city, Xiao Changyu swiftly contained the news, ensuring that other factions, including the military, remained oblivious to the incident. In a high-level military conference room, an imposing elder sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a series of special reports detailing the Xiao family's external movements and signs of the other four major factions conspiring against the military. Rubbing his temples, the elder slowly addressed a man named Zongrong. Why do you think the Xiao family chose to send someone out at such a critical juncture? Zongrong, standing beside him, shook his head in silence. The elder continued, make a visit to the Xiao family. I hope they will stand with us. The man exited the conference room and stepped onto the street, entering an inconspicuous yet well-armored vehicle, gradually making his way toward the tallest building in the foundational city. In another slightly shorter building in Kyoto's foundational city, four men were seated around a round table discussing various matters. Suddenly, rain began to fall without warning. It was the first rain since the apocalypse. Everyone in the foundational city turned to gaze out the window. In an unremarkable corner, a beggar muttered to himself, the weather has changed. Chapter 8. Journey to Kyoto's foundational city. Lin Pengzi and Xiao Xiaoxiao were still deliberating whether to approach and check on Mao Xiaoyi's condition when they were startled by the sound of a group approaching. Lin Pengzi immediately went on high alert, shouting, Who goes there? What do you want? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Xiao Xiaoxiao sighed in relief and reassured Lin Pengzi, It's all right. These people are here to protect me. They mean no harm. After 2 days of interaction, Lin Pengzi had come to trust Xiao Xiaoxiao relatively well. Noticing her evident relaxation, he too lowered his guard, though he remained vigilant. Greetings, we are from the Xiao family's first team. Sent by the head of the Xiao family to protect the young lady. I am Xiao Hua, the captain of the first team. One of them introduced himself. You are the Xiao family's young lady? Lin Pengzi exclaimed in shock, turning to Xiao Xiaoxiao. Xiao Xiaoxiao replied coolly, in a way, yes. The head of the Xiao family is my elder sister. It was clear from her tone that the relationship between the two sisters was not particularly warm. But who was Lin Pengzi? Known for his lack of subtlety and emotional intelligence, he failed to pick up on Xiao Xiaoxiao's underlying tone. Without hesitation, he lunged toward her feet, exclaiming, Mother! This declaration startled everyone present. And Xiao Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Pengzi with a mix of disdain and disbelief at such blatant behavior. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi, who had appeared dazed, seemed to awaken at the sound of Lin Pengzi's shout. He slowly stood up and approached Lin Pengzi, murmuring, "Do you dare to be even more shameless?" Just as Lin Pengzi was about to retort, he noticed the terrified expressions on everyone's faces. Even he. With his lack of awareness, sensed something was amiss. He cautiously turned to the source of the disturbance, trembling as he asked, "Brother Mao, is that you?" Mao Xiaoyi forced a faint smile, responding, "Look at how frightened you are. Don't worry, if it's a fake, I'll pay you tenfold." He then turned to the members of the Xiao family and stated gravely, "Lead the way. I understand your intentions." Xiao Hua nodded, refraining from questioning how Mao Xiaoyi knew their purpose, and quickly guided everyone to find a truck, embarking on their journey to Kyoto's foundational city. Throughout the journey, Mao Xiaoyi remained silent, sitting quietly in the corner of the truck, lost in thought about the voice he had heard before awakening. "Become strong enough, and life and death will be in your hands." "Become strong enough?" Mao Xiaoyi murmured. Seated beside him, Xiao noticed that he had finally spoken and seized the opportunity to engage. "What are you talking about? Is it a riddle?" Mao Xiaoyi, not wishing to divulge his experiences to this girl, shifted the topic, asking, "Senior, since you are the head of the Xiao family's sister, does that mean once we arrive in Kyoto's foundational city, I can rely on you?" Seeing that Mao Xiaoyi's mood appeared to have improved, Xiao playfully responded, "Relying on me is fine, but that depends on whether you can satisfy me." Mao Xiaoyi was about to continue teasing Xiao, determined to win back his pride after being bested by her last time, when Lin Pengzi, oblivious to the mood, interjected with a smirk, "Senior, with my build, I can't do heavy work in the foundational city. You'll have to take care of me." This comment sent shivers down both Mao Xiaoyi and Xiao's spines, prompting them to jointly reprimand Lin Pengzi. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan's Lin province, Lu Huahua was driving a large truck toward Kyoto's foundational city, chatting merrily with two companions. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from a distance, striking the truck's windshield. Lu Huahua slammed the brakes, causing the vehicle to skid to a stop. The three of them grabbed their weapons and, covering their noses, jumped out of the truck, only to see a small team approaching from ahead. The man leading the team spoke first. "Hello, I am Qin Hao, the captain of the Xiao family's second team from Kyoto's foundational city. I have been sent by the head of the Xiao family to invite you to the base for a visit." Brother Yu's expression soured as he replied, "You invite us, yet you shoot an arrow upon arrival? What kind of reception is that?" Qin Hao paused, then burst into laughter. "Oh, a fellow Northeasterner. I thought I was giving you a bit of a scare, but it seems we are all family here. My apologies, my apologies. Once we reach the foundational city, I'll treat you to some skewers." Since Brother Yu's group had already established communication with Mao Xiaoyi, they had no reason to doubt the identity of the man before them, quickly warming up to him while leaving the others feeling awkward. After half an hour of friendly banter between the two Northeasterners, Brother Yu kicked the already slumbering Qian Shaoling awake, and they gathered with the Xiao family members to discuss their route. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts, ultimately deciding to retrace the path taken by the Xiao family, allowing them to gather supplies along the way. However, during their discussion, Lu Huahua noticed something amiss. The vice captain of the Xiao family's second team appeared to be a very competent middle-aged man. Yet throughout the discussions, he consistently opposed the group's plans, proposing routes that were quite unreasonable. His suggested paths would require them to traverse two major cities and seemed to intentionally lead them astray. Lu Huahua kept a watchful eye and later informed Brother Yu about his concerns. Unable to reach a conclusion, the three of them decided to proceed cautiously, remaining vigilant. Brother Yu also relayed the situation to Mao Xiaoyi, who advised the three to be wary of the Xiao family's members. In the tent of the Xiao family's second team, Captain Qin Hao was berating the very middle-aged man Lu Huahua had noticed. "Are you foolish? It's so obvious that you're trying to lead them astray. Do you think they won't notice? What will I do if you expose me? Do you expect me to deal with Xiaohua alone?" The man offered no rebuttal, simply stating with indifference, "You need not concern yourself with this. Your only responsibility is to delay them for a week according to the plan. As for the rest, the Hu family will take matters into their own hands." After uttering these words, the man vanished into the tent, leaving Qin Hao in a state of furious exasperation. Chapter 9. Undercurrents within the confines of the Kyoto-based city. The rain continued to pour. At the foot of the tallest building in the city, an inconspicuous man disembarked from a black Santana and slowly made his way inside. The receptionist, noticing a visitor, sauntered towards him with a graceful stride, her face adorned with a professional smile, and slightly bowed, inquiring, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment?" The man regarded the receptionist with a cold gaze and replied, "No, but I would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival to the head of the Xiao family. Just say that Gu Songrong wishes to see him." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, easily heard by those around him. Upon hearing the name Gu Songrong, a palpable change swept over the faces of the bystanders. The receptionist, recognizing the significance of the individual before her, promptly informed assistant Aya. After receiving permission from Aya, she hurriedly ushered the man into the highest-level reception room. Not long after Gu Songrong settled into the reception room, he heard a melodious voice from outside, "Ancient war god, it is a great honor to have you grace our humble abode. Why did you not notify Yuer in advance? Look, she did not have the opportunity to prepare fine wines to welcome you." The speaker was none other than Xiao Changyu, the head of the Xiao family. Gu Songrong slowly rose, saying, "There is no need for the Xiao family head to be concerned. I merely wandered here out of idle curiosity and happened upon the entrance of this tallest building in the base city. I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited presence." Xiao Changyu smiled charmingly, "Not at all. The ancient war god is a busy man, and to have the chance to converse with my daughter is indeed a stroke of fortune. I wonder, how is Elder Chi's health these days?" Gu Songrong did not respond to Xiao Changyu's inquiry, instead gesturing for both to sit down. Xiao Changyu, recognizing the cue, took a seat and poured half a cup of tea for Gu Songrong from the pre-prepared pot. After savoring a sip of tea, Gu Songrong remarked, "Lately, chaos has erupted within the base city. I wonder if the Xiao family head's recent dispatches might invite unwelcome intruders." Xiao Changyu, maintaining a composed demeanor, filled the cup to 7/10 full, silently cursing to himself. This old fox was indeed keeping a wary eye on the Xiao family. His words, although seemingly concerned about the Xiao family's security, were more likely rooted in fears that the Xiao family would be unable to assist the military in navigating through these trying times. However, Xiao Changyu was not foolish enough to voice his discontent. Instead, he feigned deep contemplation and, with a troubled expression, said, "The ancient war god may not be aware, but my younger sister is still lost in the world, which causes me great distress. That is why I have sent people to escort her. I trust there will be no ill will directed at the Xiao family. Will there?" Seeing that a hard approach was ineffective, Gu Songrong sighed and candidly stated, "Let me be frank, Xiao family head. Without your family, we could contend with the four great powers in a desperate struggle. My only hope is that if the Xiao family emerges as the dominators of this base city, you will treat its citizens with kindness. In these apocalyptic times, it is the people who embody hope." Xiao Changyu smiled faintly, feeling a twinge of shame at the ancient war goddess' grand vision. "With greater power comes greater responsibility. I am but the head of a single family, and aside from ensuring the safety of the Xiao family, I possess neither the capacity nor the authority to intervene in broader matters. As for undermining the foundation, rest assured, I will not partake in such actions." "That is well," Gu Songrong replied. "I hope the Xiao family head remains true to your word. I shall take my leave now and not intrude further." Xiao Changyu interjected, "Ancient war god, do not be in such haste to depart. While my Xiao family may not be able to lend you a hand, I can introduce you to a candidate who may alleviate your concerns." Gu Songrong, intrigued, settled back down and urged, "Pray, do elucidate. If this individual can indeed assist the military in overcoming its challenges, I, Gu, will certainly offer my profound gratitude." Xiao Changyu replenished Gu Songrong's tea and, with a hint of mystery, said, "Recently, while sending people to escort my sister, I encountered an intriguing man. He saved my sister before my people arrived, and then journeyed to Modu, purportedly in search of his sister." "Ancient war god? Care to guess what he encountered in Modu?" Gu Songrong blurted out. "Is it Feng Lang?" Xiao Changyu nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is Feng Lang. Initially, he was struck by Feng Lang and left on the brink of death. However, upon witnessing his sister's demise before him, he seemingly awakened a certain power, inflicting severe injury upon Feng Lang. When Feng Lang attempted to flee, he merely uttered 2 words and brought all living beings within 100 meters under his control, including my team leader, Ancient War God. What do you think of his strength?" Upon hearing Xiao Changyu's account, Gu Songrong was taken aback, rising and sitting repeatedly in disbelief. Xiao Changyu observed his uncharacteristic behavior and smiled, saying, "Ancient War God, I understand your concerns. Fear not. This man has yet to arrive in Kyoto Base City, as my people are with him. Once he arrives, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to meet." With her words, Gu Songrong felt a measure of relief and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Xiao family head, for informing me of this matter I owe you a favor, and given its significance, I must discuss it with Elder Qi post-haste. Xiao Changyu stood to return the gesture, saying, Ancient war god, you are too courteous. Allow me to see you off. Within the Kyoto Bay City, at a round table, the man seated at the head spoke slowly. The rain is intensifying. Gentlemen, how are your preparations coming along? The man on the right side of the table responded first. Rest assured, President Wu, I have already dispatched people to keep an eye on the Xiao family's team. They will not return. President Wu nodded and turned his gaze to the man on the left side of the table, who immediately stated, President Wu, my people have secretly infiltrated the military. The 4th and 5th armies have lost their fighting capability. You need not worry. As the words settled, the man facing President Wu interjected, Wu Shifang, are you certain you can control 6 of the 10 major forces in the base city, including you and me? There are 4 remaining. How did you manage that? Please enlighten me. Wu Shifang furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by the man's casual mention of his name. However, he refrained from lashing out, choosing to address it later once their plans came to fruition. He spoke slowly, stating that one of the 4 formidable experts from the military had family in his grasp, thus compelling him to align with their interests. As for Jean Kongren, that avaricious fellow, I have already managed to sway him with money. Regarding the last 2, one is a libertine, and the other harbors dissatisfaction towards the military. They are rather easily influenced. As for you, it would be prudent for you to truly restrain Gu Songrong when the time comes. The man laughed heartily, assuring Wu Shifang, rest assured, you know well my prowess in this domain. In this base city, even the most formidable individuals can only contend with me on equal footing. Wu Shifang forced a smile. Raising his glass as he proclaimed, very well, let us toast to our impending dominion over the base city. Chapter 10. The survivor base. In a dimly lit chamber, a tall man sat upon a bed. 2 exhausted women sprawled beside him. He lit a cigarette and murmured to himself, that kid Wu Shifang certainly delivered a treasure. Ha! If we can secure the military this time, then I shall indulge myself with the Xiao sisters. After finishing his smoke, the man stepped outside, raindrops falling around him, yet not a single droplet touched his person. Within a museum resembling a palace, a corpulent man lounged on a golden throne, his greedy eyes fixated on the treasures displayed within the glass cabinets, exhibits from the pre-apocalypse. Including this opulent museum, now all belonged to the rotund figure seated upon the throne. This grotesquely overweight man was none other than Jean Kongren, as referenced by Wu Shifang, in stark contrast to Jean Kongren's resplendent museum. A prison housed a peculiar-looking man kneeling on the ground, his hands and feet bound by thick iron chains. A mocking expression adorned his face. Escaping these chains would be as effortless for him as quenching his thirst. His confinement was a consequence of his ambition to deliver a grand gift to the military. Transition sound effect. At this moment, Mao Xiaoyi and his companions trudged through the rain on their way to Modu. The reason for their pedestrian journey stemmed from events a few hours earlier. While Mao Xiaoyi and Xiao Xiaoxiao were mercilessly tormenting Lin Pengzi, their truck suddenly jolted violently. Fortunately, the seasoned driver managed to stabilize the vehicle swiftly. The trio had no choice but to momentarily cease their harassment of Lin Pengzi. They all disembarked and sought out Xiao Hua, who was in the midst of greeting an unknown family member. Upon noticing the approaching trio, Xiao Hua gradually ceased his tirade, momentarily taken aback by Lin Pengzi's panda-like appearance, before stating, Brother Xiaoyi, our tire has been punctured. Someone scattered steel nails on the road we just traversed. Judging by the arrangement, it appears to have been premeditated. Mao Xiaoyi frowned at this revelation. He had presumed that beyond the base city, no other human settlements remained. Clearly, he had misjudged the situation. Such tactics of scattering nails were not uncommon before the apocalypse, often employed to extort passing vehicles in desolate areas. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, he found it difficult to comprehend the motive behind such actions. Since understanding seemed futile, he chose not to overtax his brain cells. Mao Xiaoyi signaled to his companions to gather their supplies and continue onward. With their departure from Modu, vehicles had become scarce, and they were yet to find a suitable replacement. As they trudged through the rain, huddled in small groups, suddenly, dozens of figures emerged from the woods flanking the road. Mao Xiaoyi and his companions quickly assumed defensive stances. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to make a move, the encircling individuals slowly raised their weapons. Mao Xiaoyi felt exasperated. If they had guns, why not announce it? It wasted his enthusiasm for resistance. Silently discarding his fire axe, he raised his hands in surrender. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi relinquish his resistance, the others followed suit, except for Xiao Hua, who glared defiantly at the newcomers. Sensing Xiao was escalating anger, Mao Xiaoyi quickly signaled him to calm down. Although the likes of Mao Xiaoyi and Xiao Hua, being of a certain evolutionary caliber, were largely impervious to conventional firearms, who could predict if the opposition might suddenly produce an RPG. Moreover, Mao Xiaoyi was rather curious about these individuals. After all, even the Xiao family from the Kyoto-based city lacked firearms. How had these people acquired such weaponry? Thus, Mao Xiaoyi resolved to venture into the fray. One of the encircled individuals stepped forward, proclaiming, "We are from Hope Base. We have food and drink, far superior to the official bases. Join me, and I assure you, for every morsel I have, you shall share in it as well." Mao Xiaoyi approached with a smile, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to Zhou Man. Saying, "Brother Zhou, with such an impressive display, how could we possibly refuse to join? From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I shall follow in your footsteps." Zhou Man, amused by Mao Xiaoyi's flattery, laughed heartily. "Ah, splendid, a younger brother who knows how to curry favor. I shall look after you well. What is your name?" Mao Xiaoyi eagerly replied. I am Chen Xiaolang. You may call me Xiaolang, Brother Zhou." Lin Pengzi and the others quickly turned their heads, fearing they might burst into laughter. That moment, Chen Xiaolang, seated beside Brother Yu, sneezed thrice, muttering, "Which girl is longing for me now?" Mao Xiaoyi and his companions found themselves escorted to a small hill. Though not particularly tall, it covered a considerable area, surrounded by a perimeter wall. The entrance bore the words Hope Base, suggesting that prior to the apocalypse, this hill had been a botanical garden. Zhou Man led them onward. He introduced them to the surroundings. "You see, younger brother, this area near the wall is where the slaves reside. There are a few female slaves, though their appearances are rather unfortunate. If you have a particular taste, you may wish to sample them. Further in lies the central area, where we reside. The environment is quite pleasant. I shall arrange for you a dwelling, and you can recruit a few nimble slaves to serve as your attendants. Furthermore, if you glance at the summit, the villa perched atop is owned by several of our base's leaders. It would be wise for you to refrain from wandering up there, as those leaders do not appreciate our intrusion. Do keep this in mind." Mo Xiaoyi did not anticipate that merely a few days into the apocalypse, there would already be slaves. One wonders what the scene must be like in the Kyoto-based city. Zhou Man led the group on a tour of the Hope Base and then arranged a room for everyone, informing Mo Xiaoyi and the others that they would venture out together for a rescue mission after a half-day's rest. Though termed a rescue, the true objective was to find more individuals like Mo Xiaoyi to bring back. Once Zhou Man departed, Mo Xiaoyi inspected the room, ensuring there were no listening devices, and gathered everyone together. Xiao Hua was the first to speak. "Brother Xiaoyi, during my earlier exploration, I noticed that there aren't many patrolling the area around the summit, roughly 2 teams. There is a narrow path leading up to the summit from the northwest, and patrols pass by approximately every 5 minutes. However, the distance is too great for me to ascertain if there are any evolved beings at the top." Mo Xiaoyi nodded, formulating a rough plan in his mind. He intended to ascend the summit with Xiao Hua, as they were the strongest among the group and could retreat should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Lin Pengzi and Xiao Xiao would feign selecting slaves in the slave area, creating a diversion to incite conflict among the base's personnel, while the remaining members of the Xiao family team would set fires in the central area, creating an illusion of an external threat to lure the leaders from the summit. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyi and Xiao Hua would execute their decisive strike. After discussing the plan with the group and refining the details, they commenced their actions, unbeknownst to them that everything was being observed by a pair of watchful eyes. Chapter 11. Pursuit. Within the villa at the summit, 2 men and 1 woman were seated around a crystal ball, which displayed the actions and words of Mo Xiaoyi and his companions. The woman, with a sultry demeanor, remarked, "Nan, your abilities are indeed quite useful. Without you, we might have been caught off guard. Let me reward you properly." With that, she lunged toward one of the men. The man quickly dodged, aware that although the woman before him had a stunning figure and was as beautiful as a star, those familiar with her would think twice before approaching. She was infused with a deadly toxin that even ordinary evolved beings could not withstand, which deterred the 2 men from indulging their desires, despite their hunger. Another man hastily interjected, "Jia, please leave Nambi. If something happens to him, I won't allow it. Once we deal with the group down below, you can have your fun." The woman known as Jia had no choice but to relent, expressing her impatience. All right, who, let us hurry. These young men are making me quite excited, especially that one named Mo Xiaoyi. He is truly handsome, I must take good care of him. Patience, we still do not know their true capabilities. For now, let Nan keep an eye on them while I notify the patrol outside to engage. Who replied, shaking his head. Before the apocalypse, he had been a firearms dealer and was quite cautious in his dealings. Even after becoming an evolved being, he did not dare to underestimate others, ensuring that every firearm given to his subordinates had been tampered with by his own hands. Nan nodded in agreement, continuing to monitor Mo Xiaoyi and his party through the crystal ball, while Jia pouted, sulking to herself. That moment, Mo Xiaoyi and Xiao Hua were stealthily making their way up the mountain, oblivious to the fact that a patrol team had already passed their hiding spot but was now returning. Just as Xiao Hua prepared to act, Mo Xiaoyi restrained him, opting to gamble on the hope that they had not been detected. Little did Mo Xiaoyi know, the opposing team was not only aware of his location but could also clearly observe his every movement. The two were soon discovered by the patrol team, who held guns to their heads. One member of the patrol communicated briefly via a walkie-talkie and then informed Mo Xiaoyi and Xiao Hua, "Come with us. Our leader wishes to see you." Mo Xiaoyi exchanged a glance with Xiao Hua, suppressing the urge to act, and nodded in agreement, following the patrol team. They arrived at the villa, where Mo Xiaoyi suddenly sensed three distinct presences. After his interactions with Xiao Hua's team, he had gained an understanding of how the authorities classified evolved beings. He could discern that within the villa, two of the presences were at the low-level warrior rank, akin to Xiao Hua. He turned to Xiao Hua, who wore a grim expression, clearly having sensed the same. The patrol team opened the door, gesturing for the two to enter. They complied, with Mo Xiaoyi on high alert, noting that the three inside the villa had not allowed the patrol team to accompany them, either out of excessive confidence or as a precautionary measure. As they traversed a corridor, they entered a living room that was unremarkable yet tidy. Suddenly, the floor shook and iron bars emerged, encircling the two men. That moment, a man and a woman descended the staircase from the second floor. The man spoke slowly. "Welcome to my villa, gentlemen. I am Chun Hu. I am rather insecure, so I kindly ask that you remain within this enclosure. The iron bars are electrified, and should you wish to test them, I will not stand in your way." The woman remained silent, reclining on the sofa with one hand propping her chin and the other gliding sensuously over her thigh, eventually resting on her waist. Her chest rising and falling with each breath. Mo Xiaoyi felt a warmth rising to his face and quickly averted his gaze, thinking, what a temptress. Her legs could rival Xiao's. Although her looks are slightly inferior, she is still a rare beauty, especially with those. Indeed, they are quite ample. If only I could. No, what am I thinking? That woman's ability must be to enchant others. It must be. Seeing Mo Xiaoyi's face flush slightly, the woman inwardly chuckled. Can my beauty not captivate you? She slowly stood up, swaying her hips as she approached the imprisoned pair, speaking in a sultry tone. Why are you, handsome, so hesitant to look at me? Is it because I am not attractive? If you agree to fulfill one of my requests, I will persuade that gentleman to release you. How does that sound? Chunhu cast a helpless glance at the woman before tossing down two collars, saying, I will also offer you an opportunity. You both are evolved beings, correct? Don this explosive collar and join us, and I shall let you go free. All right, I accept. Mo Xiaoyi replied, feigning to reach for the collar on the ground while surreptitiously signaling Xiao Hua to prepare for action. As Mo Xiaoyi's hand grazed the collar, Xiao Hua's hands erupted in flames, and in an instant, dozens of fireballs soared towards the two individuals outside the bars. Chunhu smirked, you don't appreciate a drink offered in good faith. Then I shall oblige. Suddenly, his body radiated a golden light, and he shielded his chest with his arms, effortlessly blocking the barrage of fireballs without sustaining a scratch. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and whispered to Mo Xiaoyi. A gold element evolved being. This is troublesome. Brother Xiaoyi, do you have a plan? Mao Xiaoyi gestured to Xiao Hua to remain calm. After Chinhu successfully deflected the fireball, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he produced a remote control and pressed a button. As the button was activated, the iron bars surrounding Mao Xiaoyi and his companion gradually began to constrict. Mao Xiaoyi mused internally, this fellow is indeed cautious. It seems he will not take the initiative to strike. The woman beside them observed this and addressed Chun Hu, Brother Hu, keep an eye on that handsome young man. I still wish to have a lengthy conversation with him. Startled by the woman's words, Mao Xiaoyi stumbled slightly, nearly losing his composure, and for a fleeting moment, he considered yielding to her. Regaining his balance and dismissing the peculiar thought from his mind, he reached into the air, grasping a scythe that materialized in his hand. Noticing Mao Xiaoyi unleashing his abilities, Qianhu hastily accelerated the tightening of the iron bars. With a swift motion, Mao Xiaoyi wielded the scythe, slicing through the iron bars effortlessly. Qianhu was taken aback. He knew these were not ordinary bars, but specially forged iron that even he could not sever. Yet, this young man before him cut through them as if they were mere vegetables. In a panic, he shouted to the woman, "Su Jia, are you not going to take action? Your handsome young man is about to escape." Upon hearing that her handsome young man was in danger of fleeing, Su Jia immediately grew displeased. She swiftly retrieved a whip, its surface glistening with a green liquid. As a drop fell to the ground, it corroded a large hole instantly. Su Jia raised the whip towards Mao Xiaoyi and warned, "Young man, be a good boy and submit to your elder sister. Otherwise, you shall suffer. Should my venom touch you, it would be a fate worse than death." Mao Xiaoyi smiled slightly and replied, "Sister, rest assured. If you do not perish, I shall not flee." As his words fell, he activated his powers, striking towards Chen, who with the scythe at that moment, the aura emanating from Mao Xiaoyi erupted. Until now, he had been suppressing his own presence, leading Qianhu and his companions to underestimate him as merely an ordinary evolver. Little did they anticipate the sheer terror of his strength. Qianhu found himself overwhelmed by Mao Xiaoyi's aura. Struggling to respond as he turned to metallicize his body, Mao Xiaoyi paid no heed, delivering a decisive blow to Qianhu's back, causing blood to spurt forth. The golden sheen surrounding Qianhu dimmed instantly. At that moment, a whip struck from an exceedingly cunning angle. Realizing he could not evade it, Mao Xiaoyi braced himself. However, just as the whip was about to land, he vanished, only to reappear behind Su Jia. To his own surprise, in this moment of crisis, Mao Xiaoyi awakened another ability, or rather, unsealed it. As he utilized teleportation, he glimpsed numerous glowing orbs bound by iron chains in his mind, each seemingly representing a distinct power. Suppressing his emotions, Mao Xiaoyi severed Su Jia's head in one swift motion and instantly teleported in front of the fleeing Qianhu, delivering yet another strike. Although Qianhu quickly metallicized his neck, he could not escape the grim fate of being decapitated. After dealing with Qianhu, Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. While teleportation was indeed powerful, it took a considerable toll on his body, leaving him with the capacity for perhaps one more use. Suddenly, Mao Xiaoyi sensed a lingering presence fleeing into the distance. He would never allow a tiger to return to the mountain. Since enmity had been established, he could not let it go. After giving Xiao Hua a few instructions, he immediately set off in pursuit. Chapter 12. Arrival at the base city. The rain fell heavier, and within the dense forest, a young man clutched a crystal ball, sprinting frantically while occasionally glancing at the images within. The scene depicted another young man wielding a scythe, pursuing something. An hour had passed since Mao Xiaoyi had dispatched Qianhu and his companion. He relentlessly chased in the direction of the lingering aura, but every time he neared his quarry, the target always managed to evade him perfectly. This left Mao Xiaoyi puzzled. He was curious about how the other managed such feats. And the more curious he became, the faster he pursued. This was a torment for the fleeing man. Before the apocalypse, he had been an unremarkable office worker, spending his days crafting PowerPoint presentations and occasionally facing reprimands from his superior. Due to prolonged periods of sitting and the stress of overtime, his body had grown frail compared to others. After the end of the world, he had become an evolver, but it seemed fate was playing tricks on him. His ability was to spy. Because of this power, he had caught Qianhu's attention. He had initially believed he would live a stable life under Qianhu's protection, but unexpectedly, a figure like Mao Xiaoyi emerged. Not only eliminating his greatest support but now hunting him down, he could only rely on his ability to escape time and again, narrowly eluding his pursuer. However, his ability was not limitless. His frail body, which may have seemed less impactful in ordinary circumstances, was now nearing its breaking point as he desperately ran while utilizing his power. The images in the crystal ball began to flicker, threatening to vanish at any moment. Finally, after another half hour, the crystal ball displayed no further images. The man sought refuge in a cave, despairingly awaiting the arrival of death. Before long, a sound of footsteps echoed, and Mao Xiaoyi appeared before the man. However, he did not immediately end the man's life. Instead, he had developed a hypothesis about the man's ability and found himself intrigued. "Speak. What is your ability?" Mao Xiaoyi inquired. A teasing smile gracing his lips, the man let out a bitter laugh and slowly replied, "My ability is to spy as long as I desire. I can see everything within a 1-kilometer radius through this crystal ball. As my strength increases, this range will also expand." Mao Xiaoyi felt a surge of delight. He had initially thought the man could foresee danger, but it was clear now that his ability was even more formidable. Mao Xiaoyi began to entertain the idea of recruiting him to in the apocalypse. The most terrifying foes were not the zombies or mutated beasts, but rather the treachery of humanity. If they were to reach the base city, it would be inevitable to encounter schemes and intrigue. However, if one could master the movements of their opponents, it would be an invaluable advantage. Suppressing his excitement, Mao Xiaoyi calmly stated, "I present you with 2 choices. The first, I grant you a swift end. The second, you accompany me to the Kyoto base city and assist me with 3 tasks, and I shall return your freedom." Taken aback by the prospect of survival, the man quickly responded, "Brother, don't mention 3 tasks. I will follow you wherever you go. Just spare my life." Mao Xiaoyi smiled faintly. "Very well, then you shall join my ranks. What is your name?" "Zhang Nan." "I am named Zhang Nan," the man quickly stood to answer. Mao Xiaoyi was slightly surprised. He had not anticipated that the man would share the same name as his homeland, considering it a peculiar twist of fate. Upon returning to the Hope base, Xiao Hua and the others had already prepared vehicles for their journey. To Mao Xiaoyi's delight, Lin Pengzi unexpectedly awakened during the commotion, becoming an evolver, exuding an aura that clearly indicated he was of warrior caliber. Mao Xiaoyi allowed Zhang Nan to familiarize himself with the others, and the group resumed their journey toward the Kyoto base city. Traveling by vehicle significantly increased their efficiency, and as the last rays of sunlight cast their glow, the group finally arrived at the Kyoto base city. The guards at the entrance, recognizing the Xiao family, conducted a routine inspection before allowing them to pass. However, a minor incident occurred. During the inspection, a passing thug attempted to flirt with Xiao, only to be sent flying by a kick from Mao Xiaoyi. The thug, realizing Mao Xiaoyi was not to be trifled with, vowed revenge and swiftly sought allies. The group paid little attention, dismissing it as a mere spectacle. Just as they were about to head toward the Xiao family building, the earlier thug returned with a posse, exuding an intimidating presence. The thug addressed a man with a scarred face. "Brother Dao, this is the girl I mentioned earlier. What do you think? Is she not beautiful? But watch out for that young man beside her. He possesses some strength." The man referred to as Brother Dao leered at Xiao and slowly remarked, "Little sister, you must be new to Kyoto base city and unaware of the situation. I do not blame you. Come accompany me to a hotel for some fun, and I shall protect you in this city." The thug immediately chimed in, Yes, do not be ungrateful. Our Brother Dao is someone who commands respect in Kyoto base city. Have you heard of the top 10 masters in Kyoto, Zhang Yujia?" However, our Brother Dao's distant cousin, Mao Xiaoyi, displayed a look of displeasure. Just as he was about to take action, a burst of hearty laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, when did Zhang Yujia acquire such a useless cousin? How was I unaware of this? Yet, the degree of your lechery seems to be crafted from the same mold." Upon hearing this, Brother Dao's expression immediately darkened. He was about to issue a reprimand, but upon seeing the newcomer, he found himself speechless. There were 3 individuals in total. In the center stood an elderly man with white hair, who, despite appearing to be in his 70s, possessed a physique as robust as that of an average middle-aged person. Flanking the elder were a man and a woman. The man was Gu Songrong, and the woman was Xiao Changyu. Gu Songrong's cold yet authoritative voice rang out, "Are you waiting to catch a breeze with your mouths agape? Should I personally escort you out, or will you choose to leave on your own?" Brother Dao and his gang had never encountered such a scene. Any one of the 3 could instill trepidation in the heart of the capital base city. They immediately donned smiles, tucking their tails between their legs and retreating. Once the uninvited guests had vanished, Xiao Changyu stepped forward to Mao Xiaoyi, extending her right hand and saying, "Mr. Mao Xiaoyi, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Xiao Changyu." The elder sister of Xiao Xiaoxiao. Is regrettable that such an incident occurred upon my arrival at the base city. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality and hope you will grant me the opportunity to make amends. I would like to invite you and your friends to the finest restaurant for a leisurely conversation. What do you think? Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized Xiao Changyu and couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate. One sister resembled a celestial maiden, untouched by earthly matters, while the other exuded a gentle intellect, embodying the grace of a refined lady in every gesture. Very well, we shall graciously accept your invitation, he replied, though uncertain of the Xiao family's intentions. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to extend kindness to a beautiful elder sister dressed in alluring black stockings. What reason was there to refuse? Chapter 13. An ambush under Xiao Changyu's guidance. Mao Xiaoyi and his companions arrived at a restaurant and took their seats. Xiao Changyu began, "Allow me to introduce Mr. Mao Xiaoyi. This is Elder Qi, the highest leader and tactical commander of our capital base city. Beside Elder Qi is Gu Zhanzhuang, one of the top 10 formidable forces in the base city." Upon hearing Xiao Changyu's words, Mao Xiaoyi felt a flicker of astonishment. He had suspected that these individuals held significant status, but he had not anticipated that they were the very rulers of the base city. Given their military affiliation, he rose respectfully and bowed, saying, "I apologize for my ignorance. I did not realize I was in the presence of Elder Qi and Gu Zhanzhuang." Gu Zongrong promptly gestured for Mao Xiaoyi to take his seat and inquired, "Brother Xiaoyi, you are too modest. May I ask how far your strength has progressed? Could I perhaps measure it with professional equipment?" Mao Xiaoyi nodded slightly and replied, "Of course, I am equally curious about my current level. I would appreciate your assistance, Gu Zhanzhuang." Gu Zongrong waved his hand and produced a syringe and an analyzer from his bag. Approaching Mao Xiaoyi accepted the syringe, drew a drop of blood from his arm, and placed it into the analyzer. Elder Qi spoke, "The machine will require some time for analysis. In the meantime, Xiaoyu, could you provide Brother Xiaoyi with an overview of the power dynamics within the base city?" Xiao Changyu nodded and began. Currently, the capital base city is divided into 6 major forces. The first force is the military, which possesses firearms and 5 armies, responsible for the security both inside and outside the base city. Among the 10 formidable forces, the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 9th are all military personnel. The second largest force is the Shifeng Society, led by Wu Shifeng, ranking 3rd in strength within the base city, engaging in businesses such as gambling and bars. The third force is my family, the Xiao family, which manages these restaurants and wineries, with my personal strength ranking 10th. The fourth force is the Hu family, whose primary business is real estate. Although they do not boast any rank-strong individuals, they do command 2 private armies. The 5th and 6th forces are the New Trust Bank and the Mercenary Alliance, one possessing immense financial resources, the other housing the largest number of evolved individuals in the base city. Mao Xiaoyi listened quietly to Xiao Changyu's account, gaining a general understanding of the capital base city. He couldn't help but regard her with a newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this seemingly demure woman possessed such remarkable strength. At that moment, the results of Mao Xiaoyi's assessment emerged, and everyone turned to look as a message gradually appeared on the machine. Tester. Mao Xiaoyi evolved individual level. Intermediate battle general evolved individual ability. Error upon seeing the analyzer's evaluation. Everyone felt a surge of joy, yet confusion arose as they gazed at Gu Zongrong regarding the error in the evolved ability. Gu Zongrong, equally bewildered, remarked, "This has never occurred before. Could the machine be malfunctioning?" Though puzzled, Mao Xiaoyi had formed a rough hypothesis and shifted the topic, saying, "No matter. If the analysis cannot be completed, then so be it. Gu Zhanzhuang, where do you think my strength ranks within the base city?" Gu Zongrong paused his inspection of the machine upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's inquiry and replied, "You are undoubtedly among the top 10. The top 3 in the 10 formidable forces are all advanced battle generals, while the 4th through 7th are intermediate battle generals. You should rank somewhere between 4th and 7th. Brother Xiaoyi, you are truly a promising talent." Xiao Changyu poured drinks for everyone, lifting her glass and casting a slightly wistful glance at Mao Xiaoyi, saying, "Mr. Mao Xiaoyi, your arrival has pushed me out of the top 10 formidable forces. You must compensate me." Mao Xiaoyi quickly raised his glass and clinked it gently against Xiao Changyu's, saying, "Sister Xiaoyu, please do not say that. I am younger than you, and if you do not mind, I shall regard you as my elder sister, so let us forego the notion of compensation." Xiao Changyu smiled sweetly, "You cheeky little brother. Taking advantage and feigning innocence. Many men in this base city would wish to be my brother, yet you speak so unwillingly. I may let you off the hook, but you must promise me one condition." Mao Xiaoyi noticed the change in Gu Songrong's and Elder Qi's expressions and could roughly guess what Xiao Changyu's condition entailed. Thus, he replied, Sister Xiaoyu, this condition pertains to assisting the military, does it not? Has something occurred in the base city? Gu Songrong, caught off guard by his intentions being unveiled, awkwardly smiled. Since Brother Xiaoyi has seen through it, I shall not conceal it any longer. Recently, led by Wu Shifeng and the Shifeng Society, several major forces have banded together, intending to seize control of the capital base city. We are currently at a disadvantage and have come to seek your assistance, Brother Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi pondered for a long while before responding. Gu Zhanzhuang, given the gravity of the situation, I kindly request 2 days to consider this matter. I shall provide you with my answer in 2 days. Gu Zhanzhuang, understanding the seriousness of the situation, chose not to press further. The group enjoyed a pleasant meal before returning to their respective lodgings. Mao Xiaoyi and his companions were assigned a room in the Xiao family's high-rise building. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's 2nd Battalion camp, dozens of corpses lay in pools of blood. Inside a tent, Qin Hao glared furiously at a man. Is this how your Hu family conducts business? My team was completely unprepared, and you let 2 of them escape. Furthermore, the 3 we were to retrieve, you failed to eliminate a single one. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Qin Hao unleashed a torrent of invective at the man before him, spittle flying and landing across the man's face. Unfazed, the man calmly produced a handkerchief to wipe his face and coldly remarked, Captain Qin, do mind your demeanor. I have already dispatched personnel to pursue those 5 individuals. Your only task is to stall Xiaohua at a critical moment. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything beyond that. With that, the man vanished once more from Qin Hao's sight. Time rewound to 1 hour prior, when Mao Xiaoyi and his companions had just arrived at the gathering point in Kyoto. Within the expansive grounds of the Hu family estate, the head of the Hu clan, Hu Yingjia, was engaged in conversation with a certain Man.As. Their dialogue concluded, the man vanished in an instant, reappearing at the encampment of the Xiao family's 2nd team. The man strode to the center of the camp and launched a flare. Brother Yu was abruptly roused from his slumber, sensing an ominous presence. He swiftly sought out Lu Huahua and Chen Xiaolang, fleeing at breakneck speed away from the camp. As they fled, Brother Yu caught sight of a truck laden with supplies and, with a determined heart, activated his berserk state, sprinting away while clutching the truck's cargo bed. Inside the camp, the members of the Xiao family's 2nd team remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Only the 2 eldest members sensed impending danger, their suspicions about the convoy's route mirroring those of Brother Yu and his companions. Thus, they chose to abandon their search for Qin Hao and instead opted for their own escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. Unfortunately, the rest of the Xiao family members were not so fortunate. From the shadows, a barrage of arrows was unleashed upon them. Chapter 14. Rising winds and gathering clouds. The 2 fortunate survivors from the Xiao team found refuge in a derelict building, where one frantically dialed a phone, finally connecting after numerous attempts. That moment, Xiao Changyu had just settled Mao Xiaoyi and the others into their accommodations. Before departing, she cast a complex glance at Xiao Xiao. Returning to her office on the top floor, where Iya hastily approached her. Iya, clutching a satellite phone, wasted no time and immediately activated the call playback, the crackling voice of the Xiao team filtering through. Qin Hao may have defected, being pursued. The 2nd team has perished. The transmission ended with a final mournful wail. Thus, the captain of the Xiao family's 2nd team, Qin Hao, was declared a traitor, and the entire 2nd team was annihilated. Xiao Changyu's expression turned icy, her delicate hands clenched into fists, the knuckles cracking ominously as she summoned all senior members of the Xiao family to convene in the conference room. Without delay, she exited her office. Within the opulent suite of the Xiao family building, Mao Xiaoyi gathered everyone, noting the powerful energy that had surged and then receded from the top floor. The stronger evolved beings within the building began to congregate on the top floor. Raising his suspicions, he instructed Jiang Nan to utilize his abilities. A crystal ball was placed upon the table, and the 4 fell silent, watching intently as the orb flickered with white light, gradually revealing the scene of the conference room. In that room, Xiao Changyu presided at the head of the table, with individuals entering in succession. 5 minutes later, the room was filled, and Xiao Changyu slowly activated the playback of the earlier satellite call. Qin Hao may have defected. Being pursued, the 2nd team has perished. Instantly, the room was filled with shock. Some were rendered speechless, while others huddled together in hushed whispers. Xiao Changyu rose, slamming her hand on the table, and the room fell silent. Her chilling voice resonated. Did everyone hear that? All of you. Immediately investigate which faction is responsible and report back to me without delay. As her words echoed, the room erupted in motion. Ia poured a cup of hot coffee and approached Xiao Changyu. Setting it down gently, Xiao Changyu took a sip of the steaming beverage and instructed Ia, go to the military headquarters, take this recording with you, and inform them that the Xiao family has decided to partake in this game. Ia nodded, accepting the recording and hastily departing the conference room. Xiao Changyu remained seated, eyes closed, her fingers rhythmically tapping the table. She had not wished to become embroiled in this power struggle. Her carefulness was a means to avoid attracting the attention of powerful factions. Yet now, she understood that remaining neutral would only lead to her being preyed upon. It was better to stake her claim. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi had viewed the entire ordeal, his expression as grim as Xiao Changyu's. Concerned for Brother Yu and the others, he pondered for some time before dialing Xiao Changyu's number. She sipped her coffee in the conference room. The phone rang. She was about to press the hang-up button when she noticed the caller was Mao Xiaoyi. An unsettling feeling gripped her, but after much hesitation, she answered, "Hello, little E. What brings you to call your sister?" Mao Xiaoyi, not one to beat around the bush, replied directly, "Sister Yu, there's no need for pretense. I saw everything that transpired in the conference room. I need to know the route taken by the Xiao family's second team." "All right, I'll send it to you right away," Xiao Changyu responded, ending the call with a bittersweet smile. She had anticipated that Mao Xiaoyi would eventually learn of the situation, but she had underestimated him. Soon, Mao Xiaoyi received the route map from Xiao Changyu and quickly descended the stairs, borrowing a vehicle from the Xiao family before speeding toward the outskirts of the base city. However, unbeknownst to him, the second team was not following the route indicated on the map. Brother Yu and his companions had been fleeing for several hours. The suddenness of events had left only Lu Huahua with a phone, which had died an hour ago. Fortunately, they were not aimlessly escaping. Relying on memory, they found their way to a previously visited internet, CAF. As they approached the CAF, Brother Yu dropped the cargo he had been carrying and collapsed onto the ground. Utterly exhausted from hours of exertion, Lu Huahua quickly located a charging outlet to revive his phone, while Chen Xiaoling rummaged through the cargo for a bag of chips, quietly munching away. Just as Chen Xiaoling tore open the bag and popped a chip into his mouth, the phone powered on, prompting him to mumble with a mouthful, "What the heck, Huage? What kind of phone do you have? It charges so quickly." Lu Huahua glanced at his phone, seeing a message from Mao Xiaoyi, and replied with a location, "It's a Philips knockoff waterproof phone. Not only is it waterproof, but it also charges super fast. Knockoff phones are the best." Mao Xiaoyi received Lu Huahua's location and felt a bit relieved. Flooring the accelerator toward the indicated direction. Half an hour later, Brother Yu had regained some strength and noticed Chen Xiaolang and Lu Huahua each biting into a spicy chicken leg, causing his frustration to boil over. Just as he was about to launch himself at them, he sensed 4 unfamiliar presences outside the CAF. The 4 individuals outside kicked open the CAF door and wasted no time attacking Brother Yu and his companions. Startled, Brother Yu realized they were all evolved beings. Their aggressive assault was met with a sudden flash of purple light, which effortlessly neutralized their attacks. The leader of the 4 was taken aback. He had not expected anyone to be lurking in the shadows. He spoke, "We are from the Hu family. We ask that you do not interfere with our affairs." Mao Xiaoyi emerged slowly from the darkness. A sardonic smile on his face as he replied, "I haven't even asked who you are yet, and you've already revealed yourselves. As a reward, I'll give each of you a big white rabbit candy." With that, he tossed a piece of candy to each of them. The 4 were left utterly bewildered, unsure whether to question the sanity of their adversary or their own. Mao Xiaoyi grinned, relishing their confusion, before swiftly appearing behind them and striking with a blade, severing 4 heads from their bewildered bodies. After dispatching the 4, Mao Xiaoyi faced the dilemma of the cargo truck. He promptly called Xiao Changyu to relay the events and provide the truck's location for her to handle. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's request, Xiao Changyu's lips twitched involuntarily, but she ultimately agreed, knowing she could not afford to offend this formidable ally, especially since he had inadvertently assisted her in uncovering the mastermind behind the chaos. Chapter 15. A stroll several hours later, deep into the night, Mao Xiaoyi and his companions finally returned to the Kyoto Bay City. Lin Pengzi was elated to see them, as this marked their first reunion since their separation. The remnants of sleep had long since dissipated, and the group descended to find a barbecue joint for a late-night feast. gathered around a grilling station. Brother Yu expertly turned skewers of lamb. Mao Xiaoyi recounted the events that had transpired since their arrival in Kyoto, inquiring if they wished to assist the military. After listening, Brother Yu remarked meaningfully, "Without rules, there can be no order. One of us must rise to lead us through this apocalypse. From now on, you may decide certain matters. I shall not pry further." Mao Xiaoyi smiled, understanding Brother Yu's intent, and chose not to dwell on the previous topic. He raised his glass, declaring, "It has been far too long since the five of us shared a drink together. Before the apocalypse, it was due to Brother Yu's work. Now, we find ourselves united by this disaster. Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content." The others raised their glasses in agreement. That night, Mao Xiaoyi indulged a bit too much. Overwhelmed with happiness, he cherished the few friends he had left, grateful that the apocalypse had not torn them apart. The next day, Mao Xiaoyi awoke with a pounding headache, unable to recall how he had returned. He felt a weight on his legs and, upon sitting up, discovered Lin Pengzi's substantial form sprawled across them, causing his legs to take on a purplish hue. Mao Xiaoyi hastily kicked Lin Pengzi away with his other leg and hopped out of the bedroom on one foot. In the living room, Xiao Xiao was engrossed in a crystal ball alongside Jiang Nan. Mao Xiaoyi inquired, "What about the other three fellows? Have they been abducted?" Jiang Nan and Xiao Xiao turned to look at Mao Xiaoyi, both momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, while Jiang Nan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Brother Mao, you should get dressed first. They are in the guest room and probably haven't woken up yet. Last night, it was Xiao Xiao and I who moved you all back." Mao Xiaoyi glanced down, then sprinted back to the bedroom with the speed of a 100-meter dash, trying to calm his nerves. Suddenly, he realized a grave issue. His clothes from yesterday had been taken by Jiang Nan for washing, and it seemed he had no other garments. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Lin Pengzi, who was just waking up and getting dressed. After Mao Xiaoyi emerged once more from the bedroom, Xiao Changyu arrived as well. She looked at Mao Xiaoyi and felt that his outfit today seemed rather ill-fitting, appearing significantly larger than usual, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Mao Xiaoyi initiated the conversation. "Sister Xiaoyu, have you managed everything?" Xiao Changyu nodded and replied, "Yes, I've clarified the situation on my end. The assailants were from the Hu family's private army that I've also arranged for someone to retrieve the items from your truck. They are currently stored in the Xiao family's warehouse. You can collect them whenever you wish." After pondering for a moment, Mao Xiaoyi said to Xiao Changyu, "Sister Xiaoyu, please reserve 1/10 of those supplies for me, and convert the rest into cash. I have other plans." Xiao Changyu nodded in acknowledgement. And then Mao Xiaoyi addressed Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, during my rest period, did you uncover any new developments?" Jiang Nan's demeanor turned serious as he replied, "There are quite a few discoveries. Should I summon everyone?" Noticing Jiang Nan's grave expression, Mao Xiaoyi surmised that he might have stumbled upon some crucial clues. Thus he said, "Let us wait a moment. Sister Xiaoyu, could you assist me in scheduling a meeting with Old Qi and the others? IVE already contemplated the military matters, and it would be ideal for us to gather and exchange intelligence." Xiao Changyu's face lit up upon hearing this. She realized Mao Xiaoyi had agreed to assist the military, so she promptly responded, "All right, Brother Xiaoyi, I'll go arrange a meeting time and inform you once it's settled." As Mao Xiaoyi watched Xiao Changyu leave, he proceeded to the guest room to wake the three individuals. Before long, Xiao Changyu messaged him, indicating that they would meet at the restaurant from yesterday at noon. Seeing that there was still time, he asked everyone if they wished to go out for a stroll. The group appeared lackluster, with only Xiao Xiao expressing interest. Consequently, the two of them set off together. Initially, Mao Xiaoyi merely intended to meander, but he soon succumbed to Xiao Xiao's persistent coaxing and accompanied her for a shopping spree. After several hours of wandering, even someone of Mao Xiaoyi's caliber as an evolved being began to feel fatigued, while Xiao Xiao still appeared unsatisfied. Mao Xiaoyi lamented, "I say, senior sister, how can you girls shop for so long? I can't bear it any longer. If we continue, I might just collapse." With that, Mao Xiaoyi collapsed onto a wooden bench at the roadside, feigning death. Xiao, observing Mao Xiaoyi's pretended desolation, said with mock regret, "Very well then, I had intended to visit that clothing store ahead to buy some black stockings. But since you can't move, let us take a break and head back." Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaoyi instantly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I'm not tired at all, senior sister. I believe I can still shop. Let us check out the clothing store up ahead. The color of the stockings doesn't matter. I simply wish to see if there are any suitable outfits for me." With that, He dragged Xiao Xiao towards the clothing store. Upon arriving at the store, Xiao Xiao shot a look of exasperation at Mao Xiaoyi. Thinking to herself, is it customary to pull a girl along at such a brisk pace? Are black stockings truly that enchanting? Noticing Xiao Xiao's glances of reproach, Mao Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly and said, "Senior sister, take your time selecting the stockings. I'll browse for some clothes. Just call me when you've tried on the stockings." In truth, Mao Xiaoyi did need to purchase a few outfits. Given that Lin Pengzi didn't have many clothes to lend him, the black stockings were merely an afterthought, indeed, just a supplementary consideration. As he examined various garments, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly recalled his upcoming meeting with Gu Songrong and the others at noon. He should probably dress more formally. Thus, he asked a sales assistant for a suit and proceeded to the fitting room. Upon emerging in the tailored suit, the sales assistant's eyes lit up. Instantly becoming AFANIT, must be said that Mao Xiaoyi's physique was indeed impressive, and coupled with his strikingly handsome and stoic visage, he undoubtedly attracted a significant amount of attention. Mao Xiaoyi also picked out suits for the other three, settled the bill, and waited at the entrance for Xiao Xiao. A sweet voice chimed, "Handsome, are you here alone?" Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaoyi turned to see Xiao Xiao approaching. Clad in a black qipao with black stockings adorning her legs. Instantly, his face flushed. Xiao Xiao noticed Mao Xiaoyi turning towards her, and her cheeks gradually reddened as well. She had never seen him in formal attire before, and she was taken aback by how handsome he appeared in it. Mao Xiaoyi cleared his throat and said, "Time is of the essence. We have an appointment for lunch. Let us head back." Xiao Xiao did not reply, merely nodding gently. The striking duo walked down the street, garnering numerous gazes along the way. Upon returning to the luxurious suite, their companions began to tease Mao Xiaoyi incessantly, prompting him to deliver playful retaliations to each in turn, lest he endure their jests for too long. After pacifying the chatterboxes, Mao Xiaoyi tossed the suits he had purchased to them, urging them to change quickly. Each retreated to their respective rooms to don the suits before they all headed to the restaurant together. Chapter 16. The final battle in Kyoto. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they were surprised to find Xiao Changyu already waiting. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, and within minutes, Old Qi and Gu Songrong also arrived. Seeing that everyone was present, Mao Xiaoyi stood up and addressed Old Qi. "Old Qi, I have decided to assist the military in overcoming this crisis. One of my team members possesses an ability known as Glimpse, allowing him to observe events within a kilometer radius. Jiangnan, please demonstrate your ability to everyone and share the intel you have gathered." Aside from those already aware of Jiangnan's capabilities, everyone else was elated. Knowing both friend and foe before a battle tipped the scales significantly in their favor. Jiangnan produced the crystal ball, which displayed a series of images, some from the military, some from the Shao family, and others from the Shifeng society. After showcasing his ability, Jiangnan spoke, "Old Qi, you must brace yourselves. This morning, Wu Shifeng convened a meeting. I conducted a background check on the attendees, who are Hu Yingjie, head of the Hu family, Liu Binwei, an S-class mercenary from the Mercenary Alliance, Huang Jiayuan, commander of the 3rd Military Division, Zhang Xian, chairman of the New Xian Bank, Jin Kongren, curator of the Kyoto Museum, Zhang Yujia, a free agent. Their primary agenda revolved around a power grab targeting the military and the Shao family. According to their discussions, key figures from the 4th and 5th military divisions have already been replaced by Hu family members, and over a third of the evolved beings in the Mercenary Alliance will participate in this operation. I will send the list to everyone shortly. The New Xian Bank has bribed a considerable number of ordinary citizens who will incite riots in 2 days. Lastly, they mentioned an individual whose identity remains ambiguous, only that he is imprisoned within the military jail. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Old Qi and Gu Songrong's expressions turned grave. Had they not witnessed Jiang Nan's abilities firsthand, they would never have fathomed such severe issues within the military. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, Mao Xiaoyi suggested, "Old Qi, Gu Zhanjiang, perhaps you should return to handle military affairs. We can postpone this meal for another day." Old Qi and Gu Songrong nodded in agreement and hastily exited the restaurant. After their departure, Mao Xiaoyi turned to Xiao Changyu and inquired, "Sister Xiaoyu, do you have any guesses regarding the individual mentioned in the military base?" Xiao Changyu pondered for a while before slowly responding, "I'm not entirely certain. I've heard that there was a highly respected senior official in the military whose status was comparable to Old Qi's. He had a son, one of the top 10 combatants in the Kyoto Bay City, named Shi Rang, who was of mixed heritage. For reasons unknown, that senior official met with an untimely death, leading his son to wreak havoc within the military, ultimately being subdued by the military's foremost expert. Mao Xiaoyi nodded in understanding. After the group finished lunch, they returned to the Xiao family's high-rise. Mao Xiaoyi requested the address of the military prison from Xiao Changyu, briefed the others on various matters, and then prepared to meet this individual named Shirang. The Kyoto Bay City was vast, and after a lengthy search, Mao Xiaoyi finally located the military prison. Approaching the entrance, he inquired of the guard, "Excuse me, may I enter for a visit?" The guard slowly shook his head, saying, "Visitation hours are at 3 in the afternoon, and appointments must be made a day in advance." "Sir, would you like to schedule an appointment?" Mao Xiaoyi thanked the guard and then departed from the entrance. It appears that the main entrance is inaccessible, thought Mao Xiaoyi as he made his way to the less populated side of the prison. With a sudden leap, he vaulted over the wall. That was close, he muttered to himself, nearly getting caught in the electric net. After calming his emotions, Mao Xiaoyi dialed Jiangnan's number. "Hello, Jiangnan. I need you to use your abilities to locate the military base. I aim to reach the cell where Shirang is held. Please guide me." Jiangnan's lips twitched as he silently directed Mao Xiaoyi. "Take the first left at the fork. There's a stairwell. Descend to the second basement level. Move forward, okay. Now turn left. No, not that way, that's right. Continue ahead. There's someone up ahead. Hide for a moment. Okay, he's gone. You can come out now. Keep going. The second door around the next corner, is it? Wait, that's the restroom. You've gone the wrong way, Dotto. You need to use the restroom? Then I won't watch. Just head straight out when you're done." After a convoluted journey, Mao Xiaoyi finally arrived at the door that held Shirang captive. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld a man bound by iron chains. The man, startled by the intrusion, inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you? Haven't you already delivered the meal?" Mao Xiaoyi chose not to respond. Instead, an intense aura erupted from him as he conjured a scythe from the air and launched himself towards Shirang. Shirang, taken aback by the overwhelming presence emanating from Mao Xiaoyi, dared not underestimate him. He swiftly shattered the chains, forming a long spear in his palm and thrusting it towards Mao Xiaoyi. "You are indeed pretending," Mao Xiaoyi remarked with a wicked smile. "We'll meet again in 2 days." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving a bewildered Shirang behind. Shirang quickly regained his composure, glancing at the broken chains on the floor, and with a mix of frustration and amusement, he mused, well, I never knew such talent had emerged in the base city. Since you say we'll meet again in 2 days, I shall wait for you." With that, he sheathed his spear and awaited the arrival of the prison guards, knowing they would surely sense the two powerful auras. Mao Xiaoyi concealed his presence and swiftly departed, relaying the events to Elder Qi and Xiao Changyu to prepare them. Upon returning to the suite, he noted that Jiangnan and Xiao Xiaoxiao were still engrossed in the crystal ball, while the other 4 unfortunate souls were playing cards in the bedroom. With an appreciative glance at Jiangnan, Mao Xiaoyi turned and approached the bedroom, kicking Chun Xiaolang off the card table and silently taking his place. Meanwhile, in the military headquarters, Huang Jiayuan stood before Elder Qi, with Gu Songrong unwaveringly by his side. Elder Qi spoke slowly, "Xiao Huang, tell me why you betrayed the military." As Huang Jiayuan realized his cover was blown, his aura suddenly surged. Just as he was about to strike, an invisible pressure enveloped him. A man emerged from the shadows, his military uniform adorned with golden thread that read, "Special Operations Group." The Special Operations Group was the military's hidden ace, known to only a few, and this man was its leader. However, to the outside world, he was known as the strongest in Kyoto, Tianlong. Upon recognizing the man's face, Huang Jiayuan's pupils constricted in shock, and he trembled as he asked, "Aren't you supposed to have left the Kyoto Bay City? How are you here?" Tianlong disdainfully replied, "Thanks to you, I was meant to be negotiating in the beautiful country. But it seems someone in the Bay City wishes to create chaos." Huang Jiayuan attempted to say something further when suddenly dozens of bones erupted from the floor, piercing through his body. Elder Qi frowned and addressed Gu Songrong, "Xiao Rong, be more cautious next time. It's troublesome to clean up after fights in the office." Thus, the 9th-ranked master, Huang Jiayuan, met his demise. Chapter 17. The Final Battle in Kyoto. 2 pair of threes. "No, I play a pair of threes. Yes, I play the king bomb." In the bedroom, Mao Xiaoyi wore a smug expression as he observed Lin Pengzi. The 4 had been playing cards all afternoon. As midnight struck, the bright moon hung in the sky, and numerous shadows flitted through the base city. In the Shifeng Association, Wu Shifeng pondered the prolonged silence from Huang Jiyuan. Within the military, soldiers were preparing for action. In the Xiao family building, Xiao Changyu was engaged in serious discussion with Aya. The atmosphere in the Kyoto Bay City suddenly grew tense. Yet, in a luxurious suite, individuals continued their card game, while a spectator munched on a chicken leg beside them. Time ticked away, and the sky gradually lightened to a pale dawn, with street vendors still calling out their wares and drunken patrons lingering outside bars. However, it seemed that the major factions had yet to open their doors. In an unnoticed corner of the Bay City, hundreds gathered, with Dao Gu and his band of underlings among them, silently calculating their profits from the weapons being distributed. Just as the weapons were halfway delivered, a gunshot rang out. Dao Gu sensed something was amiss and attempted to flee, only to be swiftly subdued by soldiers brandishing firearms. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Bay City. Within the Shifeng Association, Wu Shifeng sat in a chair, sipping red wine when a hurried subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "President, it's bad. The civilians we bribed have all been captured, and it's the military that's doing the arresting. We can't stop them." The wine glass in Wu Shifeng's hand shattered as he waved off the trembling subordinate. He was no fool. From Huang Jiyuan's silence to the disruption of his plans, he sensed things were spiraling out of his control. Wu Shifeng wiped his hands and slowly dialed a number. "Eliminate Huang Jiyuan's family. I suspect he has betrayed us. Also, inform everyone that the attack is moved up. It will commence at noon sharp. At that moment, Mao Xiaoyi observed Wu Shifeng's conversation and promptly relayed the information to the military and the Xiao family. Even if Wu Shifeng was exceptionally clever, he could not fathom that Huang Jiyuan was already conversing with Meng Pu. The Bay City buzzed with renewed activity, though it appeared many were gravitating towards the military. The clock in the military headquarters began to toll. With the hour hand resting firmly on 12, suddenly, the Bay City fell silent. Moments later, a chorus of shouts erupted from the military's periphery as throngs of people brandished their weapons, charging towards the military gates. From atop the walls, soldiers who had long been lying in wait revealed themselves, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. The sounds of gunfire and bodies hitting the ground reverberated through the air as the leading crowd fell in waves. With the onset of heavy machine gun fire, the scene devolved into a one-sided massacre. The evolved individuals hidden within the crowd could no longer contain themselves, unleashing their abilities. Fireballs, blocks of ice, and various unimaginable attacks rained towards the walls, significantly reducing the enemy's firepower. With the evolved individuals taking action, the tide of battle shifted. Some had reached the military gates, wielding hammers to smash the entrance. Meanwhile, Wu Shifeng and several other powerful figures stood atop a distant building, silently observing the clash between the two factions. Suddenly, from the southeastern part of the base city, where the military prison was located, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. A figure wielding a long spear was ruthlessly slaughtering the prison guards. And within moments, nearly all were annihilated. "Shirong, is it entertaining to bully ordinary people? Allow me to join the game," a man declared, suspended in midair, standing atop a long sword as if from a Xinxia novel. Shirong narrowed his eyes, a fierce battle intent igniting within. "You must be the nameless one ranked 5th. Very well, I will first eliminate you before seeking out that intriguing fellow." Both combatants charged simultaneously, their spear and sword clashing with a resounding impact before they rebounded. Shirong held his spear in his right hand, his left hand resting over his chest as he slowly inscribed the character for break in the air. Gradually, red light coalesced around his spear. The nameless one mirrored the action, holding his sword in his right hand while lightly tracing his left hand along the blade, allowing his blood to pool and transform into a blue glow enveloping the sword. Blood spear, break, sword aura, unleash. With their shouts, the blue and red lights collided once more. Wu Shifeng glanced at his watch, impatience creeping in as he muttered, "Why is Shirong taking so long? Enough waiting. Jin Kongren, make your move." Jin Kongren, his corpulent form advancing slowly, leaped from the high building, hundreds of copper coins supporting his descent toward the military gates. As he reached the entrance, Jin Kongren landed gracefully. With a swift motion of his hands, hundreds of copper coins soared towards the military headquarters, and with a resounding crash, the gates collapsed instantaneously. The assailants, momentarily stunned, were roused to action when someone shouted that it was Mr. Jin who had struck. An uproar ensued as the crowd surged toward the entrance. Those who first breached the threshold prepared for a massacre, but in an instant, their heads began to fall one by one. The following wave of attackers halted, wishing to retreat, yet were pushed forward by those behind them. Thus, the rear pressed desperately onward while the front continued to perish. By the time the crowd realized the dire situation and attempted to withdraw, a third of their number had already lost their lives. Amidst the sea of corpses stood a woman, with maple leaves swirling around her, each leaf dripping with blood. Jian Kongren, wielding his hands, connected hundreds of copper coins into chains, sending them towards Xiao Changyu, while mockingly saying, "Xiao Changyu, I advise you not to resist. With your strength, you can only serve to warm my bed. Ha ha ha." Xiao Changyu offered no reply, her body slowly levitating as the surrounding maple leaves spun rapidly. With a flick of her right hand, the leaves collided with the chains of copper coins, causing dozens of them to shatter instantly, countless leaves disintegrating into fragments. Wu Shifeng watched Jian Kongren with a grave expression. Although ranked 8th, Jin's prowess was not far behind Xiao Changyu's. He longed to assist Jin, but the military's stronger figures had yet to appear, preventing him from intervening. On another towering building, a few hundred meters away, Mao Xiaoyi and Lin Pengzi silently observed Wu Shifeng, waiting for him to act. Within the military prison, two streaks of light, one blue and the other red, separated after numerous clashes, revealing both combatants adorned with multiple wounds, none of which were life-threatening. Shi Rang, with unwavering battle intent in his eyes, smiled and declared, "You are indeed formidable. However, since Tianlong has not arrived this time, you will not be able to stop me." Upon finishing his words, Shi Rang plunged his spear into the ground, closed his eyes, and crossed his hands, silently reciting, "I wield this spear in honor of my deceased father's spirit. Imbue it with your essence and clear my path." Glimmers of starlight cascaded from the heavens, converging at the spear's tip. Shi Rang withdrew the spear, which emitted a faint dragon's roar. Chapter 18. The final battle in Kyoto. Wuming observed Shi Rang calmly, gradually sheathing his sword. Seeing this, Shi Rang erupted into laughter. Wuming, have you surrendered? Very well. I shall grant you a swift demise." Wuming clenched his right fist, raising his index and middle fingers, reciting, "I lean on the clouds of the northwest, my sword stretching across the vast skies. I am as resolute as the blade." As his voice faded, the sword upon his person gradually vanished, replaced by an ethereal sword suspended in the air. In a moment, the spectral sword began to rotate slowly, its tip gradually aiming at Shi Rang. Suddenly, a golden dragon surged towards the spectral sword, which simultaneously descended. Upon their collision, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing Wu Shifeng and Mao Xiaoyi to turn their gazes towards the military prison. Wu Shifeng, standing atop the high building, remained motionless, his expression grave as he quietly observed the direction of the prison. Sensing that Shi Rang's aura was waning, with Mao Xiaoyi's consent, Lin Pengzi hurried towards the military prison. Minutes later, he found Wuming methodically wiping the blood from his sword, while Shi Rang lay lifeless on the ground. Thus, the 7th-ranking master, Shi Rang, met his end. Before the military gates, Xiao Changyu and Jian Kongren, entangled in battle, felt the impact of that energy shockwave and retreated. Jian Kongren returned to the high building, looking at Wu Shifeng and inquiring, "Did Shi Rang win?" Wu Shifeng's countenance was stern as he slowly shook his head, then turned to Zhang Yujie and said, "It's time to act. Our moments are fleeting." Zhang Yujie advanced step by step, reaching the edge of the building. As rain began to pour from the sky, he stepped into the air, making his way towards the military headquarters. Upon reaching the headquarters, Zhang Yujie gazed regretfully at Xiao Changyu, murmuring, "Such a fine young woman, yet she stands on the wrong side." With a single outstretched hand, he uttered the word flood, causing the rainwater within the city to converge, surging towards the military headquarters like a tidal wave. Mao Xiaoyi urged Lin Pengzi, who had just returned from the prison, "Go ahead and test your abilities." Lin Pengzi cast a resentful glance at Mao Xiaoyi, took a deep breath, and sprinted towards the military gates. Wu Shifeng observed Lin Pengzi rushing past below, his expression filled with confusion. He could not recall which faction this aspiring warrior belonged to. As Lin Pengzi beheld the encroaching flood, he murmured, "I hope it's not too late." Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, soul, honesty, justice. In the name of the sacred night, I shall protect this land. Golden radiance began to emanate from Lin Pengzi's form, armor gradually manifesting around him, and his aura surged, ultimately reaching that of a high-level warrior. Standing before the military gates, a golden shield materialized in his left hand, which he raised to envelop the headquarters in a sphere of light. The torrential rain converged into colossal waves, crashing repeatedly against the military headquarters. Yet the golden shield repelled the onslaught time and again. Zhang Yujia, fixated on the golden figure within the protective sphere, gradually wore an expression of fury, seeking death, with droplets of rain coalescing in his right hand. They formed a swirling spear, which he hurled towards the golden shield. Instantly, the spear pierced through the shield, causing it to begin shattering. Observing the crumbling shield, Mao Xiaoyi mused, "It seems the gap in levels is still too vast." Though this ability is quite impressive, in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Zhang Yujia, witnessing his successful strike, was poised to launch a second spear when a figure materialized before him. The figure delivered a powerful punch, sending Zhang Yujia hurtling backward. Wu Shifeng, observing the blow dealt to Zhang Yujia by Mao Xiaoyi, inquired from a distance, "Who might you be, sir, and why do you assist the military?" Mao Xiaoyi returned Wu Shifeng's gaze and replied leisurely, "I find amusement in idly stepping on a few ants." Wu Shifeng, suppressing the fury within, feigned friendliness and said, "Might you refrain from intervening in this matter? Once it is resolved, I, Shifeng, shall surely honor you as a distinguished guest." Mao Xiaoyi offered no response, merely regarding Wu Shifeng with a mocking expression. At that moment, Zhang Yujia had regained his composure, his eyes aflame with rage, and he rapidly conjured dozens of water spears to hurl at Mao Xiaoyi. It was only then that Mao Xiaoyi shifted his focus from Wu Shifeng, slowly extracting a purple scythe from the air. With a swift flourish, dozens of purple blades surged forth, each one severing the water spears as they collided. The water spears and the purple blades disintegrated into nothingness. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Yujia's mouth, but Mao Xiaoyi felt an ominous shift within him in an instant. Countless raindrops converged towards Mao Xiaoyi, enveloping him in a colossal water sphere. Suddenly, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Zhang Yujia. A figure charged forth from the military headquarters. It was Gu Songrong. Liu Binwei likewise propelled himself forward, unleashing an invisible force of his domain that reduced the bone spikes to mere dust in an instant. Gu Songrong waved his hands once more, summoning another volley of bone spikes, yet they too disintegrated before reaching Zhang Yujia. Liu Binwei chuckled, saying, "Gu Zhanjiang, there is no need to exert yourself unnecessarily. You are now ensnared within my domain, and any attacks originating outside will bear no fruit." Gu Songrong's expression hardened as he declared, "Then I shall first eliminate you." Accompanying his words was a massive bone dragon, upon which Gu Songrong leapt, guiding the creature towards Liu Binwei. Enclosed within the water, Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. He attempted to teleport but found himself unable to do so. Just as despair began to take hold, a beam of golden light severed the connection between him and the water sphere. And in an instant, Mao Xiaoyi vanished from within it. Upon reappearing, Mao Xiaoyi beheld the golden light emanating from Lin Pengzi, waved a hand in greeting, and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. There, Gu Songrong pursued Liu Binwei atop the bone dragon, while Zhang Yujia glared at him with unabated fury. With scythe in hand, Mao Xiaoyi charged swiftly towards Zhang Yujia, who sought to employ the same tactic once more. As raindrops began to coalesce around him again in a flash, Mao Xiaoyi disappeared and reappeared behind Zhang Yujia. Sensing imminent danger, Zhang Yujia leapt aside, but Mao Xiaoyi was quicker, delivering a devastating strike that sent blood spraying from Zhang Yujia's back. Having exhausted the ability to teleport thrice, Mao Xiaoyi found himself unable to perform the feat again. He propelled himself forward, pursuing Zhang Yujia relentlessly, as he swung his scythe. Just as it was about to connect with Zhang Yujia's body, a fireball hurtled towards him, forcing Mao Xiaoyi to retreat and glance upward at the towering buildings, where Wu Shifeng raised his hand, equally fixated on Mao Xiaoyi. Suddenly, two dragons, one golden and one silver, soared from the military headquarters. A man stood atop the golden dragon's head, slowly speaking. Wu Shifeng, it has been a while. Chapter 19. The final battle in Kyoto. Wu Shifeng regarded the newcomer with a grave expression. Without waiting for the two colossal dragons to approach, he waved a hand. unleashing a torrent of flames towards them. The silver dragon unleashed a beam of white light from its maw, which, upon contact, encased everything in icy frost. As the two attacks intersected, vast clouds of steam enveloped the battlefield, and soon, both assaults vanished. Jan Kongren stealthily descended the stairs, making his way towards the outskirts of Kyoto base city, where he found Lin Pengzi and Xiao Changyu waiting for him at the entrance. With Wu Shifang's interference eliminated, Mao Xiaoyi swiftly pursued Zhang Yujie, scythe in hand, slashing madly at the air before him. Zhang Yujie, in a state of panic, attempted to defend himself, yet layers of water shields formed only to be shattered instantly. Gradually, the formation of water shields could not keep pace with Mao Xiaoyi's relentless assault, and Zhang Yujie suffered a cut to his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Mao Xiaoyi hooked the scythe, dragging Zhang Yujie toward him. With a powerful punch, Zhang Yujie was sent crashing against a wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Mao Xiaoyi approached slowly, denying Zhang Yujie any chance to plead for mercy. With a swift strike, a head rolled away. Zhang Yujie, ranked 6th among the 10 strongest, has fallen. Without delay, after dispatching Zhang Yujie, Mao Xiaoyi dashed towards Liu Binwei. At that moment, Liu Binwei was struggling under the onslaught of Gu Songrong. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi rushing towards him, he steeled himself, stamping his feet and launching into the air. Suspended in midair, Liu Binwei's eyes turned crimson, his hair whitening at an alarming rate. Jiu Songrong, riding the bone dragon, called out to Mao Xiaoyi, "Hurry, stop him. He is burning his life force." Hearing this, Mao Xiaoyi gripped his scythe with one hand, propelling himself towards Liu Binwei. "Ha ha ha, too late," Liu Binwei sneered, striking out with a palm, causing both combatants to be sent sprawling. Mao Xiaoyi and Gu Songrong quickly regained their footing, once more advancing on Liu Binwei, who, despite facing two opponents, held his ground without faltering. Jiu Songrong exchanged glances with Mao Xiaoyi and retreated swiftly. Mao Xiaoyi immediately engaged Liu Binwei in combat. Jiu Songrong knelt on one knee, pressing his palms to the ground. In an instant, tens of thousands of white bones erupted around Liu Binwei, ensnaring him tightly. Mao Xiaoyi backed away, hearing the clamor from within the bone cage, while Gu Songrong, drenched in sweat, appeared to be nearing his limit. Suddenly, Mao Xiaoyi was struck by a sharp pain in his head, followed by a new skill embedding itself in his mind. His aura surged, elevating him to the rank of a senior battle general. The fighters on the battlefield were taken aback by Mao Xiaoyi's sudden advancement. No one had anticipated that he would break through at such a critical juncture. Mao Xiaoyi smiled slightly, signaling Gu Songrong to release the confinement. Gu Songrong complied, and Liu Binwei burst forth from the cage, charging directly at Mao Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi closed his eyes and spoke, "Zero style, judgment." Instantly, a phantom appeared behind him, identical to the one that had emerged in Magic City. The only difference being that this phantom wielded a scythe identical to Mao Xiaoyi's. As he uttered the words of judgment twice, the phantom vanished, only to reappear behind Liu Binwei, delivering a lethal blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. After employing his new skill, Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. While the new ability was immensely powerful, it exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Jiu Songrong casually snapped a bone spike, holding it in hand and hurling it at the struggling Liu Binwei. The spike flew through the air, piercing Liu Binwei's body with a sickening thud. He struggled for a moment before falling still. Liu Binwei, ranked 4th among the 10 strongest, has fallen. With the exception of the fleeing Jan Kongren, Wu Shifang remained the sole figure standing on the battlefield, desperately resisting. Mao Xiaoyi found a spot distanced from the center of the fight, seated cross-legged to begin recuperating. Wu Ming arrived from the military prison, joining Gu Songrong in the fray. Wu Shifang, who had previously been holding his own against Tianlong, found himself increasingly wounded with the arrival of the two. Tianlong slowly raised his hand, merging the golden and silver dragons into one, manifesting a colossal dragon that radiated with a spectrum of colors. The dragon opened its jaws to bite down on Wu Shifang, who could no longer withstand the assault, losing his right arm in one swift motion. Suddenly, Wu Shifang was engulfed in flames, his voice a frantic roar, "Since you seek to eradicate us completely, let us perish together." In an instant, crimson flames enveloped the city of Kyoto. Since the onset of the war, many unsuspecting ordinary citizens within the city rushed back to their homes, trembling as they listened to the distant cacophony of sounds. They silently prayed, indifferent to who might emerge victorious. Their sole desire was to remain untouched by the ravages of war. A small girl dashed to the window, gazing at the scarlet sky, and innocently asked her parents, "Look, is that the sun?" The girl's father lifted her into his arms, offering no reply, while her mother turned away, wishing to conceal the tears streaming down her face, as the red sky drew nearer. The little girl pouted and said to her father, "Daddy, I'm hot." Her father comforted her, despairingly gazing skyward in the heart of the battlefield. Gu Songrong surveyed the crimson expanse and sighed deeply, addressing Tianlong and Wuming. "When I am no longer here, you two must assist old Qi well. That child, Mao Xiaoyi, is commendable. If the opportunity arises, bring him into the military." With those words, Gu Songrong saluted the two with a formal military gesture, transforming into a mass of white bones that ascended towards the inferno. The white bones merged with the flames, intertwining hues of white and red in the air. After several minutes, the sky reverted to its original azure, and tranquility was restored on the battlefield. All personnel from the military headquarters slowly emerged, collectively saluting the sky. Mao Xiaoyi also stood and performed a somewhat imperfect salute in the direction where he first encountered Gu Songrong. Old Qi stood at the back of the crowd, silently observing the heavens. After a long pause, he retrieved a name list from his chest, methodically striking through the only name that had not been marked in red. These names had belonged to Old Qi's students before the apocalypse. Now, their teacher gazed skyward, tears cascading down his cheeks. Tianlong approached Old Qi, standing at attention and saluting, declaring loudly, reporting to the commander, "The traitors have been annihilated. Special Operations Team Leader Tianlong reports to you. Please advise." As Tianlong's voice faded, 5 more voices chimed in. Reporting to the commander, the first team of the military comprises 5,016 personnel, with 2,127 present. Please advise. Reporting to the commander, the second team comprises 4,552 personnel, with 1,435 present. Please advise. Reporting to the commander, the third team comprises 4,463 personnel, with 2,435 present. Please advise. Reporting to the commander, the fourth team comprises 4,320 personnel, with 524 present. Please advise. Reporting to the commander, the fifth team comprises 4,213 personnel, with 1,356 present. Please advise. Thus, the war concluded, having claimed nearly 2/3 of the military personnel, and the 6 major factions were reshuffled. In time, this conflict came to be known as the Battle of Unification. Chapter 20. The End of War. A new beginning. The war had drawn to a close, with the fleeing Jin Kongren apprehended and the city restored to functionality. The following day, a grand funeral was held at the military headquarters in the square. National flags were displayed alongside the nameplates of fallen soldiers, with all soldiers firing a 12-gun salute. After Old Qi and several high-ranking military officials delivered their remarks, the funeral approached its conclusion. Once the funeral was over, all nameplates of the deceased soldiers were buried atop a mountain outside the city, the summit adorned with locust flowers. Days passed, and Mao Xiaoyi and his companions utilized the funds acquired from trading goods to purchase the former mercenary club. Renaming it Chimin. A week after the funeral, the military once again broadcasted important information, revealing that ongoing research by the military academy had discovered that the most effective method for enhancing abilities was to slay zombies or mutated beasts. Furthermore, consuming the flesh of mutated beasts offered significant benefits, with higher danger levels correlating to greater enhancement. Lastly, researchers had devised a cultivation method that could also bolster strength, though it was comparatively less effective than the previous 2 methods. In truth, Mao Xiaoyi had been aware of this long before, as the military had already mastered these techniques prior to the war. Otherwise, he would not have formed a new hunting team. Throughout that week, Mao Xiaoyi was either training or managing affairs within Chimin, willingly incorporating the remaining evolved individuals into 7 hunting teams, with Lin Pengzi and Yu Dage leading the first and second teams, respectively, while the other 5 teams were commanded by previously formidable evolved individuals. The 4 major factions re-emerged within Kyoto, namely the military faction, the Shao family faction, the Chimin faction, and the body refinement martial arts school. Once everything was back on track, Mao Xiaoyi gradually found himself with more leisure time, either socializing with high-ranking officials of various factions or accompanying Xiao 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 on shopping excursions. After indulging for a while, Mao Xiaoyi could not remain idle and ventured out with the first hunting team to hunt mutated beasts. While he reveled in the thrill of the hunt, events were unfolding in a forgotten corner of Huaxia. In the Kanto region, remnants of survivors had managed to endure post-apocalypse, forming various factions. However, in the past week, these factions began to vanish, transforming the Kanto region into the first desolate zone. Unlike other cities, which still harbored some mutated beasts, the Kanto region was devoid of any. A mutated eagle soared above the Kanto skies when suddenly, a mass of green liquid coalesced around the high-speed flying creature, instantaneously reducing it to bones that plummeted to the ground. This, however, was not the result of any evolved individual's ability, but rather an attack unleashed by an unusually grotesque zombie. As-1 ventured deeper into the Kanto's center. Bizarre phenomena multiplied. On a towering structure in Kanto, a zombie hung on the wall like a spider in an unremarkable square. A 10-meter-tall humanoid entity stood ominously in a shadowy corner. A zombie with a head split into 4 parts emitted a piercing sonic wave. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, nearly all zombies retained remnants of their former clothing, albeit tattered, making them recognizable. Yet, in the Kanto region, no zombie bore any fragments of clothing. At the very heart of Kanto lay a small lake. Where a zombie stood, its abdomen grotesquely swollen as if pregnant. Gradually, its belly expanded to an unfathomable size, eventually covering the entire lake. To an observer from a distance, it appeared as though a grotesque meatball the size of the lake had formed. Yet, this fleshly orb showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. Ultimately, when it reached the size of half a city, it burst with a resounding pop, plunging the central part of the Kanto region into darkness. As the darkness began to dissipate, a throng of newborn zombies, overflowing to fill half a city, continued their relentless evolution. Thus, this segment is a bit short. I hope no one minds, as I did not wish to incorporate the story intended for the next chapter into this one. Chapter 1. A new faction? Once again, it was a day filled with fruitful returns. Sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, Mao Xiaoyi stretched leisurely and remarked, a convoy comprised of dozens of trucks was gradually making its way into the Kyoto Bay City, bearing the corpses of mutated beasts of various classifications. Upon returning to Seven Gates and handing over the convoy to Lin Pengzi, Mao Xiaoyi received an invitation from Tianlong, suggesting a discussion over dinner that evening. Since the establishment of Seven Gates, Mao Xiaoyi had been inundated with such social engagements almost daily, and as time passed, he had grown quite familiar with Tianlong. Thus, he accepted the invitation and set out for a stroll. As he reached the entrance, directly across from the Seven Gates building stood the Body Refinement Martial Arts Hall. Further east lay the most bustling commercial street of the base city, without a vehicle. Mao Xiaoyi ambled along, observing the throngs of people on the street, which evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse days. By nightfall, the private room of the restaurant was occupied solely by Mao Xiaoyi and Tianlong. Having learned that Tianlong was soon to embark on a journey to the beautiful country for a meeting that had previously been left unresolved, both indulged a bit too freely in drink. Before parting ways, Tianlong tossed Mao Xiaoyi a multifunctional wristwatch, patting his shoulder and saying, "Brother, this is a new gadget developed by our research lab. Yours is a prototype, containing files on known mutated beasts and evolvers. When you encounter one, just scan it, and the information will appear automatically. Oh, and let me share a little secret. We have discovered numerous unofficial survivor factions in Huaxia. The higher-ups have decided on a policy of voluntary incorporation. I'll send you the faction distribution map later." With those words, Tianlong wore a meaningful expression before returning to the military headquarters. The next day, Mao Xiaoyi arrived at the military headquarters to bid farewell to Tianlong. Just as he saw Tianlong off, the hunting team was preparing to set out for a hunt, and with nothing else to do, Mao Xiaoyi joined them on the vehicle. The convoy advanced slowly, and by noon, while the team rested and prepared a meal by the roadside, a sudden earthquake struck. This tremor was far more violent than that of the apocalypse, accompanied by tornadoes that ravaged the area. Mao Xiaoyi clung tightly to a large truck as he witnessed fellow team members being swept away by the tornadoes. Once again feeling the overwhelming power of nature, the ground was riddled with fissures, and tornadoes wreaked havoc everywhere, erasing any trace of their previous presence at the rest stop. Within the base city, the impact of the earthquake and tornado was equally significant, causing numerous buildings to collapse once more, even leaving cracks in the military headquarters. At 7 Gates, the entire first hunting team, including the leader Mao Xiaoyi, had gone missing. Yu Dage and Xiao 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 quickly stepped up to manage the situation, while Jiangnan tirelessly searched for any sign of Mao Xiaoyi. Damn, I feel like I'm falling apart. Mao Xiaoyi slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he had been carried away by the tornado to a canyon, surrounded by sheer cliffs dotted with a few scattered trees. Searching his pockets, he realized his phone was long gone, leaving him in a state of resignation as he scratched his head. Suddenly, he remembered the multifunctional wristwatch he had. After fiddling with it, he exclaimed in frustration, "Tianlong, damn you. Your multifunctional wristwatch doesn't even have communication capabilities." Well, let us just say I cursed quite a bit. Feeling weary from his outburst, Mao Xiaoyi resumed examining the wristwatch and pulled up the faction distribution map that Tianlong had sent him earlier. The map depicted various factions marked in different colors, and two factions in the northwest caught his attention. They were closely linked, yet a void existed between them, as if the two factions were encircling something. After studying the map for a while, Mao Xiaoyi resolved to climb out of the canyon first. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to hunger. Utilizing the trees for assistance, he made it to the ground and scanned his surroundings. Finding himself in a dense forest devoid of any recognizable direction toward the Kyoto-based city. With a wry smile, he thought, whatever will be, and chose a random direction to walk. In contrast, Lin Pengzi, who had also been caught up in the tornado, was far luckier. When he regained consciousness, he discovered he was less than 10 meters from the entrance of the Kyoto-based city. Patting his ample belly, Lin Pengzi narcissistically mused to himself, "Could it be that I am the child of fortune?" At this moment, Tianlong received news of the calamity while aboard a military helicopter. Due to the altitude, the helicopter was not significantly affected. Tianlong gazed at his multifunctional wristwatch, which had been upgraded, feeling an inexplicable sense of having forgotten something important. As Moxie Aoyi continued his trek, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. The forest seemed to have grown denser. Casting a glance back at the path he had traversed, he relinquished the thought of turning back. After more than an hour of walking, Moxie Aoyi arrived at the edge of a cliff, beneath which lay a serene lake, accompanied by several mutated beasts. Having missed lunch, Moxie Aoyi's eyes gleamed with excitement, yet he prudently withdrew his multifunctional wristwatch to scan the mutated creatures, upon discovering that they were classified as low-level dangers. Moxie Aoyi, akin to a raptor, leaped from the cliff. With a swift motion, several mutated beasts were swiftly transformed into delectable roasted meat, resting upon the fire. Since his evolution, Moxie Aoyi's appetite had grown considerably, and soon the mutated beasts were no more than a memory in his stomach. Having satiated his hunger, he extinguished the fire and prepared to resume his journey. However, as his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadowy corner beneath the cliff, he paused in astonishment. There lay a concealed cave, so well hidden that one might mistake it for a mere dark stone if not scrutinized closely. Initially oblivious to the cave's presence, Moxie Aoyi was drawn to the flickering lights emanating from within. In his understanding, aside from human-made objects, nothing could emit such luminescence, leading him to surmise that there might be survivors inside. Recalling Tianlong's enigmatic smile before his departure, Moxie Aoyi's lips curled into a slight grin. In a post-apocalyptic world, labor was in short supply, and with the seven gates just beginning to find their footing, the demand for manpower was immense. Observing the cave's location, Moxie Aoyi felt a sense of despair. The surrounding area was exceedingly smooth, offering no foothold, and the lake's surface was a considerable distance from the cave's entrance, making it impossible to swim over. After exhausting several brain cells contemplating his options, he resolved to return to the cliff and chance upon some vines to fashion a makeshift rope. Descending was effortless, but ascending proved to be a challenge. Armed with his sickle, he hacked away at the obstructive shrubs, all the while cursing Tianlong. At last, after reciting Tianlong's genealogy, Moxie Aoyi finally reached the cliff's summit, only to find that not a single vine was in sight. Lying on the ground, his cognitive faculties had reached their limit, and he decided to take a moment of respite, just a moment. Perhaps due to the forest's profound silence, Moxie Aoyi unknowingly drifted into slumber. Not far from him, a pair of eyes watched him with malicious intent as he snored away. Chapter 2. The Millennium Tortoise and the Eternal Turtle. While in a deep sleep, Moxie Aoyi sensed a chill creeping up his back, slowly awakening to find a massive serpent's head lunging towards him. "Damn!" he exclaimed, rolling away in a panic. Springing to his feet, he beheld the snake's head. Upon closer inspection, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The serpent's body was as thick as a large tree, its length rivaling that of Tianlong's 2 dragons combined. Ma Xiaoyi, unwilling to underestimate the threat, drew his sickle and initiated a scan with his wristwatch. The results quickly revealed that he was facing a mutated giant python, classified as a mid-level danger of the 9th tier. Wielding his sickle, Ma Xiaoyi charged at the mutated python. Coiled tightly, the serpent's head reared back, poised to strike, while its body sought to ensnare him. A smirk graced Ma Xiaoyi's lips as he vanished in an instant, reappearing at the python's vulnerable neck, recalling the age-old adage about striking a snake at its 7 inches. With a decisive slash, the giant python convulsed violently. Knowing that serpents could retain muscle memory even after death, Ma Xiaoyi swiftly retreated, aware of the dangers posed by venomous creatures even post-mortem. However, he had underestimated the mutated giant python. It continued thrashing until midnight, when it finally ceased its movements. Cautiously, Ma Xiaoyi approached, prodding it with his sickle a few more times. Confirming that the giant python was indeed deceased, he secured its head to a sturdy tree and tied its tail around his waist. Gradually retreating to the cliff's edge, he gazed down to see the cave's light shining brightly in the night, where several mutated creatures had gathered by the lake's shore. Not daring to linger, he was unaware of whether there were creatures more formidable than the python lurking in the forest, and he resolved to find the survivors swiftly and then make his escape. Leaping down with the swiftness of a bungee jumper, he plunged into the lake with a splash. Evidently, the giant python was longer than he had anticipated. Unbinding the snake's tail from his waist, he used the python's body to aid his ascent towards the cave entrance. Soon, he found himself within the cave, which appeared far more spacious than it had from the outside, yet it bore no signs of prior visitors. Following the light, Ma Xiaoyi ventured deeper into the cave, and as he approached its end, he discovered a luminous mushroom, its radiant glow captivating him. For reasons unknown, the sight of this mushroom ignited an overwhelming urge within him to consume it. As he sensed it was far from ordinary, he aimed his multifunctional wristwatch at the mushroom and began scanning, yet it yielded no results, displaying only the label of an unknown organism. Cursing Tianlong's family once more, he found himself torn between the decision to eat or refrain from eating. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, each step resonating like the approach of a dinosaur. With little time to ponder, Ma Xiaoyi hastily plucked the mushroom from its place and, wielding his sickle, dashed towards the cave's mouth. As the mushroom was uprooted, a ferocious roar erupted from the entrance, sending chills down his spine. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Ma Xiaoyi beheld a colossal tortoise blocking his path, its massive form effectively sealing the entrance. Once again, he raised his multifunctional wristwatch, relieved to find it functioning properly. The scan revealed that he was confronted by a mutated elephant tortoise, classified as a high-level danger of the 3rd tier. This marked the first occasion Ma Xiaoyi encountered a high-level danger mutated beast, and judging by the oppressive aura it exuded, he doubted his ability to prevail against this formidable creature. Consequently, he quickly formulated a plan, using a teleportation skill to vanish from the cave, leaving only the mutated elephant tortoise gazing curiously with its small eyes. Emerging from the cave, Ma Xiaoyi wasted no time. He observed several mutated creatures crushed into pulp nearby and sprinted away into the distance. The now bewildered mutated elephant tortoise slowly crawled out of the cave, unleashing a furious roar in the direction Ma Xiaoyi had fled. Listening to the ominous sound echoing behind him, Ma Xiaoyi's hair stood on end, sensing the tortoise's wrath. After a considerable distance, he spotted a large banyan tree, leaping onto its trunk to examine the mushroom he had just acquired. Unlike the ordinary mushrooms from before the apocalypse, this one was perfectly spherical, radiating a brilliant light, and its stalk exuded a refreshing chill. After several minutes of internal conflict regarding whether to consume it or not, Ma Xiaoyi ultimately chose to heed the calling of his instincts, swiftly devouring the mushroom. Upon tasting the mushroom, he found it devoid of the bitterness characteristic of pre-apocalyptic varieties. Instead, it was remarkably palatable. As he swallowed, he felt a surge of immense energy coursing through him. Immediately, Ma Xiaoyi settled into a cross-legged position, silently absorbing the powerful energy. Gradually, he began to perceive the inner workings of his body as though viewing an X-ray. He noticed golden threads flowing through his veins, intertwining with his blood. With a sudden burst of vigor, Moxiaoyi snapped back to reality, overjoyed to discover that he had advanced to the rank of low-level Battle King. Reaching this new tier, he felt a drastic transformation within himself. Most notably, his previously bulky muscles seemed compressed, resulting in a leaner physique, yet his strength had multiplied several times over. Furthermore, the state he had entered during his ascension could now be accessed at will, enabling him to discern every hidden injury on his body. Regrettably, this promotion did not grant him any new skills, leaving him in a state of discontent for a brief moment. A rumble from his stomach interrupted his reverie, leading him to recall the giant tortoise he had encountered the previous day. Wondering if tortoise soup would make for a delightful breakfast, he pondered while hastening towards the lakeshore. Just as he arrived, a deafening roar erupted from the lake, followed by the emergence of a small hillock from the water's surface. Realizing the mutated elephant tortoise was now on land, Moxiaoyi drew his sickle, swinging his right hand to send a purple energy blade hurtling towards the creature. The mutated elephant tortoise, sensing the impending attack, swiftly retreated its head into its shell, as the purple blade struck its carapace, slicing through a layer of mud. The mutated giant tortoise slowly extended its head, glancing at the severed shell and then at Mao Xiaoyi. With a distinctly human-like gesture, it shook its head before retracting its head back into its shell. Mao Xiaoyi's lips twitched incessantly. He had never encountered such a brazen tortoise. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss as to how to deal with it. Chapter 3. Ancient ruins. Mao Xiaoyi circled around the mutated giant tortoise repeatedly, intermittently striking it with his weapon. However, due to the tortoise's thick armored shell, his efforts proved futile. Observing his own grumbling stomach and the tortoise nestled in its shell, Mao Xiaoyi shook his head in resignation. As he did so, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly noticed the enormous python he had used as a rope yesterday still dangling from the cliff. He scrambled up the cliff once more and dragged the python down. The mutated giant tortoise, having detected no movement outside for a prolonged period, began to believe that the bothersome human had departed. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Curious, the tortoise peeked out, its small eyes darting about. It spotted the bothersome human sitting beside a campfire, half of the giant python laid out next to him, with the delightful scent emanating from the other half roasting above the flames. Having never tasted cooked food before, the mutated giant tortoise hesitated momentarily before succumbing to temptation, cautiously making its way towards Mao Xiaoyi. Seeing the tortoise approach, Mao Xiaoyi instinctively became alert. Yet, upon catching sight of the tortoise's pitiful little eyes, he froze. The tortoise, sensing Mao Xiaoyi's wariness, quickly recalled a Siberian husky it had seen begging for food from humans and decided to mimic that behavior. Mao Xiaoyi watched in astonishment as the tortoise stood on its hind legs, awkwardly bringing its front paws together and swaying up and down. His worldview nearly shattered. He even wondered if this tortoise was merely a clever disguise worn by some mischievous dog. Fortunately, Mao Xiaoyi was not oblivious. He grasped the tortoise's intent and cautiously tossed a piece of roasted python meat towards it. The tortoise stretched its neck, effortlessly snatching the meat into its mouth, a look of satisfaction spreading across its face. After finishing one piece, the tortoise once again cast a pleading gaze towards Mao Xiaoyi. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mao Xiaoyi tossed the remaining half of the giant python into the fire, realizing that what could have been 2 meals would now only suffice for one. Before long, the duo had devoured the entire giant python, and the tortoise lowered its guard, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to rest atop its shell, basking in the sun. With a blade of grass between his teeth, Mao Xiaoyi mused aloud, "If only you could speak, dear tortoise, I wouldn't be this bored." As soon as the words left his mouth, the tortoise poked its head out and let out a low growl directed at Mao Xiaoyi. Startled, Mao Xiaoyi exclaimed, "You can understand me, tortoise?" The tortoise's eyes twinkled as it slowly nodded. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mao Xiaoyi hugged the tortoise's massive shell and declared, "Wonderful. You shall be my steadfast steed. From now on, you shall be known as the Tortoise War Chariot." How does that sound? Quite imposing, wouldn't you agree? The tortoise emitted a mournful sound, expressing its discontent. Ignoring the tortoise's displeasure, Mao Xiaoyi patted the shell and inquired, "Tortoise, enough with the lamenting. Are you aware of any extraordinary treasures akin to that spiritual mushroom? Let us seek them out." The tortoise blinked its small eyes thoughtfully, nodded, and began to crawl deeper into the forest with Mao Xiaoyi in tow. In the conference hall of the beautiful nation, representatives from various countries were gathered around a round table. The representative of the beautiful nation spoke first. Esteemed representatives from around the globe, it is a privilege to preside over this meeting. Ever since the apocalypse unfolded, our satellites have consecutively lost signal. I wonder if any nations still possess functioning satellites that could be shared. As we all understand, without satellites, we remain oblivious to the happenings within our own territories, leaving us in a precarious situation. As the beautiful nation's representative spoke, the other representatives engaged in animated discussions, but it was evident that their satellites too had succumbed to some unknown circumstance and lost signal. Meanwhile, in the forest, the mutated giant tortoise was racing forward with Mao Xiaoyi atop its back, who relished the gentle breeze brushing against him. After approximately half an hour, the tortoise brought Mao Xiaoyi to a chaotic pile of stones. Mao Xiaoyi dismounted and approached the pile cautiously. Upon inspection, Mao Xiaoyi discovered that while the pile appeared disordered, it concealed a hidden passage. After a thorough search, he pressed down on a protruding stone, and a thunderous rumble echoed as the pile collapsed, revealing a long staircase leading downward, at the end of which stood a bronze door. Mao Xiaoyi descended the staircase cautiously, encountering no traps as he had anticipated. Upon reaching the bronze door, he pushed it, but it remained unyielding. Unable to proceed, Mao Xiaoyi called for the tortoise to charge at the door, yet even after the tortoise collided with it, the door showed no sign of damage. Mao Xiaoyi approached once more and began to explore the door, eventually locating two circular rings embedded within. With a gentle tug, the bronze door creaked open. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the now open door, Mao Xiaoyi cleared his throat and swiftly entered. The tortoise observed the open door and then glanced at Mao Xiaoyi, shaking its head once more. Upon entering, Mao Xiaoyi was greeted by a lengthy corridor, illuminated by torches at intervals along the walls. At the end of the corridor stood another bronze door, flanked by two lifelike knight statues. Mao Xiaoyi hastened to the second bronze door and began to explore once again. Finding the two circular rings, however, as he pulled on the rings, two immensely powerful presences suddenly erupted. Reacting swiftly, Mao Xiaoyi retreated, witnessing the knight statues come to life, slowly drawing their swords from the ground and advancing towards him. Mao Xiaoyi, quick on his feet, executed a slide and took refuge beneath the tortoise as the swords came crashing down onto its shell, causing the tortoise to emit a distressed cry in pain. The tortoise stumbled backward, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to dart out from beneath it and swiftly strike one of the knight statues, severing its leg. Curiously, rather than collapsing as expected, the knight statue emitted black gas from its severed limb, which coalesced into a new leg. Astonished, Mao Xiaoyi swung his weapon again, only to witness the same phenomenon as the statues regenerated from the black gas. Realizing that conventional attacks would not harm the statues, Mao Xiaoyi quickly retreated, closing his eyes tightly as a phantom slowly materialized. Zero style. Judgment. With a furious shout, the ethereal shadows behind Mao Xiaoyi immediately vanished, while similar phantoms appeared behind the two statues. With a swift stroke, both statues were cleaved in half. From the fallen statues, a stream of black gas incessantly emanated, yet it never coalesced into a tangible form, soon dissipating into nothingness. Wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, Mao Xiaoyi cautiously approached and pulled open the door. As the grand entrance slowly creaked ajar, an avalanche of black mist rushed forth from within. Chapter 4. The black masked Mao Xiaoyi swiftly retreated, the black gas swirling chaotically around him. After a considerable duration, the noxious vapors finally vanished completely. Upon stepping inside, he found himself in an immensely spacious area, with only a strangely shaped platform at the center of the room. As he advanced, he beheld a ghostly mask floating above the pedestal, shrouded in swirling black mist. Each time Mao Xiaoyi attempted to discern the mask's details, the mist acted as a veil, rendering the mask obscure and indistinct. At some point, Mao Xiaoyi realized he had entered an unfamiliar realm, unable to control his own body, instead observing as if he were a mere spectator of his own existence. In the midst of the void, a figure slowly approached from the opposite side, radiating a golden light, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. While Mao Xiaoyi pondered whether he was ensnared in a dream, he heard himself utter, "Shen Wei, I shall not compromise on that matter. Why must you come personally?" the man referred to as Shinwei spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority, chaos, as one of the 10 gods. Why would you sever ties over a mere star system? Reveal the coordinates of your hidden star system, and I shall consider sparing your life. With a knowing smile, Chaos turned to gaze into the void for a long moment before declaring, Shinwei, you do not comprehend. Since becoming one of the 10 gods, I have transformed countless star systems into chaos. However, upon reaching that particular star system, I beheld light for the first time. One day, a formidable being shall arise from that system and shatter our dominion. Shinwei shook his head, observing the departing chaos. Chaos, since you remain obstinate, we shall bear no blame. Each day, the other shore draws nearer. Then you shall understand for yourself. As his words fell, the golden radiance surrounding the figure gradually faded. Chaos lingered in contemplation of the void before slowly removing a ghostly mask from his face. Mao Xiaoyi recognized it as the very mask he had encountered in the underground ruins. Chaos infused something into the mask and subsequently cast it into the abyss. With the black mask hurled away, Mao Xiaoyi abruptly returned to reality, clutching the mask he had unknowingly grasped. Yet, its full visage remained elusive. He casually pocketed the mask and glanced at the mutated elephant tortoise that had been crawling in, deciding to set aside thoughts of distant matters for the moment. His immediate task was to locate survivors and return to the base city. Mounting the mutated elephant tortoise, he set off toward the northwest. The duo traveled for approximately a week, finally emerging from the forest to behold an expanse of desolate desert. Mao Xiaoyi was filled with astonishment. Despite the forest being merely a few hundred meters away, one side was a desert while the other was a forest. Upon entering the desert, the mutated elephant tortoise clearly struggled more than it had in the forest, exerting considerable effort to scale each sand dune. As they journeyed onward, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly spotted a city before him. The architecture was remarkably peculiar, distinctly not resembling the dwellings of humanity before the apocalypse. Initially, he suspected it to be a mirage, but upon closer inspection, he discovered the city was indeed real, and it seemed to harbor inhabitants, in the Kyoto-based city, Jiangnan, who had been vigilantly monitoring the crystal ball and switching between images. Finally caught sight of Mao Xiaoyi, he observed Mao Xiaoyi amidst a desert, where a mist loomed at the center, and the latter was heading toward it. Jiangnan quickly summoned the core members of the 7 gates, sharing the news of Mao Xiaoyi's situation. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi in the crystal ball, Lin Pengzi, without hesitation, resolved to lead the newly formed first hunting team to retrieve him. Brother Yu, however, kicked Lin Pengzi back into his seat, exclaiming, "Take a good look at where Xiaoyi is now. By the time you reach him, the food will be cold." Only then did Lin Pengzi notice that Mao Xiaoyi was situated in the Taklamakan Desert of the Northwest, a region notoriously famous before the apocalypse. Scratching his head, Lin Pengzi anxiously inquired, "What shall we do then? We can't just leave Mao Gu all alone out there." A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone struggled to devise a solution. After a while, Elder Qi entered, having also received Jiangnan's message. Noticing the grim expressions on their faces, he inquired, "What is the matter? Did we not find Mao Xiaoyi? Why does everyone look so miserable?" Brother Yu stood up, responding, "Elder Qi, Mao Xiaoyi is currently in the Taklamakan Desert, and we have no means to bring him back." Elder Qi chuckled upon hearing this. "Is that all? Have you forgotten that the military has aircraft? All right, I'll arrange for Mao Xiaoyi's situation. You all prepare to welcome him." Everyone's spirits lifted at Elder Qi's words. As he was about to leave, Jiangnan interjected, "Elder Qi, please hold on. The situation may be more complicated than it seems. You should take a look. Mao Gu is approaching a mist." Upon hearing the word mist, Elder Qi's body stiffened. Certain matters were only known to the upper echelons of the military. Shortly after re-establishing communication with the beautiful country, they discovered a misty area within their territory. They quickly organized a 100-member exploration team to investigate, but after entering, they lost all contact. Eventually, the military dispatched 5 powerful warriors to probe the area. But only one emerged, severely injured, and soon succumbed to his wounds. The beautiful country subsequently sealed off that region, and no one dared to venture there again. According to fragmented intelligence, it seemed that the investigation team had encountered third-class life forms, namely extraterrestrials. Elder Qi quickly turned his gaze back to the crystal ball, where, as Jiangnan had said, a mist loomed before Mao Xiaoyi, who was advancing toward it. Alarmed, Elder Qi dashed back to the military without even bidding farewell, leaving the members of the Seven Gates in stunned silence. Upon reaching the military, he arranged for personnel to take flight toward the Taklamakan Desert while simultaneously contacting Tianlong. Upon learning that Mao Xiaoyi was heading toward the mist alone, Tianlong was taken aback and was about to send Mao Xiaoyi a message when he realized that the multifunctional wristwatch he had given him had yet to be upgraded. Due to the beautiful country's conference lasting several weeks, Tianlong could not leave and instead notified Wu Ming, requesting his assistance. Thus, dozens of aircraft took off from Kyoto Bay City, all heading toward the northwest. At this moment, Mao Xiaoyi remained blissfully unaware of the commotion he had stirred. He was crouched beside a wall, curiously observing the city within. He noted that the streets were not densely populated, with only a few individuals strolling by, their appearances reminiscent of humans, save for the peculiar horns adorning their heads. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was engrossed in his observations, the mutated elephant tortoise crawled over, creating quite a commotion. Chapter 5. Cass City. The noise made by the mutated elephant tortoise quickly attracted the attention of the city's inhabitants. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi and the tortoise, they initially displayed expressions of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into delight. After a brief exchange among themselves, two individuals approached Mao Xiaoyi, speaking in a language he could not comprehend. Realizing they bore no ill intent, Mao Xiaoyi shook his head and gestured with his hands, indicating that he did not understand their words. The two individuals grasped his meaning and attempted several different languages, ultimately conveying their origins in Mandarin. They explained that they hailed from another planet, and this city was known as Cass City, brought to this world following a wormhole storm. According to their understanding, more than half of the planet they inhabited was affected by wormhole storms. Due to the planet's immense size and its diverse array of races, some of which were quite belligerent, they employed advanced technology to obscure the detection of external entities, making their presence only known when biological beings ventured nearby. After listening to the introductions from the two individuals, Mao Xiaoyi informed them about the current state of Blue Star. Upon learning that Mao Xiaoyi was a native of Blue Star, their demeanor visibly brightened, and they eagerly insisted on introducing him to the city lord. Unaware of the mist incident that had transpired in the beautiful country and driven by curiosity at their enthusiasm, Mao Xiaoyi consented to their request. Car City was not particularly large. After a brief walk, Mao Xiaoyi soon spotted a structure that far exceeded the typical architectural standards, undoubtedly the residence of the city lord. The arrival of one person and a turtle caused quite a stir, prompting the soldiers guarding the lord's residence to hurry off to deliver the news. Before long, several soldiers accompanied a middle-aged man who approached with a smile. Addressing Mao Xiaoyi, he said, "Greetings, esteemed native. I am the lord of Car City, named Scomv Kars. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join me for lunch. Would you do me the honor?" As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and considering the prospect of a complimentary meal, Mao Xiaoyi did not hesitate to nod in agreement. He instructed the mutated turtle to remain outside and proceeded to enter the residence with Kars. The mutated turtle let out a mournful wail, as if lamenting something, while only Mao Xiaoyi noticed the two footprints left on its shell from a prior kick. Upon entering the residence, Mao Xiaoyi's eyes were met with researchers operating various peculiar devices. Venturing further, they arrived at a space resembling a shooting range, filled with an array of futuristic weapons. After touring the city lord's residence, the two men made their way to the dining hall, where a lavish spread awaited them on the table. During the meal, Kars shared with Mao Xiaoyi the general circumstances of their planet. The planet they originally inhabited was called Red Giant. Life had once flourished there until, for reasons unknown, it caught the attention of the 10 gods of the universe. The most powerful individual on Red Giant used his own strength to break through the void and draw forth a wormhole, resulting in a catastrophic wormhole storm that allowed a significant portion of the Red Giant populace to survive. Scomv of Kars, a less favored younger member of the Kars family, had been dispatched by the clan elders to manage a city at the fringes of the empire. The Kars family wielded considerable power, ruling over the Xiangyi Empire, which, although formidable, was merely a medium-sized empire within the vastness of Red Giant. After hearing this, Mao Xiaoyi felt as though a deluge of information had been forcibly thrust into his understanding. Leaving him momentarily at a loss for focus, he unwittingly inquired, "What about these 10 gods of the universe? Are they truly powerful?" With a smile, Scomv Kars explained, "Those referred to as gods are indeed formidable in the universe. Strength is categorized into 4 realms: the entry realm, the cosmic realm, the Starry Sky Realm, and the Vast Realm. Beyond the Vast Realm lies the stage of becoming a deity, yet the specifics of these realms are known only to those who have ascended to divinity. Mao Xiaoyi, sensing his own aura, confidently asked, Lord Kars, what realm do you believe my current strength resides in? Have I reached this vast realm? Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's question, Skomu Kars couldn't help but spit out the wine he had just sipped, followed by a fit of coughing. He then patiently explained, You are still quite unaware in your terminology. Even achieving the high-tier battle god level would only equate to half of the entry realm. With your current prowess, you would merely be considered an ordinary individual within the entry realm. On Red Giant, rulers of small empires typically reach the pinnacle of the entry realm, while medium-sized empires like ours generally have a dozen or so individuals who have stepped into the cosmic realm. As for the vast realm, I have only heard of a few existing within super empires. Each word from Skomu Kars struck Mao Xiaoyi like a hammer, as he had previously believed that reaching the Battle King level made one among the foremost in the world. Now, however, a far broader perspective loomed before him, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. Observing Mao Xiaoyi's despondent demeanor, Skomu Kars gently patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fret. Achieving the mid-level of the entry realm at your age is commendable. Even within our family, with a bit of luck, you might even step into the cosmic realm one day. Mao Xiaoyi forced a bitter smile and continued to tackle a piece of mutated steak. After finishing lunch, Skomu Kars took Mao Xiaoyi to revisit the equipment they had seen earlier. Due to Mao Xiaoyi's strong insistence, the first place Skomu Kars brought him to was the shooting range. Mao Xiaoyi played with a weapon reminiscent of a pulse rifle. A beam of laser shot forth, effortlessly piercing through a steel plate several meters thick. Witnessing the weapon's power, Mao Xiaoyi's worldview was once again shattered. Skomu Kars picked up a weapon and introduced, This is a laser rifle, standard issue for our soldiers. Its power is quite impressive. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Mao Xiaoyi eagerly accepted the laser rifle, immediately contemplating rushing outside to take a shot at the mutated turtle. Fortunately, Skomu Kars intervened, insisting that the ammunition for the laser rifle was not currently in production and should be conserved. Reluctantly, Mao Xiaoyi relented. Outside, the mutated turtle felt an unsettling chill on its shell, sensing that something ominous was watching it. After stowing away the laser rifle, Skomu Kars resumed the tour of their research facilities. Just as they were midway through the tour, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, and reported to Skomu Kars, Lord, trouble is afoot. A group has arrived outside, demanding the surrender of Mao Xiaoyi. Skomu Kars cast a puzzled glance at Mao Xiaoyi before recalling that he had yet to inquire about his name. Mao Xiaoyi nodded towards Skomu Kars and said, I am indeed Mao Xiaoyi, but I am unaware of what is happening. Let us go outside and investigate. Mao Xiaoyi and Skomu Kars swiftly exited the city, only to find a dozen military aircraft stationed atop a nearby dune. Chapter 6. Departure. In the vast northwestern expanse, an enigmatic figure known as Wu Ming, along with dozens of soldiers, stood resolutely with their weapons raised, their faces etched with fury as they gazed into the city. Upon witnessing Mao Xiaoyi emerge from the mist alongside another individual, Wu Ming's expression shifted in surprise. He swiftly advanced, pulling Mao Xiaoyi back to the helicopter, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. Feeling the intensity of Wu Ming's stare, Mao Xiaoyi hastily recounted the events that had transpired since their arrival in Car City. Despite listening intently, Wu Ming remained skeptical until he conferred with Elder Qi over the phone, after which he agreed to accompany Mao Xiaoyi back into the city. Skomu Kars then guided the two through the city, taking the opportunity to introduce Mao Xiaoyi to various aspects he had previously overlooked. Having witnessed the city firsthand, Wu Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him, quickly shifting into work mode upon receiving orders from Elder Qi to establish a communication station in Car City. Skomu Kars expressed his enthusiasm for the proposal, immediately darting off to lend a hand, leaving Mao Xiaoyi feeling somewhat disoriented in the wind. Spotting a mutated tortoise sprawled out in the street, Mao Xiaoyi approached and, in a fit of frustration, kicked it while exclaiming, Once we reach the northwest, you and the lamb will share the same pot. The bewildered tortoise, confused by the sudden aggression, could only blink in response, unable to grasp why it had provoked this individual. During the days spent establishing the communication station with the military, Mao Xiaoyi took the mutated tortoise out daily to hunt aberrant beasts. As the days passed, he felt himself nearing the threshold of becoming a mid-level battle king. Once the communication station was completed, Wu Ming finally noticed Mao Xiaoyi, who had been ensnared in a web of confusion. Upon learning of Mao Xiao's intent to venture into the northwest, Wu Ming promptly requested a helicopter from the military and even facilitated an upgrade for Mao Xiao's smart wristwatch. With the upgraded wristwatch in hand, Mao Xiao swiftly navigated to the private chat channel of Tianlong. After a flurry of whimsical exchanges, the conversation concluded abruptly with Mao Xiao being removed from the channel. Boarding the helicopter, he found himself daydreaming about holding a roasted whole lamb. While the mutated tortoise had already become the mascot of Car City, a few hours later, the helicopter landed in a vast grassland. After bidding farewell to several individuals, Mao Xiao ventured alone towards the realms of the two dominant forces in the northwest. Shortly after entering one of these territories, he encountered a dozen evolved individuals riding mutated horses. Having suppressed his aura in advance, Mao Xiao appeared to them merely as an ordinary evolved being. One of the leading evolved individuals circled Mao Xiao on his mutated horse and inquired, "Which captain do you serve?" "What brings you here alone?" Mao Xiao replied, "I am not affiliated with your faction. I hail from the Central Plains and seek to make a living here." Nodding in response to Mao Xiao's words, the leader gestured for him to follow them. After a brief journey, they arrived at a base. Although it was not as expansive as the base in Kyoto, it possessed the scale of a small city. Guided by his companions, Mao Xiao registered for his evolved proof and was assigned to a small team. The team captain, a native of the Northwest, greeted the newcomer warmly, clapping Mao Xiao on the shoulder as he introduced himself. "Greetings, newcomer. I am Eridan Bari, a high-level evolved warrior and the captain of this team. From now on, we are family." Scratching his head, Mao Xiao replied, "Well, Bari, I am Chen Xiaolang, a mid-level evolved warrior. I hope you'll look out for me." Eridan Bari, taken aback by the name, patted Mao Xiao and said, "Just call me Captain, Brother Xiaolang." Eridan Bari then introduced Mao Xiao to the other team members, who welcomed him with open arms. The hardy individuals of the Northwest quickly made him feel at home. Meanwhile, far away in the Kyoto-based city, Xiaolang was oblivious to the reason behind his incessant sneezing. As Mao Xiao was new to the area, Eridan Bari did not take him out for explorations but instead assigned a team member named Galiba to show him around the base. Unlike the Kyoto base, this Northwest base was not composed of towering buildings but rather individual yurts. Interestingly, one could not discern whether a yurt was a home or a shop until entering. After visiting several shops and making a few acquaintances, Galiba led Mao Xiao to a fenced area, cautioning, "Brother Xiaolang, we cannot enter this place. There is a barrier. The elders of our base are unraveling something with their counterparts from the neighboring base. Disturbing them could lead to punishment." Upon hearing Galiba's words, Mao Xiao nodded in understanding, recognizing this as the object encircled by two factions on the power distribution map. After exploring the base, the day drew to a close, and the returning exploration teams gathered around a bonfire, where several hardy men feasted on lamb and drank butter tea, reveling in their camaraderie. Mao Xiao joined the festivities, reclining on the grass while gazing at the starry sky. Momentarily casting aside all his worries, that night, he slept soundly, only to be reluctantly roused by Eridan Bari's booming voice. The exploration team's tasks were straightforward. Despite being labeled as explorers, their duties were akin to pre-apocalypse patrols, with each team assigned a specific area to manage aberrant beasts and occasionally bring back survivors. Days passed in this manner, with Mao Xiao nearly forgetting his initial purpose for being there. As usual, he was awoken by Eridan Bari's loud calls, but this time Galiba rushed over, urging, "Brother Xiaolang, wake up. Something terrible has happened." Startled by the urgency in Galiba's voice, Mao Xiao reluctantly left the comfort of his warm bed. Yawning as he asked, "What happened, Galiba? Why the rush?" Galiba explained, "Last night, Uncle Anka's exploration team didn't return. Today, when others went to their assigned area, they discovered that all had been slain by aberrant beasts. Now all the exploration teams are searching for that beast." Upon hearing Galiba's words, Mao Xiao fully awakened and quickly rejoined Eridan Bari and the others. They soon saw various exploration teams gathering, all marching towards Uncle Anka's designated area. Upon arrival, the teams dispersed, cautiously delving deeper into the territory. Mao Xiao, alongside Eridan Bari, selected a direction and proceeded with caution. However, none anticipated that deep beneath the ground, a pair of crimson eyes would quietly open in response to their arrival. Chapter 7. The mutated sandworm. Each exploration team advanced deeper into their designated areas, yet aside from the pervasive scent of blood, they uncovered little of significance. Ernie's team, knowing Uncle Anka well, was among the first to enter the area upon learning of the incident. Driven by a burning desire for vengeance, they surged ahead of the other teams. As Ernie traversed the middle of his group, a sudden wail pierced the air. The lower halves of the two leading team members vanished in an instant, their remaining bodies collapsing to the ground with a thud. This unforeseen calamity left Ernie and his comrades frozen in shock, none daring to investigate. Yet the lurking danger beneath the earth would not let such an opportunity slip by. The sand on the ground began to swirl, as if being consumed by a vortex. Quick to react, Ernie and a few agile teammates leaped aside just as a massive, gaping maw emerged from the swirling sands, swallowing several members of the team whole. Witnessing the horrifying sight of his former comrades being devoured, Ernie's eyes turned bloodshot. He drew a long knife with determination, thrusting it towards the monstrous mouth. The blade struck the teeth of the gaping maw, causing it to snap shut, resulting in Ernie's hand being severed at the wrist in pain. Ernie attempted to retreat to his remaining teammates, only to find another gaping mouth had appeared beneath their feet. After a while, another exploration team arrived at the scene, only to be greeted by a gruesome sight of dismembered remains. Ernie's team, with its superior strength compared to Uncle Anka's, suffered a devastating fate, prompting the elders of the base to take notice. The remaining exploration teams were ordered to retreat while awaiting powerful reinforcements from the elders. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoi seized the opportunity to relay the gathered information back to the military. Wu Ming promptly went to the archives to examine cases of mutated beasts, but after a considerable time found nothing conclusive, leading to a brief exchange of pleasantries with Mao Xiaoi before ending the communication. After a long wait, an elder clad in ceremonial garb approached the base city. Galiba, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Mao Xiaoi, "This is wonderful. The third elder has come personally. That mutated beast is doomed." The third elder walked slowly through the crowd, facing the responsible area, placing his hands on the ground while murmuring incantations. As he did so, numerous green-red vines sprouted from the earth, reaching into the depths of the responsible zone. After a prolonged moment, the elder's expression shifted suddenly, a furious roar emanating from within the depths. The roar approached, culminating in the emergence of a worm-like creature before the onlookers, revealing the mastermind behind the chaos. This was a mutated sandworm, reminiscent of the legendary death worm, its colossal body akin to a collapsed building, with two gaping maws lined with sharp teeth at either end, remnants of vines still clinging to its jaws. The third elder reacted swiftly, summoning vines to ensnare the mutated sandworm upon its appearance. However, the creature's tail was remarkably agile, and it methodically gnawed through the vines that bound it. Realizing the futility of his vines, the third elder waved his hands, sending dozens of crimson thorns hurtling towards the mutated sandworm. The thorns surged forward, but just as they were about to make contact, the sandworm opened its maw wide. Unleashing a formidable suction force in an instant, the thorns were drawn into its gaping mouth, even affecting the third elder, who stumbled backward from hundreds of meters away. Mao Xiaoi furrowed his brow, judging by the sandworm's displayed power. It seemed to be on par with the mutated tortoise, while the third elder barely reached the mid-level battle general tier. The third elder recognized the formidable opponent, rallying everyone to attack the mutated sandworm simultaneously. Instantly, an array of bizarre assaults surged towards the creature. Yet once more, the mutated sandworm opened its maw, exuding an even more potent suction force than before, consuming all the attacks and making them vanish. The third elder hastily summoned numerous vines to ensnare the group, preventing anyone from being swallowed. Just as Mao Xiaoi prepared to intervene, he heard the third elder shout, "I will hold this beast at bay." You all hurry to summon the Saintess. With that, several team captains dashed towards the barrier area. Approaching Galiba, Mao Xiaoi patted his shoulder and inquired, "Galiba, who exactly is this Saintess the elder mentioned?" Galiba, evidently exhilarated, stammered, "The Saintess is a mysterious figure. Only a few elders have encountered her. It is said that our base is respected because of her presence. The neighboring base dares not provoke us." However, the mutated sandworm was relentless. Plunging back into the earth, the third elder's expression darkened as he pressed his hands against the ground, attempting to force the creature out. Suddenly, the third elder was flung backward, a gaping maw emerging before him. Still holding two severed arms within, the elder's face paled, retreating in panic as the mutated sandworm, emboldened by its success, lunged at him. "Beast, cease this at once." A delicate cry echoed through the air, and the advancing form of the mutated sandworm was instantly frozen in place. A woman descended gracefully from above, adorned in white sands, her head crowned with the distinctive headdress of the Northwest ethnic group, surrounded by swirling snowflakes, resembling an ice queen. Upon seeing her, the crowd knelt in unison, proclaiming their reverence for the saintess in the midst of the throng. Mao Xiaoyi observed the woman intently, surreptitiously capturing her visage with his smart wristwatch and transmitting it to Wuming, annotating it as follows: Northwest Saintess, Ice-type Evolver, Advanced Battle General level. Although her prowess was classified as that of an advanced battle general, Mao Xiaoyi sensed that she was but a step away from the rank of a warlord. The average advanced battle general would likely struggle to contend with her. However, the mutated sandworm was of a caliber comparable to the mutated elephant tortoise. How could it be vanquished so effortlessly? He watched as the ice encasing the mutated sandworm began to shatter, and soon, the creature burrowed back into the ground. The saintess conjured an ice spear with a flick of her wrist and hurled it toward a specific spot, where it swiftly embedded itself underground, followed by a thunderous roar. A gaping maw emerged from beneath her feet, prompting the saintess to float into the air. With a commanding cry of freeze, the monstrous mouth was immediately suspended in midair. Noticing that part of the mutated sandworm was immobilized, the saintess wasted no time and swiftly formed two ice blades in her hands, aiming them at the creature. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to shout a warning, the sandworm's tail suddenly lashed out, its gaping maw lunging toward the saintess. Chapter 8. The barrier opens as gasps filled the air, powerful auras erupted within the base, rushing towards the battlefield. Realizing there was no time to evade, the saintess steeled herself, plunging her ice blades into the sandworm's abdomen, but simultaneously, another of its massive mouths clamped down on her shoulder, from the wound on her shoulder. Exquisite ice flowers began to bloom, gradually spreading and encasing both the saintess and the creature like a sculpture frozen in time. The powerful auras from the base swiftly approached, and soon, 5 or 6 battle generals arrived on the scene. Launching an assault on the sandworm, which had already been severely wounded by the saintess. The creature was quickly dispatched amidst their onslaught, and the saintess descended back to the ground, revealing her shoulder, now marred by exposed white bone. Seeing that the others had dealt with the mutated sandworm, Mao Xiaoyi felt a sense of relief. Had they failed, he would have had to reveal his own strength. Now, he could continue to play the role of the underdog. The crowd returned to the base, gathering in small groups to discuss the day's events, while Mao Xiaoyi mingled with Galiba, heartily consuming lamb. The day swiftly passed, returning to a tranquil routine. A few days later, while accompanying Eridan Bari on an exploration, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly sensed a potent aura emanating from within the base, though it felt elusive. As if concealed by an unseen force, before long, someone approached Eridan Bari, whispering a few words in his ear, prompting him to lead the group back to the base, hastening towards the barrier. Confused, Mao Xiaoyi ran alongside the others and squeezed next to Galiba, inquiring, "Little Gagaga, what's happening? Why is everyone rushing towards the barrier?" Galiba replied as he ran, "If I'm not mistaken, it seems that powerful individuals from 2 bases are on the verge of breaking the barrier. Ever since its discovery, they've been trying to breach it, rumored to contain sacred artifacts." The closer they drew to the barrier, the clearer Mao Xiaoyi perceived that elusive yet formidable aura. He was nearly certain it emanated from within the barrier. Likely the sacred artifact Galiba had mentioned. Soon, they arrived at the barrier's exterior, where several powerful figures were taking turns attacking it, including the third elder and the saintess, though their injuries appeared grave. Likewise, he could faintly discern figures on the other side of the barrier, individuals from the neighboring base, also assaulting it. The barrier's radiance diminished, and the aura emanating from within grew increasingly stable. It was merely a matter of time before it shattered. Mao Xiaoyi discreetly slipped away from the crowd, seeking a hidden spot to don a black mask from his pocket, not wishing to be recognized by Galiba and the others while pilfering the sacred artifact. If they identified him, not only would he risk losing his lamb, but he might also have to contend with the challenge of subduing them. Unbeknownst to Mao Xiaoyi, the once swirling black mist of the mask gradually became distinct, revealing a beautifully carved demonic visage upon his face, while an almost imperceptible wisp of dark gas infiltrated his body. Shortly after Mao Xiaoyi secured the mask, a resounding crack shattered the sky, followed by a cascade of barrier fragments raining down. The barrier had opened. Under the guidance of several powerful figures, the crowd surged forward into the barrier's center, with Mao Xiaoyi quietly trailing at the rear. Before long, they halted, and with his view obstructed by the throng, Mao Xiaoyi climbed a tree for a better vantage point. In the center of the barrier stood a stone tablet, featuring two grooves, one cradling a scroll, and the other a luminous orb from which that potent aura emanated. On either side of the tablet stood two factions, a dozen strong individuals poised for confrontation, none daring to make a move. The saintess stepped forward, her voice calm yet assertive. This stalemate benefits no one. Since there are two sacred artifacts, why not have each side take one? From the opposing crowd emerged a lecherous old man, who, with a sneer, retorted, "Luo Bingen, do you think I am unaware of the turmoil in your base? Just days ago, you were nearly obliterated by that little creature. What right do you have to negotiate? Withdraw from the barrier, and I may consider sparing you." Anger flared on Luo Bingen's face, yet she remained composed within, recognizing the truth in the old man's words. Should a conflict arise, her chances of victory were bleak. As Luo Bingen hesitated, the old man signaled to his companions, prompting a warrior who had been standing behind her to draw a long sword and lunge at Luo Bingen. Caught off guard, she braced for the impending stab, despair washing over her as she never thought she would meet her demise at the hands of her own. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Perplexed, Luo Bingen opened her eyes to find a man with a severed arm standing before her. Having taken the blow in her stead, the third elder turned to her with a faint smile, his lips twitching as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped his mouth as the sword withdrew. The third elder slowly fell. Luo Bingen could no longer maintain her composure. She began to levitate, snowflakes swirling around her, conjuring a tempest of blizzards centered around her. Amidst the storm, her voice rang out, filled with fury, "Guodu, you despicable scoundrel! You shall all accompany the third elder to the grave." The elder known as Guodu gradually darkened his expression and slowly spoke to Luo Bingen. "I have given you a chance. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall fulfill your wish." As his words fell, Guodu began to levitate, surrounded by swirling black and green mist, creating two whirlpools amidst the blizzard. The assailant targeting the third elder swiftly retreated to the opposing camp, while the remaining elders hastily pursued, only to be intercepted one by the formidable foes on the other side. Gali Ba, consumed by rage, cursed the attacker of the third elder while turning to see what Mao Xiaoyi was doing, only to find that Mao Xiaoyi, who had been following him, had vanished without a trace. Gali Ba searched through the crowd, yet still could not locate Mao Xiaoyi, and a sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart. On the battlefield, the two whirlpools, one white and one green, drew closer together, with the tumult of battle forcing everyone to retreat. Gali Ba refocused his attention on the combat. Initially, the white whirlpool surged forward like a tempest, overpowering the green whirlpool. However, as the snowfall intensified, the black-green mist began to gradually consume the snowflakes, and over time, the offensive of the white whirlpool noticeably diminished. Luo Bingen, caught in the blizzard, wore an anxious expression. She understood Guodu's capabilities, and the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. However, her injuries prevented her from unleashing her full strength. Chapter 9. Rescuing Luo Bingen. Gradually, the white whirlpool shrank under the green whirlpool's encroachment, and several elders on the ground attempted to intervene but were thwarted by the enemies opposing them. Finally, with a piercing scream, the white whirlpool vanished completely, and Luo Bingen was sent hurtling from its grasp, crashing to the ground. The elders quickly withdrew, forming a protective barrier around her. Luo Bingen slowly sat up, her lips turning purple, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. After several futile attempts, she ultimately could not rise to her feet. Guodu approached with a lewd grin and said, "Luo Bingen, why must you torment yourself? Had you married me, we would not have reached this dire juncture. I believe my bone poison is gradually devouring your energy. If you were to kneel and plead for mercy, I might consider sparing your life." The elders glared at Guodu, their desire to subdue him palpable. Yet they knew that this man was far too powerful. Luo Bingen offered a sorrowful smile, refraining from responding to Guodu's taunts. Instead, she directed her plea toward the direction where Mao Xiaoyi was hiding, saying, "Esteemed guest, I do not know your intentions for being here, but I implore you to assist us in overcoming this crisis. I shall be at your service thereafter." Mao Xiaoyi, startled by her words, had originally intended to take advantage of the chaos but was taken aback by her awareness of his presence, as he had concealed his aura. He shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, "Well, it seems I cannot even remain low-key occasionally." Stepping out from behind the tree, Mao Xiaoyi gracefully descended and hovered above Luo Bingen. Guodu squinted at him and slowly spoke. "I am Guodu, the overseer of the grassland base. Might I inquire where you hail from? I kindly request that you refrain from intervening in this matter, and in return, you shall be treated as a distinguished guest." Mao Xiaoyi replied with a smile, "I may refrain from interfering. However, I have two requests." Guodu's expression brightened at the response, yet Luo Bingen and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Guodu hastily asked, "What are your requests? Please, do not hesitate to express them. If it is within my power, I shall ensure your satisfaction." With a teasing smile, Mao Xiaoyi stated, "First, you must not harm anyone from the Northwest base. Second, I want those two sacred artifacts." Due to Mao Xiaoyi still suppressing his aura, Guodu and the others perceived him merely as a high-ranking combatant. Guodu's face darkened upon hearing this, and he angrily cursed, "You insolent fool! You dare to play tricks on me? I was being polite to you due to your apparent strength, but it seems you are just like that wretched woman, refusing to drink the fine wine and opting for the punishment instead. Prepare to meet your demise." As his words fell, Guodu and a dozen strong warriors swiftly launched an attack against Mao Xiaoyi. Yet Mao Xiaoyi maintained his smile, instantly releasing his suppressed aura, stating, "You all possess commendable strength, but you are merely combatants. How dare you act so recklessly?" Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mao Xiaoyi, the assault abruptly halted, and several weaker warriors found themselves compelled to retreat. Luo Bingen, sitting on the ground, was equally astonished. While she had sensed that Mao Xiaoyi was strong and hoped he could aid her, she never anticipated his strength to be at such a level. She had employed numerous methods herself and could not break through to the combat king level. Guodu was also taken aback. He had anticipated that after acquiring the sacred artifacts, he would become the first combat king. Yet this unknown young man had already reached the level he had long yearned for. Resolutely, Guodu bent down and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Gritting his teeth as he said, "I was unaware of your strength, and I apologize for my earlier offenses. I shall fulfill all your requests, but I humbly ask that you leave the inferior sacred artifact to me." Mao Xiaoyi, surprised, had been preparing for a fierce confrontation but was taken aback by Guodu's unexpected restraint and lowly demeanor, prompting thoughts of potentially enlisting Guodu into his ranks. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi hesitate, Luo Bingen grew anxious. Struggling to support herself with the help of an elder, she staggered toward Mao Xiaoyi and bowed, saying, "I beseech you, esteemed guest, to help me slay this Guodu if you assist me. I shall serve you faithfully in the future." Mao Xiaoyi turned to Luo Bingen, chuckling, "Wait a moment, according to the script, shouldn't you be offering yourself in gratitude? Why has it turned into servitude?" Luo Bingen's cheeks flushed at Mao Xiaoyi's words. And just as she was about to respond, she saw Guodu coalesce a stream of poison, launching it toward Mao Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi, having sensed Guodu's intentions, was well aware of the man's cunning nature. Thus he remained vigilant. Just as the poison was about to make contact with him, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind Guodu before Guodu could revel in his moment of triumph. He heard a cold voice from behind him, "Guodu, do you truly believe that such a sneak attack can succeed a second time?" Guodu attempted to respond, but inexplicably, he found himself unable to utter a sound. It was only when he felt a sharp pain in his neck that he realized he had been pronounced dead by Mao Xiaoyi. The act of Guodu's demise transpired in mere moments. Leaving the onlookers in shocked, it was not until Mao Xiaoyi approached the stone tablet that they realized Guodu lay lifeless upon the ground. Mao Xiaoyi picked up the orb emanating immense energy, planning to study it further, and the crowd dared not intervene at that moment. A voice of great authority resonated. "Also take that scroll with you." Mao Xiaoyi jumped in surprise, glancing around to see no one speaking. Luo Bingen, noticing Mao Xiaoyi's daze before the stone tablet, stumbled over and asked, "Esteemed guest, may I invite you to my residence for a discussion?" Mao Xiaoyi, coming back to his senses, noticed Luo Bingen's flushed cheeks and her hesitant speech. Realizing that his previous jest had led to a misunderstanding, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely a joke. I have no interest in you in a few days. I will discuss how you will repay me. For now, what I require of you is to incorporate the two bases." As his words fell, Luo Bingen still wished to say something, but Mao Xiaoyi had already vanished from sight. Oddly enough, when Mao Xiaoyi declared his lack of interest, Luo Bingen felt a twinge of disappointment. Mao Xiaoyi paid no heed to Luo Bingen's feelings, quickly finding a secluded spot to examine the orb radiating potent energy. The orb shimmered with golden light, appearing transparent, with the center depicting a soaring eagle, beneath which lay a white wolf. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to investigate the orb's purpose, the voice from the stone tablet echoed again. "Unroll the scroll." Startled, Mao Xiaoyi collided with a branch overhead. Annoyed, he cursed at the surroundings. "Which fool is doing this? Can't you speak properly instead of scaring me like that?" The voice slowly replied. "Is it not possible that I reside within your mind?" Chapter 10. An external aid? Mao Xiaoyi, puzzled, knocked on his own head and attempted to communicate with his thoughts. "Are you truly in my head? Are you a parasite?" After a moment of silence, the voice finally responded, "Well, could you show me a bit more respect? In my past life, I was one of the 10 gods. Being referred to as a parasite is quite humiliating." Mao Xiaoyi quickly pieced things together, asking, "You are the chaos?" The voice confirmed, "Indeed, but more accurately, I am a fragment of his divine consciousness. The version you saw in the ancient ruins has perished. This fragment is attached to that mask, intended to reach Blue Star and impart my abilities to the one who finds the mask, which is you." After explaining his origins, the chaos consciousness added, "My divine essence can only exist for a limited time. No more than a few years. During this time, I will teach you how to enhance your abilities. Once I am gone, you will have to rely solely on yourself. I hope that one day you can defeat the remaining 10 gods with this mask." Mao Xiaoyi scratched his head, pondering that he had encountered an external aid. The chaos consciousness, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Could you not think of something more serious? An external aid? You have something even stronger than me within you." Mao Xiaoyi, intrigued, asked, "What else is inside me besides you?" The chaotic divine consciousness realized it had inadvertently let something slip and chose not to respond, and no matter how persistently Mao Xiaoyi inquired, the chaotic divine consciousness remained as silent as if it had vanished into thin air. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Mao Xiaoyi slowly retrieved the scroll he had obtained from the stone tablet, unfurling it upon the ground to study. As the scroll unfolded, Mao Xiaoyi discerned what appeared to be a map inscribed upon it. However, the map was incomplete, with certain connections severed. The reverse side of the scroll bore the character for flamed, that moment. The chaotic divine consciousness spoke again. "It seems my suspicions were correct. This is one of the flame maps. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. This artifact will prove invaluable in the future." Mao Xiaoyi, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "If it's useful later, then it's useless now, leaving me disappointed for nothing." Clearly unwilling to indulge Mao Xiaoyi's grumbling, the chaotic divine consciousness continued, "You must now take out that orb and utilize it according to the method I have instructed." Mao Xiaoyi rolled up the scroll and stowed it away before producing the orb that emanated a formidable aura. As the chaotic divine consciousness guided him, it elaborated, "First, hold it in your mouth without swallowing. This is a spirit of the Earth vein at the Battle King level. The evolutionary beings here have struggled to break through to the Battle King level due to its presence, as it absorbs the energy of those reaching the peak of the Battle General level, preventing their advancement. However, this particular spirit has absorbed insufficient energy. Typically, a Battle King level spirit would at least allow you to touch the threshold of Battle Emperor level. As for this one, consider it fortunate if you manage to elevate to the intermediate Battle King level." Following the guidance of the chaotic divine consciousness, Mao Xiaoyi held the Earth vein spirit in his mouth and immediately felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, absorbing this energy wholeheartedly. Soon, he entered a state akin to seeing through his own body, witnessing the Earth vein spirit gradually diminishing in size, as golden strands of energy slowly merged into his bloodstream. While Mao Xiaoyi absorbed the Earth vein spirit, Luo Bingen had already reorganized the personnel from the 2 major bases, cleansing many remnants of Guadu's faction. Meanwhile, within a nearby force in the eastern region, a figure stood suspended in the air, his foot resting upon a metallic sword, his expression grave as he gazed into the dense throng of zombies before him. In the northwest region, when Mao Xiaoyi finally opened his eyes after absorbing the earth vein spirit. 3 days had passed. Although this absorption did not enhance his power, he could distinctly sense a significant increase in the purity of his energy, if his original energy could be likened to golden threads. The energy within him now felt like robust steel bars. This transformation in energy brought Mao Xiaoyi great joy. He discovered that with this change, the frequency with which he could utilize his skills had also increased. His previously limited teleportation ability had expanded from 3 uses to 6. Elated, he teleported twice before calming himself, preparing to return to the base for a visit. This time, Mao Xiaoyi chose not to wear a mask. Instead, he suppressed his aura, walking down the street like an ordinary person, akin to his first visit to the base. However, it was amusing to note that the tale of him single-handedly repelling Guadu's forces had spread widely, with people frequently discussing this incident, transforming him into the legendary figure known as the Ghost Face Master. Hearing the public's chatter made Mao Xiaoyi's face flush with embarrassment, prompting him to quicken his pace. Notably, Galiba had already deduced that Mao Xiaoyi was, in fact, the Ghost Face Master, though he chose to keep this revelation to himself. Soon, Mao Xiaoyi arrived at Luo Bingyan's residence, which was easily identifiable as she was the only one in the base not residing in a yurt. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi approach, the 2 guards stationed at the door immediately blocked his way. One of the guards, with a scowl, demanded, "What wild man dares to approach? This is the residence of the Saintess. You are not welcome here." Mao Xiaoyi appraised the guard with a glance, bemused by the audacity of the gatekeeper. However, he did not engage in a dispute and calmly replied, "Please convey to your Saintess that the Ghost Face Master wishes to see her." The guards were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. The one who had been disrespectful pointed at Mao Xiaoyi, mocking, You think you can impersonate the Ghost Face Master? You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes." Mao Xiaoyi felt exasperated at their words, thinking to himself, "I would carry my own shoes. How ridiculous." Without further ado, he repressed his aura, releasing a tremendous oppressive force that immediately pinned the previously boisterous guards to the ground, rendering them immobile. Inside, Luo Bingyan sensed the sudden pressure, suppressing her unease, and hurried to the door. Upon seeing the 2 guards prostrate on the ground, she quickly grasped the situation. These guards, known for their arrogance, had likely offended someone powerful, Mao Xiaoyi, and now he was understandably irate. Luo Bingyan promptly lowered herself in a bow, apologizing, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest. It was my oversight in managing the guards. Please, quell your wrath. I shall ensure these 2 are dealt with accordingly. Might I request you to ease your pressure?" Once Luo Bingyan emerged, and with more onlookers gathering, Mao Xiaoyi moderated his oppressive aura and stepped through the doorway. Luo Bingyan swiftly regained her composure as the Saintess, casting a frosty glance at the guards before entering. Chapter 11. The true danger. Upon entering, Mao Xiaoyi casually selected a chair to sit down. Luo Bingyan followed suit, pouring him a cup of butter tea before taking a seat herself. After sipping the tea, Mao Xiaoyi inquired, "How has the base's integration progressed?" Luo Bingyan replied, "All factions have been successfully absorbed. I have executed all remnants of Guadu's faction. The remaining populace has been relocated to the adjacent base, which I have arranged for personnel to manage." Mao Xiaoyi nodded, instructing, "Please inform your subordinates that preparations must be made. In a couple of days, a convoy will come to escort you to the Kyoto base city, where you shall reside henceforth." Upon hearing this, Luo Bingyan rose, but, upon catching a glimpse of Mao Xiaoyi's displeased expression, slowly sat back down, cautiously asking, "Esteemed guest, if there are individuals who do not wish to relocate to Kyoto base city, may they remain?" Mao Xiaoyi discerned her hesitation and contemplated for a moment before responding. "If they prefer to stay, they may do so. Those who wish to leave can join me when the time comes. You shall oversee the rest." Luo Bingyan nodded and, after discussing some details about Kyoto base city with Mao Xiaoyi, stepped outside to announce the news. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi attempted to reach Wuming to request a transport aircraft, but found himself unable to connect, leading him to contact Tianlong instead. This time, within a faction neighboring the eastern region, a man stood suspended in the air, his feet resting upon a metallic sword, controlling 2 massive metal dragons that were engaged in a fierce battle against the black sea of zombies below. This man was none other than Wuming, whom Mao Xiaoyi had been unable to reach. Tio traced back a few days. While Mao Xiaoyi absorbed the earth vein spirit, Wuming had been dispatched to consolidate the forces within the eastern region. As the helicopter soared through the skies, having just entered the vicinity of the eastern region, a pool of green liquid shot up from below, aimed directly at the aircraft. The pilot instinctively yanked on the control stick, but the speed of the green liquid was too swift, resulting in a resounding impact. Soon, a hissing sound of corrosion echoed from the point of impact, and a sizable hole appeared in the aircraft's structure. As a member of the Special Operations Unit, Wooming reacted swiftly, realizing the gravity of the situation, and commanded the pilot to steer the helicopter out of the eastern region. The helicopter turned sharply and sped away. But the unknown threat on the ground was relentless, launching a barrage of green liquid into the air. Despite the pilot's expertise, the relentless assault of the green liquid proved overwhelming, and the helicopter was struck repeatedly, ultimately losing power. Fortunately, Wooming had attained the Battle King level during this mission. He instantly transformed the helicopter into a massive metal dragon, carrying the remaining team members to flee from the eastern region. The team members perched atop the metal dragon attempted to contact the military via their multifunctional wristwatches, only to discover that all communication devices had failed, seemingly due to some interference present in the eastern region. On the ground in the eastern region, the attackers were a peculiar group of zombies, all sharing a common trait. Their faces resembled that of a toad. The green liquid they used to assault the helicopter was expelled from their swollen mouths. And due to the corrosive nature of this liquid, they were later dubbed acid spitters. Amidst this group of acid spitters was a small zombie, distinct from the others, resembling a human save for the two arcs of electricity sprouting from its head. It was these arcs that rendered Wooming's team's communication devices inoperative. However, the electrical arc served a greater purpose, as this particular zombie would later be known as the communicator. Wooming's team swiftly escaped the eastern region. But as they pondered their next destination, a human settlement suddenly came into view. Wooming guided the metal dragon to descend gently, prompting a stir among the crowd below until a burly man emerged. Restoring calm.as, the metal dragon hovered just a few meters above the ground. Wooming, standing at the dragon's head, addressed the man. "I am Wooming from the Special Operations Unit of Kyoto Bay City. Here on a mission, we have encountered an unidentified attack in the eastern region and urgently require a place to recuperate. May we rest here?" Upon hearing Wooming's words, the crowd displayed visible fear. Even the leading man exhibiting a hint of trepidation. However, he quickly composed himself and welcomed Wooming and his team inside. Under the man's guidance, Wooming and his team gradually learned of the current state of the eastern region. The man introduced himself as Wang Dahu, a native of the eastern region, who had fortuitously become an evolutionary being after the apocalypse and had established his own faction. However, good fortune was fleeting. As conflicts erupted among various factions in the eastern region, a bizarre group of zombies emerged, decimating factions left and right, and even evolutionary beings could not escape their clutches. Fortunately, Wang Dahu's faction had strategically positioned itself at the outskirts of the eastern region and managed to flee swiftly. Yet, even then, some individuals fell prey to a zombie resembling a spider, resulting in fatalities. Ultimately, Wang Dahu and a group of evolutionary beings fought valiantly against this creature, which led to the establishment of the current settlement. As the number of zombies in the eastern region continued to swell, by the time Wooming and his team arrived, the area had been rendered a desolate wasteland, as Wang Dahu described. After severing ties with the communicator in the eastern region, Wooming's team quickly repaired their multifunctional wristwatches and reported the situation to the military. The military promptly took notice and dispatched a team of researchers along with a squad of soldiers to the settlement. Meanwhile, deep within the central area of the eastern region, the communicator, with its severed tongue, was communicating with another communicator, their heads pulsating with electrical arcs, in the heart of the eastern region, at a small lake. Another communicator stood beside a grotesque, seemingly pregnant zombie, its head similarly flashing with arcs of electricity. Before long, a series of eerie calls echoed throughout the eastern region, and had Wang Dahu been privy to the sounds, he would have fled in an instant, recognizing them as the calls of countless creatures summoning zombies, their ultimate aim being to create a tide of the undead. However, Wang Dahu and his team were too far away to hear the ominous calls. While the recently arrived researchers were still eagerly inquiring when they could explore the eastern region, Wooming quickly organized the researchers into 3 teams, personally leading one group while the other 2 were overseen by the next most competent individuals. Initially, Wooming had intended for Wang Dahu to lead one of the teams, given his familiarity with the eastern region, but Wang Dahu adamantly refused to step foot back into the area, prompting Wooming to appoint him as the commander of the settlement instead. Wu Ming and his team swiftly returned to the eastern region, where researchers were diligently examining the strewn corpses. Occasionally, they would stumble upon mutated zombie bodies, eliciting gasps of astonishment, yet they remained oblivious to the pair of eyes observing them from atop a high-rise building. Chapter 12. The Predator and the Tracker. The researchers gathered around a long-dead acid spitter, utilizing various instruments for testing, while Wu Ming and several combat team members stood guard nearby. Suddenly, one combat member felt an upset stomach and excused himself to a secluded area to relieve himself. As he prepared to unbutton his trousers, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if he were being watched. As an evolutionary being, his instincts were usually quite accurate. He suppressed the urge to relieve himself and grabbed his binoculars to scan the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a figure standing atop a nearby rooftop, several hundred meters away. Adjusting his binoculars to maximum zoom, he locked eyes with a pair of crimson ones. The moment he caught sight of those eyes, a chill ran down his spine, and as he instinctively tried to lower his binoculars, a long, barbed tongue pierced through his chest. The tongue, lined with sharp hooks, retracted, dragging the unfortunate combatant back to the rooftop, leaving only a pool of blood and some unidentifiable fluids in the place where he once stood on the rooftop. A predator feasted upon the fallen combatant, the sound of crunching echoing ominously. This was a predator, distinct from the acid spitters and communicators previously encountered by Wu Ming's team. Predators typically operated alone, yet a single predator could wreak havoc upon an entire battalion. Unaware that one of their own had perished, Wu Ming and the remaining researchers continued their enthusiastic examination of the acid spitter's corpse. A few audacious researchers had taken samples and were still unsatisfied. One even brandished a knife, preparing to slice open the acid spitter's neck. However, in the next moment, calamity struck. Although the acid spitter was deceased, its throat still contained corrosive liquid. When the researcher plunged the knife down, a torrent of acid erupted forth, splattering the nearest individuals. Wu Ming reacted swiftly, yanking several researchers away from the acid spitter, but the unfortunate researcher who had cut its neck was not so lucky. The acid drenched him, and he became a headless figure. After this harrowing incident, the remaining researchers were reluctant to linger and insisted on returning. Wu Ming shared their sentiment. He felt an uneasy vibe permeating the eastern region, and he was preparing to call for a retreat when he realized the previously excused combatant had yet to return. Alarmed, Wu Ming instructed the researchers to remain in place while he and the remaining combat members retraced their steps to find the missing team member. Soon, they stumbled upon a pool of blood and some peculiar fluids around a corner. Just as Wu Ming began to ponder the strange scene, a scream erupted from the direction of the researchers, followed by a series of horrifying shrieks. Wu Ming quickly led his team back, and upon arrival, they found 3 corpses sprawled on the ground, accompanied by a zombie that resembled a spider lurking nearby. At this moment, Wu Ming and his team were unaware of the true nature of this zombie, which was known as a tracker. Its arachnid appearance allowed it to be nearly omnipresent, yet it was unfortunately blind, making it difficult to locate prey. However, over time, trackers discovered that by following predators, they could effectively hunt. As the scent of blood led them to their next meal, predators often acted alone, and when encountering larger groups, trackers could feast abundantly. Currently, Wu Ming stood face to face with the tracker, but fortunately, the predator that had previously occupied the rooftop had since departed. Had the predators still been present, Wu Ming might have found himself in dire straits. Cautious not to underestimate the tracker, Wu Ming summoned 2 metallic dragons from the surrounding buildings, directing them toward the tracker. Unlike the communicator, the tracker possessed a far lower level of intelligence. It could scarcely comprehend that following a predator would lead to a meal. Thus, the tracker stood its ground, swiping at the approaching metallic dragons. The collision of the tracker and the metallic dragon sent up a cloud of dust, and when the haze cleared, the tracker had been reduced to a puddle of goo. Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a fierce battle, but instead had dispatched a mere minion. Disregarding the tracker, he signaled to the remaining team members to head toward the eastern region's exit. Yet, the ruckus had attracted the attention of the predator, which returned to its perch atop the high-rise, silently watching Wu Ming and his team depart. The other 2 squads, however, were not so fortunate. They had not encountered many research subjects along their chosen paths, and thus decided to delve deeper into the eastern region. One of these squads was led by Wu Chun, a trusted subordinate of Wu Ming. They ventured further into the depths, faintly hearing strange howls that were intermittent and indistinct, prompting them to follow the sound. Another squad, similarly progressing deeper into the eastern region, was suddenly interrupted when a researcher at the rear of their group let out a blood-curdling scream. When the rest turned to look, the researcher had completely vanished, leaving only a bloodstain where he once stood. The group quickly heightened their alertness, and moments later, the air was filled with rustling sounds from all directions. The squad's leader, a fire-type evolutionary, conjured a ring of flames to encircle the team. Sending out a distress signal, suddenly, dozens of trackers surged forth from all around, lunging directly at the group encircled by flames. The flames merely ignited the trackers without inflicting any significant harm. The combat team members reacted swiftly, raising their weapons to fire, and several trackers fell to the ground. However, the sheer number of trackers was overwhelming, and soon, some combatants were tackled down, creating gaps in their defensive line, allowing even more trackers to swarm in. Having just exited the eastern region, Wuming received the distress signal from the squad. His brow furrowed, and he summoned a metallic dragon, selecting a few team members before soaring toward the source of the plea for help. Yet, as they closed in on the distressed squad, a tongue suddenly lashed out from below, piercing through the metallic dragon and impaling one of the combatants, who succumbed instantly. Wuming was alarmed and quickly conjured a massive steel shield, bringing his team down to the safety of a nearby high-rise. Upon landing, Wuming discovered a predator fixating its gaze on him from a short distance away. Chapter 13. The heavy armor before Wuming stood the very predator that had ambushed the fallen combatant. Gazing at the zombie, Wuming felt an unsettling instinct, the first such sensation he had experienced since ascending to the Battle King level. Cautious not to act recklessly, he observed the predator, and they remained locked in this tense standoff. The other combat members watched the bizarre scene unfold, holding their breath. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted in the distance, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Wuming's team initially jumped in surprise, but quickly recognized it as another squad executing their mission. One of the team members urgently informed Wuming, "Captain, that must be Team 3. The distress signal originated from that direction." Wuming remained still, raising a hand to signal his team to retreat. Though anxious, the members were compelled to heed the predator's imposing presence and cautiously backed away. The predator continued to fixate on Wuming, casting only a fleeting glance at the others in its eyes. Only the man before it appeared formidable, and it yearned to taste his blood as the predator's attention remained focused on Wuming. The team managed to find their way down the stairwell and onto the ground. Once they had thoroughly assessed their equipment, they glanced back up at the rooftop before hastily making their way toward the beleaguered squad. Wuming stood upon the rooftop, waiting until his team had distanced themselves before slightly raising one hand. A metallic longsword materialized in his right hand, the very sword he had wielded when slaying Shirong. However, this time, the sword was surrounded by dozens of circular blades. Wuming pointed the longsword forward, sending the circular blades spiraling toward the predator. The predator, quick to react, leaped off the rooftop, its elongated tongue launching toward Wuming. Seeing the predator leap, Wuming instantly redirected the trajectory of the circular blades, surrounding the predator's tongue and slicing through it with precision. The sharp blades severed the tongue, and a howl of anguish resonated from below. The remaining segment of the tongue hastily retracting. With the first strike successful, Wuming seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and summoning the metallic dragon to charge directly at the predator below. The predator, clearly intelligent, recognized that it had provoked a formidable opponent, and it swiftly turned to flee, occasionally launching its tongue to latch onto nearby railings, propelling itself away with remarkable speed, akin to a superhero from a post-apocalyptic film. Wuming was momentarily stunned by the predator's response but chose not to pursue. After all, the eastern region was the territory of zombies, and recklessly chasing could lead to a second predator emerging from the shadows. Moreover, he was deeply concerned about the situation of the other squad. Thus, seeing the predator retreat, Wuming quickly headed toward the location of the distress signal. When he arrived, the battle was nearly concluded. The earlier arrivals had teamed up with the surrounded members to dispatch the remaining predators, and Wuming's arrival allowed them to eliminate any stragglers. As Wuming's team tended to the wounded and prepared for their return, Wu Qin's squad approached the source of the howling. The cries had grown increasingly clear, akin to animals shrieking at a high pitch, causing discomfort to all who heard it. The group, tormented by the cacophonous howls, became disoriented, failing to recognize that they had entered a plaza-like area. Wu Qian was the first to regain his senses. As he spotted a towering humanoid figure standing at the center of the plaza, measuring over 10 meters tall with a sharp command, he alerted his comrades, snapping them out of their stupor as they beheld the colossal being. Every combat member raised their weapons, nervously fixating on it. Yet, the towering figure remained motionless, resembling a lifeless object, unresponsive to their actions. As the group gradually relaxed, forming a semicircular perimeter, they cautiously approached the colossal entity. When they reached its feet, the being still did not react. Some of the bolder researchers moved closer for a closer inspection. The creature was covered in scales, and no instrument could inflict damage upon it, leaving the researchers frustrated in their attempts to collect samples. Frustrated by their inability to procure samples, one researcher angrily kicked the towering figure, startling everyone and prompting them to step back in alarm. However, the giant remained unperturbed. At that moment, even Wu Chun was convinced that the creature was lifeless. But, as fate would have it, calamity was on the horizon. One researcher, in a moment of carelessness, accidentally cut his hand, and droplets of blood fell onto the giant's foot. In an instant, the creature's eyes snapped open, revealing two crimson orbs that coldly regarded Wu Qian and the others below. With the awakening of the massive being, Wu Qian and his companions felt a heavy weight settle upon their hearts, a potent sense of oppression enveloping each of them. At that moment, a predator with a severed tongue bounded toward the plaza from a distant building. However, upon spotting the colossal creature at the center, it promptly turned tail and fled, much like it had when fleeing Wuming. For the being standing at the center of the plaza was a heavy armor creature. If a predator could wreak havoc upon an army, a heavy armor creature could obliterate one entirely. Wu Qian and his companions struggled against the overwhelming pressure, raising their weapons to fire, but their bullets merely ricocheted off the armored scales, failing to inflict any damage. The heavy armor creature slowly twisted its body, one arm lifting from the ground to strike down, abruptly silencing the gunfire. When the dust settled, the ground was left strewn with blood and crushed weaponry. Wu Chun suddenly found himself atop a distant high-rise, gasping for breath. When the massive hand descended, he had used his abilities to escape, yet he still sensed the looming specter of death. After a prolonged recovery, Wu Chun abandoned the thought of returning to the plaza, transforming into a gust of wind as he fled the eastern region. Meanwhile, back at the base, Wang Dahe grew increasingly concerned when he could not reach Wu Chen's squad. He contacted Wuming to inform him of the situation. At that moment, Wuming was preparing to lead his team out of the eastern region when he received the news with shocked. It was inconceivable that Wu Chen's squad could suddenly go dark. Even Wuming himself would struggle to catch up to Wu Chun should he attempt to flee. Yet Wuming and his team remained unaware that Wu Chen's squad had vanished without a trace beneath the heavy armor creature's grasp. Chapter 14. The zombie-tied Wu Chen fled for his life, and just as he was about to escape the eastern region, a tongue pierced through his form, rendering him immobile. Staring in confusion at the gaping wound in his chest, he felt a tremendous force pulling him backward as the sound of gnashing teeth echoed. Wu Chun lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Wuming pressed onward, his instincts warning him that Wu Chen's squad was likely in peril. He needed to ensure the safety of his current team before rushing to rescue Wu Chun. Half an hour later, Wuming returned to the high-rise where he had previously encountered the predator. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Thus, he summoned the metallic dragon once more, heading toward the center of the eastern region. Before long, Wuming arrived at a plaza, where the enormous figure at its center immediately caught his attention. As he approached, he noticed a pool of blood on the ground, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. With a swift gesture, he launched a metallic spear directly at the towering creature. The spear struck the heavy armor, producing a resounding clang as it ricocheted off, leaving only a faint scratch on the creature's scales. Wuming was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his Battle King-level assault would be so ineffective against this formidable being. Thankfully, it appeared unresponsive to his attack. Just as Wuming began to breathe a sigh of relief, a piercing wail echoed nearby. Upon hearing the sound, the heavy armor creature slowly opened its eyes, glancing in the direction of the scream before focusing intently on Wuming. A wave of powerful pressure washed over him, and he dared not underestimate the situation. He quickly retreated while summoning his longsword, unleashing a barrage of circular blades toward the heavy armor creature. With a swift motion, the heavy armor creature raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming blades. Wuming barely had time to process the situation before the creature swung its other hand toward him. In that instant, Wuming pressed his left hand against the sword, murmuring, "With my blood, I summon the spirit of the sword," causing his blood to meld with the blade. The sword transformed from blue to crimson. As the heavy armor creature's hand descended, Wuming slashed with his sword, unleashing a wave of red energy that cleaved through the creature's hand, severing it in two. The creature howled in fury. The armored figure, having had its palm severed, let out an anguished roar and lunged menacingly towards the Nameless One. Upon witnessing a colossal creature towering over 10 meters rushing towards him, even the Nameless felt a surge of trepidation. Gripping his long sword, he swung it fiercely, each arc of his blade unleashing a crimson wave of sword energy directed at the armored assailant. Initially, the few strikes merely inflicted superficial wounds upon the armored figure, failing to impede its advance. However, as the onslaught of sword energy escalated, the armored one's pace gradually slackened, dark ichor seeping from its wounds. Ultimately, after several minutes of relentless assault, a resounding crash echoed as the armored figure collapsed to the ground. With the fall of the armored foe, the Nameless slumped onto the ground, having nearly exhausted every ounce of his energy to sustain the barrage of sword strikes. Yet, following the defeat of this formidable adversary, he sensed a significant enhancement in his own strength, even perceiving a faint indication that he might transcend to the intermediate Battle King level. Just as he prepared to savor the transformation in his power, the distant sound of footsteps reached his ears. Unable to summon forth the metallic dragon, he sought refuge in a nearby high-rise and ascended the stairs to the rooftop. Upon reaching the summit and gazing into the distance, a wave of shock washed over him as he beheld an endless expanse of darkness, an undulating tide of zombies. A closer inspection revealed that this was no ordinary horde. It comprised countless communicators, acid spewers, stalkers, and even solitary predators. To his despair, he discerned the presence of 3 armored figures within his line of sight. As the shrill cries echoed from afar, it became evident that even more zombies were converging just beyond his view. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he swiftly turned and fled from the Kanto region. Though he could not conjure the metallic dragon, as a low-level Battle King evolved, his speed remained commendable. Mere minutes later, he arrived at the gathering place, relaying his observations to the assembled crowd, all of whom wore expressions of grave concern, particularly Wang Dahu, who had previously endured a zombie tide and now sat on the ground in despair. At that moment, a messenger dispatched to inform the Kyoto-based city rushed in, delivering a dire revelation. All communication devices had failed, signifying that the communicators had reached a proximity capable of affecting the gathering place. A wave of desolation washed over even the Nameless One. While he could undoubtedly evade the horde, what of the others? Most critically, if the situation could not be relayed to the Kyoto-based city in a timely manner, the descent of the zombie tide would herald the onset of catastrophe. However, the Nameless was overly apprehensive. Unbeknownst to him, while communication with the gathering place was severed, Elder Qi had already summoned Jiangnan, acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Kanto region. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Kyoto-based city wore expressions of deep concern, having witnessed far more than the Nameless. The horde he observed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The actual tide had grown to encompass the size of an entire city, with numbers nearing 10 million. In the midst of strategizing, Tianlong suddenly received a message from Mao Xiaoyi, seeking Elder Qi's counsel before preparing to personally retrieve her. Shortly thereafter, Mao Xiaoyi boarded a helicopter, where Tianlong briefed her on the current situation. As the leader of the Seven Gates, Mao Xiaoyi commanded a following rivaling that of the military, and Tianlong naturally hoped for her assistance. Quickly reaching a consensus with Tianlong, Mao Xiaoyi recognized that if the zombies surged southward, none would escape the impending disaster. Seizing the moment, Tianlong proposed that Mao Xiaoyi join the Special Operations Team. Without hesitation, she acquiesced, having a good rapport with Tianlong and his companions, unaware that this decision would usher her away from her carefree existence. Meanwhile, in the Kanto region, the Nameless resolved to have Wang Dahu lead all civilians and communication equipment southward, while he and the remaining combat team would stay behind to confront the tide. Aware of the horror the horde could unleash, Wang Dahu cast a look of admiration at the Nameless before hastening to organize the evacuation. The Nameless settled quietly onto the ground, beginning the arduous task of replenishing his energy. At the rear of the horde, a peculiar zombie, resembling a pregnant creature, trudged forward, flanked by two strange zombies. While these two bore no remarkable traits, the aura of danger they exuded far surpassed that of any mutated zombie. Chapter 15. Journey to the Kanto region in Kyoto Bay City. Mao Xiaoyi returned to the Seven Gates, gathering everyone to inform them of the impending tide. Lin Pengzi and the others rejoiced at her return, yet the gravity of the situation left little room for pleasantries. Before long, 5 hunting teams were summoned back to the Seven Gates, with those reaching the battle general level selected to accompany Mao Xiaoyi to the military. Upon arrival at the military base, several armed transport planes awaited on the tarmac, where Tianlong greeted Mao Xiaoyi and her group. As the two factions convened, they were divided into numerous smaller teams, each boarding their respective aircraft, while Mao Xiaoyi and Tianlong took to an armed helicopter. Inside, 3 individuals were already seated. Upon noticing Tianlong and Mao Xiaoyi's entrance, they stood and saluted. Tianlong waved dismissively, assuring them that formalities were unnecessary among comrades. Little E, these 3 are my special operations team members, designated as Chuli, Daba, and Longting from left to right. Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized the trio before her. Each bore the emblem of the special operations team embroidered in golden thread on their chests. The one on the far left, Chuli, sported gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of refinement. Yet his presence was nearly as formidable as Tianlong's. Daba, positioned in the center, was a hulking figure, wielding a massive axe that nearly rivaled Chuli's height. Lastly, Longting, akin in age to Mao Xiaoyi, was also of university-going age, yet, like her, lacked the naive and foolish glimmer in his eyes. Once aboard the aircraft, introductions ensued, and soon enough, they received orders to depart for the Kanto region. With a scheming glint in his eye, Tianlong turned to Mao Xiaoyi, inquiring, "Do you recall, dear sister, that you agreed to join our special operations team?" Mao Xiaoyi instantly bristled with caution, sensing a plot afoot, and feigned ignorance, declaring, "I don't recall ever agreeing to anything." Tianlong chuckled at her response, retrieving a voice recorder from his pocket and pressing play, revealing the very recording of her acceptance of his invitation. Upon hearing the playback, Mao Xiaoyi glared at Tianlong, teeth clenched as she spat out 5 words. "You are utterly despicable." Tianlong wore a self-satisfied grin, teasingly replying, "Ah, since you've joined our special operations team, and I happen to be its leader, how should you address me?" Mao Xiaoyi silently rose and changed to a window seat, gazing at the scenery outside. Regardless of how Long Tongue called him, Mao Xiaoyi pretended not to hear. Lost in thought while observing the view, he remained oblivious even when Long Ting sat beside him, only responding when Long Ting gently tapped him on the shoulder. The two, of similar age, soon engaged in fervent conversation, ranging from games to beautiful women, and from the origins of the universe to its eventual demise. During their dialogue, Mao Xiaoyi noticed that members of the special operations team refrained from using their real names in daily life, opting instead for code names. Consequently, Mao Xiaoyi resolved to adopt a codename for himself as well. However, given his lack of creativity, he struggled for quite some time to come up with one. Ultimately, it was Long Tongue who suggested that, in accordance with the local vernacular of the Northwest, he should be called Gue Mion, Ghostface. Thus, the moniker was officially established. As the airplane continued its flight, still some distance from the Kanto region, Mao Xiaoyi prepared to take a short nap when a notification alert from his smart wristwatch interrupted him. The message was from the Lord of Cassidy, Scome of Cass, conveying that during the time Cassidy was still a red giant, a batch of mutated zombies had existed in the distant north. Countless powerful beings from the universe had attempted to suppress them, but to no avail. Ultimately, a being of stellar prowess managed to carve a deep trench in the north, successfully trapping the mutated zombies beyond its confines. Along with the message were various photos, names, and ability descriptions of the mutated zombies, including the predator and heavy armor types encountered by Wuming. However, the images sent by Skomucast depicted zombies that were markedly different from those seen in the Kanto region. The zombies in the photos were entirely white, unlike the black ones in Kanto. Not dwelling on the color discrepancy, Mao Xiaoyi perused the photographs, discovering numerous zombies that he had never encountered before. At that moment, a flurry of notification alerts sounded throughout the cabin, indicating that Long Ting and the others had also received this intelligence. Soon, their expressions grew increasingly grave. In the Kanto region, Wuming remained unaware that Mao Xiaoyi and the others were en route to his location. He had already regained his composure, now surveying the zombie tide from above while standing atop a metallic longsword. The tide advanced swiftly, led by the Stalker and a type of zombie Wuming had yet to encounter. Had Wuming received the message from Cass, he would have recognized that the zombie charging alongside the Stalker was called the Martyr. The Martyrs and Stalkers quickly distanced themselves from the main tide, forming a new, smaller horde that surged towards Wuming and his comrades. Gathering .2 metallic dragons coalesced beside Wuming, while the other capable evolvers revealed their abilities, and those without powers took cover in their dug-in positions, brandishing firearms and watching the approaching tide. Before long, the small horde composed of Stalkers and Martyrs arrived, erupting into a cacophony of gunfire as the two metallic dragons wreaked havoc within the black ocean of zombies. Waves of zombies fell to the ground, but the good fortune was short-lived, as a series of explosions erupted from the direction of the metallic dragons. Wuming's expression darkened. The explosions from the Martyrs significantly impacted his metallic dragons, and one had already vanished amidst the chaos of detonations. Left with no choice, Wuming recalled the metallic dragon and summoned the long sword beneath his feet into his hands. Just then, a Martyr, riding on the back of a Stalker, charged into the crowd, and with a deafening explosion, several armed combatants met their demise in an instant. The loss of firepower emboldened the zombies, and Stalkers began to infiltrate the positions, leading to a chorus of wails and grenade explosions from within. After several minutes, the once thriving gathering point was reduced to Wuming, who continued to slash at the zombies. Surrounded and facing attacks from all directions, Wuming began to feel overwhelmed. Just as despair settled in, the distant sound of airplane engines reached his ears. He looked up to see a dozen aircraft approaching from the southern sky. The 5 individuals aboard the helicopter also spotted Wuming. Exchanging glances, they promptly leaped from the cabin and raced towards the gathering point. Mao Xiaoyi and Long Tongue surged ahead, and with their swift pace, they quickly reached the edge of the smaller horde. In an instant, the golden and silver dragons manifested, accompanied by the flickering of purple blades, as the mutated zombies fell one after another. Chapter 16. The first counterattack. The trio of Chuli soon joined the fray, and under the onslaught of the 5, Wuming was swiftly extracted from the encirclement. The group wasted no time and retreated with him in the rear. Several armed transport aircraft had already landed, and the team began erecting the first line of defense. By the time the 5 returned, the defenses were nearly complete. The small horde that had attacked the gathering point, after suffering the 5's assault, ceased its advance and retreated to join the main zombie horde, which gradually transformed into ordinary zombies, interspersed with a few mutated ones. Wuming was tossed onto a transport aircraft and sent back to the Kyoto base city, having exhausted his energy twice in combat. Wuming was rendered unable to fight again in the short term, prompting Long Tongue to grant him a reprieve. Not long after the transport aircraft carrying Wuming took off, the group's electronic devices lost signal, indicating that the main zombie horde was drawing near the first line of defense. This initial defense was established on a small hill, offering excellent visibility. Soon, a few scattered zombies appeared in their line of sight. Before long, a continuous stream of zombies emerged, revealing a vast black ocean before them, accompanied by a putrid stench carried by the wind. Open fire! With a commanding order from Tianlong, the deafening roar of dozens of machine guns reverberated across the entire battlefield. Countless zombies fell in succession, causing those behind them to stumble over the fallen. Yet, the zombies at the rear simply trampled over their fallen comrades, resulting in a momentary halt in the tide of corpses, which created a chaotic scene at the forefront. However, the group had little time to revel in their triumph, as a piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air. A few weaker evolved beings collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Even Mao Xiaoyi felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. As this shrill sound echoed, the zombies at the front ceased their immobility. The foremost zombies began to lift their fallen brethren and cradle them in their arms, while those behind pushed forward. Witnessing the tide of corpses resume its advance, the group forced themselves to regain composure, and the machine guns roared back to life. Yet, the impact this time was significantly diminished. Most bullets struck the zombies being cradled, with only a few reaching those behind. The deceased zombies were pushed forward, forming a wall of corpses. Under the hail of bullets, the fallen zombies were torn into chunks. Yet the sheer number of corpses kept the tide advancing unabated. At the forefront, a machine gunner had just emptied his magazine and was preparing to reload when a splash of green liquid fell from above. With a corrosive hissing sound, both the gunner and his weapon vanished without a trace. The 2 adjacent gunners, witnessing this scene, immediately retched, but were soon met with more splashes of green liquid. This time, Mao Xiaoyi reacted swiftly, teleporting to rescue the two. However, with the emergence of the acid-spewing creature, the effectiveness of the machine guns had utterly diminished. The group gathered their remaining equipment and began to retreat. The transport aircraft that had previously brought them had long since moved several kilometers away, awaiting their return. At that moment, a furious roar erupted as a colossal armored zombie, standing over 10 meters tall, charged toward them. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to take action, Tianlong intercepted him. In response to Mao Xiaoyi's questioning gaze, Tianlong gestured toward Longting's position. There, Longting knelt on one knee, a black sniper rifle materializing in his hands. Unlike an ordinary sniper rifle, this one lacked a magazine. Longting aimed the muzzle at the armored zombie and slowly squeezed the trigger. To his surprise, no gunshot rang out. Instead, a red orb of light gradually formed at the rifle's muzzle. Seconds later, the orb transformed into a crimson beam that struck the armored zombie squarely in the head. The beam persisted for 5 seconds before dissipating, and with its disappearance, the enormous form of the armored zombie collapsed instantly. Mao Xiaoyi gazed at Longting in astonishment as he struggled to rise to his feet, clearly burdened by the effort required to maintain the red beam for such a duration. Nevertheless, with the armored zombie downed, the pace of the corpse tide noticeably slowed. Seizing this opportunity, the group quickly retreated to the transport aircraft. Mao Xiaoyi and his 4 companions did not join the others but remained behind. As military intelligence suggested the presence of one or more highly intelligent zombies controlling the tide, and their mission was to eliminate these creatures as effectively as possible. The group that boarded the transport aircraft did not return to the Kyoto Bay City but were instead dispatched to various locations in batches. Upon landing, they were astonished to find that fortifications had already been established, with tanks and missile vehicles positioned at the ready. This was the military's second line of defense. As the first line of defense retreated. The corpse tide's advance quickened once more. The 5 stood atop a high building, observing the relentless tide below. The horde continued its advance, seemingly oblivious to their presence, though arcs of electricity flickered above the head of a communicator among the zombies. As the 5 remained atop the building, countless zombies passed beneath them, yet the tide in the distance seemed endless. Mao Xiaoyi moved to the edge of the building, teleporting to the corner of another high structure. With a flash of purple light, 7 heads of predators fell to the ground. Tianlong glanced at Mao Xiaoyi and then at the communicator below, signaling to the group, and they vanished from the rooftop. With their disappearance, the arcs of electricity above the communicator's head ceased, and the tide continued forward, as if nothing had transpired. Daylight swiftly passed. Zombies required no rest and pressed onward. The 5 sought a secure location to regroup. At the military headquarters, Jiangnan, who had not slept for 2 days, was surrounded by a team of analysts, examining the tide of corpses through a crystal ball. Finally, they spotted the pregnant-looking zombie at the rear of the horde. However, the onlookers noticed that the 2 zombies flanking the pregnant one had moved to stand directly in front of it, their crimson eyes locking onto the observers through the crystal ball. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal. The image vanished, and Jiangnan, controlling the orb, spat out blood before collapsing to the ground. Medical personnel carried Jiangnan away. The 2 zombies standing before the pregnant one relaxed. Returning to their original positions beside it, one of the zombies gazed in a particular direction, but the pregnant zombie slowly shook its head, prompting the creature to retract its gaze. Had Jiangnan witnessed this moment, he would have been greatly astonished, for the direction the zombie was fixated on held no other presence but that of Mao Xiaoyi and his companions. During the night watch, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and scanned his surroundings, sensing that he had just been targeted by something fearsome. Chapter 17. Taking the long way around, the night quickly passed, and the awakened 5 continued to weave through the tide of corpses, which remained resolutely directed toward the Kyoto Bay City. While the others busied themselves establishing the 3rd and 4th lines of defense, the 5 ventured deeper into the heart of the horde, which gradually split into 2 factions. One group, primarily consisting of ordinary zombies, continued its relentless march toward the Kyoto Bay City, while the other veered off in a northwest direction, i.e. the Kyoto Bay City. Jiangnan remained in a deep slumber, with the transparent crystal ball placed beside his bed, revealing the events of the tide to only one observer. Not far from the 5, a pair of eyes surveyed the scene from high above. A masked woman stood among the clouds, murmuring a hope that she would not need to intervene to save him this time. The five continued to navigate the tide, occasionally dispatching a few mutated zombies that attempted to ambush them. However, as they delved further into the horde, the resistance from mutated zombies intensified, solidifying their belief that highly intelligent zombies lay behind the tide. "Prepare yourselves. We charge once more," Tianlong called from atop a large tree. In the next moment, 5 figures surged forth, racing toward the rear of the horde, while dozens of armored zombies converged, blocking their path. Mao Xiaoyi conjured a purple scythe and struck at one of the armored zombies, which retaliated with a punch, showing no intention of defense. Both the armored zombie and Mao Xiaoyi were sent reeling back. Mao Xiaoyi rose from the rubble, dislocating his right arm back into place with a sharp crack. He teleported to the fallen armored zombie and swiftly delivered the fatal blow. Not far from him, a silver and a golden dragon ensnared another armored zombie, while Longting fired at the two with his sniper rifle. As the remaining armored zombies closed in, the 2 dragons abruptly vanished, replaced by a flurry of paper cranes. "Retreat!" Tianlong bellowed, and in an instant, 4 figures vanished, leaving only Chuli, adorned with golden-rimmed eyes. A smile graced Chuli's lips as he gazed at the multitude of paper cranes fluttering in the sky. Entirely unfazed by the heavy armored adversary that had already approached him, the armored figure swung a fist downwards, seemingly poised to strike Chuli, but in a heartbeat, Chuli transformed into dozens of paper cranes, soaring towards the heavy armored foe. Simultaneously, Chuli reappeared before the 4 companions, as the sky filled with descending paper cranes, each heavy armored soldier now adorned with a dozen or so cranes, with a mere snap of his fingers. The paper cranes ignited into flames, creating a sea of fire amidst the tide of corpses. Though the flames initially inflicted no harm upon the armored soldiers, should they persist long enough, even the toughest of armors would succumb to the fire's relentless hunger. The 5 stood atop a towering edifice, watching the burning heavy-armored figures. Yet their moment of triumph was short-lived, as from the surrounding tide, acid-spitting creatures rushed towards the inferno. In an instant, a cascade of green liquid poured over the flames, visibly weakening the fire. The heavy-armored soldiers at the center of the blaze had vanished, leaving only a few charred remnants behind. The 5 stared in disbelief, their understanding of the corpse tide profoundly shaken once more. Mao Xiaoyi nudged Tianlong with his elbow, inquiring, "What now? Shall we charge?" Tianlong responded with a wry smile. "The foes behind us have discarded even these heavy-armored soldiers with ease. There must be something far more formidable awaiting us. We should retreat and devise a new plan." The 5-member group swiftly withdrew from the tide of corpses, seeking refuge in a safe location. Tianlong surveyed the group and asked, "Do you have any plans regarding this operation?" Dabauer was the first to speak. "Isn't the highly intelligent zombie situated behind the tide? We could attempt to circumvent the tide and strike from behind." Chuli adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and replied slowly, "It's too late. The area covered by the tide is vast. To reach its rear, we would need at least a week. The tide will reach the second defensive line in just 1 day, and the third and fourth lines are merely 2 days' journey apart. Even if the third line can hold for a day, by the time we reach the rear of the tide, it will have already reached the capital city." With a resigned sigh, Tianlong declared, "There's no option left. We shall make a final charge each day. If we cannot penetrate, we will do our utmost to assist the second defensive line in eliminating zombies. Let us hope the remaining 3 lines can withstand this tide." The group nodded in agreement and settled down to regain their energy, unaware that the tide had already changed course. The following morning, the 5 set out again, discovering that the tide had advanced into a dense forest, devoid of any signs of life. Mao Xiaoyi observed the forest before him, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Yet he dismissed the thought and continued deeper with his companions. Suddenly, as they approached the edge of a cliff, Mao Xiaoyi halted, entranced by a small lake below, now filled with zombies. Noticing Mao Xiaoyi's sudden stop, Tianlong retraced his steps, tugging at Mao Xiaoyi's arm. "What are you dawdling for? Let us keep moving." Snapping back to reality, Mao Xiaoyi pulled Tianlong back, retreating towards the outskirts of the tide. The remaining 3, sensing Mao Xiaoyi's unusual behavior, also abandoned their intent to delve deeper and followed suit. Once they had retreated, Mao Xiaoyi released Tianlong's arm, speaking slowly, "Brother Long, it seems the tide has changed direction." The arriving trio and Tianlong were taken aback, about to inquire further when Mao Xiaoyi continued, "Do you remember the giant turtle near Cass City? I was swept away by a tornado and lost contact. It was in that very lake I encountered the turtle. The tide is advancing along the path I once traversed. In about a week, we would reach Cass City, and if we continue for a few more weeks, we would find ourselves in the northwest. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's words, a glimmer of realization sparked in Chuli's eyes as he remarked, "I feel something is amiss. Now I understand. Have you all noticed that the ordinary zombies have vanished?" The remaining force suddenly comprehended the shift in the tide, realizing that with time on their side, they could proceed with their plan to circumvent it. Tanks and rocket vehicles fired in succession, painting the sky crimson. Against such formidable weaponry, ordinary zombies pose little threat, momentarily stalling their advance. However, ammunition is finite, and after several minutes, the tanks and rocket vehicles ceased fire, allowing the tide to resume its movement. Remarkably, this time, the tide appeared to have an endpoint. Chapter 18. The peculiar tide of corpses. The sheer number of zombies astounded the group, yet the gunfire from the machine guns showed no sign of relenting. It was merely a matter of time before the remaining tide would be dealt with. Within the capital city, Elder Qi and several high-ranking officials gathered around an electronic map, the unusual behavior of the tide having drawn the city's attention. However, due to the malfunction of all pre-apocalypse detection equipment, no one besides Mao Xiaoyi and his companions knew the whereabouts of the remaining tide. At that moment, the five had embarked on their circumvention plan, the first step being to locate the edge of the tide. However, its vastness exceeded their estimates, and they spent an entire day merely searching for its perimeter. Notably, the edge was primarily populated by less formidable mutated zombies. Heavy armored soldiers and predators were scarcely seen. Without the interference of these two types, their pace quickened significantly. 3 days later, the group was elated to discover that the tide had indeed reached an endpoint. Yet, just then, the tide made an abrupt turn, forming a right angle that encircled the five. The five exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Yet the tide seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing its relentless advance. Dabauer scratched his head and spoke first. "Brother Long, what's going on with the tide? Why did it turn again?" Tianlong shook his head, equally perplexed. However, Chuli's expression shifted dramatically as he pulled out a map and scrutinized it. After a moment, he looked towards the tide and said, "It appears the tide is now heading back towards the capital city, but I cannot fathom why it would make such a large detour." Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaoyi felt an unsettling intuition stirring within him. His instincts told him that the controller of this tide was heading towards the ancient ruins. Just as Mao Xiaoyi had surmised, within the ancient ruins stood a peculiar pregnant zombie, gazing at the empty pedestal before it. After a while, the zombie turned, its blood-red eyes fixated on the direction of Mao Xiaoyi and his companions. Although the tide was now veering towards the capital city, it bore no impact on their plans. Soon, under Mao Xiaoyi's guidance, the five hastened towards the ancient ruins. Along the way, Tianlong incessantly queried Mao Xiaoyi on his certainty regarding the presence of the highly intelligent zombies within the ruins. Yet, Mao Xiaoyi remained silent, for he too was unsure, steadfastly believing in the accuracy of his instincts. Indeed, after half an hour of travel, the number of surrounding zombies began to diminish. Upon reaching the ancient ruins, the five found themselves confronted by only 3 zombies, with no others in sight. The five gaped at the 3 zombies before them, for they appeared exceedingly ordinary, the only distinguishing feature being that one of them had an unusually large abdomen, resembling that of a pregnant woman. Tianlong patted Mao Xiaoyi on the shoulder, inquiring, "Are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn? These creatures hardly seem intelligent." Mao Xiaoyi forced a smile and shrugged, uncertain of the correctness of his intuition. Dabauer scoffed, brandishing his axe. "Who cares if they're intelligent? I'll cleave them in two. No matter how wise they are, they'll still die." With that, Dabauer charged forward, aiming his axe at the 3 zombies. Suddenly, 2 menacing presences radiated from the vicinity, and before Mao Xiaoyi could utter a warning, the zombie to the right of the pregnant one moved with lightning speed, appearing before Dabauer in an instant, delivering a punch that sent Dabauer flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. "Retreat." The Tianlong reacted swiftly, yet the zombie exhibited even greater speed. Just after Tianlong uttered the command to retreat, the zombie that had struck Dabao was already at Longting's side. Longting aimed the sniper rifle that had materialized in his hands at the zombie and hastily pulled the trigger. However, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. A crimson beam pierced through the zombie's chest, leaving behind a gaping wound. Strangely, as the red ray dissipated, the wound began to heal gradually. Longting stood frozen in shock, gazing at the mending injury, but was soon jolted by a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing his body to be propelled backward. Mao Xiaoyi, wielding a scythe, instantly teleported in front of the zombie, watching it warily. Chuli and Tianlong quickly retreated, carrying the two incapacitated individuals. Suddenly, the zombie moved, and Mao Xiaoyi followed suit. Two fleeting shadows, one black and one purple, intertwined in the air, colliding dozens of times. Afterward, Mao Xiaoyi was sent flying backward, clutching his chest as he stared at the zombie before him. The zombie was battered and bruised, covered in gashes inflicted by Mao Xiaoyi's scythe. However, as Mao Xiaoyi withdrew, the wounds on the zombie's south body began to close rapidly. Noticing that the other four had already fled, he cast one last glance at the pregnant-looking zombie and swiftly teleported away. The attacking zombie turned to glance at the pregnant one, which slowly shook its head and then looked skyward before moving toward the horde of undead. Amidst the clouds, the masked woman observed the three zombies below with a complex expression. In the next moment, she vanished without a trace. The five retreated to an area unaffected by their multifunctional wrist devices, informing the higher-ups in the military about the events that transpired. The military promptly dispatched 3 helicopters towards their location, while the Kyoto Bay City began to establish defenses in the direction of the approaching horde. As the helicopters required time to arrive, Chuli quickly assessed the injuries of the 3. Dabao was the most severely injured, with several broken ribs that nearly pierced his organs. Fortunately, he was not in life-threatening danger. Although he would be unable to move for the time being, Longting, while not as gravely injured as Dabao, had been vomiting bile throughout their escape and was just beginning to recover, though rejoining the battlefield anytime soon was impossible. Lastly, Mao Xiaoyi, having taken a punch to the chest, appeared unscathed, his exceptional physical condition bolstered by the essence of the Earth's veins, leaving him with only a bruise. After several minutes, the helicopters finally arrived, and medical personnel lifted the 2 injured individuals aboard. Tianlong and Chuli followed, leaving Mao Xiaoyi standing alone. Just as Tianlong was about to inquire why Mao Xiaoyi did not board, he turned around to find no trace of him. With a resigned shake of his head, Tianlong signaled to the pilot that they could take off. As the helicopter ascended, Mao Xiaoyi received a message from Tianlong on his smart wrist device. The message was brief, containing only 8 words. No matter what, return alive. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the message, offering a slight smile before continuing towards the direction of the horde. Meanwhile, within an unparalleled palace, the masked woman knelt on one knee before the figure seated upon the throne, saying, "My lord, I report to you that I have detected the soul type of an ancient zombie emerging amidst the horde facing that individual. Should I intervene?" The figure on the throne spoke slowly. "No need. You must ensure that he does not perish before stepping into the cosmic realm. Beyond that, do not interfere. You may withdraw." The masked woman retreated gradually. Chapter 19. Facing the zombie horde soon, Mao Xiaoyi rejoined the horde, fully aware that the pregnant zombie was cognizant of his presence, as it continually dispatched mutated zombies to harass him. As he searched for the pregnant zombie within the throng, he inquired mentally, "Old Ding, how long have you been idle? Can you appear and inform me about that zombie situation? Old Ding, come forth, tell me about that zombie." All right, I'll tell you. That zombie, which appears to be pregnant, is a soul type of an ancient zombie. Ancient zombies are classified into regular and mutated types, with the latter further divided into 3 special categories: heaven, star, and soul. The heaven type is the strongest, followed by the star type, with the soul type being the weakest. The northern territory mentioned by Skimu Cass once contained a heaven-type zombie, which was later suppressed by various powerful entities. The soul-type zombie you seek is considered weak among soul types, possessing almost no combat capability. You only need to be cautious of its 2 guardians. The essence of chaos, unable to withstand Mao Xiaoyi's incessant queries, divulged all he knew. "Hey, Chaos Old Ding, weren't you always wandering in the cosmos? How do you know all this? Speak, or I'll be compelled to curse you. Is it possible that I am a deity?" Goodness, is a deity that formidable? Well, how would you assess my chances of defeating that soul-type zombie if I engage with those 2 guardians? 0. What if I bypass those 2 guardians to kill the soul type? What are my odds of success? 0.01.3 days later, on the northern outskirts of Kyoto Bay City, Hundreds of meter-long trenches were excavated in a short span, filled with countless explosives at their bottoms. A tall wall was erected between the trenches and Kyoto Base City, bristling with innumerable machine guns and soldiers. At the forefront stood Tianlong, accompanied by all those with special abilities among the evolved. As dawn broke, the tranquility and darkness before them were shattered by a beam of light emerging from the horizon. Simultaneously, a black sea extended ominously from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of artillery shells was unleashed, each shell accurately landing within the black ocean, igniting a dazzling display of fireworks before being swallowed once more by the inky waters. While the apocalyptic weaponry was formidable, its efficacy was minimal against the millions of zombies. Soon, the overwhelming Black Sea drew closer. Within minutes, the horde reached the first trench, with the foremost zombies halting to gaze into the abyss. With a shrill cry, they surged forward once more, ordinary and mutated zombies alike leaping into the trench like dumplings. Minutes later, the first trench was filled to capacity, the zombies trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades to surpass the initial barrier. During the establishment of the defenses, the military high command had calculated that each trench would require at least 500,000 zombies to fill, meaning that one trench could eliminate 500,000 undead. With a total of 10 trenches, that equated to a potential elimination of 5 million zombies. However, with the horde numbering at least 10 million, the trenches could only take care of a fraction, leaving the remaining to the soldiers stationed atop the walls. This information was withheld from the soldiers in combat. Observing the zombies leap into the trenches, the morale of the soldiers on the walls surged, with many thinking, perhaps we won't even have to lift a finger. This calamity will pass us by, however. As the trenches filled, reality struck, revealing their naivety. The horde could quickly fill all 10 trenches, and the distant Black Sea seemed endless. Prepare, fire. At Tianlong's command, the machine guns atop the walls erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Each machine gun was manned by a trio, one to operate the gun, another to reload, and a third to replace any damaged barrels, ensuring a near-constant barrage of fire. As thousands of rounds struck the Black Ocean, the advance of the horde began to slow, yet there remained one final trench before them. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the midst of the horde, and hundreds of massive figures emerged from the throng. Prepare the RPGs. The heavy armored ones are coming. The heavenly dragon gazed into the distance, calling out as he beheld the massive figures approaching. Soon, hundreds of heavily armored foes leaped over the final chasm, rushing towards the walls. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of RPGs being launched. Bursts of crimson erupted from the foremost armored figures. The protective scales of the armored soldiers could no longer withstand the onslaught of rockets, and countless adversaries were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. The assault of the heavily armored soldiers failed to stir any significant turmoil. A few fortunate ones evaded the RPG barrage and reached the base of the walls, only to be swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of Heavenly Dragon and his companions. As the last of the armored soldiers fell, the morale of the group surged to unprecedented heights. Gunners roared as they unleashed a torrent of bullets, venting their pent-up fury, while the warriors stationed at the walls fidgeted restlessly, eager to plunge into the tide of corpses and commence their slaughter. However, the tide of undead was not so easily vanquished. The sacrifice of hundreds of armored foes barely registered against the seemingly endless wave of the undead. As the group continued to exterminate the armored soldiers, the last chasm had already been half-filled. In the Kyoto Bay City, Jiangnan, who had awakened several days prior, was seated with several high-ranking military officials around a crystal ball, one of whom held a detonator switch in hand. Finally, after a tense 15 minutes, the tide of the undead, enduring the onslaught of machine gun fire, filled the final chasm. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated, leaving the soldiers atop the walls momentarily deafened. A brilliant conflagration erupted from the dark sea below, sending countless dismembered bodies soaring into the air, while a deluge of black rain fell from the sky. As the warriors regained their senses, they were confronted with a hellish scene, the air thick with the mingling scents of blood and decay, prompting many to retch. What monstrosity is this? Even the hapless Mao Xiaoyi, situated at the rear of the undead tide, caught a whiff of the stench, with several chunks of flesh raining down upon him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, deep craters emerged before the onlookers, the original chasm barely discernible, while many dismembered zombies crawled sluggishly within the pits. With piercing shrieks echoing from afar, the tide of the undead advanced towards the walls once more. The newly formed craters could somewhat impede a few zombies. Yet they remained largely ineffective against the overwhelming remnants of the horde. As the undead resumed their relentless march, the soldiers forced themselves to regain clarity, and thousands of machine guns roared back to life. With the chasms no longer obstructing their path, the speed of the zombies surged significantly at last. When the undead horde drew within a few hundred meters of the walls, Heavenly Dragon and the warriors below sprang into action. Chapter 20. New Zombies. The Devourer manifested as golden and silver dragons descended from the heavens, hurtling straight towards the encroaching black ocean. Instantly, chaos erupted at the forefront of the Black Sea, as countless zombies perished beneath the onslaught of the golden and silver dragons. The zombies surrounding these majestic beasts desperately sought to attack, momentarily halting their advance. Soon, the number of zombies swarming around the two dragons increased exponentially, and the radiant glow emanating from them began to wane. At that moment, a flurry of paper cranes drifted down from the sky. As the paper cranes gently descended, a series of flickering sparks ignited within the tide of corpses, and as time progressed, these sparks flared into a blazing inferno, merging with the dark ocean. Confronted by the assault of the two dragon kings, the zombie tide found itself immobilized, with zombies collapsing every second. However, the reprieve was short-lived. As an eerie, hair-raising shriek pierced the air. Following this chilling cry was a chorus of retching sounds, as an immense wave of green liquid surged forth from the distant horde of zombies, cascading into the flames below. The corrosive hissing filled the air, as both ordinary and mutated zombies disintegrated in the presence of the green substance. With the vanishing of the zombies, the fiery sea birthed by the paper cranes began to diminish. As time elapsed, the inferno was extinguished entirely, and the golden and silver dragons were reduced to mere specks of starlight amidst the relentless assault of the zombies, which resumed their movement. Observing this dire situation, the ranged attackers among the evolved beings sprang into action. Leading the charge was Longting, who unleashed a laser beam from his sniper rifle, accompanied by a dazzling array of attacks directed at the zombie tide. The horde dwindled in number, yet it continued its advance towards the group. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the tide. In response to the roar, a black vortex emerged amidst the zombies, pulling in every zombie, whether lifeless or previously fleeing, into its swirling maw. Leaving none unscathed, before long, the vortex dissipated, revealing a grotesque zombie standing in the clearing. This creature was grotesquely engorged with flesh, its arms extending the same length as its body, with two pairs of clawed hands hanging ominously at its sides. Even more terrifying, this zombie bore no head. Instead, a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth gaped in its place. As Tianlong and his companions beheld the abomination, dread settled in their hearts. The very zombie they had feared most had appeared. According to the data provided by CK Mukasi, this creature was known as the Devourer. Alone, a Devourer posed little threat, its combat prowess comparable to that of a crawling zombie. However, the presence of a Devourer within the horde was exceedingly alarming, for it possessed the ability to consume the flesh and blood of any zombie, save those of the heavens, stars, or soul types, drawing forth energy to augment its own power. Theoretically, a Devourer that had ingested a sufficient number of zombies could rival the strength of a soul-type zombie. Fortunately, the rarity of the Devourer was akin to that of soul-type zombies. Amidst this horde of millions, only this singular one existed. This particular Devourer had already consumed over 1 million zombies, its strength nearing that of a soul-type zombie. Should it be allowed to continue its feasting on the zombies behind, the city of Kyoto could very well meet its doom at the hands of this creature. Just as the Devourer turned to retreat, Tianlong and his companions immediately sprang into action. With the golden and silver dragons having been overwhelmed by the horde and unable to coalesce in a short time, Tianlong seized a military dagger and, alongside Daba, charged toward the Devourer. The attacks from Wuming and his allies were swifter than those of the duo. In an instant, a crimson sword energy, accompanied by lasers of the same hue, surged toward the Devourer. However, the Devourer, rather than halting its motion, completed a full rotation and faced the oncoming strikes. With its maw agape, a miniature vortex materialized within, consuming the two fierce attacks without a trace of effect. Yet, As the devourer absorbed these strikes, Tianlong and Daba arrived at last. Daba leaped high, his axe poised to cleave downward, while Tianlong darted to the side of the devourer, thrusting his dagger toward its flank. In a heartbeat, two metallic clangs resounded as the devourer deflected one of them with a single hand. In the moment of distraction, it seized both weapons and hurled them aside. The two warriors felt an immediate lightness in their bodies as they were flung backward. However, the devourer was not inclined to let them off so easily. With a powerful push from its legs, it lunged toward the airborne duo, its clawed arms raised menacingly, ready to strike, with nowhere to evade. The two found themselves at the mercy of the devourer's lethal claws. Just as the talons were about to pierce them, a brilliant golden light erupted from their forms, rendering the claws harmless. They descended back to the ground, unharmed by the devourer's assault. The devourer, now perplexed, regarded its claws and the unscathed humans with a sense of self-doubt. Tianlong glanced toward the rear of the group, spotting Lin Pengzi, who approached with a holy shield and clad in armor. Seeing another human emerge, the devourer remained baffled as to why it had failed to kill the two. Nevertheless, it pressed on with its assault, launching itself forward with its clawed appendages slicing through the air. Simultaneously, a beam shot forth from behind, striking the devourer's arm and causing it to stumble. The three warriors seized their chance. Lin Pengzi raised his shield against the devourer while conjuring a lance in his other hand, thrusting it toward the creature. The devourer grasped the lance with one hand while clawing at the shield with the other, inflicting little damage. Meanwhile, Daba and Tianlong circled around the devourer, alternating between axe and dagger strikes. The devourer let out a pained howl, relinquishing its grip on the lance and retreating hastily. Yet, Wu Ming had been lying in wait. As the skirmish unfolded, he had maneuvered behind the devourer, and now that the creature was retreating, Wu Ming seized the opportunity. Dozens of circular blades coalesced at the tip of his long sword, forming a drill-like weapon that lunged forward. The devourer, now aware of the peril behind it, attempted to evade, but its speed was insufficient, resulting in the long sword plunging into its back and emerging from its chest. The blades within the devourer began to slice mercilessly through its flesh. The devourer, now on the brink of collapse, howled futilely before falling silent. Observing this dramatic takedown, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, and those in the upper echelons of the Kyoto-based city surrounding the crystal orb exhaled in relief. Sensing the disappearance of the devourer's presence, the pregnant zombie concealed within the horde paused momentarily. However, soon after, numerous colossal figures began to stir within the tide, advancing toward its forefront. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi, embedded in the horde, became aware of the shifting dynamics and hastened his search for the pregnant zombie. Chapter 21. A desperate struggle. While the crowd remained enraptured by the slaying of the devourer, their morale soared as they unleashed frenzied attacks upon the zombie tide. Oblivious to the lurking danger drawing near, within the horde, numerous heavily armored figures converged from the mid-rear, distinct from the earlier siege as heavy soldiers. This new wave of armored beings was significantly larger, radiating a far more terrifying aura. At the tail end of the tide, Mao Xiaoyi continued his search for the pregnant zombie, yet despite his efforts, he found nothing. The pregnant zombie, hidden deep within the horde, relished the turmoil caused by Mao Xiaoyi's presence at the rear, a sly smile gracing its lips. It had no intention of encountering Mao Xiaoyi just yet. It sought to let him witness the destruction of the city he so fervently guarded before indulging in the delightful feast. Unbeknownst to Mao Xiaoyi, the pregnant zombie had devised a cunning strategy, as it had always commanded the horde from the back. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi, fixated on searching the rear, failed to recognize that the closer one approached the center of the horde, the more formidable the zombies became, a protective measure employed by the pregnant zombie. At last, a voice echoed in Mao Xiaoyi's mind. How did I ever choose such a fool as you? Calm down and observe if there's anything unusual about this horde. Startled by the sudden voice, Mao Xiaoyi eagerly inquired, Old Ding, do you know where the pregnant zombie is? Please tell me. Yet, the chaotic divine thought offered only a fleeting suggestion before fading into silence. Mao Xiaoyi, undeterred, forced himself to regain composure, contemplating any irregularities he had encountered within the horde. Though not lacking in intelligence, Mao Xiaoyi had been hindered by anxiety and a flawed mindset. As clarity returned, He quickly discerned the pregnant zombie's actions and promptly shifted his direction toward the center of the horde. Detecting Mao Xiaoyi's change in course, the pregnant zombie wore a look of surprise. Ultimately, it could not fathom that its instinctual desire for self-preservation had inadvertently revealed its position. Without the need for meticulous tracking, Mao Xiaoyi swiftly approached the vicinity of the horde's center, where he noted an area that had been vacated. As if it had been prepared just for him, indeed, sensing its exposure, the pregnant zombie abandoned its prior strategy and commanded the surrounding zombies to create a clearing. It was ready to indulge in the delectable offering that had presented itself. Mao Xiaoyi, undeterred, recognized the invitation for what it was. Seizing the moment, he manifested a purple scythe in his hand and leaped forward, landing in the center of the horde. Standing before him were the pregnant zombie and its two formidable guardians, the former retreating a few steps to hide behind its minions. Mao Xiaoyi smirked, realizing that this pregnant zombie was more cunning than he had anticipated, complicating his attempt to ambush it. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the horde, the battlefield's denizens were beginning to discern the rapid approach of numerous colossal entities. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the group appeared to be in less than optimal condition, resting against the high wall to recuperate. Yet, the ominous sound of heavy footsteps echoed closer, prompting them to rise slowly and focus their attention on the tide. Soon, one or two figures appeared, then gradually more, until nearly 100 heavily armored beings stood before them. Unlike the previous heavily armored entities towering at 10 meters, this new wave boasted a minimum height of 20 meters. These massive armored figures lined up, resembling an imposing wall that exuded a palpable sense of dread. While thousands of machine guns roared to life, yet the presence of these armored giants hindered any effective damage from the gunfire. RPG. With the command of Tianlong, numerous rockets ascended from the crowd, erupting into a dazzling array of sparks upon the dark city walls. However, this time was markedly different from the previous encounter with the heavily armored foes. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers were horrified to discover that these 100 armored beings were all brandishing black shields. The bombardment of rockets merely left a few dents upon the shields, while the armored figures behind them remained entirely unscathed. Yet, an even more bewildering spectacle unfolded. The shields in the hands of the armored beings began to slowly morph, some transforming into hammers, others into broadswords. Unbeknownst to anyone, hidden within these hammers and swords were pairs of crimson eyes. At this revelation, even Tianlong and his companions were rendered speechless, for this was a new breed of zombie, making its inaugural appearance before them, even absent from the records sent by Skomukast. The enormous black city walls gradually approached, and Tianlong cast a glance at the people behind him, smiling faintly before stepping forward to stand before Wuming. Just as Wuming was about to utter something, Tianlong gently shook his head with a smile, producing a letter from the inner pocket of his garment and handing it to Wuming with trembling hands. Wuming accepted the letter, fully aware of Tianlong's intentions. The three members of the Special Operations Group saluted Tianlong, who reciprocated their gesture before turning to face the horde of corpses and walking away slowly. At a distance of several dozen meters from the tide of zombies, the colossal black walls obscured the sunlight, casting Tianlong into shadow, yet he radiated a glimmering starlight. The starlight surrounding Tianlong gradually coalesced, forming two dragon-like shapes, while distant echoes of dragon roars resonated through the sky. Mao Xiaoyi, standing before the pregnant zombie, also heard the dragoness roar. Momentarily lost in thought, he recalled an occasion when he and Tianlong had shared drinks, both becoming inebriated and climbing to the highest building in the Kyoto-based city to stargaze. They had exchanged playful banter until Tianlong suddenly grew serious, gripping Mao Xiaoyi's shoulder and asking earnestly if he would sacrifice his life for the people of Kyoto-based city. At the time, Mao Xiaoyi had laughed and replied that he would not. He lived for himself, indifferent to the lives of others, caring only for those who mattered to him. Tianlong had chuckled in response, saying it was the same for him, yet then murmured to himself, "But I would, for I am a soldier." Mao Xiaoyi had playfully punched Tianlong, insisting he must not die, for he held significance in his life. Tianlong had assured him, "Fear not, I am not so easily vanquished, but should the day come when dragon roars echo across the horizon, remember to bury me atop Huaihua Mountain and do erect a monument for me." Mao Xiaoyi had laughed, promising not only to erect a monument, but to dance atop his grave. "Little rascal, I'll make sure to put you in your place," Wrong, wrong, long goo. Be serious. Promise me. All right, but you must not die. Chapter 22. Fierce battle before the Black Ocean stood a wall composed of armored beings, while a diminutive figure stood firmly on the ground. The sky resonated with dragon roars as a dragon spiraled beneath the feet of the man, the totem gradually expanding until it encompassed all that the eye could see. The man glanced back towards the Kyoto-based city, a solitary tear escaping his eye as the totem at his feet shimmered with starlight. Merging with the luminescence emanating from him, the intertwining starlight formed long serpentine dragons, which surged forth towards the ebony sea as the man began to fade from view. The golden and black hues converged, akin to water washing away stains. Wherever the golden light passed, the black ocean receded. Yet, the golden radiance gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing at the farthest reach of sight. Thus, the first formidable warrior of the Kyoto-based city, Tianlong, sacrificed himself. As Tianlong unleashed his final offensive, igniting his very essence, the once massive horde of the undead dwindled to fewer than 1,000,000. Although 1,000,000 zombies remained a staggering number, for those who had faced tens of millions, it was now a familiar sight. The center of the horde transformed from a small clearing into a vast expanse, where only 3 zombies and 1 human remained. The pregnant zombie, observing the emptiness surrounding it, became enraged. Though its eyes were already red, they now glowed with fury. With a command, the 2 zombies on either side sprang into action, charging toward Mao Xiaoyi, having anticipated Tianlong's fate upon hearing the dragon-ass roar. Mao Xiaoyi struggled to contain his sorrow. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to confront the impending assault of the 2 zombies. One lunged from the left with claws aimed at his waist, while the other leaped high, swinging a punch toward his head. Understanding that a head-on confrontation would lead to his demise, Mao Xiaoyi swiftly retreated. However, the left zombie had predicted his evasion. Its claws, initially aimed at his waist, dug into the ground, pulling itself forward with remarkable speed to close the distance, while its other claw lunged forward, targeting Mao Xiaoyi's legs. In that moment, Mao Xiaoyi's heart raced. Goodness, are zombies resorting to such underhanded tactics now? He hastily blocked with his purple scythe, and with a resounding clash, the claws and scythe met, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to escape the zombie's immediate reach. Shaking his sore hand, Mao Xiaoyi turned his gaze toward the distant pregnant zombie. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the pregnant zombie, a smile gracing his lips as he swung the purple scythe downward. If he could slay the pregnant zombie, the 2 accompanying zombies would lose their ability to act. Just as the scythe was about to make contact, however, a new zombie emerged from the shadows behind the pregnant zombie, seizing Mao Xiaoyi's arm and flinging him towards the other 2 zombies. Soaring through the air, Mao Xiaoyi cursed the lineage of the pregnant zombie, realizing it had retained a safeguard. 3 protectors, with the last to emerge evidently the strongest. As he was hurled toward them, the 2 zombies quickly adapted. One leaped high while the other charged directly at him. With no means to evade mid-air, Mao Xiaoyi resorted to teleportation to create distance, executing his strongest attack, Zero-style, Judgment. As he distanced himself, a phantom wielding a scythe emerged from behind the left zombie and struck down. Yet, this time, the infallible Zero-style, Judgment failed to slay the zombie. A mere tilt to the left spared it, resulting in the scythe severing only one of its arms. The dismembered zombie, though devoid of pain, felt an unprecedented humiliation from losing its arm. Fueled by rage, it raised its remaining claw and charged at Mao Xiaoyi, while the other zombie, albeit slower, quickly followed suit. The simultaneous offensive revealed an opening, and Mao Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with determination as he charged toward the one-armed zombie. Just as he was about to engage, he once again activated his teleportation, appearing before the other zombie. This time, the rear zombie was caught off guard, receiving a slash to its waist. However, its formidable physique prevented it from being cleaved in 2, allowing it to swiftly extricate itself from Mao Xiaoyi's scythe and retreat. Not one to let a successful strike go to waste, Mao Xiaoyi reversed his grip on the scythe and lunged at the zombie's neck. The creature, already heavily injured, could not withstand the blow, and its head was sent soaring, landing at the feet of the pregnant zombie. Roaring in fury at the sight of its fallen protector, the pregnant zombie quickly regained its composure, summoning the one-armed zombie back to its side. Witnessing its comrade's demise, the one-armed zombie also steadied itself, racing back to the pregnant zombie, where its severed arm began to slowly regenerate. Now, Mao Xiaoyi faced an insurmountable challenge. With them huddled together, how could he strike? He circled the trio repeatedly, yet they maintained their formation, refusing to initiate an attack. Have you no shame? 3 against 1, and you still cower, Mao Xiaoyi exclaimed in frustration. The pregnant zombie responded with a series of growls, seemingly in acknowledgement of his complaint. Little rascal, you're in trouble now. Mao Xiaoyi clenched his teeth and once again unleashed the zero form, judgment. A spectral image materialized above the heads of 3 zombies, descending upon the pregnant zombie with a swift strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the last of the zombies, clutching the pregnant one, leapt away into the distance, leaving the unfortunate one-armed zombie to suffer the fate of losing its remaining arm, transforming it into an armless creature. After employing the zero form, judgment twice, Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Propping his scythe against the ground to steady himself, however, an odd occurrence unfolded. The now armless zombie did not descend into madness as expected. Instead, it approached the pregnant zombie in a dazed manner. Slowly kneeling before her, to Mao Xiaoyi's astonishment, the pregnant zombie extended her claws and effortlessly cleaved through the armless zombie's skull, a gruesome mixture of red and white matter spilling forth before her. In the next moment, she seized the remains and began to devour them with a crunching sound. Chapter 23. You are still too young. The grotesque scene before him sent jolts through Mao Xiaoyi's nerves. Fortunately, having eaten little, he merely retched a few times. Oblivious to Mao Xiaoyi, the pregnant zombie savored her meal with fervor. Under her relentless appetite, the armless zombie's brain was soon consumed entirely. Just as she took her final bite, the kneeling armless zombie disintegrated into dust with a gust of wind. Having finished her feast, the pregnant zombie licked the crimson and milky substances from her claws, her blood-red eyes fixing upon Mao Xiaoyi. While the shadow behind her seemed to grow slightly larger, grr, with the resounding roar of the pregnant zombie, the last remaining guardian zombie standing beside it instantly sprang into action, its sharp claws lunging directly towards Mao Xiaoyi. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mao Xiaoyi's eyes. Initially, he had feared that his current state rendered him incapable of facing 2 zombies. However, the guardian zombie's audacity to abandon the pregnant zombie and launch an independent assault provided Mao Xiaoyi with the opportunity to seize the king among thieves. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Yet, the pregnant zombie exhibited no trace of the panic that accompanied Mao Xiaoyi's initial disappearance. It merely took a step forward, while Mao Xiaoyi found himself ensnared by an arm that had just emerged from the shadow of the pregnant zombie. Observing the guardian zombie slowly crawling forth from the shadows, Mao Xiaoyi's hand, which grasped the purple scythe, gradually fell limp. The energy within him had been utterly depleted, leaving him without even the strength to ignite his life for a final strike. What a pity. Was this truly the end? I have yet to resurrect my sister. I still aspire to become the strongest. Mao Xiaoyi murmured to himself until a black arm pierced through his chest, causing him to feel an excruciating pain. As if he were plummeting into an endless abyss, surrounded by darkness, in that darkness, Mao Xiaoyi sank deeper and deeper, devoid of any sensation. The silence was terrifying, and though he wished to open his eyes and see, he found them stubbornly shut. The notion of a revolving lantern was nothing but a deception. He had hoped to catch another glimpse of his sister. At that moment, the pregnant zombie slowly approached Mao Xiaoyi's lifeless body. The newly birthed guardian zombie swiftly withdrew its claws from Mao Xiaoyi's chest, laying him before the pregnant zombie. It extended its right claw, caressing Mao Xiaoyi's face, moving from his chin to his eyes. Finally pausing on his forehead, its 5 sharp fingers poised to pierce his skull. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the pregnant zombie halted its movement mid-air. Simultaneously, high above in the clouds, the masked woman, who had already drawn her sword, also froze in her actions, gazing curiously at Mao Xiaoyi's body. In the dark abyss, Mao Xiaoyi's consciousness began to blur, until a familiar voice resonated through the void. You are still too young. Alas, who would have thought I would choose you from the beginning? It is time to awaken. You have unfinished business. With those words, the endless darkness surged violently into Mao Xiaoyi's body, gradually clarifying his consciousness. As the darkness poured in, Mao Xiaoyi sensed a flicker of light and slowly opened his eyes. The revolving lantern he had just lamented about appeared before him, displaying familiar scenes in a vivid playback, prompting a smile to grace Mao Xiaoyi's lips, since the chaotic divine thought had spoken those words. It was evident that this was not a mere flicker of life. Mao Xiaoyi quietly watched, awaiting the conclusion of the revolving lantern. At last, he witnessed the claws of the guardian zombie piercing his chest and the pregnant zombie preparing to remove his head. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted, compelling Mao Xiaoyi to instinctively shut his eyes. As the white light gradually faded, the moment he reopened his eyes, a powerful aura exploded forth, sending the three zombies beside him staggering backwards several meters. Regaining their composure, the two guardian zombies quickly returned to the pregnant zombie's side. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the three zombies in the distance. Confusion filled the eyes of the pregnant zombie. Then, his gaze fell upon his own chest, where the wound had been filled by a mass of black substance, devoid of any sensation. Abruptly, the chaotic divine thought spoke within his mind. I had not intended to grant you my energy so soon. However, given the circumstances, I must alter my plans. Quickly deal with these three zombies, resolve the matters concerning your base city, then seek a secluded place. I shall guide you into seclusion. Following the chaotic divine thought's instructions, Mao Xiaoyi felt numerous combat techniques flooding into his mind, accompanied by the sudden emergence of a new energy within his body. After a moment's respite, he opened his eyes, feeling the immense energy coursing through him. A smile gradually forming on his lips, he had ascended to the rank of Battle Monarch, achieving a remarkable leap of 2 levels at once. Meanwhile, the pregnant zombie, sensing Mao Xiaoyi's transformation, could no longer find humor in the situation. The two guardian zombies clung tightly to the pregnant zombie, daunted by any imprudent movement. Mao Xiaoyi gazed at the three zombies with a smile and slowly remarked, "Perfect. Allow me to test my newfound abilities on you." Suddenly, Mao Xiaoyi vanished, prompting the two guardian zombies to react instantaneously, slashing their claws backward. Yet, the anticipated scene of blocking Mao Xiaoyi's assault did not transpire. Instead, the claws of the two zombies became ensnared in a swirling vortex of chaos emanating from Mao Xiaoyi's hand. Then, the chaotic vortex abruptly vanished, and a purple scythe cleaved downward from above. The claws of the two guardian zombies had already disappeared along with the vortex, rendering them incapable of resisting this attack. They were instantly cleaved in half. After dispatching the two guardian zombies, Mao Xiaoyi's gaze shifted to the already fleeing pregnant zombie. The pregnant zombie fled at remarkable speed, but with a wave of his right hand. A black oval-shaped portal appeared before him. Mao Xiaoyi stepped through, and the next moment, a similar oval-shaped black portal materialized before the pregnant zombie, from which he emerged, scythe in hand. Observing the terror in the pregnant zombie's eyes, Mao Xiaoyi took satisfaction in the sight of the portal, then struck down with his scythe, forever freezing the expression of fear upon its face. As the head of the pregnant zombie fell to the ground, the remaining tide of zombies abruptly ceased their movement. After a moment, they began to disperse in every direction, some oblivious zombies wandering toward the Kyoto Bay City, vanishing from existence forever. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Mao Xiaoyi unleashed several purple energy blades, reducing the pregnant zombie's body to a pile of flesh. Subsequently, he departed from the clearing, making his way towards the Kyoto Bay City. However, on the now desolate ground, the head of the pregnant zombie gradually cracked open, and a maggot-like creature emerged from its brain, cautiously surveying its surroundings before burrowing into the earth, fleeing towards the ocean. Observing everything from the clouds, the masked woman suppressed her urge to intervene, muttering to herself, "Who would have thought that a soul-type zombie with little combat ability would harbor a seed of a celestial-type zombie within its brain? A calamity is likely to unfold in a few years, but alas, I cannot prevent it." Chapter 24. A Year of Time. The worldview of this book is entirely fictional. The geopolitical landscape, nation names, cultural attributes, and historical developments that appear in subsequent chapters bear no relation to the real world. As the tide of zombies dissipated, this calamity came to a conclusive end, with a few fallen warriors collectively buried upon Huaihua Mountain. Mao Xiaoyi first returned to Qimen to meet with everyone, informing them of his impending retreat into seclusion, and entrusted the management of Qimen to Brother Yu and Xiao Xiao Xiao. Afterward, Mao Xiaoyi proceeded to the military headquarters, for he was now nominally a member of the Special Operations Team. After consulting with Elder Qi and meeting with Wu Ming and others, he prepared to leave the Kyoto-based city. Before departing, Mao Xiaoyi ascended to Huaihua Mountain. As the leader of the Special Operations Team, Tianlong was honored with a separate monument. Sitting cross-legged before the stone tablet, Mao Xiaoyi gazed intently at the engraved characters Tianlong. Lost in thought, after a while, he retrieved a bottle of liquor that he and Tianlong had previously enjoyed, uncorked it, and poured half onto the ground beside the monument. He then raised the bottle to the sky in tribute before consuming the remainder in one gulp. The potent liquor warmed his throat, inducing a pleasant warmth in his stomach. The alcohol's effects flushed his cheeks and eyes, and after lingering for a moment, he reached out to touch the monument before turning away. Disappearing entirely from the Kyoto-based city, at present, Mao Xiaoyi had ascended to the apex of strength within the entirety of Huaxia, and even if he were to remain idle for a year, few could hope to breach the Battle Monarch level. Unlike other ranks within the entry-level realm, the Battle Monarch level served as a watershed moment. Transcending it required considerable time and effort. Once one ascended to the Battle Monarch level, they entered the later stages of the entry-level realm, and the simplicity of previous upgrades was no longer applicable. Furthermore, the difficulty of advancing each level after reaching the Battle Monarch level increased exponentially. However, having experienced the tide of zombies, Mao Xiaoyi chose not to lounge idly as before. Having brushed against death, he understood more clearly what he desired. The intelligence gleaned in Castle Cass, along with the guidance of the chaotic divine thought, instilled in him the realization that despite being the strongest in Huaxia, his power was akin to that of an ant in the vast cosmos. Thus, he was driven by an urgent desire to enhance his strength. Soon, following the chaotic divine thought's directives, Mao Xiaoyi found a remote mountain away from the Kyoto-based city, where a deep cave lay near its summit. Upon entering the cave, a refreshing breeze greeted him, gradually calming his restless heart, though he noticed that his heart had mysteriously diminished by 1/5. Finding a relatively flat area within the cave, Mao Xiaoyi sat cross-legged. Wisps of black mist emanated from his body, drifting toward an open space before him, ultimately coalescing into a towering silhouette. Recognizing the figure before him as the chaotic divine thought, Mao Xiaoyi inquired, "Old Ding, how shall we proceed with our training?" The chaotic divine thought remained silent, and the towering figure gradually transformed, eventually taking on Mao Xiaoyi's own form, wielding a scythe in hand. Mao Xiaoyi's face displayed astonishment. He was uncertain of the chaotic divine thought's intentions. Just as he was about to inquire, the figure suddenly raised the scythe and swiftly struck at him. Instinctively, Mao Xiaoyi reacted, parrying the blow. Yet the shadow did not relent, stepping back only to launch another assault. Mao Xiaoyi chuckled. He was beginning to grasp the chaotic divine thought's methodology, so this was how he intended for him to train. Consequently, Mao Xiaoyi withdrew his distractions and fully immersed himself in the battle. The two figures collided rapidly, and after dozens of exchanges, Mao Xiaoyi found himself retreating 2 steps, while the shadow only stepped back 1. The black figure mirrored Mao Xiaoyi's strength and speed, putting him at a disadvantage in their encounter. Furthermore, the shadow did not experience fatigue, which ultimately led to Mao Xiaoyi's downfall in their final clash. Interesting, let us continue. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, society had polished him into a smooth operator, one who approached everything with a sense of resignation. However, the advent of the end times reignited his stubborn and indomitable spirit. Gazing upon his formidable adversary, Mao Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with boundless fighting intent as he wielded his scythe, clashing repeatedly with the shadowy figure before him. Thus, he battled the dark silhouette by day and, by night, meditated to restore his energy while listening to the chaotic divine consciousness narrate the worlds beyond Blue Star. A year swiftly passed, and notably, throughout this entire period, Mao Xiaoyi had never once triumphed over the dark figure. During this year, numerous events unfolded. Firstly, the widespread adoption of multifunctional wristwatches took place. Following several national exchange conferences, researchers from Huaxia and the beautiful country collaboratively developed a new version of the multifunctional wristwatch. This upgraded model perfectly inherited all the features of its predecessor, with the most significant enhancement being the inclusion of a global forum and a ranking list of the world's strongest individuals. Furthermore, each wristwatch, upon its initial wearing, would instantly bind itself to its owner, assessing the wearer's strength and synchronizing it with the strength leaderboard. Once bound, a multifunctional wristwatch would only alter its connection in the event of irreparable damage, or if the original owner willingly abandoned it. The emergence of the strength leaderboard fostered a subtle atmosphere among various nations. The top 10 rankings were as follows. 1. Ham Francis, nationality, beautiful country, rank, intermediate battle emperor 2. Dante Shea, nationality, ring C country, rank, intermediate battle emperor 3. Roman Risen, nationality, romantic country, rank, intermediate battle emperor 4. Jeffrey Wilson, nationality, beautiful country, rank, intermediate battle emperor 5. Yusef Schmitz, nationality, northern Russia, rank, low-level battle emperor 6. Nameless, nationality, Huaxia, rank, low-level battle emperor 7. Oda Kajiro, nationality, cherry blossom country, rank, low-level battle emperor 8. Chuli, nationality, Huaxia, rank, low-level battle emperor 9. Mitchell Oaks, nationality, red earth country, rank, low-level battle emperor 10. Duncan Chris, nationality, romantic country, rank, low-level battle emperor. As for the reclusive Mao Xiaoyi, his whereabouts unknown, he had no opportunity to update his multifunctional wristwatch. Thus, he did not appear on this list. Prior to the apocalypse, the relationship between Huaxia and the beautiful country was already quite delicate, as both nations were prominent powers of the era, inevitably leading to some friction. However, following the end times, the two nations temporarily set aside their grievances to once again lead humanity towards revival. Yet, with the publication of this leaderboard, Huaxia, which had previously wielded significant influence in national exchange conferences, found itself increasingly suppressed in subsequent meetings by the beautiful country and others. The higher-ups in Huaxia naturally expressed their dissatisfaction, repeatedly calling for military action to locate Mao Xiaoyi, but were consistently halted by Elder Qi, who insisted on maintaining secrecy regarding Mao Xiaoyi's existence. This left the representatives from Huaxia attending the national exchange conferences in a state of frustration, while the beautiful country and others seized the opportunity to press for a reduction in Huaxia's personnel dispatched for the Antarctic Project. Chapter 25. Conspiracies and Schemes. The Antarctic Project was initially proposed by Huaxia as a satellite repair initiative. When the apocalypse first struck, nearly all large-scale equipment malfunctioned, and satellites from various nations plummeted to the ground, predominantly landing in the southernmost regions of Blue Star, specifically Antarctica. Subsequently, several nations restored their satellite launch facilities and successfully deployed a few exploratory satellites. However, shortly after their launch, all exploratory satellites once again lost contact, with their crash sites still located in Antarctica. Consequently, the major powers decided to form a research team to investigate the reasons behind the satellite crashes in Antarctica. To prevent any potential hoarding of exploratory intelligence, this research team comprised representatives from Huaxia, the beautiful country, northern Goose country, ring C country, and romantic country, with each nation dispatching 10 combatants and 5 researchers. Initially, the plan progressed smoothly, with ships ready to set sail for Antarctica. However, Huaxia suddenly faced a massive wave of corpses, leading to a temporary suspension of the Antarctic Project. Once the wave of corpses subsided, the Tianlong fell in battle, while both the beautiful country and ring C country experienced their own assaults from waves of corpses and beasts, causing the Antarctic Project to gradually fade from public consciousness. It wasn't until a year later, when various nations had stabilized, that the Antarctic Project was once again brought to the forefront. Originally, the plan was to proceed with the designated team, but following the development of the new multifunctional wristwatch and the emergence of the global strength leaderboard, nations led by the beautiful country, including cherry blossom country, ring C country, and romantic country, began to stir restlessly. Within the third base of the beautiful country, a towering skyscraper loomed in the heart of the base city. Following the catastrophic events of the apocalypse, this was likely the only edifice soaring over 100 stories. At the pinnacle of this 100-story building resided an entire suite, adorned with treasures of gold and silver, and walls graced with renowned artworks, including the famous painting The Smile of Little God. See, a tall man reclined on a plush sofa, holding a glass of red wine as he regarded the 3 individuals seated opposite him. One of the men, resembling a citizen of Cherry Blossom Country, was the first to speak. Francis, I believe it's time to commence our plan to suppress Huaxia. Currently, they have merely a handful of representatives in the top 100, and only 2 in the top 10, both positioned beyond the 5th rank. What do we have left to concern ourselves with? As soon as he finished speaking, the man standing to the left of the Cherry Blossom man immediately retorted, Oda Kojiro, you are underestimating the situation. Northern Goose Country has maintained a strong relationship with Huaxia, and that fellow Yusef is no pushover. Furthermore, Huasha's people are notoriously cunning. Who knows what hidden cards they may have yet to reveal? Oda Kojiro ranked 7th on the world leaderboard, while the man he referred to as Francis was the top-ranked powerhouse, seated across from him, sipping wine. The one who had just countered Oda Kojiro was Jeffrey Wilson, the second strongest from the beautiful country, ranked 4th globally. The final man, who had remained silent, was a senior representative from Ring C country. The purpose of this trilateral meeting was to deliberate on the stance towards Huaxia. Francis slowly sipped from his glass of red wine, directing his gaze toward the senior from Ring C country. Has Dante Shea encountered some trouble? Why has he not come in person? The senior from Ring C country replied, Mr. Dante is feeling unwell today. Thus, he sent me to discuss matters. Please bear with us, Mr. Francis. Francis gradually rose, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind the senior from Ring C country, causing the man's right arm to slowly slide down. Since Dante is absent, I see no necessity to continue this meeting. Deliver this arm to Dante and inform him that if such circumstances arise again, I would not mind having one less representative from Ring C country. The senior from Ring C country, a man of resolve, silently picked up his severed arm and exited the room, leaving behind a trail of blood. Francis observed the bloodstains on the ground, slightly furrowing his brow as he turned to Oda Kojiro. Kojiro, I appreciate your assistance. Only then did Oda Kojiro nod in acknowledgement, his right hand gesturing with a flourish, causing a wine jar to materialize, instantly absorbing the blood that stained the ground. Upon witnessing the bloodstains vanish, Francis waved his hand toward the two, who, understanding the cue, discreetly exited the room. The following day, yet another conference regarding the Antarctic project was convened. Ultimately, under the insistence of both the Huaxia and Beige nations, and at the behest of Francis, the beautiful nation and others yielded, allowing the Antarctic project to proceed as originally planned. After this meeting, a colossal ship set sail from the port of the beautiful nation, heading towards Antarctica. Simultaneously, Mao Xiaoyi emerged from his cave for the first time after a year of seclusion. Having neglected his appearance for so long, he resembled a wild man, with hair and beard growing untamed, nearly obscuring his facial features. Behind him, within the cave, a shadowy figure on the ground transformed into wisps of black mist. Re-entering Mao Xiaoyi's body, with a deep breath, Mao Xiaoyi felt the aura emanating from him and smiled faintly. 2 hours later, the alarm at Chimen sounded. Lin Fati, accompanied by several hunting party leaders, surrounded a wild man whose face remained indistinct. Minutes later, Lin Fati found himself dragged into a room by a now clean-shaven Mao Xiaoyi, who had just finished trimming his hair and beard. Half an hour later, Mao Xiaoyi emerged from the room, and another half-hour passed before a bruised and limping Lin Fati stumbled out. After imparting a lesson to Lin Fati, Mao Xiaoyi promptly sought out Xiao Xiao Xiao. The two, having not seen each other for an extended period, naturally wished to spend some time alone together. It was not until noon that Mao Xiaoyi appeared before Elder Qi. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi's return, Elder Qi exhaled a long sigh of relief, presenting him with a state-of-the-art multifunctional wristwatch. He recounted the events that had transpired in the world during Mao Xiaoyi's seclusion, as well as the delicate relationships among several nations. Elder Qi gazed at Mao Xiaoyi, who was busy syncing the wristwatch, and spoke. Xiaoyi, my original plan was to keep your existence a secret. However, I realize that such secrecy can only last for a time. The beautiful nation will inevitably discover your presence. Now that you have returned, you must decide whether to continue concealing your strength or to make a mark on the rankings. After contemplating Elder Qi's words, Mao Xiaoyi replied with a smile. I have never been one to maintain a low profile. Elder Qi chuckled in response, and after a brief conversation, Mao Xiaoyi took his leave for Huaihua Mountain. Atop Huaihua Mountain, Mao Xiaoyi placed the wine he had purchased along the way beside the stone tablet of Tianlong, softly stating, Brother Long, sip this sparingly. I will go out for a while and return to drink with you. That evening, everyone was astonished to discover that the top position on the world rankings had changed hands. First place, Ghost Mask, IP, Huaxia Nation level, low-level war god.p.s. At last, these two segments are complete, and the new chapter has officially commenced. The main narrative of this book is just beginning. Some names may be altered in the future to facilitate publication. Chapter 1. Shadow Calamity. Remember the appearance of this mask. A calamity will arise in 100 years. If you survive, continue eastward. If you perish, let your descendants venture forth in your stead. Do you understand? Yes, master, I understand. Will master return? No. Find the one who possesses this mask a century hence, and to see him is to see me, chief. The young lady has given birth to a boy with excellent potential. He is destined to achieve greatness. As the words fell, a handsome young man entered, cradling a newborn baby in his arms, the infant sleeping soundly. The man placed the child before the elder, referred to as the chief, and knelt, requesting, Inglan has met his father. Please grant a name for the grandson. The elder stroked his beard, slightly bowing to caress the baby's small face. The child smiled in his sleep as if dreaming of something delightful, and the elder found it hard to look away, smiling as he remarked, This child is truly adorable, resembling you, his father. Alas, my time is drawing near. I fear I shall not witness his growth. Inglan raised his gaze, astonished to see the elder, who appeared robust, and asked in confusion, Father, how can this be? Your health seems so vigorous. How can your end be imminent? The elder shifted his gaze from the sleeping infant to the sky outside, straightening his back as he spoke. Yesterday, I dreamt of the master. He said he was coming to see me for the last time. It is an honor to depart this world before him. Since it was merely a dream, could it not be? Inglan's protest was silenced by a stern look from the elder, who continued, Our kind is not worthy of such dreams. It is merely the master's way of informing us of certain matters. In 20 years, a great calamity will strike. During this time, you must diligently teach this child. Perhaps our mission will fall to him. Before Inglan could respond, the elder added, From this day forth, you shall be the chief of the Ing clan. You must fulfill your duties as chief. I do not wish to see the Ing clan decline under your leadership. As for the child's name, now that you are chief, the choice is yours. The elder slowly exited, casting one last glance at the father and son before heading towards the clan's tomb. Chief, 100 years have passed, and that so-called master has yet to appear. You have borne the weight of 20 years' pressure. With the current turmoil in Xinzhou, please abandon that so-called mission and remain here. Indeed, Chief, stay with us. Chief, the Ing clan cannot afford to lose you. Chief, think carefully. A dozen men clad in black robes knelt, beseeching the youth before them. The youth furrowed his brow, slamming his right hand on the nearby table, and shouted, Does the master exist? When did it become your place to speculate? I now command you, as chief, to rise and step aside. Those who defy my orders will face clan law. The men hastily stood, daring not to obstruct him further. Some wished to speak, but upon seeing the youth's earnest yet youthful face, they ultimately refrained. The youth strode outside, heading towards the clan's tomb. Upon reaching the tomb, he knelt before the stone tablets inscribed with Ing Zhan and Ing Lan's names, offering 3 bundles of incense to each and bowing 3 times. Softly uttering, Grandfather, Father, the century has come to its appointed time. Ing Jie is here to fulfill his promise. May you both rest in peace. Having spoken, the youth gradually rose, gazing at the place he once called home for a moment, his expression growing resolute as he turned eastward. Inside a tavern in Xinzhou, patrons filled the space, most seated on the first floor, enjoying drinks and conversation. A man in a black robe entered the tavern, whispering to the bartender, who promptly opened a door behind him, allowing the man to enter. Inside, a corpulent man lounged on the sofa, devouring roasted meat with evident delight upon the arrival of the black-robed figure. He hastily invited the man to sit beside him, and once the bartender exited, the man eagerly inquired, Ing Zhu, has he set out? The man known as Ing Zhu slowly removed his black robe, took a sip from an open bottle of red wine on the table, and replied, Yes, he has departed. Our plan can commence. Instruct your people to take action. The man, elated by Ing Zhu's words, rushed out to converse with the bartender. After a brief moment, he returned, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face as he said to Ing Zhu, You brother, my people have also set out, so, after it's done. Ing Zhu frowned slightly at the man's address, clearly displeased, yet maintained a smile as he replied, Rest assured, what I promised will not change. But I hope he never returns. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with glee, and he patted his chest, boasting, I, Jiang Xia, handle matters well. You can trust that the little brat will never return to disturb you. Ing Zhu nodded, donning his black robe once more as he made his way outside. After Ing Zhu departed, Jiang Xia cast a disdainful glance at the bottle of red wine Ing Zhu had consumed. He contemplated discarding it, but ultimately decided against it, muttering, "It cost several thousand a bottle. I might as well drink it. Once the plan succeeds, Ingzhu will inevitably be in my grasp." Having finished his complaints, Jiang Xia resumed his hearty feast. After a while, blood began seeping from the ground. Observing this, Jiang Xia immediately halted his eating, hurriedly wiping his mouth and standing respectfully by the pooling blood. Moments later, the blood coalesced, gradually forming a human shape. Watching the blood take form, Jiang Xia quickly announced, "I pay my respects to Lord Blood Sea. Ingzhu has just departed, and the chief of the Ing clan has set out. My people are also en route to capture him as planned." A sharp voice emanated from the humanoid blood. "Well done. Exercise caution. The Ing clan is not to be trifled with. Once this is accomplished, I assure you that you will replace the Ing clan's position here." With that, the blood gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Jiang Xia smiled and resumed his seat, gazing at the now cold roasted meat. He shook his head, wrestling with indecision, but ultimately began to eat once more. Soon after, Jiang Xia finished his meal and approached an inconspicuous corner. Pressing a few spots, a burst of white light illuminated the area, and Jiang Xia vanished from sight. At the same time, within a palace, a man lounging on a throne surrounded by several women glanced at the newly arrived Jiang Xia with irritation, reluctantly pushing the women aside, demanding, "What is it? Speak quickly. Can't you see I'm busy?" Jiang Xia hastily knelt down, his voice trembling as he reported, "Young master, the Shadow Clan and the Blood Clan have already clashed. We shall soon reap the benefits." The impatience on the man's face diminished slightly as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, understood. Go fetch me a couple of more attractive young ladies. As for those two major families, you may handle them as you see fit. I have no interest in their affairs." "Understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, another flash of white light enveloped him, and Jiang Xia reappeared in the tavern. Chapter 2. Add more sedatives. The flavor is too mild. At an obscure port in Xinzhou, a man clad in black robes approached slowly. Flanking the port were two modest houses. In front of one of them lay a reclining chair where the port's owner was lounging. Upon noticing a guest, the owner hurried forward to inquire, "Are you looking to set sail? We rent boats here for 10 new coins per hour, and you can use our fishing gear free of charge during the rental period." The black-robed man slowly shook his head, retrieving a stack of banknotes emblazoned with the number 100 from his pocket. He placed 10 of them before the owner and spoke softly, "I wish to purchase a boat. Surely this should suffice." A glimmer of greed flashed in the owner's eyes at the sight of the banknotes, and he feigned reluctance, saying, "What you may not know, dear guest, is that our establishment has always thrived on boat rentals. By purchasing a boat, you would deprive us of a vital source of income." The black-robed man counted out another 10 banknotes and placed them before the owner, stating in a deep voice, 2,000 new coins for a boat is quite a lucrative deal for you. Additionally, prepare a table of dishes for me. I shall depart once I have dined." The owner quickly donned a smile, saying, "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please make yourself comfortable. The dishes will be ready shortly, and I will inform my staff to prepare the boat for you." Upon entering the room, the black-robed man observed several individuals scattered about, their robust physiques suggesting they were seasoned fishermen. The owner then whispered a few words to the chef in the kitchen before making his way to another small room. The second room served as their dormitory, and upon entering, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. A dozen burly men lounged inside, some engaged in a game of cards. The owner waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, everyone, cease your activities. A golden pig has arrived. As usual, once he has finished his meal, you are to act swiftly, drain him of his wealth, and then discard him to the cleaners." "Understood. We will finish this round and proceed," the group of men replied in unison. The owner returned to his reclining chair, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your meal is served, esteemed guest. Please enjoy." Soon, steaming dishes were brought forth by the waiter, and the black-robed man began to feast heartily. Midway through his meal, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and with a sudden kick, the door burst open. A horde of burly men surged into the room, blocking the entrance entirely. The group surveyed their surroundings and quickly spotted the black-robed man still eating. The largest among them stepped forward, patting the black-robed man's shoulder, and said, "Young brother, my companions and I were hoping to borrow some money from you. What do you say?" The black-robed man paused briefly in his eating but soon resumed, replying as he chewed, "I have no money. Seek assistance elsewhere." Seeing that the black-robed man disregarded him entirely, the leader's eyes glinted with malice. "You have brought this upon yourself," he declared, as he swung his muscular arm toward the black-robed man. The other fishermen in the room shook their heads, seemingly anticipating the black-robed man's imminent downfall. However, the expected scene of calamity did not unfold. Instead, the black-robed man maintained one hand on his chopsticks while the other seized the approaching arm of the burly man. The man's pupils dilated in shock as the immense strength surged through his arm, causing him considerable pain. He struggled to withdraw his arm, yet found it impossible, no matter how hard he tried. In a moment of desperation, the burly man seized a pair of chopsticks from the neighboring table and lunged at the black-robed man, simultaneously shouting to his companions, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" Only then did the others snap out of their stunned silence and rush forward toward the two men. With a faint sigh, the black-robed man remarked, "Money truly blinds one's judgment." As the words left his lips, he vanished from sight in an instant. The burly man, who had been locked in a standoff with the black-robed man, suddenly found himself striking nothing but air. Stumbling back in shock, he cried out, "He is an ability user. Run!" The crowd, initially rushing towards two individuals, swiftly altered their course, seeking to escape the confines of the room. Just as the fastest among them stepped out, a figure clad in black robes materialized from the shadows behind him, wielding a dark blade that severed a head from its body. The throng, once again redirected, hastened towards the kitchen. The black-robed man calmly wiped the blood from his weapon, uttering the phrase "shadow binding" with a slow breath. In an instant, as his voice echoed, the fleeing individuals found their shadows inhabited by dark figures, each shadow engulfing the person before it. Within moments, over a dozen burly men were ensnared in place. The black-robed man observed the bound crowd and uttered a single word, "Kill." Instantly, the captured men let out anguished cries, accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones. After a brief silence of 10 seconds, all fell eerily still. The black-robed man stepped outside, casting his gaze upon the port boss who had already knelt on the ground. He remarked, "In the future, be more generous with the tranquilizers. This amount is scarcely enough for seasoning." With that, he leaped onto a small yacht, setting sail towards the east. The kneeling boss exhaled in relief and attempted to rise, only to be met with a sudden, searing pain in his neck, leading him to lose consciousness as a knife-wielding shadow melted back into the darkness. Standing on the deck, the man reveled in the caress of the sea breeze, shedding his black robe to reveal Jia, who was resolutely pursuing his mission. He gazed towards the horizon and sighed deeply. Meanwhile, a group arrived at the port, momentarily taken aback by the gruesome scene. However, they quickly dismissed the sight of blood and hurriedly sought out several boats. Also heading eastward, etc., entertainment was scarce. Each day, Jia either lounged on the deck, savoring the ocean breeze, or fished with his rod. Amidst this monotony, 2 years slipped by. Fortunately for him, fortune smiled upon Jia, as he caught fish daily. Otherwise, he would have perished from hunger. Finally, as the sun rose from the distance, Jia spotted the land he had long yearned for. However, it appeared somewhat off course. He vaguely recalled that he was meant to travel to a place called Huaxia. Yet the port before him bore the sign Beautiful Country Shipping Station. Muttering a few complaints under his breath, he docked the yacht and leaped ashore, determined to inquire about the whereabouts of Huaxia. Yet, it seemed luck was not on his side. The port had long been abandoned, with fissures from an earthquake scattered throughout, and several convenience stores lay in ruins. Resignedly shaking his head, Jia resolved to continue his journey eastward, unaware that he was headed directly into the fog-enshrouded territory discovered by the beautiful country. Chapter 3. Tiger Tooth Gang's branch leader, who too after departing the port, several vessels that had been covertly trailing Jia also made landfall. A swift assembly of dozens of individuals occurred, and one, clutching an electronic screen, approached the leader, whispering, "Boss, according to the map, if we proceed further, we will encounter the Tiger Tooth Gang's branch that inadvertently separated from the main continent during the wormhole storm." The man addressed as boss glanced at the electronic screen, smiling as he instructed the others, "Let us continue to follow him. The Tiger Tooth Gang is not composed of benevolent souls. We shall strike once he encounters them." With that, The group hastened towards Ingjia's departing direction. This moment, Ingjia had entered a dense forest. Having seen no one for quite some time, he decided to take a brief rest. Leaning against a tree, he retrieved a piece of dried fish he had prepared on the yacht, ready to indulge, when suddenly an axe flew from a distance, embedding itself into the tree behind him. Ingjia stowed the fish back into his pocket and rose slowly, his expression displeased as he regarded the three burly men emerging from the depths of the forest. Each man was bare-chested, adorned with tattoos of tigers, and one bore a tiger's tooth around his neck. What is the Tiger Tooth Gang doing here? Ingjia pondered aloud. Yet it seemed the gang had little desire for conversation. As the three men drew daggers from their waists and lunged towards him, as the trio advanced aggressively, Ingjia calmly declared, "Shadow escaped in an instant." He vanished, leaving only a dark shadow upon the ground. Seeing the shadow in place of Ingjia, the burly man with the tiger's tooth halted, shouting to his companions, "He is an ability user. I will hold him off." "You two," quickly informed the branch leader. Upon hearing this, the other two men swiftly changed direction and raced deeper into the forest, while the tiger-toothed man directed his gaze towards the shadow that was once Ingjia, pounding his chest and letting out a roar. With his movements and cries, the man's physique began to swell, ultimately transforming him into a hulking figure over 3 meters tall. Just as he reached his towering height, a humanoid shadow surged forth from behind him, attempting to envelop him. Yet, before the giant, the shadow appeared diminutive, managing only to bind him from the waist down. Despite the limitations of the binding, the giant was momentarily immobilized, granting Ingjia the opportunity to approach him swiftly. As the shadow crept closer, the giant frantically tore at the binding shadow, which gradually began to dissipate under his efforts. However, Ingjia was evidently quicker. As the giant removed the shadow from his waist, Ingjia was already before him, and with a flash of the blade, the giant's head tumbled to the ground. Having dispatched the tiger-toothed giant, Ingjia hesitated for a moment, glancing in the direction the other two had fled, and swiftly followed. From their conversation, it was clear that if a branch leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang was present, there must be a small base nearby. Although the Shadow Clan and the Tiger Tooth Gang had traditionally maintained a non-aggression pact, Ingjia would not simply accept their attack without response. He intended to seek an explanation from their leader. Meanwhile, within the Tiger Tooth Gang's base, the leader was about to dispatch reinforcements after hearing the report from the two men when the communication orb in his pocket began to vibrate. He quickly retrieved the orb and placed it on the table, from which beams of light emerged, coalescing into a humanoid projection that hovered above the orb. Upon recognizing the visage of the projection, the leader and others within the room knelt, respectfully exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the gang leader." The projection of the Tiger Tooth Gang leader observed the kneeling individuals and nodded, gradually speaking. "Rise, I have come to inquire whether you have encountered a black-robed man in the vicinity of the base." As the assembled group stood, two of the men who had just reported stepped forward, reiterating their encounter with Ingjia. After listening to their account, the gang leader turned to the man standing among them and addressed him. "Who too? A certain esteemed individual has informed me that the black-robed man you encountered is the current leader of the Shadow Clan. That esteemed individual does not wish to see him return. Do you understand what must be done?" Hutu nodded earnestly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The gang leader added, "I have granted you an opportunity. I hope you seize it," before severing the communication link, causing the humanoid projection to vanish. Still reflecting on the gang leader's final words, Hutu's eyes began to gleam with determination. The Tiger Tooth Gang comprised a main branch and 5 sub-branches, each named after elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As the last-ranked leader among them, Hutu typically received little attention from the main branch leader. However, this incident was evidently significant. Success could elevate his status considerably. With a burgeoning smile that he could not conceal, Hutu summoned all the powerful members within the base and personally led them toward Ingjia's direction. The two parties soon converged. Ingjia, sensing something amiss as he beheld the assembled throng of over 100 individuals, felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, upon seeing Ingjia, Hutu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he hastily commanded his followers to attack. Instantly, the onslaught from the 100-strong force surged toward him. Ingjia quickly employed shadow escape, merging with the ground. As the barrage descended, Ingjia's furious voice resonated. "Hutu, what does this mean? Others do not recognize me." Ingjia, even you, the branch leader, are unaware of my identity? Are you planning to wage war against the Shadow Clan? Although the Shadow Clan and the Tiger Tooth Gang maintain a policy of non-interference, the formidable warriors on both sides are nonetheless familiar with one another, which is precisely why Ingjia dared to venture alone into the Tiger Tooth Gang's stronghold. Hutu did not respond to Ingjia's words, but instead plunged his hands into the ground. Instantly, the area where Ingjia had transformed into a shadow tore apart, forcing him to revert to his human form. At this point, even a fool like Ingjia could sense Hutu's murderous intent, and a flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Dark energy swirled around Ingjia, and in the next moment, dozens of pillars formed from this black mist hurtled toward the crowd. The pillars crashed into the throng, eliciting a chorus of wails, as Ingjia clearly unleashed his true fury. Several of these columns were aimed directly at Hutu, who immediately waved his hand to summon a wall of earth. The black pillars collided with the earthen barrier, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Hutu's wall stood nearly unscathed, but the remaining members of the Tiger Tooth Gang were not so fortunate. Ingjia's single strike resulted in over half of their casualties, leaving them too intimidated to act recklessly. Hutu, concealed behind the wall, dispelled it, gazing calmly at Ingjia, seemingly unaffected by the loss of half his men, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "The current leader of the Shadow Clan, Ingjia, truly lives up to his reputation. However, I trust you can sense the disparity between us. Some do not wish for you to return to Zinzo. It would be prudent for you to cooperate with me, lest you endure further suffering." Ingjia regarded Hutu with equal calmness, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "I wonder what promises have been made to you, the leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang, that you would dare to provoke an entire clan of shadows." Hutu did not answer Ingjia's query but instead, with a smile, inquired, "Even if I divulge that information, do you truly believe that with your pinnacle strength at the entrance level, you could escape the grasp of a formidable being in my universe?" As his words fell, the ground trembled, and massive stones began to rise from the earth. With a sweep of Hutu's right hand, countless boulders hurtled toward Ingjia. Ingjia's expression turned grave as he materialized a long black knife in his hand, vigorously slicing at the descending stones. Observing Ingjia preoccupied with the boulders, the ground beneath Hutu detached, swiftly propelling him toward Ingjia. When he was mere meters away, Hutu's right arm transformed into a formidable stone limb, and he swung a powerful punch at the flailing Ingjia. Upon seeing the stone arm approaching, Ingjia's pupils constricted, and he quickly positioned the long knife before his chest, retreating hastily. However, Hutu's assault was too rapid. Ingjia could not evade the forceful blow. The stone fist struck the blade, causing numerous cracks to spiderweb across the knife's surface, and Ingjia was sent flying. Soaring through the air, Ingjia coughed up blood, finally coming to a halt after crashing through two trees. Gripping the knife with his right hand to leverage himself upright, he barely managed to stand when the blade shattered into pieces, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Hutu rotated his right wrist with a smile and approached Ingjia, remarking as he walked, "I told you not to resist. The gap between our realms is truly formidable. Just look at you now, lying here in such a pitiful state." As he reached out to lift the slumped Ingjia, Hutu's hand passed through Ingjia's body. In that moment of distraction, a shadow darted swiftly into the ground, rapidly fleeing into the distance. "Damn it, I was careless. Everyone, pursue him!" Hutu shouted in exasperation, simultaneously pressing his hands against the ground in an attempt to force Ingjia back into his shadow form. The shadow weaved left and right, expertly evading Hutu's attacks. Just as it was on the verge of escape, laughter resonated from above in the trees. "Ha ha ha, why is the leader of the Shadow Clan in such a hurry to leave? Why not stay for a chat?" Fixation needle. A silver-white needle shot forth from the tree, piercing directly into the fleeing shadow. Suddenly, Ingjia felt his body freeze, unable to move forward. A sinking feeling filled him as he slowly reverted to his human form. Gazing at the white needle that had immobilized him, Ingjia cast a complex glance at the treetops and sighed in resignation. "So they resorted to using a treasure of this caliber against me. It seems I have indeed met my match." Before long, Hutu, accompanied by the members of the Tiger Tooth Gang, arrived before the immobilized Ingjia. Hutu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the treetops. Speaking, "I am grateful to the esteemed individual who has lent their assistance. I humbly invite you to our base for a discussion." Dozens of figures leaped down from the trees, a group that had previously tracked Ingja at sea. The leading man smiled, saying, "We are merely following orders. Now that the leader of the Shadow Clan has been captured, our mission is complete, and it is time for us to report back." Hutu stepped forward to shake hands with the leading man, responding, "Very well, I shall not detain you any longer. Travel safely." With that, both parties departed, leaving Ingja bound and taken back to the Tiger Tooth Gang's stronghold. What was once a tranquil night was abruptly thrown into disarray by the sudden emergence of a name on the global leaderboard of powerful beings, unsettling the entire world. The nation of Huaxia buzzed with excitement, discussions echoing everywhere. In the capital city, a voice exclaimed, "Wow, the world's #1 has become ours. Who is this Gue Mian? So formidable. Gue Mian is the leader of the Seven Gates. How could you not know this? Those foreigners must be furious. Just thinking about it is amusing." In a small room in the northwest, a girl playing with snowflakes smiled at the name that had appeared on the leaderboard. Yet not everyone was filled with joy. Inside a shrine in Sakura country, a man glared at the top name on the leaderboard, cursing, "Baka. Where did this Gue Mian come from? When did Huaxia produce a warrior of such caliber?" In a conference hall within the reconstruction country, a man seated at the head of the table excitedly declared, "This Gue Mian is actually an undercover agent we sent to Huaxia. Once Huaxia falls, he will return to us." Meanwhile, in a penthouse atop a 100-story building in beautiful country, Francis uncorked an expensive bottle of red wine, savoring a small sip, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he returned his focus to the global leaderboard. Swirling the wine in his glass, with a chuckle, murmured, "Huaxia has certainly held back. It makes things much more interesting, does it not?" However, the architect of this upheaval, Mao Xiaoyi, paid little mind to the commotion. Having just returned from Huaihua Mountain in the afternoon, he immediately gathered Lin Fatty and others for a game of poker, which lasted until now. During the game, he casually donned the newly gifted multifunctional wristwatch from Elder Qi, inadvertently capturing the world's attention. "Can you beat me in 17 cards? If you can, I, Chun Xiaolang, will eat this deck of cards on the spot. I have no cards to play. I win. Quick, eat." Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to force Qin Xiaolang to fulfill his promise, Xiao Xiao pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Xiao paused upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi trying to shove a deck of cards into Qin Xiaolang's mouth, then cleared her throat, saying, "Ahem, Xiaoyi, when did you break through to the war god level? You didn't even tell us." The others in the room were equally taken aback. Having spent the entire afternoon playing cards with Mao Xiaoyi, they had not been following the leaderboard. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, they finally opened the global leaderboard to check. Mao Xiaoyi scratched his head, saying, "Just a few days ago, I had been in seclusion for a year. So breaking through is quite normal, don't you think?" Hearing Mao Xiaoyi's nonchalant remarks, the others rolled their eyes at him before leaving the room to grab a late-night snack, intentionally not inviting him along. "Hey, wait for me. Even a war god needs to eat." Chapter 5. The Mist Exploration Plan. A quiet night passed without incident. The following noon, Mao Xiaoyi returned to the military headquarters and found Elder Qi. Elder Qi looked at Mao Xiaoyi, who stood across from him scratching his head, and asked with exasperation, "You just returned yesterday. Why do you want to run off again, especially to a mysterious place like the Mist? I still expect you to accompany our representative from Huaxia to the meeting." Elder Qi felt a headache coming on, worried that Mao Xiaoyi would vanish for another year, just like last time. This could not solely be blamed on Mao Xiaoyi. It was all orchestrated by the Chaos Divine Consciousness. Last night, after finishing supper with Lin Fatty and others, Mao Xiaoyi returned to his room and lay down on his bed. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist emerged from within him, transforming into a towering figure standing by the window. Suppressing his drowsiness, Mao Xiaoyi got up and approached the imposing figure, asking, "Old Ding, why did you suddenly appear? Has something happened?" The commanding voice of the chaotic divine intellect resonated slowly, instructing, "Tomorrow, you shall visit the military headquarters to seek out Elder Qi and request a map detailing the distribution of the mists. I have an inkling that the presence of Yin Tu has manifested, albeit in an unstable manner. The inhabitants of Blue Star have yet to attain such technological prowess. It is highly probable that this is a method employed by those from the Red Giant." Upon hearing the explanation from the chaotic divine intellect, Mao Xiaoyi scratched his head. Were it not for the mention of Yin Tu, he might have almost forgotten about the extraordinary scroll he possessed. After imparting this information, the chaotic divine intellect vanished, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to indulge in a restful slumber. However, when faced with Elder Chi's inquiries, Mao Xiaoyi could hardly admit that he was compelled by a formidable entity residing within him to venture into the mists in search of a scroll. Hence, he feigned a sense of urgency and replied, "Elder Chi, you know me well enough. I have no intention of attending any meetings. I merely plan to wander through the mists. Besides, given my current capabilities, even if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly escape." In light of Mao Xiaoyi's persistent entreaties, Elder Chi reluctantly retrieved a map from his computer and transmitted it to Mao Xiaoyi's multifunctional wristwatch. He then pulled Mao Xiaoyi closer, marking several locations on the map, stating, "This document delineates all known mist regions on Blue Star. The areas I have specially highlighted are exceedingly perilous. You should avoid them unless absolutely necessary. The remaining mist regions are mostly ones we have established contact with, akin to Cass City. Feel free to explore those." Mao Xiaoyi was somewhat taken aback by Elder Chi's revelations, not only by the discovery of numerous mist regions on the map, but also by the fact that during his year of seclusion, the nation of Huaxia had managed to establish connections with 7 or 8 areas similar to Cass City. After expressing his gratitude to Elder Chi, Mao Xiaoyi returned to bid farewell to his companions at 7 Gate. Lin Pengzi and the others gazed at him in silence, while Xiao Xiaoxiao wordlessly retreated to her bedroom. Casting a glance in the direction of Xiao Xiaoxiao's room, Mao Xiaoyi offered a wry smile and shook his head. He certainly held feelings for the girl who had always been by his side. Yet thoughts of his sister and Tianlong drove him to yearn for greater strength. Ultimately, he chose not to comfort Xiao Xiaoxiao. After sending a brief apology via his multifunctional wristwatch, he set off towards the outskirts of the Kyoto Bay City. Once he arrived at a secluded area, a wisp of black mist emerged from within Mao Xiaoyi. After examining the map provided by Elder Chi, the chaotic divine intellect pointed to a location marked in red and remarked, "Let us first investigate here. It aligns closely with the direction of the aura emanating from Yen Tuesday." Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized the map and then regarded the towering figure formed by the black mist, chuckling, "Old dang, you certainly have a knack for selecting locations. Not only is this place specially marked, but it is also located in the distant North E country." The chaotic divine intellect did not respond to Mao Xiaoyi's grievances, casting a fleeting glance before retreating back into his being. Mao Xiaoyi gazed northward, considering his legs, and wisely decided to place a call to Elder Chi. "Hello, Elder Chi, it's Xiaoyi. May I borrow a helicopter?" A puzzled voice emanated from the multifunctional wristwatch. "What's the matter?" "Xiaoyi? Why do you need a helicopter?" "Well, I plan to explore the mists, and my first destination is the one in Northy Country. It's quite far, so I was hoping you could lend me a helicopter to fly over." Beep beep beep. "Hello, Elder Chi? Are you still there?" In the military complex of the Kyoto Bay City, upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's plans, Elder Chi decisively hung up the phone and immediately immersed himself in his other tasks as if he had never received that call. Shortly thereafter, Chi let out a helpless sigh and summoned Wuming, saying, "Wuming, please arrange for the Air Force to send a helicopter to assist Mao Xiaoyi." "Understood," Wuming replied, just about to leave when Chi, with a sense of resignation, added, "Oh, and please inform the higher-ups in Beige Nation as well. Tell them that our Huaxia's ghost face intends to explore the mists in their territory and inquire whether they wish to accompany us." "Got it, I'll go right away," Wuming replied once more and quickly exited the office. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi was inwardly complaining to the chaos spirit about Elder Chi being an old curmudgeon when he noticed a helicopter approaching from the direction of Kyoto Bay City. Upon boarding, he was greeted by a familiar face. Wuming was at the controls, smiling at him. Mao Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback and, after sitting down, asked, "Wuming, why are you personally seeing me off? Doesn't the Bay City need your assistance?" Wuming nodded, replying with a smile, "The Bay City has no pressing matters for me at the moment. I just told Elder Chi that I'd accompany you into the mists to prevent you from vanishing for another year unexpectedly." After hearing Wuming's words, Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of black humor wash over him. How much faith did Elder Chi have in him? However, he didn't mind Wuming's presence, considering he was a formidable force second only to himself in Huaxia. Having an additional layer of protection while entering the misty region was certainly advantageous. However, what surprised Mao Xiaoyi was that several hours later, the helicopter did not land near the misty area but instead descended directly into the base city of Beige Nation. Upon disembarking, he was met with a group of burly men from Beige Nation, who were chattering away in their native tongue. Wuming followed suit, disembarking and activating the real-time translation feature on Mao Xiaoyi's multifunctional watch, facilitating communication with the newcomers. During the conversation, Mao Xiaoyi learned that Elder Qi had communicated with the higher-ups of Beige Nation, and both countries had decided to send representatives to delve into the Misty region, with Huaxia's representatives being Mao Xiaoyi and Wu Ming. Noticing that the crowd had momentarily shifted their focus away from him, Mao Xiaoyi discreetly pulled a black mask from his pocket and donned it. A few minutes later, an off-road vehicle approached from a distance, carrying 3 robust men. Wu Ming bid farewell to the Beige Nation representatives and then got into the vehicle with Mao Xiaoyi. Chapter 6. The Cannibal Tree Inside the Vehicle. The 3 men from Beige Nation introduced Mao Xiaoyi and Wu Ming to the general situation of the Misty region. The 3 companions accompanying Mao Xiaoyi were fortunate individuals who had previously entered the Misty area and survived. Possessing considerable strength, each having reached the rank of Battle King. Beige Nation had conducted multiple exploration plans for the Mists, which initially progressed smoothly, with the 3 being among the first to enter. This mist, unlike that of Car City, enveloped a vast forest covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The first group of explorers did not venture deeply but found numerous unique plants that had emerged only after the apocalypse surrounding the forest. Upon returning to the base, researchers discovered these plants significantly aided the evolution of individuals, prompting Beige Nation to initiate subsequent exploration plans. However, during the 3rd and 4th batches of explorers, dissatisfaction with merely harvesting from the forest periphery led them deeper into the forest center, where they encountered powerful mutated beasts, resulting in the first casualties for Beige Nation in this forest. With the appearance of these mutated beasts, from the 5th batch of exploration personnel onward, nearly every team had a battle general level expert leading them. Except for occasional encounters with exceptionally strong mutated beasts, the exploration plans progressed smoothly. Beige Nation's higher-ups, unsatisfied with this, summoned many of the nation's top experts to prepare for a thorough exploration of the Misty region, including the current strongest individual of Beige Nation, Yusef Schmitz. Initially, the exploration proceeded exceptionally well, and even when encountering those formidable mutated beasts, they were easily dealt with under the leadership of Yusef Schmitz. However, when the group approached within 2,000 meters of the mist center, they were obstructed by rows of towering, peculiarly shaped trees. These trees were clearly products of post-apocalyptic mutations, resembling ancient banyan trees, with trunks so thick that it would take at least 10 people to encircle one. Their expansive canopies blocked out sunlight, casting deep shadows, while the roots swayed in the wind, creating an eerie atmosphere. Several bolder members of the exploration team took up weapons and attempted to hack at the trees, only to find their efforts utterly futile. Even Yusef Schmitz, who was a mid-tier battle king and struck with all his might, could only peel away a layer of bark. As the bark fell away, the group was astonished to discover that the inner trunk was a vivid red, from which a crimson sap began to ooze. Just as they were staring in disbelief, the dripping sap coalesced into a mist, gradually forming an eerie figure resembling a human upper body. None among the exploration team were novices. Sensing that something was amiss, they immediately fled toward the forest's edge. However, a dreadful development ensued as thick roots sprouted from the ground, and the previously swaying roots came to life, lunging towards the fleeing group. Some individuals, swift of foot, managed to escape, but the majority found themselves ensnared within a web formed by the roots. Yusef Schmitz, the strongest among them, looked back to see a sky filled with roots obscuring his vision, accompanied by faint cries of agony from behind. The fortunate survivors, once they escaped the forest, relayed their experiences to Beige Nation's higher-ups. Initially, the leadership remained blinded by greed, but after subsequent exploration teams were completely annihilated, they ultimately abandoned the exploration of the mists, designating it a forbidden zone. Yet, Mao Xiaoyi and Wu Ming's arrival reignited the hopes of Beige Nation's leadership. Originally, they had hoped to invite Yusef Schmitz to join the two in their expedition into the mists. But despite any enticing conditions offered, Yusef Schmitz steadfastly declined. Reluctantly, Beige Nation's leadership dispatched 3 capable individuals familiar with the Misty region to accompany Mao Xiaoyi and Wu Ming. After listening to the trio's account, Mao Xiaoyi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Just how much faith did Beige Nation place in him to send 3 people to accompany him into such a perilous place? 2 hours later, the off-road vehicle halted at the edge of a forest, marking the boundary of the Misty region. Unable to drive further, the 5 exited the vehicle, organized their gear, and ventured deeper into the woods. Mao Xiaoyi gazed enviously at the laser rifle in Wu Ming's hands, mentally resolving to visit Car City after locating Yin Tu, Hoping to procure more laser rifles for himself, the five traversed the woods and entered the vast, shadowy forest. The voice of the chaos spirit echoed in Mao Xiaoyi's ears. The aura emanating from Yin Tu is still faint. I cannot ascertain whether he is present within this mist. However, I can confirm that there is human presence at the mist's center, likely belonging to the Red Giant faction. Mao Xiaoyi, hearing the chaos spirit's words, chose not to respond. After all, their mission was to delve into the heart of the mist, and there was no need to rush. With no one having explored the mist for quite some time, the previously established exploration routes had long been overrun by vegetation, forcing the group to clear a path, which slowed their progress considerably. During this time, several mutated beasts emerged to harass them, but they were swiftly turned into barbecued meat by Mao Xiaoyi. Fortunately, all five possessed considerable strength, and by sunset, they finally reached the location of the eerie forest. The trees loomed as described in rumors, their canopies shrouding the sky and the swaying roots evoking an unsettling sensation. Wu Ming and Mao Xiaoyi summoned their weapons, while the three accompanying members from Beige Nation also took up defensive stances. Mao Xiaoyi was taken aback to see one of the burly men conjuring flames in one hand and lightning in the other. This was his first encounter with a dual ability evolver aside from himself. However, this merely piqued his curiosity briefly before he redirected his attention back to the eerie forest. Inquiring telepathically, he asked, "Old Ding, do you recognize what this thing is?" The authoritative voice of the chaos spirit replied, "This should be a cannibal tree. Its primary attack methods involve its roots and summon cannibal spirits. It is not difficult to deal with, but its growth requires living beings as sustenance. It cannot have appeared here without reason. I sense human presence at the mist's center. It is very likely these cannibal trees are being cultivated by them. Those capable of nurturing such things are, to my knowledge, not benevolent. You must tread carefully." Mao Xiaoyi nodded, swinging his right hand as a purple blade of light cleaved through the trunk of the cannibal tree. Chapter 7. First encounter with the scavenger. As the purple blade of light made contact with the tree, a deep fissure was instantly carved into the trunk. The cannibal tree trembled violently, emitting a wail akin to a vengeful spirit. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi effortlessly injuring the cannibal tree, the three powerful individuals from Beige Nation sprang into action. The two adept in close combat charged forward to engage the injured cannibal tree, swiftly dispatching it. Upon the death of one cannibal tree, the surrounding trees seemed to sense something amiss, oozing crimson sap from their trunks. While the swaying roots and the roots sprouting from the ground lunged toward the five, the dual ability warrior from Beige Nation gradually fused the two elements, unleashing a powerful aura. Mao Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. He had never considered that abilities could merge. The lightning coiled around the fireball conjured by the Beige Nation warrior, culminating in the formation of a purple fireball crackling with arcs of electricity before them. With a toss, the purple fireball drifted forward at a slow pace. After using this attack, the Beige Nation warrior collapsed to the ground, his face pale, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. Nevertheless, the results were impressive. As the purple fireball approached, the encroaching roots were incinerated by the unleashed lightning, while the vengeful spirits manifested from the red mist shrank back, unwilling to approach the purple fireball. Retreating beside the cannibal trees, as the purple fireball drew near, the cannibal trees grew increasingly agitated, crimson sap gushing from their trunks, while vengeful spirits coalesced in droves. Finally, with a collective wail from the cannibal trees, a swarm of red vengeful spirits surged toward the purple fireball. The fireball crackled with lightning, dispersing clusters of red spirits with each strike. Yet, there were simply too many red spirits, continuously diving into the purple fireball, causing its brilliance to dim gradually as the light of the purple fireball waned and the arcs of lightning diminished. The relentless onslaught of red spirits encircled the fireball, completely obstructing the 5's line of sight. Just as Mao Xiaoyi prepared to intervene, he caught a glimpse of the Beige Nation warrior, still smiling despite being seated on the ground, suggesting he had a hidden card up his sleeve. Thus, he withdrew his scythe, patiently awaiting the outcome. Indeed, the next second, a dull explosion erupted from within the encirclement of red spirits, beams of light bursting forth as more and more intensified, as the light multiplied and expanded. The red spirits were entirely obliterated. Simultaneously, a wave of explosive energy surged forth. While Mao Xiaoyi remained motionless, Wu Ming took several steps back, and the three Beige Nation warriors clung to the ground, bracing themselves against the blast to avoid being swept away. Once the turbulence subsided, tranquility returned. Countless roots slowly retracted, and the crimson sap pooled back into the trunks in front of the five. Two trees shifted aside, creating a narrow passage for one person to pass through. Had they been subdued? As Mao Xiaoyi pondered in confusion, a scythe materialized in his hand, and he cautiously led the way. His vigilance was clearly excessive, as the five of them traversed the passage without encountering any obstacles. Upon exiting the tunnel, they were greeted by the invigorating freshness of the air and a lush expanse of green grass, with the long-forgotten sky reappearing before them, resembling a veritable paradise. A subtle suggestion came forth. Run. The voice of the chaotic consciousness echoed in his mind, leaving Mao Xiaoyi bewildered. Just as he intended to inquire about the reason behind this, he spotted a dozen figures approaching from the distance. Observing the newcomers, Mao Xiaoyi tightened his grip on the scythe, and the other four members assumed a defensive stance. A slender man emerged from the crowd, speaking in halting English. "Please leave. This is not a place for you." Fortunately, Mao Xiaoyi and his companions had real-time translation devices. Otherwise, they would have found it incomprehensible. Sensing the man's feeble strength, Mao Xiaoyi mused whether the chaotic consciousness was becoming senile, questioning why he was urged to flee. Noticing the lack of response from Mao Xiaoyi and his companions, the aura of the dozen figures behind the frail man surged with intensity, revealing them to be formidable warriors of the god of war level. In the next moment, Mao Xiaoyi's actions were decisive. He executed a flawless 90-degree bow, followed by an exceedingly difficult 180-degree turn, grasping one person in each hand while pinning two others under his arms, instantaneously teleporting to the periphery of the cannibal tree. The swiftness of Mao Xiaoyi's movements left the dozen individuals across from him momentarily stunned, as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to discover that he and his companions had vanished. Taking a breath, Mao Xiaoyi communicated telepathically, "Old Deng, is Yin Tu inside?" When you entered, Yin Tu's presence was faint, suggesting he is likely not within, though there are indeed valuable items inside. Intrigued by the words of the chaotic consciousness, Mao Xiaoyi eagerly inquired, "What valuable items?" "Blood. An essence extracted from the blood of living beings by the cannibal tree, which grants a substantial energy boost and aids in leveling up, though excessive consumption may lead to a bloodthirsty disposition, rendering one incapable of controlling their murderous urges." Upon hearing about the potential for advancement, a smile spread across Mao Xiaoyi's face. "Old Deng, what shall we do?" "You are overthinking. You cannot defeat them. I never suggested fighting. We can stealthily obtain it. There is a cosmic level being stationed within. I suddenly feel homesick." Meanwhile, the group of god of war level warriors who had attempted to drive Mao Xiaoyi away returned to the heart of the mist, where a structure resembling a church loomed in stark contrast to the exterior. The interior was filled with various instruments of torture, and a table stained with blood that a man, wielding a saw, was in the midst of severing a limb from an unknown creature when he suddenly paused. As if sensing something, turning around, the man revealed his blood-soaked apron. He slowly removed it to unveil a pristine suit beneath, then opened a concealed door and stepped inside. The interior was remarkably clean, featuring a simple Western design. The man settled onto a sofa, donning a pair of glasses. As he reached for an unidentifiable meat cut resting on the table, he noticed a drop of blood staining his hand. Frowning, he rose to wash his hands, scrubbing with soap multiple times before returning to the sofa. He then cut a small piece of the meat, spearing it with a fork to bring it to his lips. Just as the temperature of the meat registered on his lips, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. "It's cold. It's no longer appetizing." The man gradually stood and approached another concealed door. Upon entering, he donned an apron hanging nearby and ventured into a different room. This chamber was filled with numerous cages, each containing a diverse array of individuals. Upon the man's arrival, those confined shrank back into the corners of their cages. Lowering their heads, the man smiled, stretching his arms out before him, and faint threads appeared at his fingertips. "Which piece of meat is the most delectable?" he murmured as the individuals, previously huddled in the corners, began to rise slowly with vacant expressions. They shuffled forward, resembling soulless husks. "Eat me, eat me, eat me." Chapter 8. The Arctic Ocean. The five returned from the mist, arriving back at the base city of the North Goose Country after several hours. Upon reaching the city, The three members of North Goose Country bid farewell to Mao Xiaoyi and his companion, hastily departing to report their exploratory findings to headquarters. It was evident that the misty region would likely remain off-limits for the foreseeable future. Wu Ming also took his leave from Mao Xiaoyi, likely summoned by matters in the Kyoto-based city. Following the guidance of the chaotic consciousness, Mao Xiaoyi boarded a plane heading north toward the last misty area. On the plane, feeling utterly bored, Mao Xiaoyi gazed out the window at the passing scenery and inquired mentally, "Old Ding, are you certain Yin 2 is to the north? There's only one misty region left, situated in the heart of the Arctic Ocean. Shall we return to the base city for a couple of days of rest instead? If Yin 2 lingers in one place for too long, he may vanish. Where he will reappear next is uncertain. I suddenly feel an urge to see pufferfish in the Arctic Ocean. Accelerate. The Arctic Ocean is vast. By the time the misty region was located, it was already evening. The aircraft could not linger over the sea, so Mao Xiaoyi had no choice but to set it on automatic return and leap into the water. Oh, how cold it is! The water, nearly at freezing point, was terrifyingly frigid. Fortunately, due to Mao Xiaoyi's elevated level, the low temperatures posed no significant threat to him. After swimming for a short while in the mist, he noticed a shimmering light on the surface ahead. As he paddled closer, he discerned that the glimmering was caused by numerous small fish, curiously swirling together in a tight formation. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from below, drawing countless sparkling fish into a funnel-shaped vortex. Mao Xiaoyi, caught in the midst of the ocean, could not escape this fate either. As he was pulled toward the seabed alongside the multitude of fish, he spotted a deep fissure where the rocky bottom should have been, and he too was drawn into it. Upon passing through the fissure, he found himself in yet another expanse of ocean, but the water here was considerably warmer, offering a most pleasant sensation. Even more remarkably, bubbles continuously emanated around him, allowing Mao Xiaoyi, who had been holding his breath, to inhale the air trapped within them. "Old Ding, where is this place? I have no idea. I have never been to Blue Star." "Wow, that makes so much sense." After exchanging a few words with the chaotic thought, Mao Xiaoyi began to swim around, and without needing any prompting from the chaotic thought, he could already sense the aura exuded by Yin Tuesday. Back in the northwest, his perception abilities had not been as keen, and he had inadvertently acquired the first Yin 2 through the aura of the Earth Vein Spirit. However, with his level having risen, he could now distinctly feel a fierce and domineering energy permeating the ocean. As he savored the beauty of the ocean, he couldn't help but notice that the underwater realm was far more enchanting than the surface waters. With vast expanses of luminous corals and the occasional opening of pearl oysters, Mao Xiaoyi casually extracted 2 pearls from the oysters, prompting a prolonged pursuit from the 2 shells. Suddenly, a pair of azure eyes snapped open, fixating intently on his direction. In that moment, while evading the oysters, Mao Xiaoyi felt an inexplicable sensation of being targeted. As a high-level evolved being, his instinct for danger was exceptionally acute, and he understood that something perilous had set its sights on him. Indeed, just as Mao Xiaoyi manifested a purple scythe, 2 ice arrows shot towards him. With a swift swing of his scythe, he effortlessly deflected the arrows. Looking in the direction from which they came, he beheld a peculiar creature. Its body resembled that of a water snake, yet its head bore a resemblance to that of a shark, complete with transparent wings that, judging by their proportions, seemed more ornamental than functional. The voice of the chaotic thought echoed in Mao Xiaoyi's mind. "Be cautious. This is an ice soul guardian beast. Do not let its freezing light strike you." Strangely, this creature does not even exist in the Red Giant. How could it appear here? As the words of the chaotic thought faded, the ice soul guardian beast began to gather a white energy sphere in its mouth. Anticipating its move, Mao Xiaoyi unleashed the devouring skill taught to him by the chaotic thought. A chaotic vortex materialized instantly, advancing towards the ice soul guardian beast. Clearly, the ice soul guardian beast was intimidated by this chaotic vortex. It hastily unleashed the energy sphere it had been forming. A beam of white light shot into the chaotic whirlpool. The vortex persistently consumed the white light, showing no signs of dissipating, while the energy sphere in the guardian's mouth gradually diminished. Minutes later, the white sphere vanished completely, and the ice soul guardian beast slumped to the ocean floor, seemingly lifeless. Mao Xiaoyi approached calmly and dispatched it with a single stroke. Upon the guardian's demise, a hexagonal stone burst forth from its body. causing the ocean floor to tremble. Mao Xiaoyi swiftly grasped the emerging stone and distanced himself from the tremor. After a prolonged shaking, a blue palace surfaced from the depths, and the vibrations subsided. Mao Xiaoyi swam to the entrance of the palace, where, as anticipated, there was a hexagonal pattern recessed into the door. Without hesitation, he pressed the newly acquired stone into the indentation, causing the grand door to open slowly. Entering the palace, he tumbled onto the floor with a thud. Curiously, he turned back to see that a barrier seemed to exist around the palace, effectively keeping the seawater at bay. Redirecting his attention inside, he observed intricate engravings on the walls, predominantly depicting dragons and icebergs, accompanied by numerous inscriptions below. However, these did not appear to be the characters of Blue Star, and his multifunctional wristwatch could not translate them. Old Ding, you should be able to understand this. Please translate. The engravings depict the stories of the Ice Soul Dragon clan. They once thrived on a planet called Ice Soul Star, boasting considerable strength. Yet, ultimately, they could not escape the fate of annihilation. However, I am uncertain why they now appear here. Annihilation? Was it Shenwei who did it? No, it was I who did it. The corners of Mao Xiaoyi's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder you are so familiar with them. Skipping over the topic of the Ice Phantom Dragon clan, Mao Xiaoyi's gaze fell upon a treasure chest situated in the center of the palace, and she hurriedly ran forward, eager to open it. However, after trying for a long while, Mao Xiaoyi could not find the seam of the chest, and in frustration, she once again inquired with the chaos divine thought. Prepare yourself mentally, close your eyes, place your hands on the chest, and channel your energy into it. Although perplexed by the words of the chaos divine thought, Mao Xiaoyi complied. The moment she transferred her energy into the treasure chest, she was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness, and then found herself in a peculiar world. Chapter 9. The Divine Empress and the Ice Phantom Dragon King. As the white light faded, a vast city came into view before Mao Xiaoyi. Filled with futuristic architecture, most of which floated in midair, the most striking feature was a blue palace situated at the center of all the buildings. Mao Xiaoyi floated like an ethereal spirit, observing the myriad of creatures moving about below, most resembling dragons, presumably the Ice Phantom Dragon clan spoken of by the Chaos Divine Thought. Gradually descending to the ground, Mao Xiaoyi noticed an Ice Phantom Dragon passing straight through her, as if they belonged to entirely different dimensions of time and space. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above, causing the passing Ice Phantom Dragons to halt and gaze upward in terror. Following the sound, Mao Xiaoyi looked to the sky, where a rift in time and space unexpectedly appeared, from which a crowned woman slowly emerged. As she stepped forth, a powerful pressure radiated outward, causing the Ice Phantom Dragons in the city to kneel. Emitting sorrowful dragon roars, the woman cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Ice Phantom Dragons before soaring towards the palace within the city. Mao Xiaoyi, unaffected by the pressure, followed closely behind her towards the palace. Moments later, they arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance, where the guards were intimidated by the woman's presence and dared not lift their heads. Suddenly, the grand doors creaked open, and a solemn voice resonated from within the hall. To what do we owe the honor of the Divine Empress' visit to our Ice Phantom Star? The woman, referred to as the Divine Empress, stepped into the hall, with Mao Xiaoyi trailing closely behind. At the far end of the hall sat a stern-faced man upon a throne crafted from ice. The Divine Empress stood in the middle of the hall, smiling as she addressed him. Ice Phantom Dragon King, it seems you do not welcome me. The Ice Phantom Dragon King waved his right hand, conjuring an ice sofa behind the Divine Empress. Once she sat down, he let out a dissatisfied huff and remarked, "The last time you visited my Ice Phantom Star, you destroyed half of my city. It took me years to repair the damage, and I would be remiss to seek you out on the Red Giant Star. Yet you expect me to roll out the welcome mat?" Propping her head up with one hand, the Divine Empress lazily stretched with the other, responding, "Oh, it was merely an accident. Why hold a grudge? I am here for a friendly visit, after all." The Ice Phantom Dragon King cast a speechless glance at the Divine Empress, their eyes meeting for a brief moment, causing him to momentarily forget to look away until she playfully blinked. Embarrassed, he turned his gaze aside. The corners of the Divine Empress' lips curled into a slight smirk as she teasingly inquired, "Do you find my eyes appealing, Dragon King? You've been staring for quite some time." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the Ice Phantom Dragon King cleared his throat, regaining his earlier authority as he slowly replied, "Enough, Divine Empress. State your business plainly. I have matters on my planet to attend to and no time for frivolities." "Very well, I shall be direct. I wish to borrow the Ice Phantom from your Ice Phantom star for a time." The moment the Divine Empress finished her sentence, the Ice Phantom Dragon King sprang to his feet, a surge of pressure emanating from him as he pointed angrily at the Divine Empress. "Do not jest with me. The Ice Phantom is a spirit nurtured by the blood of our clan for generations, integral to the fortune of our Ice Phantom star. For a millennium, there has been only this one. Do you truly believe I would lend it to you?" The Divine Empress yawned, slowly rising to her full stature, her expression turning icy as her voice echoed like a winter's chill. "Then it seems we have nothing to discuss. But alas, what I, the Divine Empress, requires, no one can refuse." The Ice Phantom Dragon King, infuriated yet amused, declared with a voice that resonated throughout the city, "Ice Phantom Dragon 14, to me. Come to the palace hall and assist me in vanquishing this intruder." As his words fell, 14 streaks of light surged through the city, racing towards the palace hall. As the lights entered the hall, the 14 figures materialized. The Divine Empress regarded the Ice Phantom Dragon King coldly, stating, "I have said, what I require, no one can refuse." Just as Mao Xiaoyi prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama with popcorn in hand, the familiar sensation of dizziness struck once again. With a blink of her eyes, the tense confrontation vanished, and the opulent palace hall was replaced by a crimson chamber, where the Divine Empress sat regally upon her throne. In one hand, she toyed with a blue orb, while in the other, she held a scroll. A woman clad in armor approached, cradling the chest Mao Xiaoyi had encountered in the underwater palace. The Divine Empress placed the scroll and blue orb inside the chest. Patting the armored woman on the shoulder, the armored woman nodded and exited the chamber, while the Divine Empress, gazing after her, murmured to herself, "Ji Yin Feng, Ice Phantom hide, Yin 2 manifest, the three gods converge." Mao Xiaoyi, bewildered by this cryptic statement, felt the dizziness return once more. Calmly shutting her eyes, she reopened them to find herself back in the underwater palace, the treasure chest now wide open, revealing the blue orb and scroll nestled within. The voice of the Chaos Divine thought echoed once more. No wonder the red giant star encountered a wormhole storm. Yet the palace of the Ice Phantom star appeared here. It was her doing. That explains everything. Disregarding the Chaos Divine thought's commentary, Mao Xiaoyi carefully examined the blue orb in her hands. The scroll had already been carelessly tossed into her backpack. The blue orb exuded a cool aura that did not induce chill but rather offered a refreshing sensation, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that tempted one to taste it. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi bring the blue orb close to her mouth, the Chaos Divine thought hastily intervened. "Wait, stop. This is Ice Phantom. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Should its energy escape, even beings at the cosmic level would be instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures." Startled by this warning, Mao Xiaoyi nearly dropped the Ice Phantom, her hand trembling. Observing Mao Xiaoyi's cautious demeanor, the Chaos Divine thought chuckled. "No need to be overly cautious. The Ice Phantom is not as fragile as you might think. Its hardness is comparable to that of a diamond. Just place it in your backpack, and when you reach the starry realm, you may attempt to consume it. It will greatly benefit you." After carefully stowing the Ice Phantom in her backpack, Mao Xiaoyi eventually resurfaced, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Lost in profound contemplation, Chapter 10. The Invitation from the Beautiful Nation. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the multifunctional wristwatch on her wrist. Indeed, it was a marvel of high technology, just as waterproof as the counterfeit waterproof device used by Lu Huahua. 3 hours after sending a message to Old Qi, Mao Xiaoyi, shivering from the cold, was retrieved by a helicopter and flown to the Kyoto Bay City. Meanwhile, in the beautiful nation, it was midnight, and Ham Francis unusually departed from a 100-story building. Under the cover of night, no one noticed where the strongest individual of the beautiful nation had vanished. Upon returning to the Kyoto Bay City, the first thing Mao Xiaoyi did was enjoy a refreshing hot shower. Just as she emerged from the bathroom, she found Xiao Xiao standing before her, her face filled with resentment. It seemed that this afternoon was destined to be anything but peaceful. Ultimately, after accompanying Xiao Xiao on a shopping spree throughout the afternoon, Mao Xiaoyi collapsed onto her bed, exhausted. Before she could fully savor the warmth of the large bed, a message from Old Qi suddenly bombarded her. Reluctantly, Mao Xiaoyi left the soft embrace of her bed, casually snatching a bag of potato chips that Lin Pengzi had just opened, all while under Lin Pengzi's forlorn gaze as she made her way to the military headquarters. Upon arriving at the military headquarters, a military officer led Mao Xiaoyi into the conference room. Old Qi, seated at the main position, nodded slightly at her, while Wu Ming rose to greet her. Taking her designated seat, Mao Xiaoyi surveyed the assembly and noted that everyone present held significant positions within the military. Even several members of the Special Operations Group were in attendance. As the last to arrive, Old Qi cleared his throat once the room was filled and displayed a screenshot of a statement from the World Forum on the large screen behind him, explaining, "This is an official statement released by the beautiful nation on the World Forum. I trust that some of you have already seen it. I will not reiterate its contents. Instead, let me provide you with the background of the situation. The issue arose from the beautiful nation's envy of the North Goose Nation's gains in the Misty region. As you are all aware, the beautiful nation also possesses a Misty area, yet it is fraught with peril. To date, only one expedition member has emerged alive, and shortly thereafter succumbed to their injuries. No valuable discoveries have been made in the mist. Recently, Mao Xiaoyi's exploration of the Misty region alongside the North Goose Nation and its allies has become somewhat of an open secret, further aiding the North Goose Nation in expanding its findings in the mist. This has reignited the beautiful nation's determination to explore the Misty area, leading them to convene with several major nations to initiate a mist clear-out operation. However, the beautiful nation's ambitions do not end there. They have decided to assemble the world's top 10 combat powers to safeguard this operation. Naturally, Mao Xiaoyi, Wu Ming, and Chuli are among those invited. They have framed this as a mission to clear the mist for the world, entwining us in their plans. If we refuse this proposal, then Huaxiao will become the target of scorn on the global stage. After listening to Old Qi's explanation, the expressions of those in the conference room darkened. Mao Xiaoyi furrowed her brows, not out of concern for the beautiful nation's scheme, but rather for how to explain the situation to Xiao Xiaoxiao. As Mao Xiaoyi pondered her strategy, Old Qi approached from behind, patting her shoulder as he inquired, "Xiaoyi, you are currently the most powerful evolver in the world. Whether or not Huaxiao wades into this murky water ultimately hinges on your decision. I understand you have your own faction to manage. Take some time to discuss it with them before making a choice." With that, Old Qi returned to his seat, and all eyes turned toward Mao Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi's lips twitched. Indeed, experience prevails in just a few words. Old Qi had thrust her into the spotlight. Observing the triumphant smile on Old Qi's face, Mao Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and acquiesced. Upon returning to Seven Gates, she found Xiao Xiaoxiao waiting at her door. Mao Xiaoyi offered a sheepish smile, cautiously approaching Xiao Xiaoxiao to recount the entire saga. Prepared for a reprimand, Mao Xiaoyi braced herself to shield her handsome face. To her surprise, Xiao Xiaoxiao stepped closer, gently helping Mao Xiaoyi adjust his collar, and softly stated, "It's all right, I understand. After all, this is a matter of national significance. How could I possibly hinder you?" Listening to Xiao Xiaoxiao's words, Mao Xiaoyi's expression shifted to one of joy. But in the next moment, Xiao Xiaoxiao's tone turned. "However, you are going to be gone for so long again, and I..." In a moment of great displeasure, Xiao Xiaoxiao suddenly exerted force with her hand resting on Mao Xiaoyi's collar, launching him into the air with a perfect arc. The next day, Mao Xiaoyi limped into the military headquarters, where Wu Ming, Chuli, and dozens of accompanying personnel were already waiting beside the aircraft. Upon witnessing Mao Xiaoyi's limping gait, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the gathered crowd. Wu Ming hurriedly approached to support Mao Xiaoyi, inquiring, "Xiaoyi, who possesses such formidable strength to leave you in this state? Tell your elder brother, and I shall avenge you." Mao Xiaoyi's lips twitched involuntarily as he prepared to speak, only to feel a sudden chill behind him. Turning around, he beheld Xiao Xiaoxiao, smiling at him from outside the military compound. Chuli glanced at Xiao Xiaoxiao outside the compound, and then at the supported Mao Xiaoyi, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she boarded the plane, while the remaining accompanying personnel exchanged knowing glances. Only Wu Ming continued to question Mao Xiaoyi incessantly. The distance from the beautiful nation to Huaxiao was considerable. Even by air, it required half a day of travel. On the aircraft, Wu Ming presented a report detailing the situation in the mist zone of the beautiful nation to Mao Xiaoyi, who read it attentively. The report's specifics mirrored those recounted by Elder Qi, with the sole distinction being the details of the beautiful nation's 2 exploratory missions into the mist, initially classified as state secrets. The beautiful nation had opted to disclose these details voluntarily, claiming that the mist-clearing operation was for the benefit of the world. Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized the details of the two mist operations. A frown creased his forehead. In the first mission, a 100-member exploration team disappeared entirely within 10 minutes of entering the mist. However, given that most of these individuals lacked substantial strength, Mao Xiaoyi felt confident he could replicate their fate. The second mission, however, compelled him to regard the mist with greater seriousness. 5 formidable warriors entered the mist simultaneously, only to be ambushed, resulting in the instant demise of 4, with 1 gravely injured. Remarkably, they never even glimpsed their assailants, and these events transpired a year prior. This indicated that the mist in the beautiful nation potentially harbored several god-level warriors, akin to the mist center of the northern Goose Nation. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was engulfed in his worries, a message from Xiao Xiao arrived, prompting him to abandon the report and respond with undivided attention. Wu Ming cast a disdainful glance and silently shifted to another seat. Chapter 11. The Mist of the Beautiful Nation. By noon, Mao Xiaoyi and his entourage arrived in the base city of the beautiful nation, where Ham Francis and his compatriots had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi and his group disembark from the aircraft, Ham Francis approached them with enthusiasm, conversing as if they were long-lost friends, in accordance with the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Mao Xiaoyi engaged in a few exchanges, while members from other nations gradually gathered. Standing before the crowd, Ham Francis delivered an invigorating speech to bolster morale, after which everyone boarded vehicles to journey towards the mist zone of the beautiful nation. The mist zone was not far from the base city. After a brief drive of several dozen minutes, they reached the outskirts of the mist zone. Before them lay a city long abandoned, and in the distance, a dense forest could be discerned at the city's edge. Soon, teams representing various nations began to enter the mist zone in groups. Ham Francis cast a meaningful glance in the direction of Mao Xiaoyi and his companions before they set off. The teams from the Northern Goose Nation and Huaxia were relatively familiar with one another, including the 3 who had previously explored the mist zone alongside Mao Xiaoyi in the Northern Goose Nation. Thus, the 2 teams harmoniously agreed to explore in the same direction. Unlike other nations' teams, the Beautiful Nations group did not hastily venture towards the heart of the mist. Instead, they ambled leisurely through the ruins of the city. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the Beautiful Nation team, dismissing their leisurely pace as mere idleness. Leading the way was a team from the Red Earth Nation, headed by their most powerful warrior, Mitchell Oaks. Under his leadership, the Red Earth team's position was now perilously close to the forest. Suddenly, a roar resonated from within the forest, causing the trees to tremble. In an instant, a horde of mutated beasts emerged before the Red Earth team. The mutated beasts did not immediately attack but seemed to be waiting for something. The members of the Red Earth team remained vigilant, refraining from any rash actions as the 2 factions stood in an uncanny stalemate. After a while, the team from the Cosmetic Surgery Nation also reached the forest's edge. As they observed the Red Earth team lingering at the forest's periphery, they were about to inquire when a gorilla riding an elephant emerged from the woods. The instant the gorilla appeared, the mutated beasts erupted in excitement, howling at the humans before them. In contrast, the members of the Red Earth and Cosmetic Surgery Nations stared in stunned disbelief at the gorilla atop the elephant, questioning whether they had somehow been transported into a scene from the movie Rise of the Planet of the Apes. In the next moment, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. The gorilla parted its lips, uttering a fragmented sentence in the language of the Red Giants. Thanks to the diplomatic relations between Huaxia and Castle City, the language of the Red Giants was recorded in their multifunctional wristwatches, allowing everyone present to comprehend the gorilla's words, "Leave or die." Upon hearing this, the members of the Cosmetic Surgery Nation nodded decisively and retreated from the forest's edge. However, the Red Earth team hesitated. Unlike the Cosmetic Surgery Nation, they boasted a warrior ranked among the world's top TN.IT, would be too humiliating to be frightened away by a mere gorilla. Mitchell Oaks, the 10th-ranked warrior in the world, found himself in a similar quandary, pondering whether he could indeed contend with the gorilla before him. Yet, it appeared that the gorilla had grown impatient. The elephant beneath it abruptly lifted its front legs and stomped heavily on the ground. A long earthen spike shot up from the ground, halting just a few centimeters from Mitchell Oaks' eyes. As the 10th-ranked warrior in the world, Mitchell Oaks could not endure such a threat. A battle axe materialized in his hand, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed a fiery red blade toward the gorilla. The gorilla showed no inclination to evade. As the red blade neared, the elephant beneath it stomped once more, conjuring an earthen wall that met the red blade head-on, causing both to vanish in an instant. With a commanding roar, the gorilla unleashed the pent-up mutated beasts, which charged toward the Red Earth team. The Red Earth members hastily prepared to counterattack, but the sheer number of mutated beasts far surpassed their ranks, resulting in swift casualties on their side. Should we assist? A member of the Cosmetic Nation approached the captain of their team and inquired. The captain of the Cosmetic Nation shook his head and led the group away from the battlefield. The commotion from the clash between the Red Earth Nation and the mutant beasts was thunderous, and Mao Xiaoyi quickly took notice of the situation ahead. Consequently, the squads from both nations hastened their pace towards the site of the conflict. By the time the squads arrived, they found the mutant beasts ruthlessly overpowering their adversaries. The formidable Mitchell Oaks was entangled with a gorilla and an elephant, while several other capable team members were engaged in fierce combat with the most powerful of the mutant beasts. This left the remaining team members besieged by a multitude of mutant beasts, resulting in numerous casualties. Mao Xiaoyi exchanged glances with the nameless warrior, and in an instant, he activated his powers. A violet scythe materialized in Mao Xiaoyi's grasp, accompanied by dozens of violet blades that simultaneously appeared, swiftly decimating half of the mutant beasts that were assailing the Red Earth Nation's team. At the same moment, a metallic dragon emerged amidst the remaining mutant beasts, devouring one after another, effectively driving the rest away in terror. Yusef Schmitz, who had initially intended to assist the duo from the Huaxia Nation, found himself frozen in place, awkwardly scratching his head before retreating back to the ranks of the North Goose Nation. The gorilla, which had been thoroughly engaged with Mitchell Oaks, suddenly halted its assault, while the elephant forcefully shoved Mitchell Oaks back. The gorilla shot a piercing glance at Mao Xiaoyi and the nameless warrior, disregarding the enraged Mitchell Oaks before turning to venture deeper into the forest. Witnessing the gorilla's departure, the remaining mutant beasts ceased their attacks as well, hastily fleeing into the depths of the forest. The fortunate surviving members of the Red Earth Nation quickly restrained Mitchell Oaks to prevent him from pursuing into the woods. With the immediate threat resolved, the citizens of Huaxia Nation and North Goose Nation rested momentarily before resuming their original exploratory direction. Meanwhile, the members of the Red Earth Nation, after taking a brief respite, opted to return to the outskirts of the Misty region, having suffered substantial losses and abandoned their expedition into the fog. Deep within the forest, a gorilla entered a base surrounded by walls, where passers-by appeared to be quite familiar with it, greeting it with smiles. However, the gorilla paid them no heed and made a beeline for a building marked with the words Helmsman. Chapter 12. The Elder of the Tiger Tooth Gang versus the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Romantic Nation inside the building. Hu Tu was engaged in jovial conversation with several high-ranking members of the branch, clearly pleased with the capture of Yingjia. Just as the conversation reached a lively crescendo, a gorilla rushed in a fluster, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Seemingly aware of the gorilla's difficulty in articulating, Hu Tu interjected before the gorilla could speak, asking, "Have the natives from Blue Star arrived?" The gorilla nodded, and Hu Tu's expression shifted to one of certainty. "Let us go meet these Blue Star natives." Hu Tu was the first to rise and exited the building, with the other high-ranking officials following suit. Upon reaching the exterior, they found a large iron cage at the center of the base, within which was none other than the recently captured Yingjia. Hu Tu approached the cage, patting Yingjia on the face, who swatted his hand away, displaying a fierce demeanor. Hu Tu chuckled. "Do not be impatient. Leader of the Shadow Clan. In a few days, someone will come to guide you on your journey. I shall first meet our new friends. At that moment, within the Mist Cleansing Task Force, aside from the squads of the two nations and the squad from the Beautiful Nation, all others had entered the forest for exploration. The two national squads had paused to examine several intriguing mutant beasts they encountered along the way and were just beginning to advance into the forest region, while the squad from the Beautiful Nation showed no intention of entering the forest, lingering instead among the ruins of buildings. Thanks to Mao Xiaoyi's intervention, the Cosmetic Nation was the first to enter the forest area. Unfortunately, this mist-laden forest revealed no extraordinary flora, though there was an abundance of mutant beasts that seemed devoid of any desire to attack. Upon sighting humans, they would flee at once. After nearly half an hour of exploration, the forest ahead remained an endless expanse, and the members of the Cosmetic Nation began to lose patience. "I say, Captain, this area is nothing but forest upon forest. There is nothing else here," one team member remarked. only to suddenly fall silent mid-sentence. The captain turned to inquire. A chilling sensation gripped his neck, and he instantly lost consciousness. The others in the rear merely glimpsed a flash of white light before the two leading members of the squad lost their heads, plunging the Cosmetic Nation's team into chaos. Some fled in panic while others knelt, muttering incantations in fear. HU2 observed the scene from a distance atop a tree, disappointment etched across his face. Did that fellow not claim these people were formidable? Is this all they've got? As his words fell, Hu2 waved his hands, causing numerous fissures to erupt in the ground. Both the fleeing individuals and those pleading for mercy were swallowed by the cracks before they could even utter a scream, which then sealed shut, restoring tranquility. Each member who entered the mist had their multifunctional wristwatch activated with real-time tracking, and the high-ranking officials of the Cosmetic Nation, observing the vanishing signals from their base city, found themselves engulfed in a fit of impotent rage. News of the disappearance soon spread to the other squads still exploring, and Mao Xiaoi, already having assessed the strength of the creatures within the mist, became even more convinced of his conclusions. Notably, upon receiving word of the Cosmetic Nation's signal vanishing, the Ring Sea Nation and several smaller nations chose to withdraw from the misty area. Remaining within the mist were only the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Romantic Nation, the Huaxia Nation, the North Goose Nation, and the Beautiful Nation, which lingered on the periphery. The Cherry Blossom Nation, having entered the forest area shortly after the Cosmetic Nation, soon joined forces with the Romantic Nation, which was not far behind. Together, they formed a combined squad with the Huaxia and North Goose Nations. Just as they had united, Hu2 and his group also detected their presence. Suddenly, the formidable Roman Legion from the Romantic Nation, ranked fourth in the world, drew 2 revolvers from his waist and fired at a tree ahead, resulting in a scream as a short-haired man fell from its branches. The group moved to investigate. A flash of blades swept through, and several individuals collapsed into pools of blood. The 8th-ranked powerhouse from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Takeda Kojiro, summoned protective talismans that whirled around him, attempting to fend off the oncoming blades. A bullet fired from Roman Legion's revolver was intercepted mid-air by a man wielding dual blades, who skillfully trapped the bullet between his weapons. The man smiled at the gathered crowd, introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Guang, elder of the Tiger Tooth Gang." With his declaration, the dual blades danced once more, and the familiar glint of blades reappeared, surrounded by the shimmering edges. Takeda Kojiro swiftly formed intricate hand seals, summoning forth a colossal serpent with 8 heads. "Yamada no Orochi, it is you that I shall summon." Before him, the 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, swirled its numerous heads in a rapid dance, unleashing a myriad of attacks from its gaping maws. Yet, these assaults were evidently insufficient to withstand the luminous blade projected by Ling Guang. Kojiro Oda gritted his teeth and prepared to engage once more, summoning a 3-headed hellhound that swiftly manifested at his side. With the addition of the hellhound, the brilliance of the blade before them noticeably dimmed. Roman Risen, wielding firearms in both hands, aimed toward the direction of Ling Guang. However, the emergence of 2 Shikigami compelled him to reposition himself. Just as he found a suitable spot to fire, an instinctual sense of danger surged through him. He leapt aside just in time to hear a swift whoosh as an arrow embedded itself in the very spot he had just occupied. A man clad in a green cloak emerged from the depths of the forest, bow and arrow in hand. It was evident that the arrow had been loosed by him. "Ha ha ha, splendid reflexes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baya, an elder of the Tiger Tooth Gang. Let us engage in a little amusement together," he declared. Upon finishing his words, arrows and bullets were simultaneously unleashed, colliding midair, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. "Not bad at all. Let us see how you handle this arrow," Baya remarked as he gradually drew back his bowstring, conjuring an arrow composed of flowing light. Roman Risen, refusing to remain passive, swiftly raised his firearm to shoot. Alas, with the appearance of the luminous arrow, a shield seemed to materialize before it, rendering his bullets ineffective. Baya released the bowstring with his right hand. The arrow made of flowing light shot forth at an astonishing speed. Roman Risen's pupils constricted in alarm. The velocity of this arrow exceeded that of a bullet by a factor of 2. In a frantic attempt to evade, Roman twisted his body, but the arrow was far too swift. Piercing through his left arm, just as he prepared to retaliate, He was shocked to see the arrow reverse its trajectory and shoot back toward him. The speed was overwhelming. Roman Risen had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he was not the sole powerhouse from the land of romance. Duncan Chris, who had been sidelined from the world's top 10 due to Mao Xiaoyi's emergence, had joined this mission out of camaraderie with Roman. Chapter 13. A home invasion. Duncan Chris transformed his right hand into a white tiger's claw, gripping the luminous arrow that was aimed at Roman Risen. Upon witnessing his arrow captured, Baya smirked, and with a flick of his wrist, the arrow vanished instantaneously. Point 2 against 1. You natives of Blue Star truly lack martial ethics, he complained. In response to Baya's grievance, Duncan Chris offered a knowing smile. He had already sent a distress signal to headquarters via his multifunctional wristwatch before engaging, and soon, reinforcements would arrive. Indeed, both Huaxia and Beige countries received Duncan Chris's distress signal and were hurrying to the scene. Though it seemed they were one person short, when the distress signal was initially transmitted, Mao Xiaoyi had been hastily making his way with the others. However, moments later, the chaotic consciousness urged him to delve deeper into the forest. With no other choice, Mao Xiaoyi executed a teleportation, vanishing from sight. Wu Ming, feeling a twitch in his mouth, silently took over the lead. Unburdened by the larger group, Mao Xiaoyi's speed increased significantly. By the time Wu Ming and the others arrived at the battlefield, Mao Xiaoyi had reached the outskirts of a base. The Tiger Tooth Gang had never anticipated that someone would seize the opportunity to invade their home while they were out. Consequently, the base's walls were only sparsely guarded, with just a few sentries loitering near the entrance. Although teleportation was an option, the risk of encountering a powerful adversary within the base loomed large. If he teleported, his presence would be detected. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi took advantage of a momentary lapse in the guards' vigilance and easily scaled the wall to enter the base. Inside, the base was a labyrinth of structures. To Mao Xiaoyi's surprise, the walls and guards appeared unremarkable, leading him to believe the base was technologically backward. Yet, he soon discovered that it was far more advanced than Cass City, with pedestrians occasionally seen gliding on flying devices and luxurious villas floating in the air. Enough sightseeing. I did not bring you here for a tour. Move forward a bit. There's a large iron cage in the square. Free the person inside, he instructed. Mao Xiaoyi smirked, realizing the base was far more impressive than it appeared. As the outside and inside felt like two entirely different worlds, had it not been for the sudden voice of the chaotic consciousness, he might have been captivated. Following its guidance, Mao Xiaoyi stealthily navigated through the shadows of the buildings toward the center of the base. After a few minutes, he vaguely spotted the large iron cage described by the chaotic consciousness. Inside the cage was a man whose condition was indiscernible, surrounded by numerous formidable guards who were far more vigilant than those at the walls. This complicates matters, Mao Xiaoyi muttered, scratching his head. Although he sensed no powerful entities within the base, the presence of these guards was troublesome, especially since he had to escort an apparently ineffectual burden. Just as he was deep in thought, the chaotic consciousness manifested, releasing a wisp of black energy from within him. The man in the cage trembled, as if sensing something, and abruptly looked up in Mao Xiaoyi's direction. Despite hiding in the shadows, the figure of Jia was discernible as he murmured, "Master, is that you?" His eyes gradually regained their luster, and he struggled to rise out of guard. Annoyed by the murmuring, approached and struck the bars of the cage with his axe. Irritable. "What are you mumbling about? Get back to lying down." Jia averted his gaze, casting a glance at the guard, and obediently sat back down in the center of the cage, though his condition was evidently improving. Mao Xiaoyi observed the black energy that had emerged from him and queried, "Old Ding, why have you suddenly appeared?" The black mist slowly returned to Mao Xiaoyi's body, and the voice of the chaotic consciousness echoed. "Did you see that black spike embedded in the back of the fellow in the cage? Once you remove it, he will regain his strength. The cage cannot hold him. Once he is free, both of you must flee beyond the mist. They will not dare to pursue." Though puzzled as to why the chaotic consciousness insisted he rescue this stranger, Mao Xiaoyi complied with its directive. In an instant, he teleported inside the cage and swiftly extracted the spike. Anticipating this, Jia immediately sprang to his feet. Taking advantage of the guard's momentary distraction, he seized Mao Xiaoyi's wrist and transformed into a swirl of shadows. Burrowing into the ground as the guards finally realized what was happening, alarms blared throughout the base, and shouts erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Two elders engaged in combat with the Sakura and Romantic nations paused, casting puzzled glances toward the base. Suddenly, a voice called from a tree above, and a figure leapt down, hastening toward the base. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously engrossed Tiger Tooth. Seeing the branch leader rush back in haste, the two elders ceased their skirmish and quickly followed Tiger Tooth, while Wu Ming and the others, who had just arrived, stood in bewilderment at the departing trio. What just happened? The members from the four nations exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, all their multifunctional wristwatches began to flash, a signal for emergency evacuation. Exchanging glances, they ceased to ponder the situation and promptly made their way toward the mist's edge, the edge of the mist. Ham Francis could not suppress a smile as he observed the flashing multifunctional wristwatch. Suddenly, a dark figure darted across the ground, emerging at the mist's boundary, revealing a humanoid shape. Ham Francis squinted, frozen in place. One of the figures was none other than the world's strongest, Mao Xiaoyi. How is this possible? He should be dead. Despite his myriad of questions, Ham Francis feigned concern as he approached Mao Xiaoyi. Mr. Mao Xiaoyi, may I inquire as to what transpired in the forest that prompted the emergency evacuation? Mao Xiaoyi, lacking the inclination to engage in idle chatter with this foreigner, pointed at the individuals emerging from the forest behind Ham Francis and said, "Ask them. I have matters to attend to." With that, Mao Xiaoyi turned and boarded a Huaxia aircraft with Ying Jia in tow. Ham Francis, watching the almost undamaged members of the four nations, silently clenched his jaw in frustration. The group did not linger at the mist's periphery but orderly boarded their planes, departing from the beautiful land. Half an hour later, Tiger Tooth and a band of stout men burst from the forest, surveying the desolate city ruins. Enraged, Tiger Tooth raged for a moment before approaching the mist's edge, his eyes burning with fury as he glared into the world beyond. "You will pay dearly for this. Wait until the reclaimers arrive, and your days will be numbered." Chapter 14. A claim of mastery. Upon arriving in the base city, Mao Xiaoyi returned to the Seven Gates. Entering his room, he found it deserted. Just as he was about to seek out his companions, Ying Jia abruptly knelt before him. "Master." "Eh?" "Winky face, master. From this day forth, I shall be your servant, ever at your command." "Eh? Eh?" "Winky face, the entire Shadow Clan eagerly awaits the master's command." "Eh? Eh? Eh?" "Winky face, oh dear, is this truly you and I?" The sudden actions of Ying Jia left Mao Xiaoyi's mind in a state of chaos, momentarily rendering him speechless. It was not until a wisp of chaotic divine thought transformed into a tendril of black mist, drifting out from within Mao Xiaoyi, that he gradually regained his composure. As he beheld the towering silhouette formed by the black mist, Ying Jia once again knelt down. Seventh-generation clan leader of the Shadow Clan. Ying Jia pays respects to the master. The chaotic divine thought slowly nodded, gesturing towards the mask that Mao Xiaoyi had forgotten to remove in his astonishment, inquiring, "Do you still remember this mask?" Ying Jia slightly nodded. "Yes, master, I remember. Since you recall it, then fulfill your mission diligently. Once he recovers, provide him with a thorough introduction to the current situation." Understood. With that, the imposing silhouette transformed back into a wisp of black mist, re-entering Mao Xiaoyi's body, leaving only Ying Jia, who knelt in place, and a bewildered Mao Xiaoyi. Finally, after half an hour, having listened to Ying Jia recount the events, Mao Xiaoyi joyfully accepted this new reality. After all, who wouldn't be pleased to suddenly gain a servant of divine warrior caliber? Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized Ying Jia, who sat across from him, and immediately bombarded him with a flurry of questions. "How formidable is your Shadow Clan in the new continent? Why did those people want to kill you? And how did these misty areas come to be?" Ying Jia chuckled softly, patiently explaining to Mao Xiaoyi. "Master, our Shadow Clan is among the top 3 powers in a large empire called Litobia within the new continent. We have over 1,000 disciples at the entry level and 17 elders at the cosmic realm, making us quite significant in Litobia. However, following the wormhole storm, the rankings of various factions are bound to undergo a major reshuffle." Mao Xiaoyi nodded, suddenly recalling Cass City, but it seemed there was quite a disparity in strength between the two, as the Shadow Clan could easily establish a medium-sized empire on their own. "As for those who sought to kill me, they belong to a faction within Litobia known as the Tiger Tooth Gang, which is slightly weaker than the Shadow Clan. Typically, we coexist peacefully, but I cannot fathom why they suddenly harbored murderous intent towards me. Furthermore, There were undoubtedly more than just the Tiger Tooth Gang involved in my capture. It is highly likely that the Cleaners and Blood Sect were also participants. Just as Mao Xiaoyi had been reveling in the acquisition of a powerful ally, Yingjie's revelation swiftly turned his expression glum. Yingjie, observing Mao Xiaoyi's distressed countenance, chuckled and reassured him. There is no need for concern, Master. As long as you remain on Blue Star, those factions will not trouble you. What do you mean? This relates to your third question. The wormhole storm initially transported us to the northernmost part of Blue Star, connecting the two planets. However, during this process, some continental fragments were torn apart by the storm and fell onto Blue Star. The mist you perceive is not merely a means to obscure your detection. It is a form of energy regulation technology. The differing energy properties of Blue Star and the Red Giant have a negligible impact on us at the entry level. But for beings at the cosmic realm or higher, the effects can be profoundly detrimental, potentially even fatal. Hence, every faction chooses to utilize this mist technology. Within 10 years, this mist will transform the energy of Blue Star, at which point Blue Star will be exposed to the fierce contention of the various powers of the Red Giant. Mao Xiaoyi felt a headache coming on, rubbing his temples as he solemnly inquired. Is there any way to prevent this situation from occurring? Yingjie nodded, then shook his head. Master could opt to eliminate all mist generators within Blue Star, but such an action would hold little significance, as the two planets are already connected. Even if you were to eradicate the mist generators on Blue Star, the factions of the Red Giant could still establish mist generators at the juncture of the two planets. The transformation of Blue Star's energy is merely a matter of time. To prevent Blue Star from being contested by the forces of the Red Giant, you would need to reach the pinnacle of the cosmic realm or the starry realm, thereby gaining a voice among the powers of the Red Giant. Mao Xiaoyi nodded, asking once more, if we were to eliminate all mist generators on Blue Star, how long could we delay the inevitable? Yingjie pondered for a moment before responding, approximately 50 years, Master. Without the mist generators in Blue Star, the energy transformation will slow significantly. Moreover, the juncture of the two planets lies within the ocean, where water will dilute the effects of the mist generators. Thus, it will likely take an additional 50 years. Very well, let us set out now. Mao Xiaoyi chose not to inform Elder Qi of this matter, but instead borrowed an aircraft from him and flew to Cass City alongside Yingjie. During their time at the base city, Yingjie remained hidden in the shadow of Mao Xiaoyi until they boarded the plane, where he finally revealed his true form, as per Mao Xiaoyi's specific request. Seated in the pilot's seat, Mao Xiaoyi activated the autopilot and grumbled, "When will I manage to borrow a plane from Elder Qi without having to ask him each time?" Cass City is located within the territory of the Xia Nation, and within 2 hours, the aircraft landed. Yingjie aroused the slumbering Mao Xiaoyi from his dreams. Upon disembarking, Mao Xiaoyi noticed that Cass City had undergone significant changes, following the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Xia Nation. Many residents from the capital base city had migrated here, resulting in the construction of numerous Blue Star-style houses. Upon learning of Mao Xiaoyi's arrival, Skumu Cass personally emerged from the city lord's residence to greet him. Sensing the changes in Mao Xiaoyi's strength, Skumu Cass scrutinized him with the gaze of one observing a monster. Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of embarrassment under Skumu Cass's gaze, clearing his throat and stammering. City Lord Cass, shall we sit down and have a chat?" Skumu Cass offered an awkward smile, acknowledging with a sound as he welcomed Mao Xiaoyi into the estate. Upon entering, Mao Xiaoyi immediately noticed a large tortoise lazily basking in the sun in the courtyard of the Lord's mansion. Ignoring the old familiar creature, Mao Xiaoyi followed Skumu Cass deeper into the house. They both took their seats, and as only Skumu Cass remained in the room, Mao Xiaoyi's demeanor turned serious in a low voice. He inquired, "Lord Cass, I have come in search of a particular item known as the mist generator. Might you be able to show it to me?" Chapter 15. The mist generator. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's request, Skumu Cass paused with his teacup suspended in midair, gazing at Mao Xiaoyi with surprise. After a moment, he slowly set down the cup, letting out a sigh as he spoke. "I did not expect you to discover it so soon. Since you have come to inquire about this matter, I assume you are already aware of the situation. There is no need for me to elaborate further. However, I would like to emphasize that Cass City has always maintained goodwill towards you. Nevertheless, this matter is not solely within my jurisdiction." Mao Xiaoyi nodded. Up to this point, Cass City had not only refrained from displaying hostility towards Blue Star but had, in many respects, assisted the Huaxia Nation. If possible, he did not wish to sever ties with Skumu Cass. "Please, lead the way," he said. Sakoma Cass rose slowly and walked outside, with Mao Xiaoyi closely following him. They proceeded to the heart of Cass City, where Sakomu Cass retrieved a cubic object from his pocket, placing it gently on the ground. Suddenly, the bustling center of Cass City began to tremble, causing the unaware crowd to scatter in alarm. The tremors persisted for an extended period, during which Mao Xiaoyi distinctly sensed a vast amount of unique energy converging towards the cube on the ground. He found himself not repulsed by this energy. In fact, he absorbed a portion of it. With a mere thought, Mao Xiaoyi entered a state of enhanced perception, noticing a surge of gray energy manifesting within his body. The golden energy inside him reacted to the presence of the gray energy as if it had encountered sustenance, enveloping it in abundance until the gray energy gradually faded away and ultimately vanished. Meanwhile, the golden energy increased in quantity. The increase in golden energy brought Mao Xiaoyi a slight enhancement in strength. After all, he was now a warrior of godlike prowess. This seemingly minor elevation was equivalent to a month of rigorous training. As he contemplated this, his gaze towards the cube on the ground became fervent. Sakoma Cass, observing Mao Xiaoyi's expression, suddenly understood, shaking his head with a smile, "Do not dwell on it. Absorbing a small portion of this unique energy is harmless, but overindulgence could hinder your advancement. This special energy is infused with various highly diffusive gases. Once you reach a critical threshold, these gases may merge with your own energy, and when your body can no longer contain the energy's expansion, it will overflow." Listening to Sakoma Cass's words, Mao Xiaoyi's expression dimmed. Yet he cast a lingering glance at the cube. Once the tremors subsided and the energy accumulation ceased, Sakoma Cass stepped forward to retrieve the cube, placing it into Mao Xiaoyi's hands. Noticing the astonished look on Mao Xiaoyi's face, Sakoma Cass shrugged. "Whether you believe it or not, I genuinely have an affection for the planet Blue Star, and I hope it does not become a territory for those powerful entities." Gazing at the cube in his hands, Mao Xiaoyi's words faltered, and he simply asked, "Will those individuals above not cause you trouble?" Sakoma Cass patted Mao Xiaoyi's shoulder, turning back toward the Lord's mansion with a smile. "With your current strength, it would be quite normal for you to seize such an item from my possession." Watching Sakoma Cass's retreating figure, Mao Xiaoyi smiled faintly, silently committing this matter to memory. Not wishing to linger in Cass City any longer, Mao Xiaoyi boarded a plane, contemplating for a moment before setting the autopilot's navigation towards the Arctic Ocean. A few hours later, Mao Xiaoyi arrived above the Arctic Ocean, relinquishing control to Jia, and plunged into the frigid waters below. "Brr, it's still so cold." Mao Xiaoyi shivered, acclimating to the water temperature before diving to the seabed in search of those shimmering little fish. Before long, he found himself once again at the Ice Soul Temple. But after searching the temple thoroughly and finding it utterly empty, Mao Xiaoyi fell into self-doubt. After 3 days of lingering in the sea, Mao Xiaoyi discovered the cube nestled within a clam shell. Once the cube had absorbed all the special energy, he returned to the plane, leaving the clam cruelly suspended from the aircraft's landing gear. "Master, where shall we go next?" "Let us first visit those regions that have established diplomatic relations. They generally possess lesser strength." "Understood." Days later, Mao Xiaoyi found himself contemplating the next steps while gazing at a pile of over 10 cubes before him when Elder Qi stormed in, furious. "Mao Xiaoyi, come out. Tell me, what have you been up to for the last half-month? Why have all the fog regions, except for Cass City, severed ties with us?" After managing to calm Elder Qi down and recounting the sequence of events, Elder Qi became enraged once more, leaving the 7 gates without so much as a word to Mao Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi extracted the fog map previously sent by Elder Qi from his multifunctional wristwatch. Studying the remaining 4 fog regions marked in red, he first eliminated the fog regions of the Beautiful Nation and the Northern Goose Country, as he had no desire to walk into danger. After much deliberation, he set his sights on the fog region of the Red Earth Country. Half a day later, Mao Xiaoyi piloted the plane into the interior of the Red Earth Country. Unlike other nations, the Red Earth Country had not established a base city. Instead, one could frequently see the Odibio riding their bicycles as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Mao Xiaoyi purchased a bicycle from one of the Odibio and rode toward the fog region. However, within 5 minutes, the front wheel of his bicycle broke free, leaving him with only one wheel remaining. Faced with this predicament, Mao Xiaoyi decided to walk. After he departed, an Odibio pushed the now one-wheeled bicycle back home, soon reappearing on the road riding 2 bicycles laden with bananas. After several dozen minutes, Mao Xiaoyi arrived at the fog region of the Red Earth country. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, he once again fell into self-doubt. He pulled up the fog map on his multifunctional wristwatch, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized the circled fog region of the Red Earth country, only to rub his eyes again as he looked at the bustling scene before him. I must be ill. I am seeing illusions, he muttered, before entering the fog region alongside an Odibio carrying bananas. Chapter 16. All illusions. Once inside the fog region, Mao Xiaoyi headed straight for its center. Along the way, nothing unusual occurred. Not even a single mutated beast crossed his path. The people coming and going resembled those outside the fog region, as if the fog region's existence were merely symbolic. However, the fog map sent by Elder Qi clearly indicated that the fog region of the Red Earth country was anything but simple. Even if it did not boast the presence of formidable beings like those in the northern Goose country and the beautiful nation, it was undoubtedly a place where lives had been lost. Yet, the lively atmosphere around Mao Xiaoyi made him feel no sense of danger. The fog region of the Red Earth country was relatively expansive, and it took Mao Xiaoyi several hours to reach its center. Curiously, the center held no remarkable features. Even the people milling about appeared identical. Wait a moment, identical? The Red Earth country's perpetual sun exposure rendered the people dark-skinned, obscuring their features. Mao Xiaoyi had always felt that foreigners looked quite similar, so he had not sensed anything amiss until now. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these individuals were indeed all the same. Summoning a purple scythe, Mao Xiaoyi unleashed a violet blade of light towards a passerby. The moment the blade made contact, both the pedestrians and the road vanished, replaced by a barren expanse of orange-red land, devoid of any vegetation, leaving only Mao Xiaoyi standing alone. With all obstructions removed, Mao Xiaoyi swiftly began searching for the mist generator. Yet, as the day wore on, he explored the entirety of the fog region's center without finding a trace of it. How strange! Isn't the mist generator usually located at the center? Assuming that this time it might be placed differently, he spent another 2 days scouring the entire fog region, yet he found not a single hint of the mist generator's presence. Having become considerably sunburned, Mao Xiaoyi lay on the orange-red ground, gazing at the stars above, choosing to embrace a sense of resignation. Just as he contentedly counted the stars, he suddenly realized something was amiss. It was autumn, and logically speaking, the Big Dipper's handle should point westward at this time. Yet, glancing at the compass on his multifunctional wristwatch, he noted that the handle of the Big Dipper clearly pointed eastward. Could it be that I am still within an illusion? In Mao Xiaoyi's hand, a purple scythe once again materialized, and another blade of light soared into the sky, as the light blade ascended further and further. Mao Xiaoyi began to doubt whether he could strike the Big Dipper. Suddenly, the purple light blade appeared to have struck a glass pane, causing the star-studded sky to crack and then shatter abruptly. With the sky of the illusion fracturing, the genuine Big Dipper emerged before Mao Xiaoyi's eyes, while the surrounding illusion transformed once more into a vast desert. Not far from Mao Xiaoyi, a structure resembling a pyramid stood tall upon a sand dune. Driven by curiosity, Mao Xiaoyi approached and circled the building. Aside from its evidently advanced construction materials, it bore no difference to a traditional pyramid. Upon entering the structure, Mao Xiaoyi encountered 3 narrow passageways. As it was night, there was no illumination within the passages, rendering it impossible for him to discern what lay ahead. The little rooster chose its target, and ultimately, Mao Xiaoyi ventured into the leftmost passage. The moment he stepped inside, a stone door fell behind him, sealing off the path he had entered. Instantly, the passage plunged into darkness, and when Mao Xiaoyi attempted to illuminate the void with his multifunctional wristwatch, it seemed to malfunction, offering no response whatsoever. After a considerable time, Mao Xiaoyi gradually acclimated to the dark, cautiously taking a step forward. Nothing transpired. He proceeded with another step, still met with silence, but upon taking the 3rd step, he heard a click beneath his feet, and a barrage of arrows shot forth, in the obscurity. The direction of the arrows was indiscernible, prompting Mao Xiaoyi to summon a chaos vortex to shield himself. Successfully blocking all the arrows, with a lingering sense of trepidation, he retreated 2 steps, only to hear another click as a section of the ground vanished, replaced by a bed of spikes. Fortunately, Mao Xiaoyi reacted swiftly, rolling forward just in time to evade the deadly trap. Once his racing heart calmed, Mao Xiaoyi propped himself up on one hand, only to feel something round and smooth in the darkness. Bringing it closer, he was startled to discover it was a human skull. Discarding the skull with a casual toss, it rolled away, colliding with several objects along its path. Fearful of encountering another skull, Mao Xiaoyi continued forward with caution, occasionally stumbling upon traps. Thankfully, these traps were not particularly lethal, and he deftly navigated past each one. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a glimmer of light at the end of the passage. With a clear target in sight, Mao Xiaoyi no longer needed to tread carefully. With a single teleportation, he found himself at the passage's exit. The area illuminated by the light resembled a tomb. Albeit not entirely fitting as it lacked any piping, in the center of this chamber lay a black cube alongside 3 burnt incense sticks. Without hesitation, Mao Xiaoyi approached and grasped the mist generator. In an instant, the pyramid began to transform. The surrounding walls descended, while the chamber he occupied gradually ascended. Ultimately, the pyramid vanished, replaced by a square platform atop the sand dune. Having rapidly absorbed the special energy, Mao Xiaoyi stepped out of the misty area, everything appearing strikingly normal. Upon returning to the 7 doors, he was warmly welcomed by Xiao 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 and the others. After a brief respite, he prepared to venture into the next mist. Meanwhile, above the misty region of the Red Earth Kingdom, a veiled woman reclining amidst the clouds slowly awakened, cradling her head and taking a moment to collect herself, observing the countless figures lying orderly beneath her in the mist. Her cold voice resonated. "This illusion is intriguing, though I wonder if that fellow can handle it." She descended gracefully. She identified Mao Xiaoyi and Ying Jie among the crowd, both lying as if in slumber. Utterly still, the veiled woman extended her finger and touched Mao Xiaoyi's brow before retreating back into the clouds. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to board an aircraft to the next mist, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, jolting him awake. He found himself surrounded by unfamiliar figures in the mist, unable to discern whether this was reality or an illusion. Chapter 17. Was the plane stolen? After sitting in a daze for a while, Mao Xiaoyi remembered to rouse Ying Jie. Upon awakening, Ying Jie, too, sat bewildered, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Choosing not to disturb him, Mao Xiaoyi began to explore the surroundings. Before long, he spotted a small table in front of the unconscious crowd, upon which rested the mist generator and a jade pendant, a letter pressed beneath it. Approaching, he absorbed the special energy from the mist generator and stowed it away, his gaze lingering on the pendant and the letter. Examining the pendant, he felt nothing extraordinary and proceeded to open the letter beneath it. The letter bore no seal, and as he extracted a plain sheet of paper, it revealed that the pendant was named Illusion, accompanied by a user manual. The final line of the note simply stated, "It will assist you in the future." Pondering the vague message, Mao Xiaoyi felt a peculiar unease, as if everything were preordained. Unable to fathom the implications, he chuckled softly, shaking his head, and placed the pendant into his pocket, intending to return to the 7 doors and hang it around his neck. Upon returning to Ying Jie, who seemed to have regained his composure, he seamlessly transformed into a shadow and melded into Mao Xiaoyi's shadow. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, some already reduced to bones, Mao Xiaoyi opted not to assist them, instead making his way out of the misty area. Once outside, not wishing to linger in the Red Earth Kingdom, he hurried back to the spot where the plane had previously been stationed, only to find it had vanished without a trace, the area now occupied by a banana vendor. Suppressing his anger, he activated the real-time translation feature on his multifunctional wristwatch and approached the vendor, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where the plane that was parked here has gone?" The banana vendor glanced at Mao Xiaoyi, momentarily taken aback by his foreign appearance, but quickly smiled and gestured with his fingers. After the apocalypse, several major nations abandoned their former currencies and unified under the issuance of apocalypse currency for circulation. All the earnings of the 7 doors are managed by Xiao Xiao Xiao. And as Mao Xiaoyi rarely spends money, he was unaware of the apocalypse currency's purchasing power. He casually withdrew several hundred apocalypse dollars, presenting one to the vendor. The surrounding passersby and vendors gaped in astonishment at the currency in Mao Xiaoyi's hand, and the vendor swiftly recovered, beaming as he accepted the money with an obsequious demeanor. "Your generosity is truly remarkable, sir. Not long ago, a plane did indeed park here, but it seems to have been taken by the radical faction." Mao Xiaoyi furrowed his brow. He was entirely unfamiliar with the power dynamics of the Red Earth Kingdom and had no idea what the vendor meant by the radical faction. Sensing Mao Xiaoyi's confusion, the vendor continued to flatter him, explaining, "Sir, it's clear you are not from our country. Due to differing management philosophies, our nation's leadership has split into two factions, the radicals and the conservatives. Our nation's foremost power, Lord Mitchell Oakes, is a member of the radical faction. If you wish to find the radicals, you might inquire in the black market, where their members often indulge in leisure activities. After receiving directions to the black market, Mao Xiaoyi first dialed a call to Elder Qi, knowing that meeting with the radicals of the Red Earth Kingdom would involve national matters. However, Elder Qi did not answer. Leaving a message, Mao Xiaoyi proceeded toward the black market's location. As he navigated through a narrow alley, a group of individuals wielding daggers suddenly emerged, their intentions unmistakable. 5 minutes later, Mao Xiaoyi emerged from the alley, his demeanor calm. The roads of the Red Earth Kingdom were labyrinthine, yet the black market was well known. After inquiring with several locals, he finally located it. The black market, as it was called, had once been an underground mine. Its entrance now transformed into the market's gate, guarded by several evolved individuals. Mao Xiaoyi concealed his strength, wishing to avoid unnecessary disturbances. The aura of a battle god enveloped the entire black market as he entered. The guards were left astonished by his presence, not daring to impede his passage as he strolled effortlessly into the heart of the black market. What had once been a bustling market fell silent at his arrival. Every pair of eyes fixated upon the imposing figure of Mao Xiaoyi. Shortly after his entry, a group clad in military uniforms hurriedly approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his strength at the low-level battle general tier. The man quickened his pace, cautiously inquiring, "You are a powerful figure from Huaxia, are you not? May I ask what brings you here? How may we assist you?" Mao Xiaoyi cast a glance at the man. His voice icy as he replied, "You are members of the radical faction, correct? I had a plane taken by you, and I wish to reclaim it." Upon hearing this, the man's body stiffened, a forced smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he responded. "Indeed, that is true. The plane was taken by Lord Mitchell Oakes, but what?" Faced with the relentless inquiries of Mao Xiaoyi, the man appeared exceedingly flustered, trembling as he uttered, "However, Lord Mitchell Oakes' aircraft was shot down by conservatives during its flight." Mao Xiaoyi's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura of dominance descended upon the man before him, causing him to collapse to his knees. "Where is Mitchell Oakes?" The man, paralyzed by the pressure emanating from Mao Xiaoyi, stammered and could scarcely articulate his thoughts until another in the group spoke up. "Lord Mitchell Oakes should be at the headquarters of the radicals." Once the location of the radical headquarters was established, Mao Xiaoyi vanished in an instant, leaving the kneeling man too intimidated to rise. The radical headquarters was relatively easy to locate, being one of the few tall buildings in the land of Chitty. Fortified with barbed wire and patrolled by numerous evolved beings. As the patrolling soldiers spotted the lone approach of Mao Xiaoyi, they prepared to intercept him. However, the moment Mao Xiaoyi unleashed his formidable presence, several soldiers were rendered motionless. Meanwhile, Mitchell Oakes, engrossed in documents within his office, was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding from the powerful aura emanating from below. Hastily abandoning his paperwork, he rushed downstairs to investigate. As he descended rapidly, Mao Xiaoyi was about to approach the building when a burly, dark-skinned man with a shaved head barreled down the staircase. Having encountered one another during a prior mist-clearing operation, they recognized each other immediately. Observing Mitchell Oakes' breathlessness, Mao Xiaoyi chose not to press for answers and instead proceeded directly to the lobby's sofa, gesturing for Mitchell Oakes to sit and converse. In Chapter 18, the conservatives of Chitty, Mitchell Oakes recounted the events that had transpired, which aligned closely with what Mao Xiaoyi had heard in the black market. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi refrained from further inquiries and plainly stated that he required compensation in the form of an aircraft from Mitchell Oakes. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyi's demand, an expression of awkwardness crossed Mitchell Oakes' face as he hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Mao Xiaoyi, might we discuss an alternative form of compensation? Our radicals are indeed devoid of any aircraft." Just as Mao Xiaoyi lifted his cup for a sip, he inadvertently spat the water out in shock. Faced with Mao Xiaoyi's incredulous and skeptical gaze, Mitchell Oakes hastily clarified, "Mr. Mao Xiaoyi, since the onset of the apocalypse, two factions have emerged among our nation's leadership. One faction believes we should reject assistance from other nations and strive for self-sufficiency, while the other, including myself, argues that unity and acceptance of foreign aid in these dire times is not disgraceful." The discord between these factions led each to command their respective armies and seize territories. Recently, a strong contingent from our radicals participated in the mist-clearing initiative hosted by the beautiful nation. resulting in a manpower shortage at our headquarters. Consequently, the conservatives seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, destroying nearly all our means of transportation. Without aircraft, we are unable to travel to the beautiful nation for diplomatic exchanges, which led to a moment of desperation where we pilfered your aircraft, Mr. Mao Xiaoyi. Little did we anticipate that the conservatives would follow us covertly. You are aware of the subsequent events. Mao Xiaoyi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. According to Mitchell Oak's account, acquiring an aircraft would necessitate negotiation with the conservatives, yet they were disinclined towards diplomacy. Resorting to force could escalate tensions, potentially impacting Elder Qi and his circle. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi attempted to reach Elder Qi again. But the call went unanswered. Rubbing his temples, he sought Mitchell Oak's counsel. Mitchell Oak's had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the conservatives, yet their powers were roughly equal, which made him hesitant to act rashly. Now that Mao Xiaoyi expressed intent to confront the conservatives, Mitchell Oak's was all too eager to assist, reassuring him that the matter would not escalate. With this assurance from Mitchell Oak's, Mao Xiaoyi remained prudent and recorded the conversation before setting off towards the location of the conservative headquarters as indicated by Mitchell Oak's. At this moment, Elder Qi was contemplating the two missed calls, not due to lack of time but rather fear of answering. The headquarters of the two factions in Chitty were distanced from one another, and without transportation, Mao Xiaoyi arrived at the conservative headquarters just before sunset. Unlike the radicals, the conservative headquarters was a small city, entirely encircled by high walls with only 4 grand gates for entry and exit. As Mao Xiaoyi approached one of the gates, the soldiers on guard, noticing his unfamiliar appearance, swiftly surrounded him, drawing curious glances from those waiting in line to enter. The soldiers surrounding Mao Xiaoyi regarded him with disdain, with one even aiming a pistol at his head. Observing the gunman, Mao Xiaoyi's eyes glinted with coldness as his imposing aura erupted, sending the surrounding soldiers sprawling. The soldier who had aimed at him suffered the worst fate, crashing to the ground and spitting blood before slipping into unconsciousness. The other fallen soldiers, witnessing their comrade's plight, erupted into furious invectives against Mao Xiaoyi. The real-time translation function of the multifunctional wristwatch was active, rendering their curses clear and vivid. Damn foreigner! How dare you injure someone? Oh, heavens, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey! You will pay for injuring my comrade. I shall personally ensure your demise. Initially, Mao Xiaoyi had no intention of inflicting serious harm. Yet the vile epithets ignited a primal urge for violence within him, causing his eyes to shift ominously. Just as a violet scythe began to materialize in his grasp, an elderly black man approached from a distance. Dressed as a priest and wielding a staff adorned with a ram's skull, the elder swiftly stood before Mao Xiaoyi. Casting a quick glance at the fallen soldiers and checking the pulse of the unconscious man to confirm he was merely unconscious, the elder fixed a chilling gaze upon Mao Xiaoyi. Mao Xiaoyi scrutinized the elder in turn. Despite wielding a cane, the elder's agility suggested he was no ordinary man, and he displayed no signs of fear in the face of Mao Xiaoyi's unrestrained force. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, the elder pointed at the fallen soldiers and spoke first. Young one from Huaxia, you are not welcome here. They have already paid the price for their recklessness. I advise you to depart swiftly. Mao Xiaoyi sheathed the violet scythe, his earlier turmoil dissipating, yet his eyes retained a glint of frost as he retorted bluntly, Old man, is this how you extend your hospitality? Since that is the case, I shall not mince words. A few days ago, your forces shot down my aircraft. You shall compensate me with another plane, and I will depart immediately. The elderly black man gazed intently at Mao Xiaoyi, who met his gaze unwaveringly. The two maintained this silent standoff for a considerable time until the elderly man finally turned and said, Come along. Mao Xiaoyi followed him to a tarmac, where the elderly man gestured towards the planes parked there, saying, You can pilot one, so choose any and take it. Mao Xiaoyi nodded and surveyed the aircraft before making his way toward the most expensive one. A soldier, standing behind the elderly man, clenched his teeth and asked, Sir, are we really just letting that kid go? Why not have those few take him out? The elderly man's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing the soldier to lower his head and fall silent. Without waiting for Mao Xiaoyi to take off, the elderly man turned and walked away. As Mao Xiaoyi soared back to Huaxia, the elderly man returned to his previous location, a dimly lit room adorned with a pentagram on the floor. Surrounded by numerous candles, in the corners stood several indistinct figures, and upon seeing them, The elderly man immediately bowed, saying, "I greet you, sirs." One of the indistinct figures waved his hand dismissively and spoke, "Do not forget our plan. The Sakura nation has already acted. When the time is ripe, you may strike, and once successful, the Crimson Land will be yours." Chapter 19. An incident with Xiao Xiao. Mao Xiaoyi arrived at Qimen precisely at midnight. To his bewilderment, the individuals who should have been resting were gathered in the living room. Upon his arrival, no one stepped forward to greet him. Instead, their faces displayed a complex array of emotions. Mao Xiaoyi, confused by their expressions, halted in his tracks. After a moment, Lin Pengzi forced a smile and approached him, saying, "Brother Mao, you're back." Mao Xiaoyi nodded, sensing that the atmosphere in the room was decidedly off. Yet no one volunteered an explanation. Just as he was about to inquire about Xiao Xiao, he noticed her absence. "What is going on here? Where is Xiao Xiao?" In response to his question, silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Brother Yu took Mao Xiaoyi by the arm and led him into the bedroom. Once Mao Xiaoyi left, a collective sigh of relief swept over the others as they gathered around the table. Jiangnan relayed the news of Mao Xiaoyi's return to Elder Qi. Inside the bedroom, Mao Xiaoyi felt an unsettling premonition that something had happened to Xiao Xiao, causing his tone to lose its usual lightness. As Brother Yu closed the bedroom door, Mao Xiaoyi immediately asked, "Brother, what on earth has transpired? Is Xiao Xiao in trouble?" Brother Yu firmly urged Mao Xiaoyi to sit down while he stationed himself at the door. Finally speaking, "Xiao Yi, promise me you won't act impulsively once I recount the events." The more Brother Yu insisted on this, the more anxious Mao Xiaoyi became, his voice tinged with irritation. All right, I won't act rashly. Just tell me already." After a moment of hesitation, Brother Yu began, "Xiao Yi, when you departed from the base city for the Crimson Land, many nations were enraged by the sudden communication blackout caused by several fog zones. Even Elder Qi's explanations fell on deaf ears. They believed it to be a fabricated excuse by Huaxia to shield you. Furthermore, the fog generators are still in your possession, leaving us with no evidence to prove otherwise." Elder Qi was still negotiating with several nations when, 3 days ago, the Sakura Nation's evolvers suddenly launched an attack from Madyut. By the time Elder Qi and Wuming learned of this, it was too late. The Sakura Nation's evolvers had a clear target. Us at Qimen.at that moment, we were all out hunting, leaving only Xiao Xiao as the sole senior member present. The evolvers from Sakura Nation took her away. As the gravity of Brother Yu's words settled in, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from Mao Xiaoyi, shattering the already closed bedroom door. Brother Yu, standing at the threshold, stumbled back several steps, forced outside by the sheer force of Mao Xiaoyi's presence. The others outside felt the oppressive atmosphere as well, and seeing that Mao Xiaoyi showed no signs of restraining his power, Brother Yu and Lin Pengzi quickly released their own auras to ease the discomfort. At that moment, Elder Qi, accompanied by Wuming and others, arrived at the door. Wuming and Chuli also unleashed their auras, but even with 4 individuals exerting their power, the crowd still felt their legs weaken under the pressure. "Xiao Yi, please calm down. We are already exerting pressure on the Sakura Nation," Brother Yu implored as Mao Xiaoyi stepped out of the bedroom, his eyes glowing with an eerie violet hue. Lin Pengzi, having witnessed this state of Mao Xiaoyi and Modu, felt a shiver run down his spine. Mao Xiaoyi had been striving to suppress his emotions, but the thought of Xiao Xiao enduring the horrors of captivity drove him to a fever pitch. As Brother Yu finished speaking, Mao Xiaoyi's mind went blank, save for a familiar voice tempting him. "Kill, kill, let them pay in blood for their debts." The voice echoed relentlessly in his mind, and finally, Mao Xiaoyi uttered, "Kill, kill, let them pay in blood for their debts." The onlookers exchanged worried glances, deciding to subdue him first. Wuming and Chuli, both at the Battle Emperor level, stepped forward, each grasping one of Mao Xiaoyi's arms to pin him down. Yet his body felt as unyielding as iron, rendering their efforts futile. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, soul, honesty, justice. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from Lin Pengzi, and dazzling armor materialized around him. With this golden armor, Lin Pengzi, previously at the intermediate Battle King level, now possessed the strength of a Battle Emperor. The trio worked together to push Mao Xiaoyi back toward the bedroom, while Brother Yu activated his berserk state, ready to assist at a moment's notice. "Kill, kill, let them pay in blood for their debts." Suddenly, Mao Xiaoyi's aura surged once more, causing the 3 pushing him to be violently repelled, as they prepared to advance again. Mao Xiaoyi vanished from sight in an instant. A bewildered Yingjia hastily slipped into the shadows, relieved not to have been discovered. This is bad. Something is about to happen. Prepare the planes. Wu Ming was the first to react, dashing out of the room, with the others quickly following suit. Elder Qi, being carried by Lin Pengzi, frantically issued commands through his multifunctional wristwatch, stirring the entire Kyoto base city into action. That moment, the Sakura Nation was in the early hours of the morning when suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above, emanating an aura so terrifying that it roused the sleeping populace from their slumber. Baka! How could such a dreadful aura exist? The once content Oda Kojiro, nestled in a peaceful dream, was jolted awake by the overwhelming presence. He hurriedly donned his clothes and summoned a three-headed hellhound before rushing out of his dwelling. Mao Xiaoyi hovered above, surveying the land of the Sakura Nation, as a ghostly figure began to materialize behind him. With the emergence of this figure, Mao Xiaoyi's aura became incredibly formidable, forcing ordinary citizens of the Sakura Nation to kneel in submission. Deep beneath the base city of the Sakura Nation, Xiao was confined, facing a dashing man in a suit. Suddenly, a dreadful aura descended from above, causing the man to pause, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as he gazed toward the source of the power. Xiao also sensed the overwhelming pressure, and although it weighed heavily upon her, a faint smile graced her lips. The dashing man turned to her, and from his naturally resting arms, a thin thread appeared, piercing the back of Xiao's neck. Her previously smiling face froze, only to revert back to a smile, while the dashing man had long since vanished. You all shall die, Mao Xiaoyi murmured from the air. And with a wave of his hand, a multitude of violet blades materialized in the sky. First style. 1,000 shadows, 10,000 blades. As the words fell, the endless violet blades transformed into scythes, with countless shadows resembling Mao Xiaoyi appearing, each brandishing a scythe as they descended upon the citizens of the Sakura Nation. In an instant, the land ran red with blood, perhaps due to Mao Xiaoyi retaining a shred of clarity. The shadows intentionally avoided the untransformed ordinary populace. Chapter 20. The Bet Oda Kojiro's face turned pale, surrounded by talismans as he struggled to fend off the attacks from the shadows. At this moment, he was the only evolver left in the base city of the Sakura Nation, while the ordinary citizens, though unassaulted, instinctively gravitated towards him. Baka! You foolish people! Oda Kojiro observed the crowd drawing near, wishing to deter them. But merely holding back the shadow's onslaught consumed all of his energy. The actions of the crowd drew Mao Xiaoyi's attention. Seeing Oda Kojiro's desperate resistance extinguished the last vestiges of clarity within him. A colossal shadow materialized behind Mao Xiaoyi, its aura exceeding that of the shadows previously seen in Modu, enveloping the Sakura Nation in an almost tangible aura of death. The already darkened land became shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. With vision lost, the citizens of the base city became increasingly frantic, clustering around Oda Kojiro, who now faced a throng of over 1,000 people. Mao Xiaoyi raised his scythe above his head, and the shadows mirrored his movements. Second style. Judgment, as their hands descended in unison. A brilliant violet beam cascaded from the heavens, incinerating a shrine beneath it into mere ash. Just as the beam approached Oda Kojiro and the others, a familiar voice rang out, Xiao-yi, stop. A graceful silhouette emerged from a dilapidated house, causing Mao Xiaoyi's hands to falter and the violet beam of light to linger before the people of Sakura country. Just as Mao Xiaoyi intended to turn around, a phantom behind her extended a hand to rest upon her shoulder, causing her pupils, which had begun to normalize, to revert to a shade of purple. Eliminate these individuals, and you shall transcend, the enticing voice echoed once more, prompting Mao Xiaoyi's hands to fall once again. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced the previously darkened sky of Sakura country, revealing a metallic dragon that surged forth, accompanied by countless paper cranes dancing in the wind, all heading towards the violet beam. The familiar scene seemed to awaken the remnants of Mao Xiaoyi's rationality. The purple scythe in her grasp gradually dissipated. She desperately attempted to turn and look back, but her consciousness began to blur in the fleeting moment before her eyes closed. She perceived that the phantom behind her had cast a glance at Xiao. Mao Xiaoyi collapsed heavily onto the ground, and the violet beam vanished in tandem. Xiao was the first to rush to Mao Xiaoyi's side, lifting her onto her back. Soon after, Wu Ming and others arrived, confirming that Mao Xiaoyi had merely exhausted her energy and was temporarily unconscious before transporting her onto a plane. The onlookers from Sakura country wished to intervene, yet the soul evolver, Uda Kajiro, had also collapsed from energy depletion. On the fourth day, those visiting Mao Xiaoyi were astonished to discover her practicing even in her unconscious state, and her cultivation speed surpassed that of the average individual. Upon sensing Mao Xiaoyi's remarkable progress, Wu Ming grumbled as he exited the hospital room. At that moment, Mao Xiaoyi awakened groggily in a bed, her gaze falling upon a somewhat dilapidated ceiling. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped out of the room. Outside, a middle-aged woman was washing clothes. Upon noticing Mao Xiaoyi's awakening, she paused her task and smiled. "Xiaowu has risen. There are steamed buns in the living room. Hurry and eat them. Afterward, go to the mountains and help your grandfather gather mushrooms." "All right, mother," Mao Xiaoyi replied cheerfully and turned to the living room to find a bowl of steamed buns. Though the buns were quite dry, Mao Xiaoyi relished them. In her memories, she had been abandoned in the mountains. But it was the man of this household, her current grandfather, who had rescued her. The family was impoverished, and 5-year-old Mao Xiaoyi often accompanied her grandfather to gather mushrooms for sale. After finishing her buns, Mao Xiaoyi set off towards a small hill outside the village, where her grandfather always waited at a small pavilion halfway up, and today was no different. "Grandfather, I'm here." "Xiaowu, slow down. Here, take this. It's your little basket." Mao Xiaoyi accepted a small basket from the man, who took her hand as they walked through the forested hillside. Mao Xiaoyi would occasionally find 1 or 2 mushrooms under the trees, tossing them into her basket. Her grandfather followed closely, urging her to slow her pace. Whenever he noticed the basket becoming heavy, he would take some of the mushrooms, and together, they continued gathering until noon before returning to the village. As the days passed, 2 years later, Mao Xiaoyi reached the age for schooling. Her grandfather led her to the village school, where a teacher emerged to guide her inside. Overwhelmed with apprehension on her first day, Mao Xiaoyi glanced back after a few steps, seeing her grandfather depart with the basket. Unable to contain her emotions, she began to cry. The experienced teacher knelt before her, gently patting her head. "Don't cry. Dear Xiaowu, soon, I will take you to assess your cultivation level. If you can become a cultivator, I shall reward you with candy." How does that sound? Mao Xiaoyi was not prone to tears, but the sudden separation from her family left her feeling uneasy. She rubbed her eyes with her small hands and nodded vigorously, taking the teacher's hand once more. The teacher led her past classrooms filled with students, each moment of curiosity prompting Mao Xiaoyi to pause and gaze. The teacher remained patient, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to explore her surroundings. At last, at the end of the corridor, a special room came into view. The teacher gently opened the door, revealing an elderly man with a white beard seated in a chair. Noticing their entrance, the elder rose slowly and regarded the duo. The teacher introduced Mao Xiaoyi, saying, "Principal, this is our new child. Could you please assess whether she possesses any cultivation talent? I need to arrange her class." The elder nodded, taking Mao Xiaoyi's hand to feel her pulse. After a moment, he smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Congratulations, little one. You have the talent for cultivation. I will help you open your acupoints, and you will feel it." Mao Xiaoyi nodded obediently as the elder moved behind her, pressing certain points on her neck. Suddenly, she sensed a new energy within her. Seeing that Mao Xiaoyi's acupoints had been opened, the teacher stepped forward, producing a piece of candy and waving it before her. "This is the candy I promised you, Xiaowu. Now, let us not disturb the principal any further. I will take you to meet your new classmates, shall we?" Mao Xiaoyi accepted the candy, focusing on the treat, while the teacher guided her into a classroom filled predominantly with older students. As they noticed the arrival of a new classmate, silence fell, and they scrutinized her closely. The teacher brought Mao Xiaoyi to the front of the class, leaning down to whisper, "These will be your classmates from now on. Please introduce yourself." At that moment, having only partially unwrapped her candy, Mao Xiaoyi quickly rewrapped it and placed it in her pocket. Feeling the weight of many curious gazes upon her, she lowered her head and spoke softly. "Hello, everyone, my name is Xiaowu, and I am your new classmate. I look forward to your guidance." Amidst the applause of her classmates, 2 of the most mature-looking boys stepped forward, taking her hand and leading her off the stage. Soon, Mao Xiaoyi became accustomed to her classmates and grew fond of this new place called school. In the afternoon, when school was dismissed, Mao Xiaoyi dashed out and leaped into her grandfather's embrace. He gently stroked her hair and asked softly, What did you learn at school today, dear Xiao Wu? Not wanting to remain in his arms any longer, Mao Xiaoyi hopped down, taking his hand and bouncing along as she replied. The principal said that Xiao Wu has talent for cultivation, and I spent the whole day learning how to cultivate. Her grandfather paused momentarily, then joyously lifted Mao Xiaoyi into his arms, exclaiming, Xiao Wu is truly remarkable. When we get home, let your mother prepare some braised pork for you. Yea? Thus, every morning, Mao Xiaoyi would go to school and return home in the afternoon. One day, upon arriving home, he discovered his father sitting by the bedside, gazing at his mother, who lay on the bed with a notably enlarged belly, seemingly in considerable pain. Mao Xiaoyi set down his backpack and hurried to his father's side, tugging at his father's garment, with a look of concern etched upon his face. Father, what has happened to mother? He inquired anxiously. His father looked at Mao Xiaoyi and, with a reassuring smile, replied, Fear not, your mother is about to give you a little brother. Upon hearing his father's words, Mao Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly climbed beside his mother, curiously observing her swollen belly. Brother, you must hurry and come out to keep me company. Before long, mother indeed gave birth to a baby boy, whom they named Xiaoqi. Mao Xiaoyi was immensely delighted, spending his days revolving around Xiaoqi, to the extent that he found it difficult to concentrate on his studies. However, as time passed, he gradually noticed that his parents' attention seemed predominantly focused on Xiaoqi. His father no longer came to school to pick him up, and his mother ceased preparing his favorite dishes. Yet, Mao Xiaoyi did not mind, for he adored his little brother. 7 years swiftly passed, and Mao Xiaoyi had grown into a handsome young man. The village school had little left to teach him. So he took over his father's daily task of foraging for mushrooms on the mountainside, occasionally catching a few wild rabbits to exchange for pocket money in the village. One day, his father took Xiaoqi to school, and upon their return, both appeared rather glum. Mao Xiaoyi, eager to play with Xiaoqi after returning from the mountains, was met with his father's refusal. That evening, Xiaoqi fell asleep early. Mao Xiaoyi, feeling like a grown boy, suspected that his father must have encountered some troubling matter, and thus he decided to seek him out in their room. As he approached his parents' door, ready to knock, he overheard their conversation within. The principal said that there is a way to treat Chira's illness, but what? Please, do tell. But it requires the blood of a young man, preferably one who is a cultivator. After this statement, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. Just as Mao Xiaoyi was about to knock again, he heard his mother's voice resound once more. If it comes to that, we can use Xiao Wu's. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Xiao Wu is also our child. I cannot sacrifice one child's life to save another. His father's voice grew increasingly loud and agitated, and even through the door, Mao Xiaoyi felt a shiver run down his spine, but he ultimately was abandoned. Suddenly, his mother's exclamation rendered Mao Xiaoyi motionless, his gaze fixated on the wooden door, unable to tear himself away. The two voices within fell silent, while Mao Xiaoyi stood outside, wanting to leave but finding his feet rooted to the ground. After a while, a raindrop fell upon the windowsill, creating a soft patter that snapped him back to reality, prompting him to retreat to his own room. As he took his first step away, his father's slightly hoarse voice emerged from within. Very well, we shall use Xiao Wu's. Mao Xiaoyi froze once more, casting a glance back at his parents' room, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Upon returning to his own room, he gazed at the slumbering Xiaoqi, who seemed to be dreaming of something delightful. Smacking his lips, Mao Xiaoyi chuckled, though his laughter soon transformed into tears once more. He gently patted Xiaoqi's head, taking the pocket money he had saved and placing it beside Xiaoqi's pillow before leaving the home that had nurtured him for so long. That night, the rain poured heavily, and Mao Xiaoyi ventured out of the village for the first time. Chapter 22. The hunt. 5 years later, as dawn broke, the streets of the town became lively, with merchants setting up stalls along the roadside. Mao Xiaoyi, dressed in tattered clothes stained with blood, held several catches in his hands. He skillfully made his way to a corner of the street, laid down his prey, and lowered his head to rest. A passerby noticed Mao Xiaoyi seemingly asleep by his stall and, out of curiosity, inquired with the stall owner nearby, "Is this young lad really just leaving the beast meat on the ground while he sleeps? Doesn't he fear someone will steal it?" The owner cast a glance at Mao Xiaoyi and, lowering his voice, replied, "You must not come around often. This lad is no easy target. Take a closer look at those beasts he has laid out." He single-handedly took them down. Upon closer inspection, The passerby noticed several grotesquely battered beasts among the offerings, swallowing hard before hastily departing. As time passed, people came and went, occasionally stopping to inquire about the price of the beast meat. Mao Xiaoyi, keeping his head down, responded mechanically, yet as the prices were steep and he refused to lower them, he sold nothing by the end of the day. Bored and lost in thought, he pondered how long he could sustain himself on the beast meat if it remained unsold. When suddenly, a gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Excuse me, how much is the beast meat per pound?" Mao Xiaoyi paused momentarily. Typically, those purchasing beast meat were men who had become cultivators, with few women showing interest. Nevertheless, he replied without lifting his gaze, 51 per pound, no bargaining. "Can you make it a little cheaper? I wish to purchase 3 jeans, and I have already stated that I am not negotiating the price. Could you possibly reduce it just a little? 50 is too exorbitant. I have mentioned that I am not negotiating," said Mao Xiaoyi with a hint of impatience as she lifted her head. Suddenly, a smiling face appeared before her, a young woman of similar age to Mao Xiaoyi. The woman was strikingly attractive, possessing a charm that was hard to resist. Her pleading eyes met Mao Xiaoyi's gaze, making it difficult to deny her request. Mao Xiaoyi stiffly turned her head away, avoiding the woman's gaze, and replied coolly, 45 per jean. Settle the payment. After slicing off 3 jeans of exotic beast meat, the woman paid and departed, leaving Mao Xiaoyi to lower her head once more, awaiting the next customer. As the day progressed, Mao Xiaoyi managed to sell only half of the exotic beast carcass. With dusk approaching, the vendors along the roadside gradually diminished. Seeking a secluded spot, Mao Xiaoyi dried the remaining exotic beast meat before departing the small town. To the south of the town lay an expansive forest, seldom trodden by human feet. The next day, Mao Xiaoyi placed the dried meat into a wicker basket and made her way toward the forest. The forest's outskirts were familiar hunting grounds for Mao Xiaoyi, where exotic beasts were scarce but weak in strength. Shortly after entering the woods, she found a tree, climbed onto a branch, and settled in to wait quietly. The waiting was tedious. Mao Xiaoyi began counting the leaves on the tree, and before she knew it, an entire day had slipped by. She pulled a piece of dried meat from the basket, took a few bites, and leaned back against the trunk, allowing her eyes to flutter shut. The forest at night was anything but tranquil, with the occasional calls of birds and the fluttering of insects drawn to the basket. With her eyes closed, Mao Xiaoyi absent-mindedly swayed a stick over the basket. As the bird calls accompanied her, drowsiness began to envelop her. The rhythm of the stick's movement gradually slowed. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by the occasional snap of dry twigs. Startled, Mao Xiaoyi jolted awake and turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. As the footsteps approached, muffled grunts followed, and moonlight filtered through the lush leaves, illuminating the figure of a bull-like exotic beast. Mao Xiaoyi's eyes gleamed. The creature, in its prime, weighed no less than 300 to 400 kilograms, a rare and substantial quarry to find in the forest's outskirts. Mao Xiaoyi secured her basket to the tree and, as the bull-like beast passed beneath, she leaped onto its back. Grabbing the fur on its back to prevent being thrown off, she began to punch the creature's face. The bull-like beast, clearly startled, turned to flee in its haste. Mao Xiaoyi had no choice but to cling tightly to its fur, unable to spare a hand to strike. The bull-like beast charged wildly deeper into the forest, and Mao Xiaoyi's heart raced. She recalled a previous venture into the woods, which ended abruptly when a massive bear-like creature had chased her away. Resolutely, she crawled toward the beast's neck. The bull-like creature sensed her movement, thrashing its head violently as it continued to run. Its horns swung dangerously close, narrowly missing her arms. Grabbing its neck with one hand, she tightened her fist and struck the underside of its neck with all her might. With a pained bellow, the bull-like beast halted its flight, jumping wildly in place. Mao Xiaoyi's grip slipped, and she was violently thrown off. She collided with a tree, but thankfully managed to roll with the impact. Sustaining only minor injuries as she regained her footing, she stretched her muscles, fixing her gaze on the massive creature before her. Realizing that the bull-like beast had ceased its frantic movements and was now observing her intently, she sensed the tension in the air. Its heavy breaths grew increasingly labored, and its front hooves stomped anxiously. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi nonchalantly snapped a branch the thickness of her wrist, the jagged end glinting menacingly as she awaited her chance. At last, The bull-like beast could no longer contain itself. With all four hooves, it charged at Mao Xiaoyi like a tank. She swiftly sidestepped to the left, and the beast, unable to halt in time, collided with a massive tree behind her. The tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, splintered upon impact, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to swiftly maneuver to the side of the bull-like creature. Recognizing the futility of attempting to pierce its thick hide, she aimed for its abdomen. However, the creature's relentless stomping made it difficult for her to find an opening. In a moment of desperation, she kicked its flank, having trained as a cultivator for over a decade. Her kick would have sent an ordinary person flying, yet the bull-like beast merely stumbled before pivoting quickly to charge at her once more. This time, the creature seemed to have learned from its previous encounter. Halting abruptly to face her, Chapter 23. Rescued no longer recklessly charging, the bull-like beast approached Mao Xiaoyi, its horns aimed threateningly at her. Clever beast, she mused as she propelled herself forward, flinging the branch toward the creature. The bull-like beast emitted a heavy grunt, lowering its head as its sharp horns hurtled toward her. The branch struck its head, drawing a trickle of blood, while Mao Xiaoyi struggled to maintain her grip on its horns as it pushed her backward. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and Mao Xiaoyi's feet carved trenches into the earth. Suddenly, she felt her heels press against something solid. She had backed into a tree. Yet the bull-like beast showed no sign of relenting, continuing its forceful advance. Gritting her teeth, she endured the mounting pressure, blood seeping from her hands as the horns inched closer to her eyes. Just when she felt she could hold on no longer, her peripheral vision caught sight of the branch she had thrown earlier, now resting beneath the bull-like beast. Seizing her chance, she slid forward, ducking under the creature just as its horns lost their resistance. Plunging straight into the tree trunk. Realizing Mao Xiaoyi was beneath it, the bull-like beast began to stomp frantically. However, she was quicker. As she slipped beneath its body, she had already grasped the branch. When the creature lifted its hooves, she promptly drove the branch deep into its abdomen. This wound, while severe, would not be enough to slay the beast. Yet, as she pulled with all her might, blood sprayed forth, and the creature's innards spilled out, splattering across her face. Unable to withstand the injury any longer, the bull-like beast collapsed, its legs giving way beneath it, landing heavily atop Mao Xiaoyi. Coughing and sputtering, she eventually wriggled free from beneath the immense carcass, feeling the unpleasant sensation of blood and entrails coating her. After a moment's respite, she recalled that she had left her hunting knife behind during her last meat-curing endeavor. Thus, she resolved to drag the entire beast out. Mao Xiaoyi extracted the horn from the tree, discovering that one had broken off inside. She retrieved the broken piece and affixed it to her side, then grasped the bull's head to begin her laborious journey back. With each movement, a long trail of blood marked her path. Not long after her departure, a massive brown bear appeared at the site of the bull-like beast's demise, greedily consuming the entrails that Mao Xiaoyi had left behind. Its eyes fixated on the blood trail leading away. Soon, having devoured the remains, the bear dropped to all fours, sniffing the ground as it followed the blood trail left by Mao Xiaoyi as she dragged the carcass. Mao Xiaoyi suddenly sensed danger. Turning her head, she spotted a towering brown bear, over 3 meters tall, glaring at her from less than 10 meters away. Mao Xiaoyi's pupils constricted sharply. This bear was the same creature that had previously chased her away. Stopping in her tracks, she gripped the broken horn tightly and fixed her gaze on the bear's every movement. However, the bear seemed indifferent to her presence, striding directly toward the carcass of the bull-like beast, seizing it in its powerful paws and beginning to feast. Watching the bear's ravenous consumption, Mao Xiaoyi's expression hardened, but she refrained from acting rashly, instead choosing to withdraw quietly from its line of sight. The bear barely acknowledged her retreat, its focus solely on the delectable meal before it. Remembering a nearby stream, Mao Xiaoyi hastened there to wash off the blood, eliminating the strong scent before stealthily returning to the scene. By now, the bear had consumed a third of the bull-like beast. Mao Xiaoyi gripped the horn tightly, the rough texture pressing against her palm, where the skin had been worn raw. Stealthily, she approached the bear from behind. However, its towering height made it impossible to aim for its neck. Instead, she targeted its flank. The horn thrust forth, but the anticipated scene of a devastating blow to the bear's midsection did not materialize. The horn barely penetrated, drawing only a few drops of blood. The bear paused its feeding, turning to stand on its hind legs, a fierce glare directed at Mao Xiaoyi, spotting the bloodied horn in her hand. It let out a furious roar, and its paws came crashing down from above. Mao Xiaoyi sprinted away, but the bear's claws raked her back, leaving 3 deep gashes. She ran for her life, but could not outpace the 4-legged predator. The bear quickly closed the distance, striking her back with a powerful paw. Mao Xiaoyi sensed the wind of the bear's strike and quickly rolled to evade it, narrowly escaping the blow but finding herself cornered. Knowing she could not flee, she sprang to her feet, launching herself forward while thrusting the horn toward the bear's belly in a desperate slash. Yet the bear's thick hide proved impenetrable, leaving only a shallow cut. Infuriated, it lowered its head and lunged at Mao Xiaoyi. Given its immense size, the bear's bite missed her, granting her a fleeting opportunity for retaliation. She raised the horn again and, this time, struck its eye. With a sickening pop, the bear's eye burst, howling in agony as it swung its remaining paw wildly. Caught off guard, Mao Xiaoyi was sent sprawling, her chest punctured by the bear's claws, blood gushing forth. Rolling on the ground, she writhed in pain, but the bear, with its single eye, fixed its gaze upon her, lunging forward with alarming speed. Realizing she could not evade its assault, Mao Xiaoyi steeled herself, gripping the horn tightly, preparing to counterattack as it leapt at her. Suddenly, a long sword flew through the air, piercing the bear's chest and embedding itself in the ground before Mao Xiaoyi. The massive creature collapsed with a thud. At that moment, a ray of sunlight broke through the canopy, illuminating the figure of a woman as she approached. Chapter 24. Ling Chaner. As the woman drew nearer, Mao Xiaoyi recognized her as the very same individual who had purchased exotic beast meat from her in the small town. The woman unsheathed the sword from the ground, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she extended a hand toward Mao Xiaoyi. Hello again. My name is Ling Chaner. Mao Xiaoyi, however, chose not to take Ling Chaner's hand. Instead, she forced herself to stand upright, retreating a few steps to maintain a respectful distance. Ling Chaner seemed unperturbed, sheathing her sword and stepping back to observe Mao Xiaoyi quietly. Seeing that Ling Chaner bore no ill intent, Mao Xiaoyi began to relax, only then realizing the searing pain across her body. Blood continued to flow from her wounds on both her chest and back. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a few common medicinal herbs near a tree. Though their efficacy was minimal, she approached to gather them. Just as she began to crush the herbs to apply to her wounds, a hand grasped her arm. Mao Xiaoyi looked up to find Ling Chaner standing beside her. Having approached unnoticed, "What are you doing?" Ling Chaner did not respond to Mao Xiaoyi's question. Instead, she took out a bottle of ointment from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Use this. Unprocessed herbs might have adverse effects." Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the ointment in Ling Chaner's hand. He had seen this ointment by chance in a high-end pharmacy, and even if he were to sell himself, he could not afford it. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and replied, "I can't afford this ointment. You should keep it for yourself." With that, he freed himself from Ling Chaner's grip. Ling Chaner paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "How about this? Consider the ointment as a loan. I have been sent by the sect to train in this forest. Since I see potential in you, why not accompany me for a month? During this month, you must follow my instructions. After a month, you can repay me for the ointment." Mao Xiaoyi looked at Ling Chaner and then at the 2 beast corpses on the ground. Ling Chaner sensed his thoughts and helplessly tapped his head, saying, "All right, one more condition. During this month, you can continue hunting, but you must ensure my 3 meals a day. I won't take any of the extra game." Deal. Mao Xiaoyi finally accepted the ointment from Ling Chaner's hand and quickly applied it to the wound on his chest. There is a reason for the high price of goods. As the ointment was applied, the bleeding from Mao Xiaoyi's wound immediately ceased, and after a while, the pain vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness. After treating the wounds on his hands and chest, Mao Xiaoyi struggled to reach the wound on his back. Unfortunately, the injury was in a difficult spot, and despite several attempts, he could not succeed at that moment. Ling Chaner, smiling, took the ointment, scooped a bit onto her hands, and gently applied it to Mao Xiaoyi's back. In an instant, he froze in place. Her small hands glided across his back. The cool sensation was surprising, and he wondered why the ointment worked so quickly, as the pain faded away almost immediately. While helping Mao Xiaoyi apply the ointment, Ling Chaner asked, "You haven't told me your name yet. How old are you?" Mao Xiaoyi, still feeling the lingering sensation on his back, was momentarily flustered. Hearing Ling Chanar's inquiry, he stammered, I am Xiao Wu, 19 years old. You're only 19? Then you must call me Sister Chanar from now on, understood? Oh, Sister Chanar, good boy. Soon, Ling Chanar finished applying the ointment to Mao Xiaoyi's back. He returned to the small town to retrieve the small knife he had forgotten. And after finding the basket tied to a tree, he gathered all his belongings and returned to Ling Chanar's side. Ling Chanar watched as Mao Xiaoyi divided and cured the remaining 2 beast carcasses. The weight of the jerky had significantly decreased without bones and moisture, allowing Mao Xiaoyi to carry it all, with the basket filled to the brim and a large piece of jerky in his arms. Mao Xiaoyi ran to Ling Chanar and said, Sister Chanar, I'm ready. Where shall we go next? Seeing Mao Xiaoyi surrounded by jerky, Ling Chanar chuckled and pointed toward the smoking area, saying, Did you forget something? Mao Xiaoyi turned back in confusion and realized he had forgotten the knife once again. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and clipped the knife to his waist. Since they were here to train in the forest, Ling Chanar could not remain at the forest's edge, so she led Mao Xiaoyi deeper into the woods. Are you tired, Xiao Wu? Would you like me to carry some of it for you? No, Sister Chanar, I can manage. The path was rugged, and the journey to the depths of the forest required them to forge their way. Seeing that Mao Xiaoyi was unwilling to share the jerky, Ling Chanar took it upon herself to clear the path. They walked and paused, and soon a day passed. In the evening, Mao Xiaoyi lit a campfire, and the 2 sat by it, chatting and eating meat. Sister Chanar, what is the sect like? The sect is like a very large family. Everyone there are friends or elders. By the way, Xiao Wu, you don't belong to a sect, do you? I see you're already in the mid-stage of entry. Would you like to join our sect? I think not. I'm used to my freedom. That night, they took turns keeping watch. Mao Xiaoyi kept the first half of the night and woke Ling Chanar at midnight. Watching the branches burn in the campfire, he fantasized about what the sect might be like. Midnight soon arrived. Mao Xiaoyi looked at the sleeping Ling Chanar. At first glance, one could not tell she was older than him. Her delicate face still bore a hint of baby fat, and the firelight cast a rosy glow on her features, making her appear exceedingly adorable. Choosing not to wake Ling Chanar, Mao Xiaoyi walked aside to gather some branches and toss them into the fire. Around 2 in the morning, Ling Chanar groggily awoke, glanced at her pocket watch, and quickly got up to Mao Xiaoyi by the fire, saying, Oh no, it's already 2. Why didn't you wake me? You should go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Mao Xiaoyi smiled and said he had forgotten, then found a soft spot to lie down and soon fell into a deep slumber. The sun rose quickly, and Ling Chanar initially intended to let Mao Xiaoyi sleep a bit longer. But he awoke as soon as the sun rose. They found a small stream, washed up, and continued deeper into the forest. Having walked for a day yesterday, they had barely escaped the forest's edge. The presence of strange beasts increased around them, and whenever they spotted a few rabbit-like creatures darting by, Mao Xiaoyi felt the urge to capture them. However, Ling Chanar would always laugh and stop him, playfully scolding him about the jerky he was carrying. Chapter 25. The 7-colored rose soon. Half a month passed. Aside from encountering a few formidable beasts occasionally, they faced little danger in the forest. Each night, Ling Chanar would ask Mao Xiaoyi if he wanted to return to the sect with her, but he always declined. As the sun set, they walked side by side in the forest. The afterglow stretching their shadows long, Ling Chanar observed the side profile of Mao Xiaoyi, while he contemplated the remaining jerky he held, pondering when to hunt again. By the way, why are you so unwilling to join the sect? Don't you want to be with me? Suddenly, Ling Chanar inquired. Mao Xiaoyi was taken aback. She had once told him that the sect was a very large family, but the last family he had known left him with unpleasant memories. Yet, gazing into Ling Chanar's beautiful eyes, the rejection he wished to voice faltered on his lips. I'll think about it. I still yearn for freedom a bit more. Hearing Mao Xiaoyi's words, Ling Chanar's gaze dimmed. She no longer looked at him and continued walking ahead. Mao Xiaoyi realized his answer had upset Ling Chanar, so he quickly followed her. Noticing he had caught up, Ling Chanar quickened her pace. Thus, their slow walk turned into a light jog. Suddenly, Ling Chanar halted, and Mao Xiaoyi, unable to stop in time, crashed into her. Feeling the ground give way beneath him, he looked down to see a steep slope. Without a moment to think, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Ling Chanar, and they tumbled down the slope together. Ling Chanar, held in Mao Xiaoyi's embrace, gazed into his eyes, causing his cheeks to flush. He forcibly turned his gaze away. The slope was not long, and their rolling gradually slowed until they came to a stop. Ling Chana remained sprawled on top of Mao Xiaoyi, seemingly unwilling to move, while he was captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them. Noticing that Mao Xiaoyi was unwilling to meet her gaze, Ling Chana attempted to turn his head to face her, but suddenly, Mao Xiaoyi gently pushed her away, joyfully exclaiming, "Sister Chana, look! This forest has such a beautiful place." Ling Chana curiously glanced in the direction Mao Xiaoyi was staring at, and she too was momentarily stunned. Below the slope was a sea of flowers, with countless butterflies fluttering in the air and flowers of various colors blooming in abundance. Just then, the last rays of sunlight vanished completely, and swarms of fireflies emerged from the flower sea, creating a mesmerizing scene that seemed to merge the flower field with the starry sky. The cool moonlight slowly descended, adding a layer of mystery to the blossoming landscape. The two slowly got up, awestruck by the stunning view. Ling Chana was the first to dart into the flower sea, her fingers brushing against the blossoms while butterflies, unafraid of her presence, landed on her eye. In that moment, she resembled a fairy among the flowers. Mao Xiaoyi carefully examined the various flowers, some of which had special properties. He occasionally picked a few, but could not bring himself to take them all to tea that moment. Ling Chana ran towards him, causing the butterflies to scatter. Standing in front of Mao Xiaoyi, she said, "Xiao Wu, can we stay here for the remaining half-month?" A dandelion suddenly floated up, and Mao Xiaoyi caught it, placing it near Ling Chana's ear and smiling as he nodded. Thus, they spent the night amidst the sea of flowers. The next day, Mao Xiaoyi found a clearing at the edge of the flower sea and began building a small wooden house, while Ling Chana wandered amidst the butterflies. By evening, the small wooden house was nearly complete, and Ling Chana returned with an armful of flowers. Mao Xiaoyi noticed that more than half of the flowers she brought back were roses. "Sister Chana, do you really like roses?" he asked curiously. Ling Chana, while arranging the flowers she had collected, replied, "Of course. They say that finding all 7 colors of roses can bring a lifetime of happiness. Unfortunately, I've only found 3 colors so far, but this flower sea is vast. I've been running all day and still haven't reached the end. I'm sure I can gather all 7. That night, as usual, Mao Xiaoyi kept watch for the first half of the night. Once Ling Chana fell asleep, he quietly left the wooden house and headed towards the flower sea. Just before the first half of the night was over, he returned from the flower sea. A few minutes later, Ling Chana woke up, and Mao Xiaoyi entered the wooden house and quickly fell asleep. Ling Chana glanced at Mao Xiaoyi before stepping into the forest. Suddenly, a pigeon flew down from a tree. Ling Chana took a letter from the pigeon's leg. After the pigeon flew away, Ling Chana opened the letter in the moonlight. The letter read, "Xiao Wu's identity has been confirmed. He is the lost son of evil from many years ago. If we cannot bring him back to the sect, he must be eliminated immediately." Ling Chana stared at the contents of the letter. Disbelief etched on her face. After a long moment, she buried the letter in the ground and returned to the wooden house. The next day, everything seemed as usual. Mao Xiaoyi went out to hunt, inadvertently forgetting his knife in the wooden house, while Ling Chana continued searching for roses in the flower sea. That evening, as always, Ling Chana asked Mao Xiaoyi if he would like to join her sect. But he gave the same vague answer. As time passed, Ling Chana appeared to be intentionally keeping her distance from Mao Xiaoyi, though he remained oblivious. Each night, they would leave the wooden house together. Soon, only one day remained until the end of the month. That evening, Ling Chana did not ask Mao Xiaoyi again. During the first half of the night, Mao Xiaoyi left the wooden house as usual. Once he was gone, Ling Chana immediately opened her eyes, stepped outside the wooden house, and watched the direction he had left, tearing up a letter and throwing it to the ground. Mao Xiaoyi ran swiftly. Reaching the edge of the flower sea, which ended at a cliff, he skillfully found a hollow in a tree and retrieved 7 colored roses from within. Sitting at the cliff's edge, he picked up a vine and slowly tied the 7 colored roses together. Finally, "Once I give these flowers to Sister Chana tomorrow morning and tell her I'm going back to the sect with her, she will surely be very happy," he murmured to himself. Just as he was about to finish tying the flowers, a sudden force struck his shoulder, and he turned in surprise to see a familiar face before him. "Sister Chana," as you began to speak. Suddenly a sensation of weightlessness enveloped you. "Xiao Wu, I am sorry," you murmured, watching as that familiar face gradually diminished in your view. The wind caressed your cheeks, filling Mao Xiaoyi's eyes with a mixture of confusion and a hint of grievance. With a resounding thud, Mao Xiaoyi's body crashed to the ground. while roses in 7 vibrant hues floated down from the air. Blood seeped from beneath Mao Xiaoyi, and as that familiar yet blurred figure receded from the edge of the cliff, Mao Xiaoyi slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 26. Could you refrain from driving me away? Time passed unmeasured, and the scent of blood attracted several aberrant beasts. They encircled Mao Xiaoyi, sniffing around, poised to strike when. Abruptly, cracks appeared at the cliff's core, sending countless stones tumbling down and startling the beasts into retreat. From the fissures in the mountain, an ancient stone door gradually emerged, exuding dark tendrils of energy that seemed to be drawn toward Mao Xiaoyi. Entering his very being, the sinister essence infiltrated him. Mao Xiaoyi's pallor began to restore, ultimately rendering him as if in a deep slumber upon the ground. Days slipped by before Mao Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes, attempting to stir his limbs. Once his body ceased to feel rigid, he rose to his feet. Facing the stone door, an aged voice emanated from within. Having accepted my legacy, only through slaughter shall you attain true strength. Go forth, and let the world know your name. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at the door, then at the wilted roses strewn upon the ground, his expression betraying no discernible emotion as he turned and vanished into the enveloping darkness. Many years later, on a brisk morning, the town's market buzzed with its usual liveliness. Hey, brother, have you heard? Another true God's relic has been discovered. Indeed, I have heard that it is said to be situated atop a cliff. Yet no one seems capable of opening it. You may not know this, but those large sects are in search of individuals with the supreme evil body. It is rumored that only the blood of such individuals can unlock the stone door. Within one of the sects, a graceful young woman stood respectfully before an elder. After perusing a letter in his hand, the elder cast it aside and inquired of the woman, "Channer, are you certain that no bodies were found beneath that cliff?" In response to the master, Channer confirmed that even if devoured by a monstrous beast, remnants would remain in the form of white bones. However, there was no trace of any corpses at the bottom of the cliff. The elder slowly sat down, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. "In that case, you shall personally lead a team to search for his whereabouts. Ensure that no other sect discovers this. Whatever the cost, bring him back. However, if he cannot serve our purpose, then he must not live." Channer accepted the command. In a place known as the Beast Mountain Range, a solitary figure clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat ventured into the mountains. Several kind-hearted individuals cautioned him about the multitude of beasts in the area, advising against entering. The man merely bowed in gratitude to their warnings before continuing his ascent. Contrary to the warnings, he encountered no beasts within the Beast Mountain Range and successfully reached the summit. To his astonishment, a small wooden cabin stood atop the mountain. He opened the door, removed his hat and robe, revealing a weathered face, none other than the long-missing Mao Xiaoyi. Approaching a mirror, Mao Xiaoyi gazed at his unkempt reflection. Adorned with stubble, and smiled faintly, he splashed a bit of water on his face as a mere gesture of cleanliness, drying it with his sleeve. He then lay down on a straw mat and quickly fell into a deep slumber. As evening descended, Mao Xiaoyi was blissfully asleep when a roar from a beast echoed from afar. Instantly, he opened his eyes, donned his hat and robe, and hurried towards the source of the roar. Soon, a leopard-like beast appeared before him, poised to attack. Yet, before it could strike, Mao Xiaoyi had already positioned himself in front of the creature and, with a single blow, ended its life. Carrying the lifeless body of the leopard-like beast, Mao Xiaoyi ascended to a cliff's edge and carelessly discarded the carcass, which tumbled down to a valley below, landing atop a mountain of accumulated bones. 200,300, he murmured. I wonder how many beasts still inhabit this mountain range. Afterward, he stifled a yawn and made his way back to the summit. Time passed unnoticed, and suddenly, a sound of weeping reached his ears. Mao Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, surprised to find that someone else dared to enter this mountain range aside from himself. As he quickened his pace, the cries grew nearer, revealing a 6 or 7-year-old girl huddled beneath a tree. Sobbing uncontrollably, Mao Xiaoyi shook his head and walked past the girl, who seemed taken aback by his presence. Her cries faltered momentarily. Perhaps his imposing aura frightened her, for after a brief pause, her sobs grew even more sorrowful. Soon after, Mao Xiaoyi returned to the cabin, habitually shedding his garments to lie down. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of the weeping girl lingered in his mind. shaking his head in an effort to dispel the intrusive thoughts. Mao Xiaoyi was suddenly reminded of the moment his father had taken him home. Sighing deeply, he finally relented. Very well. Consider yourself fortunate. He donned his hat and robe once more and, a few minutes later, found himself before the little girl. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had already fallen asleep, her chubby face marked with tear streaks. She curled into a ball, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. A flicker of compassion crossed Mao Xiaoyi's eyes as he gently lifted her. Carefully making his way back to the wooden cabin, he moved slowly, fearful of awakening her, taking much longer than usual for a journey that typically required only a few minutes. Upon returning to the cabin, Mao Xiaoyi laid the girl on the straw mat. The mat appeared too rigid, prompting the girl to mumble in her sleep. With a wry smile, he shook his head and placed his robe beneath her, allowing her to settle down peacefully. After such exertion, Mao Xiaoyi lay down on the ground beside her, soon drifting off to sleep as well. The next day, the sun rose slowly, awakening the girl with its gentle rays. She stretched her chubby little hands and rubbed her still drowsy face before surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. Instead of panicking, she recalled the events of the previous day, her eyes welling up with tears once more. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she glanced at the black robe beneath her and the slumbering Mao Xiaoyi on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up the robe and walked over to cover Mao Xiaoyi with it. After completing this act, she rubbed her empty stomach and sat quietly on the mat, cradling her face in her hands as she awaited his awakening. After a considerable time, Mao Xiaoyi stirred and, upon noticing the robe draped over him, paused in surprise before spotting the girl quietly seated on the mat. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside, retrieving several pieces of smoked meat from the eaves. Handing one that was not too hard to the little girl, she carefully accepted the smoked meat, taking small bites. Mao Xiaoyi quickly finished his portions, and when the girl had nearly finished eating, he said, "Once you're done, I'll take you back to the town." The girl froze at his words, suddenly shoving the last piece of smoked meat back into his hands, fighting back tears as her nose quivered. She hugged Mao Xiaoyi tightly and, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "Please don't send me away. I have no home anymore." Chapter 27. Taking a disciple. Seeing the girl clinging to him, Mao Xiaoyi felt a pang in his heart. After a long pause, he sighed and gently stroked her head, inquiring, "How old are you?" The girl stopped crying at his lack of intention to cast her away, though she continued to sniffle as she replied, "I'll be 7 in a month." Mao Xiaoyi knelt down and wiped the tears from her eyes, speaking softly, "Very well. You may stay here until you turn 7. If you possess talent for cultivation, I shall take you as my disciple. However, if you lack any aptitude, I will have no choice but to send you back to the town." Hearing she could stay, the girl beamed with happiness. Repeatedly thanking him, Mao Xiaoyi stood up, preparing to leave, when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Ji." With Ji now residing in the little wooden cabin, the mountaintop seemed to come alive. Each day, Mao Xiaoyi would venture out at noon and return in the evening, occasionally bringing back some food from the town. Ji occupied herself at the mountaintop, tidying up the cabin and exploring the surroundings until Mao Xiaoyi returned, at which point she would cling to him, eager to play. Whenever Ji grew tired from their games, Mao Xiaoyi would carry her to the straw mat. Placing his robe beneath her, she would fall asleep quickly, while he lay on the ground beside her, swiftly dealing with any beastly roars that echoed through the mountains to avoid disturbing her. Before long, a month had passed, and Ji's 7th birthday arrived. On that day, Mao Xiaoyi awoke unusually early and, after a prolonged search in the mountains, managed to find a hidden beast. He swiftly dispatched it and exchanged its remains for a cake in the town. Returning just in time for noon, he found Ji busy cleaning the cabin. Although she had already kept it quite tidy, seeing Mao Xiaoyi return early, she immediately dropped her broom and rushed into his arms. Mao Xiaoyi affectionately patted her head, revealing the cake he had brought. Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. The two of them sat at the table, consuming the cake, but the atmosphere grew heavy. Ji lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Mao Xiaoyi's eyes, he gently took her hand and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. After a long pause, he exhaled softly and smiled, lifting Ji into the air and spinning her around as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, little E. You are now destined to become a cultivator." Ji momentarily froze, and then tears streamed down her cheeks as she clung to Mao Xiaoyi tightly, watching the girl curled up in his embrace. Mao Xiaoyi felt his heart constrict once more. He gently patted her back, soothing her with tender words. Before long, Ge's tears subsided, and Mao Xiaoyi carefully set her down on a chair. Moving behind her, he reached out and tapped a few times on the nape of her neck. Ge instantly felt a change within her, but just then, a wisp of dark energy emanated from Mao Xiaoyi's hand. Enveloping her neck, Mao Xiaoyi furrowed his brow and reached out once more to retract the energy, but as he touched Ge again, another wisp of dark energy escaped from his hand. He quickly withdrew, observing the two strands of dark energy around her neck, lost in thought. At that moment, Ge, recovering from the shock of becoming a cultivator, prepared to rush towards Mao Xiaoyi to play. As she spun around to leap into his arms, Mao Xiaoyi instinctively stepped back, fearing further dark energy would escape. However, Ge, oblivious to the dark energy, misinterpreted his retreat as a sign of disfavor. Her eyes filled with tears as she whimpered, "Master, why won't you hold E?" Mao Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the distressed Ge, and his heart ached. He suppressed his power and cautiously approached, gently lifting her into his embrace. The instant Ge was in his arms, her face lit up with joy, and she directed him to explore the mountaintop. As he played, Mao Xiaoyi remained acutely aware of the dark energy that had begun to manifest, struggling to contain it. Eventually, when Ge grew tired, Mao Xiaoyi himself felt exhausted, realizing just how powerful he truly was after restraining his energy. "I cannot continue like this. Otherwise, I shall surely wear myself out," he muttered, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ge. Thus, starting the next day, Mao Xiaoyi began his early excursions to seek out smaller beasts, returning to the mountaintop with their teeth and claws to craft training tools for Ge. Initially terrified by the beast's appearances, Ge gradually steeled herself against Mao Xiaoyi's stern demeanor and began to spar with them. At first, Ge was no match for the beasts, and after a long day of training, she was too weary to cling to Mao Xiaoyi for play. She only requested that he sit by her side for a while before bed, to which he gladly obliged. As he lay on the straw mat, nursing her bruises, she asked, "Master, why do we cultivate?" Mao Xiaoyi gently stroked her head and replied, "To grow stronger, ultimately becoming an existence akin to a deity." "Is it difficult to become a deity?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging," he affirmed. "Then, Master, how does one become a deity?" "Generally, there are 3 paths to divinity. Point 1 is to be adored and supported by all on a planet, becoming a deity through popular acclaim. The second is to engage in battle with a true deity, ultimately defeating them to usurp their position. The final path, the most arduous, involves annihilating all life within an entire microcosm to ascend to godhood. Yet, there are undoubtedly methods beyond these 3, though none are known." "When will you become a deity, Master?" Ge asked. "If I so desire, I could become a deity right now," he replied. "Master is boasting. If you could truly become a deity, why haven't you done so?" "Because becoming a deity requires venturing to distant realms, and I cannot bear to leave this place, nor you." He, Master is so kind." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. Mao Xiaoyi's appearance had changed little, while Ge blossomed into a graceful young woman. Mao Xiaoyi had constructed another small wooden cabin atop the mountain for her. Yet Ge still preferred to stay in the original cabin. Point 1 day, while Ge was practicing with a tiger-like beast, Mao Xiaoyi suddenly sensed something and swiftly departed from the summit. Ge paused her training, tied up the beast, and stealthily followed him. Mao Xiaoyi arrived at a spot halfway down the mountain, where he encountered 4 men dressed similarly, seemingly awaiting him. Chapter 28. Descending the mountain, Mao Xiaoyi came to a halt before the 4 men, one of whom spoke first. "Lord Xiaowu, our sect leader requests your presence. Please accompany us." Mao Xiaoyi regarded them with a cold gaze, noting that all 4 were at the pinnacle of the stargazing realm, clearly figures of elder status within their sect. "How did you find me?" he inquired. The man who had initially spoken replied, "You need not worry, Lord Xiaowu. Currently, only we 4 are aware of your location. However, if you wish to eliminate us to silence us, it won't be so simple. I still recommend that you come with us." With that, the 4 men exuded their formidable aura, causing Ge, who was still on her way, to quicken her pace in alarm. Just as Ge arrived, she witnessed Mao Xiaoyi standing amidst the 4 men, and in an instant, their heads fell simultaneously at her arrival. The gruesome sight startled Ji, and the Mao Xiaoyi she knew suddenly felt alien. In her memory, he was often strict but mostly gentle, nothing like the figure of slaughter before her now. Yet, she had no time to ponder, as Mao Xiaoyi waved his hand, and the bodies and blood vanished in an instant before he turned to head back to the summit. Fortunately, Mao Xiaoyi's pace remained leisurely, allowing Gee to release the tiger-like beast and resume her practice before he returned. Unbeknownst to both, shortly after they departed, a woman descended from a nearby tree and hastily exited the Beast Mountain range. As Gee practiced with the tiger-like beast, her mind wandered. Upon seeing Mao Xiaoyi return, she inadvertently struck the beast too forcefully, sending it flying. Mao Xiaoyi swiftly maneuvered to catch the beast before it could tumble off the summit. Securing it once more, he then affectionately ruffled Gee's hair. As Gee felt his touch, she froze momentarily. However, Mao Xiaoyi seemed oblivious and retreated into the cabin to rest. Throughout the day, Gee's mind was elsewhere. And when night fell, she dreamt of the image of Mao Xiaoyi standing amidst a pool of blood. The following day, Mao Xiaoyi slept until noon as usual. After breakfast, he planned to observe Gee's training with the beasts. Stepping outside, he was taken aback to find Gee sitting alone at the edge of the cliff, lost in thought. Mao Xiaoyi approached deliberately, ensuring his footsteps were audible to avoid startling her. Upon hearing his approach, Gee turned to look at him as he settled beside her. She subtly shifted away, leading Mao Xiaoyi to believe she had grown shy as she matured, prompting him not to think much of it. After a brief moment of sitting together, feeling bored, he was about to leave when Gee spoke up. "Master, may I go down the mountain for a while? I wish to explore the outside world." Taken aback by her request, Mao Xiaoyi hesitated but quickly acquiesced. Though reluctant to part with her, he had anticipated this day. He could remain on the mountain for eternity, but Gee had yet to see the vast world beyond. He could not keep her confined to the mountain for life. After helping Gee pack her belongings and finding some spare change to give her, he watched her silhouette disappear at the foot of the mountain. Feeling an unexpected emptiness in his heart, that evening, Mao Xiaoyi instinctively lay down to sleep on the ground. A gust of wind swept through the window, displacing the black robe from the straw mat onto him, jolting him awake to the realization that he had a bed. Chuckling to himself, he hung the robe back up and settled onto the mat. Meanwhile, Ji, descending the mountain, found herself in a new world filled with a dazzling array of clothing and enticing aromas of delectable street food. Swiftly spending all the money Mao Xiaoyi had entrusted to her, she gazed longingly at a vibrant and tempting candied hawthorn skewer. Her mouth watered, but she had no funds left to purchase the delightful treat. At that moment, a woman approached her, buying 2 skewers and handing one to Ji. Stunned, Ji looked at the woman with wide eyes. The woman chuckled, pinching Ji's cheek as she said, "Go on, eat. It's on me. Afterward, I'll take you to the most fun places in the town." Naive and inexperienced, Ji quickly devoured the candied hawthorn and spent the day playing with the woman. By the end of the day, she was utterly enchanted by the life beneath the mountain. As dusk fell, the woman and Ji sat in a small boat on a river, enjoying fresh catches of the day. Ji had never experienced such culinary delights on the mountain, relishing every bite while nearly choking on fish bones several times. Once Ji had eaten her fill, the woman gently remarked, "It seems you're all alone. Would you like to join our sect? Everyone there is very kind, and if you join, I can play with you every day." Unfamiliar with the concept of a sect, Gee recognized the woman's kindness and agreed to the proposal. After spending a night at an inn with the woman, they set off the next day towards the sect she had mentioned. Upon arriving, Gee marveled at the new environment, resembling a small town where everyone seemed to know each other. The woman appeared to be quite respected within the sect, greeted warmly by passers-by who referred to her as Sister Chonner. Gee followed the woman into a small courtyard, where she was cheerfully informed, "This will be your new home. Feel free to look around. I have some matters to attend to and will come find you later." In awe of the charming courtyard, Gee paid little mind to the woman and darted around, eventually flopping onto the large bed inside and rolling about in delight. The woman left Gee's courtyard and made her way to the sect's grand hall, where an elder awaited her. "Master, we have located him, but his strength exceeds our expectations. Even with the cooperation of other major sects, we may not be able to defeat him," the elder stated, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Then Chonner, do you have any ideas?" With a smile, the woman leaned closer to the elder and whispered, Master, he has taken on a disciple. If I bring her back, when the time comes for him to face our entire sect, what do you think will happen when his most trusted disciple betrays him?" The elder patted her shoulder, laughing heartily, clearly pleased with the plan. The woman exited the grand hall and stood before a cluster of roses, casually plucking 7 of various colors to arrange in a vase. Gazing at the sky, she murmured, "Xiao Wu, do not blame me. This is your fate, and you are destined for a tragic end." Chapter 29. Then, let us ascend to godhood unbeknownst to anyone. Ji had spent over a month in the world below. Though she found joy in her new life, she began to miss the tranquility of the mountaintop. She repeatedly expressed her desire to return to the summit to Ling Chaner, but each time, she was met with a myriad of excuses. One night, unable to suppress her yearning any longer, Ji cautiously slipped out of the courtyard, determined to leave the sect under the cover of darkness. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she spotted Ling Chaner seated on a bench by the road, smiling at her. Realizing she had been discovered, Ji ceased her attempts to hide and boldly walked past Ling Chaner. But the woman immediately stood, her expression turning serious as she grasped Ji's hand, asking, "Where are you going at this late hour?" The grip was painful, and Ji's voice carried a hint of anger as she replied, "I'm looking for my master. Why are you stopping me?" Ling Chaner sighed deeply, slowly releasing Ji's hand. As Ji turned to leave, Ling Chaner called out to her retreating figure, "You cannot go back. Your master is not a good person. He is a demon." Ji halted, spinning around to confront Ling Chaner, demanding, "How can you say that about my master? You've never even met him." Ling Chaner did not respond, but instead pulled Ji's hand and ran toward the sect's grand hall. During the journey, Ji bombarded Ling Chaner with questions, yet the latter remained unperturbed by her protests. Upon arriving at the grand hall, an elder stood waiting for them. Seeing him, Ling Chaner immediately bowed. "Greetings, sect leader." Meanwhile, Ji remained fuming, directing her ire at the elder. "You old man, did you instruct Sister Chaner to speak ill of my master?" The elderly man, unperturbed, approached Ji with a smile, extending a hand to gently press against her forehead as he spoke. "I understand your skepticism. Allow me to demonstrate." The next moment, tendrils of black vapor began to emanate from Ji's forehead, coalescing within the elder's palm. He then presented his hand before her. Grinning as he inquired, "As a fellow cultivator of considerable strength, you must surely recognize what this is, do you not?" Ji's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld the dark mist within the elder's grasp. She was well aware of its nature. This was malevolent energy. Having never taken a life, she could not possibly harbor such darkness within her, which left only one conclusion. This malevolence must have been tainted from her master. Noticing Ji's silence, the elder continued, "Your master was, in fact, the long-forgotten son of ultimate evil. He possesses a body of profound malevolence, allowing him to rapidly enhance his power through the slaughter of living beings. You are most familiar with his strength. Now, consider how many innocent lives he has taken." The elder's words echoed in her mind. Ji recalled the haunting image of Mao Xiaoyi standing amidst a pool of blood, her previously simmering anger transforming into a tumult of emotions. For the first time, she questioned whether the man who had raised her for over a decade was truly good or evil. With his purpose fulfilled, the elder patted Ji on the shoulder and departed. That moment, Ling Chaner approached Ji, presenting her with an oddly shaped dagger. "In due time, most sects will confront him, but only you possess the potential to draw near. Remember, if he survives, it will be only us who perish." With those words, Ling Chaner hastily exited the grand hall, leaving Ji in a trance as she gazed at the dagger in her hand. Outside the hall, Ling Chaner whispered to the elder, "Master, I have entrusted her with the dagger. Once she strikes, her blood will flow along the channel of the blade into the container within the hilt. And then we shall unlock the true divine relic." 7 days later, Mao Xiaoyi, as was his custom, awoke around noon, leisurely rising from his grass mat, only to find a familiar young girl quietly seated across from him. Gazing intently, "You've returned?" Seeing her long-absent master, Ji naturally smiled and leaped into his embrace. Mao Xiaoyi swiftly suppressed the black energy within him and enveloped Ji in his arms. They spent the day together, with Ji recounting her experiences in the valley below. As night fell, Mao Xiaoyi spread his black cloak, and Ji lay upon the grass mat. Habitually, he intended to weave tales to lull her to sleep. But Ji abruptly posed a question, Master. Have you ever taken a life? Caught off guard by her inquiry, Mao Xiaoyi hesitated but quickly responded with a smile and a shake of his head. Of course not. How could your master ever harm another? Ji appeared to accept his reassurances, playfully leaning against him, though a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Days passed, and after Ji's return, the mountaintop seemed to regain its lively atmosphere. However, this tranquility was short-lived. On the 10th day following her arrival, a throng of tens of thousands gathered at the foot of the Beast Mountain. Composed entirely of formidable individuals from various sections, a few elderly men with gray beards stood at the forefront of the assembly, and the one in the center bellowed to the multitude behind him. Today, we mobilize all the might of our sects, vowing to eradicate the long-overlooked son of ultimate evil. Eradicate, eradicate. The throngs echoed in unison, and as the atmosphere surged, the elders led the way toward the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoyi, who had been playing with Ji, sensed an ominous shift, his expression turning grave as he gazed down the mountain. Soon, the sea of people approached, drawing near to the summit where Mao Xiaoyi and Ji awaited them. Mao Xiaoyi, regarding the dark mass before him, coldly inquired, "What brings you all here?" In response to Mao Xiaoyi, there erupted a chorus of shouts from hundreds of thousands, clamoring for the eradication of the son of ultimate evil. Mao Xiaoyi's expression darkened with each passing moment as his gaze flitted from one individual to another. Upon spotting Ling Chaner, his eyes momentarily widened in surprise, yet he quickly averted his gaze. Although I am the son of ultimate evil, I have never committed any acts to harm the innocent. Why must you condemn me to death? You have never killed. Who would believe that? You are but a demon. Die. Regardless of Mao Xiaoyi's explanations, he was met only with an unending barrage of vitriol. With a sigh, he turned to lead Ji away from this place. But just as he turned, a dagger plunged into his abdomen. Mao Xiaoyi looked incredulously at Ji, who wore an expression of indifference, and asked, "Do you not believe me either?" Ji offered no reply, simply withdrawing the dagger and stabbing once more at his heart. The crowd below the mount, witnessing Ji's assault on Mao Xiaoyi, momentarily froze in shock before erupting into jubilant cries, racing towards the summit, for the blood of the son of ultimate evil was the key to unlocking the relics of the true god. Mao Xiaoyi glanced at Ji, then at the throng surging upwards, a cacophony of thoughts echoing in his mind. Xiao Wu is truly remarkable. I shall return home and have your mother prepare braised pork for you. All right, let it be Xiao Wu then. You are but 19. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as Sister Chaner, do you hear? Xiao Wu, I am sorry. Master, what is the purpose of our cultivation? Master boasts. If Master can become a deity, why has he not done so? Scenes from the past flashed through his mind, culminating in a phrase once uttered by Mao Xiaoyi, now seeming to mock him, because after becoming a deity, one must journey to distant lands. Master is reluctant to leave this place, reluctant to leave you. Mao Xiaoyi cast one last glance at everything atop the mountain, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "Then let it be, let me become a deity." Chapter 30. Awakening decades later, Mao Xiaoyi severed the head of the last creature in the entirety of the universe. A beam of white light illuminated the vast galaxy, within which someone appeared to be awaiting him. As Mao Xiaoyi took a step forward, the scene abruptly shifted, returning him to that unknown space where a man clad in black robes, resembling Mao Xiaoyi, materialized before him. A sharp pain pierced Mao Xiaoyi's head as memories began to resurface, revealing that what he had experienced was merely a life lived by another. After a prolonged moment of reflection, recognizing his lost wager, Mao Xiaoyi gazed silently at the man before him. The man met his gaze with a slight smile, seemingly speaking to himself, "You know, if it weren't for that, they wouldn't have perished." Although this statement was perplexing and lacking context, Mao Xiaoyi sensed an understanding. "All right, it is time for you to return. Do not forget our wager. When the moment comes for you to fulfill it, I shall appear once more." As his words faded, the man vanished, replaced by the ceiling of a hospital room, where Xiao 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 sat beside the bed, resting with her eyes closed, upon beholding this woman who tugged at his heartstrings. A complex emotion surged within Mao Xiaoyi, and he involuntarily recalled the moments spent with Ling Chaner in his dreams. Hearing the stirrings of Mao Xiaoyi awakening, Xiao 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 opened her eyes, upon witnessing the man who had been in a coma for many days. Her expression bore little surprise. After conversing for a while, Xiao Xiaoxiao proceeded to arrange for Mao Xiaoyi's discharge. Once she left the room, both Yingjie and the Chaos Divine Consciousness appeared simultaneously. The Chaos Divine Consciousness stood beside the bed, its authoritative voice tinged with concern. That esteemed individual did not trouble you, did he? Mao Xiaoyi smiled lightly, replying, No, we merely made a wager. Satisfied that Mao Xiaoyi was unharmed, the Chaos Divine Consciousness nodded and transformed into a wisp of black mist, retreating into Mao Xiaoyi's body, while Yingjie resumed his concealed presence within the shadows. Meanwhile, within the martial arts dojo opposite the Seven Gates building, a man dressed in a suit stood with a smile in the office of the dojo's master, who knelt respectfully beside him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the man in the suit turned sharply to gaze in a particular direction. An eerie smile spreading across his face before he vanished from sight. In a bedroom in Jiangnan, a man named Jiangnan was idly peering through a crystal ball at various corners of the Kyoto-based city. When the image shifted to the martial arts dojo, he spotted a man he had never seen before standing in the dojo master's office. Just as Jiangnan leaned in for a closer look, the man seemed to detect him, abruptly turning his gaze towards him. Jiangnan hastily retracted the crystal ball, intending to inform Brother Yu of this matter, but at that moment, the man from the dojo master's office stood before him. The suited man regarded Jiangnan with a slight smile as threads began to appear in his hands. As the threads approached Jiangnan, the man appeared to reconsider, slowly retracting them instead. He took a step closer, fixing his gaze on Jiangnan and inquiring, How about this? I shall not control you, for I believe you are a clever individual. Your leader, Mao Xiaoyi, has awakened, but he will soon meet his demise at my hands. At that time, your nation will descend into chaos, and I hope someone will emerge to lead the masses. Do you understand my meaning? With that, the man vanished, leaving Jiangnan still standing in place. Once assured of the man's departure, Jiangnan sprang to his feet, eager to inform others of this development, yet his hand, poised to open the door, froze midair. Half an hour later, Mao Xiaoyi returned to the Seven Gates. Wu Ming and others came to visit him, sharing the recent events that had transpired. Upon learning that Sakura Country had transformed into the second base of Huaxia, Mao Xiaoyi could not suppress a laugh. Aside from that, there were no significant issues. The only matter of interest to Mao Xiaoyi was that a group of survivors had established a base city in Jiangnan in collaboration with the military. He planned to take some time to visit. Thus, a week passed, during which Mao Xiaoyi spent nearly all his time in the company of Xiao Xiaoxiao. After a week, Elder Qi unexpectedly summoned Mao Xiaoyi to the military headquarters. Once there, Mao Xiaoyi navigated easily to Elder Qi's office. Seeing Mao Xiaoyi arrive, Elder Qi paused his work and, getting straight to the point, said, Xiao Yi, I would like to trouble you to visit the base city in Jiangnan. Mao Xiaoyi was taken aback. Elder Qi's intentions coincided with his own. He quickly agreed. Surprised at the swiftness of Mao Xiaoyi's acceptance, Elder Qi handed him a stack of documents while curiously asking, Why have you become so obedient since waking from your coma? With a bemused expression, Mao Xiaoyi accepted the documents and began to peruse them, while Elder Qi settled beside him to summarize the contents. During our battle against the Eastern Corpse Tide, several capable survivors emerged in Jiangnan. They formed several factions, and later, the Jiangnan military contacted us. With our assistance, they established a base city alongside these factions. However, stability within the base city is lacking. The leaders of the original factions are at odds with one another. We initially intended to seize control of the Jiangnan base city, but it appears the Jiangnan military does not wish for us to extend our influence there. Whenever our people make a move, the entire base city unites against us. We do not wish to incite conflict among our own, hence I dispatched Long Tongue, but I did not anticipate that the leaders of the Jiangnan base city would prove formidable. Long Tongue could not contend with them. Just as you have awakened, I thought to enlist you, the world's number one, to assert some authority. Mao Xiaoyi skimmed through the materials, which largely corroborated Elder Qi's account. Though one individual's abilities piqued his interest. Soon, they finalized a plan to visit the Jiangnan base city and establish their reputation among the people of the Kyoto base city. Mao Xiaoyi opted not to take the helicopter offered by Elder Qi. Instead, he chose to drive, having traveled extensively without truly appreciating the landscapes of his homeland. This provided a perfect opportunity for leisurely sightseeing. Mao Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat while Yingjie diligently drove. and they leisurely departed from the Kyoto-based city. Within the confines of Kyoto, personnel from the Seven Gates and military patrolled daily, encountering few zombies. It was only upon leaving the Kyoto perimeter that the number of zombies began to increase. Though most were mere ordinary zombies transformed by the apocalypse, occasionally, a few mutated creatures appeared, all of which Mao Xiaoyi effortlessly dispatched. To his astonishment, mutated beasts began to proliferate outside, frequently seen hunting zombies. Mao Xiaoyi chose not to interfere with them, confident that the hunting teams from the Seven Gates would handle the situation. Chapter 31. You call this a noble person? At that moment, within the Jiangnan city, a man sat solemnly at a redwood table. Upon the table lay a deck of cards, and the man quickly executed several hand gestures in the air, ultimately pressing his palms together before his chest. The cards floated in response to his movements, and one card soared into his hands while the remainder settled back into place. Upon examining the card, a smile blossomed on his face, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, today brings great fortune. I shall encounter a noble person." As the words fell, an elderly man resembling a butler pushed open the door and respectfully announced, "Master of the house, the head of the Peng family has come to visit." The man immediately tucked away his, smilingly instructed, "Quickly invite old Peng in. I just consulted an oracle, and he arrived right after. It must be that old Peng is willing to marry his daughter to me." Ha 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 ha. Half a minute later, a robust, silver-haired elder, exuding vitality, entered, accompanied by a young man wearing sunglasses. Upon entering, the elder boomed, "Xia Yi, my boy, I have important matters to discuss with you today." Xia Yi promptly rose, his conviction and his thoughts strengthened by the elder's words, and smiled. "Uncle Peng, please take a seat." "Who is this?" The elder, referred to as Uncle Peng, waved his hand grandly, pointing at the young man in sunglasses. "Seating is not necessary. I am here today to discuss a matter of great significance. My daughter is to be married, and this gentleman is to be my future son-in-law. I am aware of your affections for her, and I do not wish for this matter to affect the cordial relations between our families." Xia Yi's smile instantly froze as he scrutinized the man in sunglasses in disbelief. The young man removed his sunglasses and extended a hand, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Xia Yi. You may have heard of me. I am Ren Hongfeng from the Jiangnan military headquarters. We will be collaborating closely with the Peng family, and I am here to invite you to join our partnership." Upon hearing Ren Hongfeng's words, Xia Yi redirected his gaze to the elder, who gave a slight nod. With the elder's affirmation, Xia Yi despondently sank back into his chair and waved his hands at the two, saying, "I need some time to consider this. Why hospitality today has been lacking. I hope you both can forgive me." Ren Hongfeng smiled faintly, placing a business card before Xia Yi, saying, "I trust Mr. Xia Yi is an astute individual. Feel free to contact me once you have made your decision." With that, the two departed from the Xiao residence. A few minutes later, inside the house, Xia Yi seized the business card and tore it into shreds. Suddenly, the butler rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, trouble! The head of the Peng family has been assaulted outside." Xia Yi was taken aback. They had only just left. How could he have been attacked? Who in Jiangnan Bay City would dare to assault the head of the Peng family? Time rewound a few minutes. Jia pressed the accelerator, barreling past the guards of Jiangnan Bay City and into the city. The guards, who had initially aimed their guns at the two, were halted by the arrival of Long Tongue. "What are you doing, Jia? Hit the brakes," Mao Xiaoyi exclaimed, panic-stricken as he glanced at the speedometer reading 100. Master, it seems the brakes are malfunctioning." "Mao Xiaoyi, how could this happen again? Is this a curse?" Thus, a remarkably stylish G-Class vehicle rampaged through Jiangnan Bay City, ultimately colliding with a stretched Lincoln with a loud crash. Mao Xiaoyi leaped from the vehicle, while Jia had already concealed himself within Mao Xiaoyi's shadow. Simultaneously, Ren Hongfeng and the head of the Peng family had just exited the Xiao residence, only to witness their beloved car reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The individual responsible for the collision had the audacity to poke at the wrecked car door with his finger. Unable to contain himself, Ren Hongfeng lunged forward, aiming a kick at Mao Xiaoyi. Reacting swiftly, Mao Xiaoyi seized Ren Hongfeng's leg with one hand. Ren Hongfeng, a formidable warrior of the battlefield, had anticipated that his kick would send his opponent flying. Yet to his astonishment, the other party effortlessly caught the blow. From that moment, Mao Xiaoyi recognized the opponent's considerable strength, likely a powerful figure within Jiangnan Bay City. Recalling the task assigned to him by Qi Laozu, He released his grip and slapped Ren Hongfeng across the face, brazenly declaring, "Who do you think you are, daring to kick me?" Ren Hongfeng, a prominent figure in the Jiangnan military headquarters and the scion of its leader, had never been struck by anyone before, leaving him momentarily stunned. While Ren Hongfeng was still in shock, the head of the Peng family could not allow Mao Xiaoyi to continue his insolence. With a thunderous roar, he doubled in size, his clothing straining against his muscles. "You dare strike my daughter's fiancé? Today shall be your last." Mao Xiaoyi observed the muscular giant before him with interest. When the head of the Peng family swung his fist, Mao Xiaoyi merely countered with a light punch, causing the head of the Peng family to clutch his arm in pain and collapse to the ground. His abilities are somewhat comparable to Brother Yu's, though perhaps lacking in strength. At that moment, Ren Hongfeng fully grasped the situation, realizing that the man before him was far beyond his capabilities. Just as he contemplated a means of escape, Long Teng arrived with a squad of city defense soldiers, closely followed by Xia Yi. Upon seeing the newcomers, Ren Hongfeng's expression brightened before he regained his usual haughty demeanor, shouting, "Mr. Long Teng, apprehend this man. He attempted to assault me." Long Teng jogged over, casting a sympathetic glance at Ren Hongfeng. Without a word, he discreetly signaled to Mao Xiaoyi and then unexpectedly bowed 90 degrees to him, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Mr. Ghostface." Mao Xiaoyi immediately understood. This was a stage for him to display his prowess. Thus, he leisurely retrieved a black mask from his pocket, donned it, and feigned authority, stating, "Enough, stand up. These two sought to harm me first. I was merely acting in self-defense." Long Teng then straightened up and stepped aside, while Ren Hongfeng and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. As powerful figures in Jiangnan Bay City, they were well aware of the Ghostface's reputation, but never did they imagine that the world's #1 would stand before them. Mao Xiaoyi approached Ren Hongfeng, extending his hand for another slap. "What? Do you have a problem with me hitting you?" No, this is self-defense," Ren Hongfeng stammered, lowering his head in compliance, regretting ever crossing paths with such a formidable being. Meanwhile, the head of the Peng family, who had been wailing on the ground, reverted to his former self, now looking at Mao Xiaoyi with a face full of ingratiation. Mao Xiaoyi disregarded the two and walked directly towards Xia Yi. "You are Xia Yi, correct? Would you be interested in having a conversation?" Chapter 32. The diviner, Xia Yi hurriedly welcomed Mao Xiaoyi into the house, while Ren Hongfeng and the head of the Peng family left in a dejected manner. Inside, Mao Xiaoyi settled on the sofa, and Xia Yi stood beside her, uncertain whether to take a seat. Observing Xia Yi's awkwardness, Mao Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you afraid of? This is your home. What could I possibly do to you? Please, have a seat." Xia Yi forced a faint smile and slowly sat down, maintaining a remarkably upright posture that made even the military man Long Teng, who stood nearby, feel somewhat inadequate. "All right, no need to be so tense. I am here primarily to establish some ground rules for those who have been causing trouble for the military, and secondarily, I wish to invite you to join my faction." Upon hearing this, Xia Yi, who had only just taken a seat, sprang up again, waving his hands as he exclaimed, No, Brother Guimian, how could I possibly deserve to join your faction?" Mao Xiaoyi smiled and replied, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Joining my faction is not a disadvantage. I value your capabilities. If you were to join me, I could elevate the Xia family to a position of great influence beneath the military in this Bay City." Xia Yi pondered the proposition, finding it exceedingly tempting. He had no doubts about Mao Xiaoyi's ability to handle the other prominent families in the Jiangnan Bay City. His concern lay with whether Mao Xiaoyi could be deemed reliable. Noticing Xia Yi's hesitation, Mao Xiaoyi did not press further, adding Xia Yi to his multifunctional wristwatch's contacts, suggesting he take his time to consider before departing. After leaving the Xia household, Mao Xiaoyi followed Long Teng to the military headquarters of Jiangnan Bay City. They encountered many unfriendly faces within the building, likely due to Long Teng facing considerable obstruction in his work here. Long Teng led Mao Xiaoyi into an office filled with personnel from the Kyoto Bay City. After a brief introduction, they swiftly transitioned into a working atmosphere. Accepting a tablet from one of the individuals, Long Teng began to elucidate the power dynamics of Jiangnan Bay City. Currently, Jiangnan Bay City is predominantly divided among 6 major factions. The military, along with the Peng and Xia families, have been drawing closer, subtly hinting at an alliance. All 3 factions boast formidable warriors above the rank of Battle King, including Ren Hongfeng and his father from the military. The head of the Peng family and his brother, and Xia Yi, whom you just met, all of whom are battle kings. Aside from Ran Hongfeng's father, who is a senior battle king, the others are intermediate battle kings. The remaining 3 factions comprise a student union formed by a group of students, with 2 members having reached the low battle king level, alongside the Jiang'an Merchant Guild and a gang of delinquents known as the Blast Gang. While neither of the latter factions possesses battle kings, their numbers of evolved individuals are considerable, nearly constituting half of Jiangnan Bay City's population, thus deterring the other factions with battle kings from provoking them lightly. As for the particulars concerning the actual controllers of each faction, you should have already reviewed those with Old Chi, so who do you plan to speak with first? Mao Xiaoyi contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us first meet with the student union. After all, students are generally easier to persuade." Long Ting shot Mao Xiaoyi an incredulous look, as he himself was not much older than those students. Before long, Long Tong drove Mao Xiaoyi to the entrance of a school, where a few youths in police uniforms stood at the security post. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, they brandished their batons and blocked the way. As they approached the car, Long Ting slowly rolled down the window. Recognizing him, one of the youths impatiently said, "What do you want? Our president has instructed us not to welcome newcomers like you. You should leave at once." Long Ting then lowered Mao Xiaoyi's window, pointing to him and saying, "This time, it is not I who wishes to meet your president. It is Mr. Gue Mian who wants to have a word with him." The boy who had just spoken turned his head, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "That mask. You are the legendary Gue Mian, the one who annihilated the Sakura Nation. Your photos have gone viral on the World Forum. Could you please give me your autograph?" The other youths, upon hearing this, crowded around in curiosity, clamoring for Mao Xiaoyi's autograph as well. After signing a few autographs, Long Ting smoothly drove the car into the university, where the students enthusiastically escorted them directly to the library where the student union president was located. The library was bustling with university students, and upon seeing the car parked at the entrance, a wave of curiosity swept through the crowd, sparking animated discussions. As Long Ting and Mao Xiaoyi exited the vehicle, the chatter abruptly ceased for a fleeting moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of excitement. Mao Xiaoyi leaned closer to Long Ting, whispering, "They can't possibly be talking about me, can they? Am I really that famous now?" Long Ting shot him another incredulous glance and responded quietly, "You genuinely have no idea of your current influence, do you? After your photos from the Sakura Nation were shared on the World Forum, the entire nation of Huaxia went wild, all praising you. Thankfully, you didn't remove your mask back then. Otherwise, Ren Hongfeng wouldn't have dared to trouble you recently." Mao Xiaoyi scratched his head, glancing at the throng of people converging on him, and gulped nervously. He quickly grabbed Long Ting's arm and dashed into the library. Just as they entered, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Students, that masked figure is the one who decimated the Sakura Nation. Hurry and get his autograph." The two hastily made their way deeper into the library, pursued fervently by the students, in the midst of the chaos. The president of the student union curiously stepped out to see what was happening, only to be shoved aside by the frenzied crowd of university students. The president, puzzled, observed the stampede of students, and just as he was about to inquire, he heard shouts from the crowd, "Gue Mian, wait for us. Please, can we get your autograph?" The cries of the crowd caught the attention of the president, whose eyes brightened at once, prompting him to join the throng pursuing the two individuals. Although the pair fled with remarkable speed, the library had its limits, and ultimately, they found themselves encircled by a group of university students. As they surveyed the onlookers, resembling wolves eyeing their prey, Mao Xiaoyi discreetly tightened his collar. Thus began Mao Xiaoyi's process of signing autographs for the students, who dutifully formed a long queue that extended beyond the library's entrance. Meanwhile, Long Ting was overlooked by the students, who disregarded his silent pleas for help, and upon witnessing the seemingly endless line, he decided to step out for a meal before returning. Halfway through his departure, Long Ting abruptly halted, took 2 steps back, and turned to glance at the president of the student council. The council president noticed him as well, waving in acknowledgement before returning to the task at hand. Long Ting pulled out a list of the 6 major factions, scrutinized the president amidst the line, and quietly marked a check next to the words Student Council. Chapter 33. A mere god of war at last. After several hours, Mao Xiaoyi had finished signing autographs for every arriving student. Wu Ming took a bite of the sausage he was holding and offered Mao Xiaoyi one he had yet to taste. Mao Xiaoi quickly devoured the sausage and turned to the student council president, saying, "President, shall we sit down and have a chat?" Following the president, the two entered the library's office, and after they were seated, Mao Xiaoi got straight to the point. "I believe the president has a general understanding of our intentions given our visit with Long Tongue. What are your thoughts?" The student council president poured a cup of tea for Mao Xiaoi and replied, "Indeed, I comprehend. Since our idol has spoken, we shall certainly do our utmost to cooperate with Mr. Long Tongue. However, I wonder if our idol is confident in handling the other 5 major factions simultaneously." Mao Xiaoi took a sip of tea and stated, "Even if the Xia family does not align with us, they will not side with the other 4 factions. As for the remaining 4 factions, I shall pay them a visit. Whether they can continue to reside in Jiangnan Bay City will depend on their performance." The student council president smiled as he refilled Mao Xiaoi's cup. Having complete faith in his abilities. As a devoted fan, he had already resolved to support Mao Xiaoi without question. The 3 continued their discussion for quite some time, primarily with Long Ting and the student council president deliberating on what support the student council would need once the Kyoto military fully took control of Jiangnan Bay City. With Mao Xiaoi as their idol, the student council president readily acquiesced to all of Long Tung's requests, much to Long Tung's satisfaction. By the time they exited, it was already afternoon, largely due to the time wasted on signing autographs, prompting the two to decide to visit the other 4 factions the following day. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan military headquarters, Ren Hongfeng began secretly gathering personnel. Earlier that morning, he had returned to the headquarters looking disheveled. Upon seeing the 2 handprints on his son's face, Ren Yulin, Ren Hongfeng's father, felt a pang of sympathy. After hearing Ren Hongfeng's account, Ren Yulin immediately contacted Zheng De, the leader of the Zhatian gang, and they resolved to expel the Kyoto military personnel that very night. Once Ren Yulin had secured his allies, he patted Ren Hongfeng on the shoulder and said, "It's merely a god of war. With so many evolved beings on our side, a mere spit from each of us could drown him. Once we have cleared out this rabble from Kyoto, you shall promptly marry the daughter of the Peng family. Then, Jiangnan Bay City will be ours to command." Ren Hongfeng nodded, shaking off the gloom from being bested by Mao Xiaoi, and resumed his lofty demeanor to gather his forces. Later that night, while Mao Xiaoi was joyfully playing cards with Long Tongue, he suddenly tossed down his cards and, with a resigned smile, said to Long Tongue, "It seems I can't sit still any longer. It appears we have quite a few visitors." Although Long Tongue had yet to sense anything amiss, he grasped the meaning behind Mao Xiaoi's words and immediately stood up to rally his forces. However, Mao Xiaoi stopped him, smiling, "It's merely a disorganized mob. I can handle this myself." Yet this time, Long Teng did not heed Mao Xiaoi's words, his expression grave as he insisted, "This time is different. Some among them possess peculiar abilities. I suffered greatly before, and Elder Qi has warned against letting you eliminate too many evolved beings, as they represent our future combat strength." Mao Xiaoi scoffed, recognizing the trouble of not being able to exert his full strength, but ultimately shrugged it off. Seizing the opportunity while Long Ting gathered his forces, Mao Xiaoi utilized a moment of teleportation to appear on the street outside. The street, once bustling, was now eerily quiet, with shops having shuttered early, and both ends of the road were firmly blocked by 2 factions. Standing defiantly in midair, Mao Xiaoi surveyed the 2 groups. The leader of the left faction was none other than Ren Hongfeng, while the right was led by a burly man Mao Xiaoi recognized from his dossier, seemingly named Zheng De. Just as Mao Xiaoi was appraising the 2, both factions sprang into action, launching a myriad of attacks toward him. In an instant, he was surrounded by a kaleidoscope of onslaughts. Ren Hongfeng, witnessing Mao Xiaoi engulfed in various attacks, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, a mere god of war dares to oppose us. Let us see how you contend with so many of us." But in the next moment, a flash of purple light illuminated the scene. Mao Xiaoi, wielding a purple scythe, remained unyielding in the air, while all the attacks that had encircled him vanished without a trace. With a swift glance, Mao Xiaoi locked onto the still laughing Ren Hongfeng, and in a heartbeat, he darted towards him. Ren Hongfeng finally reacted, attempting to flee, but Mao Xiaoi's speed was simply too formidable. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him. Elder Qi had cautioned against killing too many evolved beings, but he had not prohibited it. The aura of a god of war surged from Mao Xiaoi as he swung the scythe downward with haste. Just as the blade was about to sever Ren Hongfeng's neck, Mao Xiaoi suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing his god of war presence to plummet to that of a war emperor. The abrupt deceleration granted Ren Hongfeng and his companions precious moments to react, and together they managed to fend off the strike. Sensing the shift in circumstances, Mao Xiaoyi swiftly activated teleportation to escape the fray. Returning to the air, but that feeling of weakness only intensified. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd. "P.S. weakened, brothers, unleash your full assault." Mao Xiaoyi immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. But a torrent of attacks swiftly obscured his view. With a cold smile, he unleashed several purple energy blades. But this time they failed to intercept the barrage of attacks, and in the next moment, countless strikes rained down upon him. Devour. Just when everyone believed they had successfully injured Mao Xiaoyi, a figure enveloped in a swirling chaos appeared in the sky. As the vortex dissipated, it revealed a completely unscathed Mao Xiaoyi. At that moment, Long Ting and his group rushed out of the building, visibly relieved to see Mao Xiaoyi unharmed. "All right, it's time to put an end to this," Mao Xiaoyi calmly addressed the emerging Long Ting and the others. Chaos space. With a snap of his fingers, the sky above vanished, and the street and buildings transformed into an ethereal void, the ground morphing into a realm of chaos, trapping everyone within. Mao Xiaoyi skillfully extricated Long Ting and his companions from this chaos. Descending back to the ground, Long Ting stood in shock, speechless at the unfolding scene. Mao Xiaoyi approached Long Ting, waving his hand before him. "Hey, hurry up and subdue them. I can only maintain this space for 10 minutes. Finally, snapping back to reality, Long Ting and the others sprang into action. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, an inconspicuous figure suddenly vanished, reappearing outside of Mao Xiaoyi's chaotic realm. Casting a wary glance towards Jiangnan Bay City, the individual hastily fled northward. Chapter 34. The reemergence of the cleanup crew as the mysterious figure escaped. Mao Xiaoyi's feeling of weakness vanished in an instant. However, he paid it little mind, assuming that the individual had simply given up upon realizing the futility of resistance. Soon, all troublemakers were apprehended, awaiting individual questioning. Mao Xiaoyi instructed Long Ting to identify the one possessing the strange ability, hoping to recruit him into his faction. As for Ren Hongfeng and Zheng De, they were destined to become sacrificial examples for the Kyoto military's authority, facing public execution. The next day, after a night of tireless effort, Long Ting was still sorting through data when Mao Xiaoyi brought breakfast from the street, asking, "So, have you found the one with the weakening ability?" Long Ting accepted the meal and, while munching, replied in a muffled tone, "No, I interrogated everyone last night, but no one knows who possesses that ability. I had them demonstrate their powers individually, but still found no leads. Are you certain you sensed someone using an ability that weakened you?" Mao Xiaoyi nodded slightly. He was acutely aware of the unmistakable sensation of weakness that enveloped him. However, he held a firm belief in Long Ting, never anticipating that the individual could escape right beneath his nose. He had underestimated him. While he harbored a desire to recruit this person, the current reality dictated that locating him was an impossibility. Thus, Mao Xiaoyi redirected his focus back to the task assigned by Elder Qi. The Xia family would not align themselves with other factions, and the student council had wholly submitted to the military authority of Kyoto. The Zhatian gang and the Jiangnan military had also suffered substantial losses the previous night. Consequently, Mao Xiaoyi set his sights on the Peng family and the Merchants Guild. The head of the Peng family was evidently in league with the Jiangnan military, and Mao Xiaoyi found no inclination to court them. However, a visit to the Jiangnan Merchants Guild was deemed essential. With that, he accompanied the heavily eye-lined Long Ting in driving towards the location of the Merchants Guild. As Mao Xiaoyi and his companion made their way to the Jiangnan Merchants Guild, the mysterious individual who had escaped the night before had already ventured into the misty region of the Beige Nation. The enigmatic figure skillfully produced a vial of liquid, pouring it onto the ground before the man-eating tree, which promptly parted to reveal a passageway. The mysterious individual swiftly traversed this path, arriving at the church situated in the heart of the prairie. Pushing open a concealed door, he beheld a man clad in a suit, who was delicately slicing a small piece of flesh from a severed human hand and savoring it slowly as the fresh meat entered his mouth. The suited man closed his eyes in enjoyment. After a prolonged moment, he reached for a goblet, sipping the still warm blood. Setting down the cup, he wiped his mouth, the crimson fluid staining his lips a vivid red, which, combined with his delicate features, rendered it nearly impossible to discern his gender. "Back already? How did it go?" The mysterious individual inquired with a slight bow. The man's strength is indeed formidable. My abilities had minimal effect on him. He only diminished by one realm, and his methods are exceedingly peculiar. He can create a space that he can manipulate at will, the mysterious figure replied. Oh? The suited man offered a faint smile. It seems we are indeed facing a considerable challenge. You have worked hard to go to the meat storage and select a portion for yourself as a reward for this endeavor. The mysterious figure's expression brightened, and after expressing gratitude to the suited man, he hurried towards the meat storage, where soon, anguished cries echoed from within. Meanwhile, the suited man resumed his indulgence, relishing the delicacies before him, while faint threads quivered subtly at his fingertips.